Chapter 1. In September, the temperature in Jiang City was still around 30 degrees, with the heat accumulating, making evenings even hotter. Han Yang stopped by the window of the community supermarket, where shelves were lined with bottles of Lao Gan Ma. He picked up a bottle, pretending to check the price, but his gaze pierced through the glass window, eagerly staring at the subway entrance diagonally across the street. It was almost 5:30, she should be here soon. Just as he thought this, in the bustling subway entrance, a slender figure suddenly appeared, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a knee-length black skirt, simple and clean. She was waiting on the sidewalk with a bag, and when the green light lit up, she blended into the crowd, walking towards him, the breeze fluttering her black skirt, revealing her fair and beautiful calves. Han Yang swallowed hard, pushed up his glasses, set down the Lao Gan Ma, and casually grabbed a drink from another shelf before heading to the checkout. He had grown up in this community, and the supermarket owner recognized him. She knew Han Yang was studying for his master's degree at the best university in the province, and she also knew he used to live on campus. He had suddenly decided to move back home last week and pretended to come to the supermarket every day, actually looking for opportunities to bump into the beautiful new tenant of the Han family. That if you like her, go for it. You're a graduate student from a prestigious university, have a house and good looks, you'll definitely win her over, the owner said with a smile while ringing up his purchase. People in Jiang City were wealthy, and women from other places were eager to marry in. With his thoughts exposed, Han Yang felt his face flush. After paying, he awkwardly grabbed the drink and fled. Leaving the supermarket, the heat hit him like a wave, and his heart raced even more. He steadied himself and casually glanced to the left. He spotted Lin Yue just a few steps away. Lin Yue noticed him too, the graduate student son of landlord Ms. Wu. She had moved in a half-month ago and had met Han Yang downstairs. Tall and thin, he had an air of scholarly charm. After learning that she was renting the apartment on the 5th floor, Han Yang had volunteered to help her move her luggage a few times, leaving him panting and drenched in sweat. "Here, to buy something again?" Lin Yue asked with a smile. Han Yang glanced at the drink in his hand, nodded sheepishly, and then naturally walked alongside her. Being close, he caught a faint scent of her hair, reminiscent of roses. Though he wasn't sure, he didn't know much about women's products. His gaze slid to her arm, which was fair and tender, free of any scars from her sleeve to her fingertips, glistening like porcelain. "Busy?" she asked, still tapping on her phone. Han Yang curiously inquired. Lin Yue smiled at the screen. "Not really, just chatting with my students." Han Yang peeked at her phone, just as a new message came in from the person on the other side. "Mom called me to dinner. Lin teacher, you should eat soon too. See you tomorrow." The profile picture was a little girl wearing a butterfly hairpin, around 6 or 7 years old, and the message was accompanied by a cute little princess blowing a kiss emoji. Lin Yue replied, "Okay, don't be picky good. The little girl with the butterfly hairpin. Hee hee." Lin Yue put away her phone, still smiling. She taught first-grade math, and her class of 46 students was full of warmth. Han Yang struggled to find a topic. Kids nowadays are getting closer to their teachers. Lin Yue loved children, and once she started talking about them, she had endless things to say. Unknowingly, the conversation shifted to her, while Han Yang gazed at her intently. They entered the main gate of the community, and after another 5 or 6 minutes of walking, they arrived at the building where the Han family lived. Han Yang's family lived on the 2nd floor, while the top-floor apartment had been converted into 3 rooms for rent, including the one Lin Yue was renting. "I'm heading up," Lin Yue said softly at the door of the Han family. Han Yang responded with a sound, watching Lin Yue walk up, turning the corner, and after listening to her footsteps for a while, he reluctantly took out his keys. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his mother, Ms. Wu, standing in the foyer, her face tense and her expression extremely unpleasant. Han Yang's gaze flickered, gripping the drink bottle tightly. Had his mother seen something again? Ms. Wu said nothing and turned to the kitchen. Han Yang's shoulders relaxed as he returned to his room. Lying on his bed, his mind filled with the image of Lin Yue's gentle smile and her fair, delicate arms. He liked Lin Yue, he wanted to pursue her. Tomorrow, he must tell her. The 4th period ended, and the elementary school students happily went to the cafeteria for lunch, while Lin Yue sat at the podium organizing her lesson plans. "Teacher." Lin Yue looked up to see 6-year-old Fu Nin standing beside the podium, hugging his textbook and nervously looking at her. This child was usually very shy, and since he had taken the initiative to approach her, there must be something on his mind. Lin Yue immediately got off the podium, bent down, and gently asked Fu Nin, What's wrong, Nan? Fu Nan's little face turned red as he flipped through his textbook, slowly and carefully turning several pages before pointing to a picture and asking, "Teacher, why is this rabbit gray?" That was a math problem involving 3 plus 1, with 3 white rabbits next to a single gray rabbit. Lin Yue was caught off guard by this question. Looking at Fu Nan, she smiled and explained, "Because these 3 are born to a white rabbit mom, and the gray rabbit is born to a gray rabbit mom. The gray rabbit doesn't have any siblings and wants to find the little white rabbits to play." Fu Nan understood, but he still had a question. "Are there gray rabbits?" "I've never seen one." Lin Yue smiled, taking Fu Nan back to his seat. She pulled out a video of gray rabbits on her phone and played it for him. Seeing a gray rabbit with his own eyes, Fu Nan's eyes widened, staring curiously at the screen. After 3 minutes, Lin Yue patiently accompanied him, but just as she reached the 1-minute mark, her phone rang, displaying landlord Ms. Wu. Lin Yue was puzzled and discussed with Fu Nan. "Teacher needs to take a call. Can we finish watching later?" Fu Nan nodded obediently. Lin Yue sat beside him to take the call. On the other end, Ms. Wu's voice was cold and emotionless. She said that the apartment rented to Lin Yue had someone offering a higher price and demanded that Lin Yue move out within 3 days. Lin Yue was stunned. She had just signed a 6-month lease with Ms. Wu last month and had paid the deposit. How could she just break the contract? Lin Yue tried to reason with her. "I'll refund you double the deposit. Just move out early," Ms. Wu said firmly before hanging up the phone. Lin Yue stared at her phone, feeling a mix of anger and deep exhaustion. Housing prices in Jiang City were high, and she had just graduated from university, unable to afford expensive places. She had finally found this community, just a short subway ride from school, with rent that was barely acceptable, and now, just as she had settled in, she was being forced out. "Teacher, do you have no place to live?" Fu Nan's innocent voice broke her thoughts. Lin Yue. In the afternoon, Lin Yue had only one class, and the rest of the time she spent in the office looking for housing. Either they were too expensive or too far away. None of them were satisfactory. She jotted down a few numbers, and after work, feeling frustrated, went to check out some places. Outside the school gate, Fu Nan was waiting in line for Uncle Zhou to pick him up. When he saw Teacher Lin riding her bike over, he wanted to greet her like the other children, clench his fist, but still couldn't bring himself to call out. One by one, classmates were picked up by their parents or nannies, leaving only him. Fu Nan sat under a tree, pouting and staring at the intersection. 5:30, 5:40, 5:55. A black SUV stopped by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing a sharp-featured face. The man wore a gray shirt with a button undone, and there was a faint scar on his right collarbone. "Get in the car," he called to Fu Nan. Fu Nan hugged his little backpack, turned away angrily, and straightened his back. Seeing this, Zhou Lin got out of the car, and as he closed the door, the taut sleeve revealed the shape of solid muscles. "Something came up at work. I'm late," Zhou Lin explained, bending down and bracing himself on his knees as he stood in front of Fu Nan. Fu Nan turned his head, pouting his lips high. Zhou Lin said, "I'm sorry." Fu Nan glanced at him, still pouting, then turned away from Zhou Lin and got into the car by himself, sitting in the back. Zhou Lin smiled slightly and took the elementary school student out to eat. "I don't like eating out. It's all gutter oil," Fu Nan protested suddenly, putting down his chopsticks after a few bites of ramen. Zhou Lin silently drank his beer. Fu Nan stared at him. Zhou Lin downed a full glass and then said, "Just hang in there for a few more days. I'll hire a lady to take care of everything, picking up, sending, and cooking." Fu Nan drooped his head, but he didn't like Annie. But he knew Uncle Zhou was busy and didn't have time to pick him up or cook, except for instant noodles. After dinner, they went home. Zhou Lin lived in an old community without an elevator. Following Fu Nan, they climbed up to the 5th floor. Fu Nan went to do his homework while he took a shower. There was only one boy in the house. After showering, Zhou Lin came out wearing only his big shorts, his long legs and chest glistening with water. He looked up and saw Fu Nan standing blankly in front of the empty second bedroom, staring at something. Zhou Lin walked over, looked inside, and saw that the light was off. There was just a bed, a wardrobe, a table, and a chair. It hadn't been lived in for too long, and there were a few miscellaneous items piled on the bed. 3 rooms and 2 living rooms. If Fu Nan hadn't moved in, Zhou Lin would have only used the master bedroom and the bathroom, not even needing the kitchen for instant noodles. "Finish your homework?" Zhou Lin closed the door and asked Fu Nan. Fu Nan retorted, "Uncle Zhou, Teacher Lin was kicked out by the landlord and has nowhere to live. You should rent the house to her." Zhou Lin was taken aback. Fu Nan finally wasn't mad at him for being late. and was hugging Uncle Zhou, incessantly praising Teacher Lin for being a good person. Is she a man or a woman? A woman, and she's really pretty. Our homeroom teacher has secretly looked at Teacher Lin several times. Zhou Lin. Was it that the homeroom teacher was too obvious, or have elementary school students become so astute now? No way. No matter how pretty she was, Zhou Lin wouldn't agree. Bringing a woman over would mean even her farts had to be quieter, which was troublesome. Fu Nan pouted again. Zhou Lin rubbed his head. Go do your homework. I can't do it. Fu Nan shouted angrily. Which part can't you do? They'll teach you. Zhou Lin pushed open Fu Nan's room door to tutor a first grader. 3 minutes later, Zhou Lin was stumped by a simple elementary school addition and subtraction problem that he knew how to do it, but he didn't know how to teach it to a first grader. Teacher Lin can explain it. Fu Nan didn't think he was dumb at all, he just thought Uncle Zhou was the one who was dumb. Zhou Lin. Uncle Zhou, where is Teacher Lin staying tonight? Is she sleeping on the street? Fu Nan is still worried about his teacher. Zhou Lin suddenly found it strange. How do you know about her situation? Fu Nan recounted how Teacher Lin had accompanied him to look at the gray rabbit at noon. Zhou Lin frowned. She sounded like a good teacher. What are you doing? Coming back to his senses, he found Fu Nan flipping through numbers on his small phone. Zhou Lin's heart skipped a beat. I'm going to ask Teacher Lin where she's staying tonight. Fu Nan said seriously, if you don't rent her a place, they'll let Teacher Lin live with me. After saying that, he ran off to make a call, his voice sweet and soft when he called Teacher Lin, completely different from how he spoke to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin was dumbfounded. Lin Yue was also confused by her student. What did it mean to move in with him? Hello, I'm Fu Nan's uncle. Have you found a place to stay? Zhou Lin quickly snatched the phone from Fu Nan, introducing himself while signaling Fu Nan to be quiet with his eyes that a deep, mature male voice came through unexpectedly, and Lin Yue was so shocked she forgot to walk, pausing at the unfamiliar community entrance for a moment before awkwardly saying, I was just about to go see, I appreciate Fu Nan's kindness, and I apologize for bothering you that I am really fine. Well, you're busy, you'll go look at the house. The woman's voice was soft and gentle, like a babbling spring. Just from her voice, Zhou Lin understood why elementary school students liked her. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Lin glanced at Fu Nan and admitted, I have a master bedroom for rent here. If Teacher Lin is interested, we can meet at school tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 2. Zhou Lin didn't provide his community address or room details, so Lin Yue naturally couldn't determine if she was interested. However, out of politeness for the kindness shown by the uncle and nephew, Lin Yue agreed to meet Zhou Lin tomorrow afternoon. Okay, see you tomorrow. Zhou Lin hung up the phone. Lin Yue looked at her phone, and a few seconds later, she put it in her bag and continued to check out the houses she had contacted in the afternoon. Ms. Wu had given her 3 days to move, and she had to look around more. She couldn't just wait at home for tomorrow because of a phone call from Fu Nan's uncle. What if the room he offered wasn't suitable for her? Her mind was filled with thoughts of houses, and Lin Yue didn't even eat dinner. Before it got dark, she rushed to see 4 properties in a row, 2 of which were in the same community. Unfortunately, Lin Yue's feet were sore, and she couldn't make a decision. There was one studio she was satisfied with in terms of price and community environment, but when Lin Yue finished viewing it, she happened to run into a neighboring tenant who had just returned a bald man with tattoos on his arms, leering at her. Lin Yue was frightened and didn't dare to rent there. Taking a taxi back to her current community, it was already past 8 in the evening. Feeling anxious, she climbed to the 2nd floor and looked at the tightly closed security door of the Han family. Lin Yue hesitated for 2 minutes, then turned her eyes away and continued upstairs. The house belonged to the Han family. They didn't want to rent it to her. So what's the point in being reasonable? Big cities are prosperous but merciless without money or a house. One could only endure. Once inside, Lin Yue looked around and silently packed her things at tea 1 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yue finally finished preparing her lesson, turned off the lights, and lay down in bed, unable to sleep. She longed for a house of her own. Having gone to bed late, Lin Yue got up on time when the alarm rang in the morning, washed her face, brushed her teeth, changed her clothes, and went out. Near the community gate, she saw Han Yang carrying a breakfast bag, tall and slender, wearing a clean white shirt. He walked through the shade of the trees into the bright morning light, his handsome face glowing softly. Good morning. Han Yang slowed his pace and greeted her with a smile, his eyes beneath the glasses curiously observing Lin Yue. He had waited outside until after 6 o'clock yesterday and hadn't seen her, not knowing when she returned. Han Yang was a bit worried and regretted not having the courage to ask for her contact information. His smile was as clean as ever. He probably still didn't know about her eviction from Ms. Wu's place. Lin Yue responded with a casual good morning and brushed past him. There was no need to transfer her unpleasantness with Ms. Wu on to Han Yang. She hurried to catch the subway, while Han Yang walked a few steps away slowly, then pretended to look at the scenery, glancing back to see her turn the corner and disappear. Han Yang felt a sense of loss, and the breakfast he bought an hour ago had long since gone cold. Today, Lin Yue had 3 classes in total. The first 2 in the morning were with other classes, and the afternoon class was the one teaching Fu Nan's class. Holding her textbooks, Lin Yue instinctively looked at Fu Nan's seat in front of the classroom, and then her gaze met a pair of excited and expectant black eyes, reflecting a simple and pure affection for her. Lin Yue suddenly forgot about the troubles of finding a rental and smiled as she stepped into the classroom. The class monitor called for everyone to stand, and 46 first-grade students shouted in unison, "Hello, teacher." Their voices were crisp and pleasant. Lin Yue taught with ease. The children's thinking was different from adults. Lin Yue liked to teach through fun. For example, for the math problem 31, she would create a simple story. There were 3 monkeys sitting in a tree, one of whom wanted to wash, because he didn't like bathing and was itchy. So how many monkeys were left in the tree? The elementary school students laughed at the unhygienic monkey while counting the monkey illustrations in their textbooks. 40 minutes passed before they knew it. Fu Nan had to line up with his classmates to wait for their parents at the school gate. Lin Yue returned to her office first, agreeing to meet later. Around 5 o'clock, Lin Yue arrived at the school gate, where students were being picked up one after another. Fu Nan was sitting alone on a long wooden bench in the shade of a tree, looking into the campus. When he saw her, Fu Nan happily waved at her. "Is your uncle not here yet?" Lin Yue sat down next to Fu Nan and asked with a smile. Fu Nan pouted, looking disdainfully at the street. "He's always late." Lin Yue became curious about Fu Nan's family situation again. She patted Fu Nan's head and gently asked, "Why does your uncle come and pick you up? Where are your mom and dad?" She was just a newly graduated teacher, and only the homeroom teachers had the students' family information. Mom and dad. Fu Nan drooped his head, his little hands fidgeting with the zipper of his backpack. From Lin Yue's perspective, the boy's little mouth was puffed up high. "Dad is on a business trip and will be gone for a long time that I don't know when he'll be back," Fu Nan said gloomily. After mentioning his dad, he tilted his head and watched a mother pick up a classmate. Suddenly, tears filled Fu Nan's eyes, and he wiped them with his small hands before lowering his head again. "Mom went to Beijing with Uncle Li. Forget about him." Thinking of his mom, the boy's tears fell in droves. Lin Yue vaguely guessed that Fu Nan was probably living with his uncle now, but she couldn't determine the relationship between Fu Nan and Zhou Lin. "Don't cry, Nan. The teacher is here." Lin Yue squatted in front of Fu Nan and took out a tissue to help the boy wipe his tears. Fu Nan sniffed a couple of times and stopped crying, but his eyes were still watery as he looked up at his gentle and friendly teacher with dependence. Just as Lin Yue was about to cheer him up, a shadow suddenly loomed over from the side. Lin Yue instinctively looked up and saw a tall, straight man standing 3 steps away. He wore black pants and a black shirt, his short hair neat, and his dark eyes hawk-like as they scrutinized her. Their eyes met, and while Lin Yue was still surprised, the man's gaze shifted to Fu Nan's face. Fu Nan felt embarrassed to cry in front of Teacher Lin, but didn't want Uncle Zhou to see it. He turned away to rub his eyes and then stood up as if nothing had happened, calling out softly, "Uncle Zhou." "So this is Fu Nan's uncle." Lin Yue quickly stood up straight and was even more shocked to find that she only reached the man's chest. He was like a towering black mountain, exuding a chillingly strong and tense aura. However, unlike the bald tattooed man Lin Yue met last night, she felt nervous but not afraid in front of this Uncle Zhou. "Hello, I am Zhou Lin. Fu Nan's dad is on a business trip, and I will take care of Fu Nan until he returns." Zhou Lin extended his hand for self-introduction. His voice was deep, and the gesture of reaching out had a certain quality to it, as if he were trained. But who trains for a handshake? Lost in thought, Lin Yue's gaze dropped and suddenly noticed a scar on the inner wrist of the man's hand, about 2 centimeters long, healed but still ugly. Lin Yue felt inexplicably uneasy, her hand hovering in the air. The small woman who hadn't seen much of the world felt a hint of fear at the sight of a scarred man on that fair and handsome face. So Zhou Lin was too lazy to deal with women. This suggestion to rent a house to the female teacher was entirely for Fu Nan's sake. Retracting his hand, Zhou Lin reached into his pocket and took out his ID. handing it to Lin Yue. I'm a criminal police officer. The scar was left from an encounter with a robber last week. His movements were so quick that Lin Yue didn't have time to react before a badge with a solemn emblem appeared before her. Lin Yue felt extremely embarrassed. She almost doubted that a criminal police officer was a thug. Hello.it was her first time dealing with a police officer, and Lin Yue felt even more at a loss. Remembering that the police officer had wanted to shake hands with her earlier, she quickly extended her hand again, lowering her eyes and not daring to meet the man's gaze. Directly, Zhou Lin glanced at her small, fair hand and then at the woman's flushed face before simply shaking it. The handshake was so brief it felt like they barely touched. He pointed towards the driveway. Get in the car, let's find a place to eat first. After saying that, he didn't care whether Lin Yue agreed or not, put away his ID, and walked towards the black SUV by the roadside. Lin Yue was also taken aback by his identity and followed Fu Nan to the car. Her brain finally started functioning again, and she began to hesitate about whether it was appropriate to get in. She didn't know Zhou Lin at all. Was a police officer necessarily a good person? Thinking this, Lin Yue secretly glanced at the driver's seat, just in time to meet Zhou Lin's gaze, which was frowning and seemed displeased. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. Teacher, get in the car, Fu Nan said, pulling at the car door and looking at her with confusion. Prompted by him, Lin Yue got in a daze. Fu Nan happily sat beside the teacher and eagerly pulled the car door shut. The back seat was spacious, and Lin Yue felt a bit nervous. She looked at Fu Nan, and he looked back at her, both trying to maintain a smile. Buckle up, came the cold reminder from the man in front. Instinctively, Lin Yue looked down to find a seatbelt. Both of them buckled up, and Zhou Lin stared ahead, reaching back with his hand to pass his phone. You choose the place. Lin Yue hesitated, and Fu Nan skillfully grabbed Zhou Lin's large-screen phone, opened an app, and quickly swiped to find a restaurant, enthusiastically recommending, "This one is delicious. Uncle Zhou took me here when he treated the team to dinner last time." The first thing Lin Yue saw was the price listed at the back, $500 per person. Let's pick another. This one is a bit far, Lin Yue whispered, thinking she was only discussing the rental issue with Zhou Lin and could just grab a quick bite. Fu Nan became anxious. He liked Teacher Lin and wanted to treat her to a nicer restaurant. That one that will arrive by 5:30, Zhou Lin said, one hand on the steering wheel and the other propping up his chin, glancing at the elementary school student through the rearview mirror. Fu Nan was satisfied, while Lin Yue felt uneasy, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. They should split the bill later. 20 minutes later, the three of them entered the restaurant's private room one after another. Zhou Lin directly ordered a set meal for three. He could tell from a glance what Lin Yue's personality was like. If he let her order, she would be too shy to choose. The waiter took the menu away, and Zhou Lin leaned back in his chair, glancing at Lin Yue and getting straight to the point. I'm busy with work and can't pick up or drop off Fu Nan on time. If you move over, you can help take him to and from school on your way to work, and I'll waive your rent. Fu Nan doesn't like eating out, so if you're willing to cook, I'll give you $2,000 a month for 2 meals a day. He had checked the babysitting market, and this condition was quite fair. Lin Yue was most concerned about the housing situation. As long as the place was suitable, she was willing to pay rent and take care of Fu Nan for free. Excuse me, which community is the house for rent in? Will I be living with Fu Nan? Lin Yue raised her head, mustering the courage to look at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin smiled meaningfully. Jing'an community, a 10-minute walk to the subway. The house has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. If you want to rent it, I'll give you the master bedroom, and Fu Nan and I will each have a second bedroom. Oh, the master bedroom has an independent bathroom. It was a normal housing description, but when Lin Yue heard his added remark, her face flushed. Teacher, what's wrong? Fu Nan asked, confused. It was better that he didn't ask. When he did, Lin Yue felt even more embarrassed. Think about it first. I'll go wash my hands, Zhou Lin said down and picking up his phone and walking out. Lin Yue looked up and saw his tall figure. When he turned to close the door, he suddenly glanced back this way, his gaze sharp. Lin Yue quickly averted her eyes, her heart racing. Chapter 3. Teacher, don't you want to live with me? After Zhou Lin left, Fu Nan looked up at Lin Yue and asked with a nervous expression, as if the teacher's hesitation was because he had made a mistake. Even at just 6 years old, he could read the room. Thinking of Fu Nan's background, Lin Yue felt particularly heartbroken. She gently patted Fu Nan's head and softly explained, how could that be? Nan is so well-behaved. If the teacher had her own house, she would want to bring Nan to live with her. The teacher isn't renting Uncle Zhou's house because the teacher and Uncle Zhou are not married. and living together might lead to misunderstandings. Fu Nin didn't understand. What misunderstandings? Lin Yue glanced at the door of the private room and chuckled softly. Misunderstandings that Uncle Zhou is my boyfriend. If that's the case, then no one would introduce a boyfriend to the teacher anymore. Fu Nin understood this and looked at the teacher with wide eyes before lowering his head sadly. Uncle Zhou was dark-skinned, had a bad temper, was busy with work, and couldn't even cook. He was not worthy of the teacher. Otherwise, he could have encouraged the teacher to consider being with Uncle Zhou. Despite being young, Fu Nin wanted to treat the teacher well and hoped she would find a good boyfriend. The boy obediently accepted her refusal, not crying or throwing a tantrum, which made Lin Yue feel inexplicably guilty. In fact, Zhou Lin's suggestion was very tempting, but Lin Yue didn't dare to rashly move into a stranger's house. Fu Nin was too young, and she and Zhou Lin could be considered a single man and woman living together. Zhou Lin was a criminal police officer, but he was also a strong and imposing mature man. Lin Yue wanted to be cautious. Zhou Lin returned, and upon hearing the door open, Lin Yue looked at the phone on the table, while Fu Nin looked at him in disappointment. Zhou Lin got the answer from their expressions, but he had already guessed that the woman might refuse, so it was not surprising. "Don't want to rent?" he asked casually. Lin Yue bit her lip and nodded, lying. "Sorry, my classmate just said her roommate is moving out, and she asked me to move in." "That's good," Zhou Lin said coolly. Then he teased Fu Nin. "The teacher has a place to live now. Tomorrow I'll hire a nanny to pick you up." Fu Nin stared at him without blinking, tears welling up in his big eyes. He turned his head and secretly wiped his chubby little hand across his face, but the tears kept coming. Zhou Lin's faint smile faded, and he leaned back lazily in his chair, but his gaze shifted towards the woman diagonally across from him. Lin Yue also noticed that Fu Nin was crying, which made her heart ache. Refusing a naive child's simple affection was much more difficult than rejecting a suitor at school. The boy was secretly crying, and both adults spoke at the same time before stopping abruptly. Just as Lin Yue looked at Zhou Lin in surprise, her phone on the table vibrated, perfectly breaking the moment's awkwardness. Lin Yue picked up her phone and saw a transfer notification. It was Ms. Wu refunding her double deposit, along with a note, "Move out before tomorrow night." Lin Yue stared blankly at her phone, feeling cold all over. "The landlord?" Zhou Lin asked, staring into her eyes. Lin Yue's gaze flickered. Zhou Lin leaned back in his chair and continued, "Is she urging you to move out quickly?" Lin Yue's face turned pale. "Didn't any classmates invite you to share a house?" Zhou Lin's words hit the nail on the head. "Lin Yue?" The woman seemed on the verge of tears. Zhou Lin looked at Fu Nin and then raised his chin towards Lin Yue. Fu Nin blinked and suddenly understood, jumping off his chair and grabbing the teacher's arm, pleading, "Teacher, come live with us. Don't be afraid. If someone misunderstands you as Uncle Zhou's girlfriend, I'll explain for you." Zhou Lin silently watched the scene while fiddling with his lighter. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. "Girlfriend?" Fu Nin immediately answered. The teacher said. Lin Yue quickly covered the little boy's mouth, her pale face already flushed with embarrassment. She stammered, trying to cover up her lie. I was just afraid that if I moved in, others would misunderstand and cause you trouble." Zhou Lin looked at Fu Nin. Fu Nin glanced at him, then at the seemingly anxious teacher, and nodded in agreement. Zhou Lin temporarily believed her, casually saying, "I don't mind. I just want someone to take care of Fu Nin. I come home late and leave early. I really don't have the time." Fu Nin had just moved in for a month, and this month the bureau was relatively quiet, so he could manage to pick up Fu Nin. But if a case came up, he might not come home for several nights in a row, and at that time he would still need to hire a nanny. He didn't pursue the girlfriend matter, and Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. "Teacher, please move in. I promise to be good," Fu Nin pleaded, laying on her lap, with the student's sincere wish on one side and Ms. Wu's coldness on the other. Lin Yue's wariness of Zhou Lin unknowingly diminished, but Zhou Lin knew what she was concerned about. He raised his hand and placed his badge on the table, pointing to the police emblem. Zhou Lin stared at Lin Yue with sharp, cold eyes. "I took an oath when I became a police officer. If you refuse Fu Nin due to safety concerns, that would be a double insult to my character and integrity." He was a criminal police officer. He would live up to those two words. Lin Yue suddenly felt ashamed, as this man had a piercing gaze that could always guess her thoughts and expose them in front of her, leaving her unable to refute. Someone knocked on the door. The waiter came in with the dishes. Zhou Lin responded, leaving the police badge on the table, glaringly visible. The waiter couldn't help but glance several times. And when he looked at Lin Yue again, his expression changed. Did she commit a crime? Or not? After the waiter left, Zhou Lin asked one last time as he put away his badge. Could Lin Yue dare to say no? If she did, wouldn't that mean she was admitting to being afraid of him, insulting his character and integrity? After a few seconds of calm, Lin Yue looked at Fu Nan and said, Then thank you, but Fu Nan is my student. Even if you don't ask me for help, I will take care of him. I still need to pay rent. Can you cook? Zhou Lin asked. Lin Yue bit her lip and nodded. Then it's settled. The rent is 2,000, which includes 2 meals a day for Fu Nan. The salary is also 2,000, which offsets it, but utilities and property fees need to be shared. Lin Yue sincerely said, Really, that's not necessary. I need to cook for myself anyway. Zhou Lin ignored her, asking Fu Nan, if the teacher cooks for you, do you want to eat for free? Fu Nan grinned and shook his head vigorously, insisting on giving the teacher money. Zhou Lin finally glanced at Lin Yue. Lin Yue had no choice but to agree to his terms. Looking at the table full of seafood, the coldness in her heart caused by Ms. Wu slowly warmed up. If Zhou Lin was truly reliable, then the housing conditions he offered were simply beyond her wildest dreams. A master bedroom with a bathroom, no rent, and close to the subway. Eat, and we'll talk after, Zhou Lin said, picking up his chopsticks and serving Fu Nan a piece of his favorite lobster. Once the teacher agreed to live with him, Fu Nan's mood brightened, and he happily started eating. Zhou Lin focused on himself, occasionally caring for Fu Nan, while Lin Yue's demeanor didn't seem to matter to him. Thinking of the teacher, Fu Nan continuously served her several dishes, even sharing half of the crab meat and mantis shrimp that Uncle Zhou had peeled for him. Lin Yue felt too embarrassed to eat what Zhou Lin had peeled and wanted to serve it back to Fu Nan. Fu Nan hugged his bowl and dodged. Being very generous, teacher, eat. Uncle Zhou will peel more for me later. Zhou Lin. So from today on, he had to serve 2 people. Lin Yue secretly glanced at him and happened to catch Zhou Lin's glare at Fu Nan, which was the first time she understood Zhou Lin's thoughts. If Zhou Lin had any ill intentions towards her, he certainly wouldn't mind Fu Nan sharing crab meat with her. In fact, it would be a good thing if he did care. With this thought, Lin Yue let down her guard significantly and increased the number of times she proactively served dishes, even thoughtfully helping Fu Nan peel mantis shrimp. Fu Nan was overjoyed. Anything that Lin Yue peeled, he ate himself without even considering sharing with Uncle Zhou. Zhou Lin watched coldly, finally understanding his saying. What good is having a son? Once you have a wife, you forget your mother, and this little brat, just 6 years old, was already like this. When he grew up, he would care even less about his elders. After an hour of eating, Zhou Lin settled the bill. This meal wasn't cheap, and when Lin Yue suggested splitting the cost, Zhou Lin silenced her with cold stare. Do you have a lot of luggage? Zhou Lin asked as he offered to take her back. Lin Yue, not much. I can move it myself. Just need to climb the stairs a few more times. I'll help the teacher move, Fu Nan insisted. Lin Yue smiled and patted the boy's head. Elementary school students are really thoughtful. The car drove to the entrance of the community. Lin Yue wanted to get out, but Zhou Lin drove straight in, asking her for directions. I'll take the 2 big items over tonight and save some trouble for tomorrow. Lin Yue had no reason to refuse. 2 minutes later, the car stopped downstairs at the Han family's building. Fu Nan insisted on going up, so Zhou Lin locked the car, and the 3 of them walked inside together. Lin Yue held Fu Nan's hand and walked ahead, focused, while Zhou Lin casually looked up. His gaze swept over and immediately noticed a figure on the second-floor balcony, which suddenly shrank back. Judging by the shape, it was a man. That man was Han Yang, who had been worried about his crush returning late for 2 consecutive nights. Waiting on the balcony, when he saw Lin Yue coming back with a tall man, Han Yang couldn't sit still anymore and walked out of the room to confront them in the hallway. Out so late? In the living room, Mrs. Wu was watching TV with her husband, and, seeing her son, she asked cautiously, I'm going for a run. Han Yang continued to walk outside. Mrs. Wu suspiciously stared at her son, and as soon as he stepped out, she immediately went to the balcony. If her son didn't leave the building, she would go to the 5th floor to look for him. In the hallway, Lin Yue had just reached the 1st floor when she suddenly heard footsteps above, and soon Han Yang came down. Lin Yue greeted him with a smile. Going out? Han Yang nodded, curiously looking at Fu Nan. Your brother? Just as he finished speaking, another figure came up, hands in pockets, slightly tilting his head, his gaze lazily sweeping past Han Yang. Han Yang was nearly 1.8 meters tall, considered outstanding among southern men, something he had always prided himself on. But facing the tall and robust man that Lin Yue brought back, Han Yang unconsciously tightened his nerves. He had seen taller men, but this one was not only tall but also strong. The casual shirt couldn't hide the primal wildness and power of his physique. To metaphorically describe him, he was like a leisurely strolling leopard, ready to pounce on prey at any moment. The hallway was dimly lit, but just one glance was enough to remember the other person's appearance. It wasn't he that he had a face comparable to male stars in the entertainment industry, but those sharp eyes as keen as an eagle. Such a man made Han Yang unable to even ask about his identity. He didn't ask, but Lin Yue wanted to explain, generously introducing. This is Fu Nan, a student in my class. Fu Nan helped me find a new apartment, and Mr. Zhou brought him to help me move my luggage. Han Yang was taken aback. You're moving? Didn't you just move in? Why are you leaving so soon? This question was awkward, and Lin Yue smiled, wanting to brush it off. The landlord of teacher Lin is too bad. He let her stay. Fu Nan said angrily, disliking someone bullying the teacher. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wu, who had not seen her son leave the building for a long time, pushed open the security door with a stern face, and coincidentally, she overheard everything. Chapter 4. Han Yang was almost love at first sight with Lin Yue. The first time he saw Lin Yue was at the entrance of their community. He was returning home for the weekend, walking towards the front door when a car behind him honked. As he stepped aside and turned back, he saw a green taxi slowly approaching. As it passed by, he noticed a young woman sitting in the passenger seat, her slightly curled long hair fluttering in the wind, revealing a fair and clean profile. Clean and delicate. In just a few seconds, the taxi drove away. But Han Yang stood there, his gaze still following the taxi, the girl's silhouette lingering in his mind. Throughout high school, college, and even graduate school, Han Yang had seen many beautiful girls, but none had made him forget to walk just from a single glance. Unable to help himself, Han Yang quickened his pace, turned a corner, and saw the taxi parked downstairs of his building. Every winter and summer vacation, the community would have a batch of new tenants move in, and Han Yang immediately guessed her identity. He excitedly approached to strike up a conversation. The first time he took the initiative to help a woman move. In reality, Lin Yue's suitcase was quite heavy, and carrying it up to the 5th floor was tiring. But seeing Lin Yue's beautiful and grateful smile made Han Yang feel particularly satisfied. Once, he ran into Lin Yue while returning home and was caught by his mother. That night, his mother said some things, and Han Yang vaguely sensed that she disapproved of him pursuing Lin Yue. However, he never expected his mother would break the agreement and kick her out. Suddenly, Han Yang couldn't bear to look at Lin Yue anymore. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he stiffly turned around. Ms. Wu ignored her son and coldly scrutinized Fu Nan and Zhou Lin. Then asked Lin Yue, "Found a place? Moving tonight?" Her attitude was very poor, as if she felt superior. Lin Yue, no matter how good-tempered she was, couldn't maintain a smile in front of Ms. Wu and replied in the same businesslike tone. "We'll move some things tonight and finish moving tomorrow before returning the keys." Noticing Lin Yue's hidden anger, a trace of sarcasm quickly crossed Ms. Wu's eyes. She didn't linger on the topic and simply told Lin Yue to tidy up the room before leaving. From start to finish, Ms. Wu didn't utter a single rude word, but every sentence and every glance carried an invisible arrogance. Lin Yue endured it, but Han Yang couldn't accept his mother treating the girl he liked this way. He turned around to question her. "Mom, the house." Ms. Wu coldly interrupted him. "Aren't you going for a run? If you're not running, then go inside." Not wanting to argue with her son outside, Ms. Wu finished speaking and returned home, leaving the security door for her son to close. Han Yang clenched his fists. Lin Yue was the most wronged person, but looking at Han Yang's slender and stiff back, Lin Yue suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards this helpful graduate student. In terms of age, Lin Yue was 2 years younger than Han Yang, but perhaps because she had already entered society and started working, she unconsciously regarded Han Yang as a student. "You go inside, don't argue with your family over this. My new place is quite nice," she softly advised while leading Fu Nan up to the second-floor platform. Han Yang stood with his back to her, still angry with his mother, unable to face her. They weren't even friends, and Lin Yue felt it wasn't appropriate to say too much. She continued to lead the confused Fu Nan up, with Zhou Lin silently following. "Teacher, that Annie is so fierce," Fu Nan whispered to Lin Yue after climbing a few flights of stairs. Lin Yue's mood was a bit complicated. When she first contacted about renting the house, Ms. Wu wasn't like this and was very kind to her. She didn't understand why Ms. Wu's attitude changed later. Han Yang also didn't understand what his mother was thinking. Back in the living room, he asked with a stern face. Ms. Wu was sitting next to her husband, watching television with interest, but her words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Han Yang. "I know you like her, but I want to agree. Since it's impossible for you two to be together, I can't give you the opportunity to pursue her." Mr. Han looked at his wife and son in surprise, not understanding what had happened. "What is wrong with Lin Yue?" Han Yang stared at his mother, wanting to know the reason. Ms. Wu finally scoffed disdainfully, looking upward as if she could see Lin Yue from several floors up. "You're a graduate student from a prestigious school with a house and a car. You should at least find a local girl. She's just a rural girl from a normal university. How can she be worthy of you?" Ms. Wu had seen Lin Yue's ID. Although they were from the same province, she was from a small county town, a place she had never even heard of. Such a woman was welcome as a renter, but not as a daughter-in-law. Her son should find someone of equal status. What could Lin Yue provide for him? If they got married, she would only drag him down. Glaring at her son, Ms. Wu raised her voice, refusing to talk to him. Prejudice against household registration is a common phenomenon in big cities. But today Han Yang realized that his mother was just as snobbish and vain. "Who I like is none of your business," Han Yang said coldly, then quickly walked a few steps and left again. Ms. Wu stood up abruptly, wanting to chase after her son, but Mr. Han held her back and said tiredly, "He's grown up. Why are you worrying so much? You've already chased her away. That Lin Yue isn't stupid and won't agree to your son. Just watch television. If he really pursues her, you can step in then." Ms. Wu stared at the front door, and after hearing her husband's words, a man she had just seen in the hallway popped into her mind. Clad in black, he didn't look like a good person, returning with Lin Yue late at night. They must be having an affair. With this thought, Ms. Wu felt relieved, thinking someone would help her dispel her son's foolish notions. On the 5th floor, Lin Yue opened the door and invited Zhou Lin and Fu Nan in. The room was only a little over 10 square meters, with a small balcony and bathroom. Against the wall were 2 heavy suitcases Lin Yue had packed the night before, a large travel bag, and the room was basically empty except for a set of bedding and a few plastic bags with packed clothes for small items. "Is that all?" Zhou Lin looked around in surprise and asked. Lin Yue nodded. "I moved last month, and to make it easier, I threw away a bunch of old things. So I really don't have much." Zhou Lin walked to the balcony and looked outside, then turned around and casually said, "Let us move it all at once. I don't want to run back and forth tomorrow." That landlord looked so mean. He didn't want to see her a second time. Lin Yue looked at him in surprise. "So quickly?" Zhou Lin leaned against the glass window, hands in pockets, glancing at Lin Yue's bed. "My place is easy to tidy up. Let's finish it in one go. Makes it easier." Lin Yue slowly surveyed the room she had lived in for a month, and indeed, there was nothing worth missing. "Okay, I'll pack up right away. You guys sit first." Lin Yue quickly made her decision. "Are the suitcases full?" Zhou Lin pointed to the 2 pink suitcases against the wall. "If they're full, I'll take one down first." Lin Yue nodded. Zhou Lin stood up straight and walked over, grabbing one suitcase and heading outside with ease. Lin Yue was shocked. One suitcase was filled with clothes, which could be considered lighter, but the other suitcase was full of books and very heavy. She could only drag it. Yet Zhou Lin picked it up as if it weighed nothing. "Teacher, which one should I move?" Fu Nan also wanted to try. Standing in front of Lin Yue's largest travel bag, Lin Yue smiled and handed him a small white bear the size of a pillow. Nan, help me hold this for now. We'll walk together later." Fu Nan happily accepted the bear and began examining it, thinking the teacher's bear was really nice. In the hallway outside, Zhou Lin carried a suitcase down to the 3rd floor and bumped into Han Yang. Han Yang looked at him with a complex expression, but Zhou Lin acted as if he didn't see him and casually walked down the stairs, his posture relaxed, as if he had nothing in his hands. Han Yang stood there for a moment, listened to the unfamiliar footsteps, then hurried upstairs. Lin Yue was just stuffing the folded quilt into the travel bag when she heard a knock at the door. She turned around to see Han Yang standing at the door, looking somewhat unnatural. The first thing Han Yang noticed was the bed that only had a mattress left, and he asked in surprise, "You're leaving tonight? Didn't T.U. say you would stay one more night?" Lin Yue followed his gaze, smiled with her head down. "There's not much to move. Let us take it all at once. Oh, I'll give you the keys." After packing the quilt, Lin Yue picked up the keys from the table, took one off, and handed it to Han Yang. Han Yang looked at her and first apologized softly. "I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have broken my promise." Lin Yue didn't mind anymore. "It's okay. Don't take it to heart. Just focus on your studies." She was smiling, her face delicate and rosy under the light, with fine beads of sweat hidden beneath her thin bangs. Han Yang couldn't tell if it was from climbing the stairs or from packing things, but he only knew that she looked very beautiful now, and he didn't want to retreat any longer. The footsteps downstairs were getting closer. That person was back. Han Yang tightened his grip on the keys and gathered his courage to ask, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Lin Yue was taken aback. She thought Han Yang was just here to say goodbye. But at this moment, Han Yang's flushed face and his nervous, expectant eyes suddenly overlapped with those boys who had pursued her during their studies. A teacher, a university student, although they had run into each other quite a few times. Lin Yue had never guessed in this direction. Realizing Han Yang's feelings, Mrs. Wu's face popped back in her mind, and only then did Lin Yue understand why Mrs. wanted to drive her away. Lin Yue inexplicably wanted to laugh. Did Mrs. Wu think she was trying to seduce her son? Forget it, they weren't close anyway. Lin Yue politely declined, not wanting to give Han Yang any false hopes. Han Yang's anxious heart instantly sank. Zhou Lin leisurely went upstairs. Lin Yue didn't wait for him to show his face and went back to packing her notebooks, turning her back to the door. But she knew that Han Yang had left and Zhou Lin had come in. Fortunately, Zhou Lin didn't ask anything. Thank you for your help." After everything was organized, Lin Yue glanced at the bulging luggage bag and said softly. Zhou Lin responded with an picked up the luggage bag and slung it over his shoulder. And before leaving, he also grabbed Lin Yue's heavy laptop bag and backpack without saying a word. Lin Yue felt grateful in her heart as she picked up the remaining small bags with one hand. Taking one last look at the room, she turned off the lights and closed the door, leading Fu Nin downstairs. After getting in the car, Zhou Lin drove silently. Fu Nin was tired and leaned back in his seat to doze off, while Lin Yue turned to look out the window. The economy of Jiang City was developed, and at night the lights were brilliant. Almost all the tall buildings were lit up. As the car passed a residential area, Lin Yue gazed at the bright windows, and a longing for home surged in her heart again. Zhou Lin glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a forlorn yet delicate face reflected in the car window. He averted his gaze and called out to Fu Nin, "Are you tired?" Fu Nin rubbed his eyes and stubbornly shook his head. "No." Zhou Lin scoffed, and after a while, a cheerful theme song from an animated show suddenly played in the car. Hearing that melody, Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. Elementary school students had been following this cartoon lately, and teachers would discuss it privately. To win the students' affection, teachers had to be familiar with the children's trends. Next to her, Fu Nin hummed happily, and Lin Yue's attention returned to him, smiling all the way. After about 10 minutes, the car stopped. This time, Lin Yue grabbed his suitcase. She didn't overexert herself and took the one with clothes. Zhou Lin glanced at her but didn't say anything. Picking up the large luggage bag and slinging it over his shoulder, holding the suitcase with books in one hand and leading the way ahead, Lin Yue followed behind, her gaze involuntarily falling on Zhou Lin. He was wearing long pants and a short-sleeved shirt, both hands occupied with heavy items. His arm muscles were taut, and the shirt clung tightly to him, clearly outlining the muscles on his back. He lifted such heavy things effortlessly, his steps quick and steady, while the only sound in the hallway was her increasingly heavy breathing. "Wait here." When they reached the third floor, Zhou Lin suddenly turned around and said, staring at her. Lin Yue, panting, looked up, but Zhou Lin had already disappeared. Only the sound of footsteps above could be heard, thumping like he was walking or running. He can still run? Sweat poured down, and for some reason, Zhou Lin's back appeared in her mind again, his arms nearly thicker than her calves. In the evening, Lin Yue had been wary of his strength, but now she felt very at ease. Chapter 5. Zhou Lin made 3 trips in total. The first 2 were to move luggage, and on the third, He carried small items in one hand while holding the sleeping Fu Nan in the other. However, his breathing was only slightly heavier. If it weren't for the damn patch on his shirt, no one would have guessed he had just climbed the stairs 3 times. Zhou Lin sent Fu Nan back to his room to sleep, while Lin Yue stood in the living room, curiously examining the apartment. The open kitchen was well-equipped and neatly arranged, but it appeared cold and unused, likely having been vacant for a long time. There was a shared balcony facing south, where a few pieces of clothing were hung, both adult and children's items. Not wanting to see anything inappropriate, Lin Yue quickly averted her gaze. To the east of the living room was a TV cabinet and a row of large bookshelves, with a 3-seater leather sofa in the middle separating the living room from the dining area. This was the view to the right after exiting the foyer, while the left side led to a corridor where the master bedroom and shared bathroom were adjacent, with 2 guest rooms opposite. Only Fu Nan's room had its door open, and as Lin Yue looked over, she saw Zhou Lin gently placing Fu Nan on the bed, turning his back to her as he took off Fu Nan's shoes. The tall man bent over with practiced ease, exuding an indescribable tenderness, reminiscent of a tall guard protecting a little prince in an animated film. However, Zhou Lin and Fu Nan did not appear to have any blood relation. Why would Zhou Lin care for Fu Nan and even want to hire a nanny for him? Lin Yue's curiosity grew. After removing Fu Nan's clothing down to his underwear and covering him with a blanket, Zhou Lin finally stood up straight. Lin Yue instantly changed her position, feeling awkward. In the unfamiliar environment, quiet night, and the presence of a strong man, she felt a physiological pressure. Zhou Lin turned off the light in Fu Nan's room and pulled the door shut. When he raised his eyes, he saw a petite woman standing at the foyer, slightly bowing her head, her face flushed with a few strands of hair sticking to it. Because she was turned sideways, Zhou Lin couldn't help but notice her heaving chest, still unsettled from climbing the stairs. So weak. Zhou Lin took a few steps forward, opened the guest room next to Fu Nan's, and explained in a low voice. I wasn't sure if you wanted to rent it, but I cleaned the guest room. I haven't moved my things yet. You can sit on the sofa for a bit. I'll tidy up in 10 minutes. Lin Yue still felt too shy to occupy the master bedroom. Summoning her courage, she walked over to inspect the guest room. It was clean and had everything it needed, so she smiled and said softly, "No need to trouble yourself. I'll stay in this room. Just move my things in. It's getting late, and you've had a long day. You should rest early." Both stood at the doorway, less than a foot apart. As Lin Yue leaned in, Zhou Lin caught a faint scent. Zhou Lin had studied at a police academy, graduated, and joined the police force directly, with neither time nor inclination to date. However, he had dealt with women during his investigations and was indifferent to the various fragrances women wore. But the scent from Lin Yue was like her, soft-spoken and hard to dislike. Yet, Zhou Lin letting go of the master bedroom was unrelated to whether Lin Yue was beautiful or fragrant. A big man sleeping in a master bedroom while a female teacher occupied the small room was something he couldn't do. The master bedroom has a balcony. You can hang your clothes over there. Zhou Lin stated the reason Lin Yue must stay in the master bedroom with a serious tone, as if analyzing a case to a subordinate. Lin Yue thought of the shared balcony to the south, a visible area from the living and dining rooms. If she hung her underwear there, she fell silent. There are tea sets over there. If you're thirsty, help yourself. Zhou Lin pointed to the living room again and turned to the master bedroom to move his things. Lin Yue had no choice but to go to the living room. Pausing in front of Zhou Lin's bookshelf, the entire apartment gave a sense of being neglected by its owner, except for the bookshelf, which was filled to the brim. As expected of a criminal investigator, the shelf was almost entirely filled with crime-related books. Lin Yue was timid, never watching detective dramas and uninterested in the heavy professional books. But when she glanced up, she unexpectedly found 2 rows of romance novels on the top shelf. Several titles were of the domineering CEO genre, starkly contrasting with the serious atmosphere below. Lin Yue's mouth dropped open in shock. Zhou Lin enjoys reading this kind of stuff. However, being a criminal investigator must be tiring. He likely needs to relax sometimes, right? Imagining Zhou Lin lounging on the sofa, reading a domineering CEO novel, Lin Yue felt her unfamiliarity with him lessen a bit. Sounds of deliberate soft footsteps came from the bedroom, in and out. After touring the living room, Lin Yue turned to check the kitchen. The cabinets held soy sauce, vinegar, and other condiments, and, upon noticing the visible dust on the countertop, she couldn't help but check the soy sauce's expiration date, only to find it had expired over 6 months ago. Zhou Lin came out of the master bedroom, just in time, to catch Lin Yue checking the expiration date. Just throw it all away. Make a list of the condiments and ingredients. I'll go buy them tomorrow. Lin Yue jumped in surprise, feeling guilty as if caught stealing, hurriedly putting down the soy sauce bottle. When she turned around, she saw Zhou Lin standing at the door with a dumbbell in hand, his shirt soaked through, clinging tightly to his body, revealing his chest muscles. Zhou Lin's skin was neither pale nor deeply tanned, but a healthy shade that balanced wildness and beauty. Any darker would seem overly muscular, while lighter would diminish the visual impact. Some women might be dazzled by a male model's abs, while others would cover their eyes, feeling embarrassed despite acknowledging their attractiveness. Lin Yue was the latter. Mumbling an acknowledgement, Lin Yue quickly turned back, as if suddenly fascinated by the kitchen. When she finally heard the sound again, she realized something was off. Zhou Lin had picked up her last 2 small pieces of luggage, moving everything else to the master bedroom. Lin Yue didn't know how to respond. Zhou Lin had done nearly all the work for her move. Thank you. Standing at the master bedroom door, Lin Yue sincerely expressed her gratitude, facing the man's sweat-drenched chest. The key to the master bedroom. Remember to lock it before bed. Zhou Lin took out the key he had just found, reminding her of safety like a police officer would to citizens. Lin Yue awkwardly pressed her lips together. She had questioned his character in her mind. Did he notice and emphasize it for that reason? Suddenly, her phone rang. Lin Yue took it out to see an unfamiliar number. She looked puzzled, and Zhou Lin waved his phone in front of her. It's mine. Contact me if anything comes up. Otherwise, you can treat me as if I don't exist. Just take care of Funan. She worried he might be flirtatious. While Zhou Lin didn't want to become more familiar with her, women were troublesome. Lin Yue was experiencing her first dealings with such a cold man. Having just moved in and living with a stranger, she inevitably had concerns about male-female dynamics, fearing he might be overly attentive. But Zhou Lin was so indifferent that Lin Yue couldn't help but begin to reflect on whether she had done something to displease him. Got it. Taking the key, Lin Yue replied softly. Zhou Lin headed straight to the shared bathroom, needing a shower after sweating. The sound of a door closing came from next door. Lin Yue glanced at the guest room diagonally across and slowly retreated back to her room, carefully closing the door and locking it. Turning around, Lin Yue finally saw the space that belonged solely to her. The master bedroom was spacious, with a large bed in the center and besides the wardrobe and bedside table. There was a small bookshelf that was absent in the Han family's room. Lin Yue felt delighted, walking around, quietly unpacking her luggage. Once everything was in order, placing a teddy bear on the bed instantly gave her a sense of home. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and she had classes tomorrow. So Lin Yue quickly took a shower and prepared her lesson. Perhaps she was too tired. As soon as she lay down on the bed, she fell asleep without thinking, sleeping particularly soundly. Lin Yue set her alarm for 6:50 a.m., but she woke up at 6:30 a.m., awakened by Funan. Teacher, are you there? In the hallway, Funan's little face was pressed against the master bedroom door, his big eyes blinking in confusion, uncertain whether last night's move was a dream. I'm here. Nan, wait a moment. I'll get up right away. Lin Yue felt particularly embarrassed that the teacher hadn't risen before the student. After getting dressed and tidying her hair, Lin Yue went to open the door. Seeing his teacher in person, Funan smiled brightly. Hello, teacher. Lin Yue smiled as she patted the student's head, her gaze drifting to the opposite side, where Zhou Lin's room door was open, but it seemed there was no one inside. Uncle Zhou had gone to work and asked her to have lunch with the teacher. Funan looked at the teacher and felt a bit afraid that she might not want to take him. Zhou Lin was not around, and Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief, but was also surprised. Had Uncle Zhou gone to work so early? Funan did not understand either. Uncle Zhou used to have breakfast with him and take him to school. Nan, go wash your face and brush your teeth first. In the afternoon, the teacher will take you to buy groceries, and we can cook ourselves in the future. Lin Yue loved cooking. The rented house of the Han family was not suitable, but now that there was a kitchen, she felt a bit impatient. Cooking by herself was clean and reassuring, and it was cheaper than dining out or ordering takeout. After being forced to eat out with Uncle Zhou for a month, Funan's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Lin Yue took Funan to the supermarket. She had checked the previous night. Zhou Lin had asked her to throw things away, and it really wasn't wasteful. All the old condiments were expired, and the fridge only had beer, drinks, and 2 packages of expired frozen dumplings. Pushing the shopping cart, Lin Yue's shopping desire was completely ignited, putting in oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, and flour one by one, then going to buy vegetables. Teacher, can we carry it all? Seeing the cart getting fuller, Fu Nan started to worry. Lin Yue smiled. Don't worry, we'll take a taxi back. Although Fu Nan was small, he was sensible and knew that there was still a distance from the supermarket to the road. Not wanting to trouble the teacher, Fu Nan hid behind a plump grandmother while the teacher was focused on picking eggs and secretly called Uncle Zhou. With multiple children at home, Zhou Lin hadn't connected with his subordinates for a month. When the men gathered to drink, although he didn't like to talk, that atmosphere was 100 times better than taking care of elementary school students. After finally shaking off the elementary school student and finishing the day's work, Zhou Lin walked out of the office, just about to announce that he would treat everyone tonight when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. The whole team looked at him simultaneously, hoping to get off work, fearing the captain might get a case at the last minute. Seeing the elementary school student's number, Zhou Lin felt it was not a case. Closing the door, Zhou Lin raised his phone. Uncle Zhou, are you off work? The elementary school student asked affectionately. Zhou Lin didn't answer. Is there something? Fu Nan peeked at the teacher and covered his mouth, saying, the teacher bought a cart full of stuff, and we can't carry it. You need to come pick us up quickly. Zhou Lin's heart sank. A cart full of things? Lin, you didn't even have a cart when moving. At Donghua supermarket, hurry up. Realizing the teacher was looking for him after picking the eggs, Fu Nan quickly gave the location and hung up. Zhou Lin, a cart full of things? That small woman definitely couldn't carry it all. Zhou Lin had to abandon his dinner plan and, under the watchful eyes of a group of happy detectives, frowned and left the police station. On the way to the supermarket, Zhou Lin tried to guess what Lin Yue had bought, and during this time, Fu Nan urged him again. Just as Zhou Lin wanted to ask, the elementary school student hung up again. So when Zhou Lin arrived at the supermarket and saw Lin Yue pushing a cart full of items towards the counter, his gaze towards Fu Nan became even more complicated. Fu Nan didn't understand. Upon seeing Uncle Zhou, he happily waved, Uncle Zhou, we're over here. Lin Yue then noticed Zhou Lin, standing in all black in the supermarket hall. Exudino imposignoha. Teacher, Uncle Zhou has come to pick us up? Fu Nan looked up and smiled. Lin Yue glanced at Zhou Lin and asked him softly, did Uncle Zhou call you? Fu Nan, not daring to say that he had called Uncle Zhou first, blinked and nodded. Lin Yue looked at the tall man across from her and suddenly felt that the detective was really very kind, coming to pick them up just to buy groceries. Chapter 6. When Lin Yue discovered Zhou Lin, she was at the end of the checkout line, accompanied by Fu Nan. Then she saw Zhou Lin entering from the supermarket entrance, striding toward them with a clear goal. Lin Yue recalled the man's words from last night, asking her to make a list of ingredients for him to buy. Although she had only known Zhou Lin for a short time, she had already sensed some of his personality traits. He was a typical chauvinist, insisting on paying when taking a woman out to eat, and he had to carry heavy items when moving for a woman. Even when sharing an apartment, he, as the landlord, insisted on giving the master bedroom to the female tenant. Chauvinism has a certain negative connotation, but in Zhou Lin, Lin Yue only saw the masculinity and sense of responsibility of a mature man. Get to me. A minute later, a low and cold voice came from behind her, and Lin Yue was not surprised at all, but she couldn't accept it. Gripping the shopping cart's handle, Lin Yue slightly turned her head and said to Zhou Lin, who was also grabbing the cart, I brought money. The supermarket was noisy, and Zhou Lin noticed her drooping eyelids, her thick lashes slightly curled, like the lightest, finest black feathers. Girls from Jiangnan typically have good skin, but hers was not the ordinary fair complexion. It was so delicate that almost no pores were visible. Like the fragile and exquisite Qingci, blue porcelain, he was familiar with for his childhood. This woman was beautiful, but what attracted him most was her pervasive softness. Like a gentle spring breeze or a babbling brook. Her eyes were clear and bright, looking over with a glimmer, like moonlight falling upon her. Her features were lovely, and her voice was like the gentlest spring water, softly reaching out to touch the listener's heartstrings. A dignified criminal police officer being helped by Fu Nan made Zhou Lin feel a bit restless inside. However, when the little woman turned her head and spoke. He suddenly didn't care much anymore. Zhou Lin glanced at the cart and quickly found a few snacks that Fu Nan loved. He picked one up and said above her head, "I'll pay." Lin Yue wanted to insist, but suddenly noticed that the checkout line opposite them had someone curiously looking at them, a man and a woman with a child. Their posture, with bodies close and whispering softly, seemed to have become ambiguous. With her ears slightly warm, Lin Yue faced forward, still gripping the shopping cart. "Are you being reserved?" Zhou Lin tried to pull her back, his fingers pinching the short sleeve of her shirt, but not touching her fair arm. Lin Yue remained still. Zhou Lin frowned, decided to ignore her, and silently took out his card. When it was their turn, Zhou Lin quickly handed the card to the cashier. He was tall, and Lin Yue couldn't compete with him, but she had already made up her mind to pay herself. So she began placing the items from the card onto the counter, including basic kitchen necessities and her own snacks, leaving only Fu Nan's snacks behind. "These are mine." Holding up her phone, Lin Yue said calmly. The female cashier looked at Zhou Lin in surprise. Zhou Lin glanced at Lin Yue and still insisted together. Saying this, he picked up Fu Nan's snacks and placed them on the counter. The cashier looked at Lin Yue again. Lin Yue remained firm. Zhou Lin's features were stern, and he had a muscular build. People would believe he was a police officer, and nobody would question him if he was thought to be a thug. However, Lin Yue looked like a gentle and beautiful good girl. The inquisitive gaze passed between them, and the female cashier began to imagine her own story, thinking that the man was aggressively pursuing the woman, but the woman was not appreciative. As a fellow woman, the cashier chose to support Lin Yue, setting down Zhou Lin's card and smiling as she scanned Lin Yue's code. Zhou Lin stared at Lin Yue, his eyes cold, but there was something more. Lin Yue, holding a large shopping bag in one hand, tried to walk forward as casually as possible. Zhou Lin's gaze moved down and saw the delicate curve of her arm, which showed a hint of weakness, if that could be considered muscle. He was here paying for a few bags of elementary school snacks, while Fu Nan had already run over to help the teacher carry things, glancing back at him while following the teacher. Zhou Lin's expression was unchanged as he picked up the small shopping bag and slowly followed behind the teacher and student, his dark eyes playfully watching Lin Yue. The shopping bag was heavy, especially the one on the left, which contained 10 pounds of rice. If Zhou Lin wasn't behind her, Lin Yue would have walked a bit, then stopped, but the helpful police officer suddenly stopped assisting her, likely because he was displeased with the recent checkout incident. Therefore, Lin Yue couldn't show any weakness. Her hand was very white, and the shopping bag sank deeply into her palm, affecting her blood flow, causing her fair fingers to change color quickly. Just then, Zhou Lin quickened his pace, silently snatching the 2 shopping bags from her hands and walking away. As her hands loosened, Lin Yue looked ahead and saw the man's broad back striding out of the supermarket and into the sunset. The golden sun cast its light on his right side, making his stern face appear even more resolute, and his shiny right arm looked even stronger, filled with power. Lin Yue raised her hand, looking at the reddened mark left by the bag's handle, and she smiled gently. Beside her, Fu Nan looked at his teacher with confusion, feeling that both the teacher and Uncle Zhou were a bit strange. The black SUV was parked by the roadside. Fu Nan got in first, and Lin Yue sat beside him, fastening her seatbelt while secretly glancing at the driver's seat. Zhou Lin started the car and drove away as if nothing had happened. Upon returning to the community, Zhou Lin quickly climbed the stairs, leaving Lin Yue and Fu Nan far behind. When Lin Yue entered, several shopping bags were already in the living room, but Zhou Lin was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone to his own room. He had made his stance clear last night, not wanting to have contact with her. Lin Yue didn't pay much attention to it and happily tidied up the kitchen. After arranging the ingredients, Lin Yue began preparing dinner. Before washing the rice, she quietly asked Fu Nan, "How many bowls of rice can Uncle Zhou eat in one meal?" It was only a little past 5, and Lin Yue guessed that Zhou Lin hadn't eaten yet. Fu Nan tilted his head, thought for a moment, and held up 3 fingers. "Uncle Zhou can eat a lot. He always asks for more rice." Once, Uncle Zhou took him out to a restaurant, and even after Fu Nan was full, Uncle Zhou kept asking the boss for more rice. When the boss's wife smiled and asked Uncle Zhou to pay extra, Fu Nan felt a bit embarrassed. Connecting Zhou Lin's robust build, Lin Yue wasn't surprised and continued to ask, "Does Uncle Zhou prefer sweet or spicy food? Does he like strong flavors or lighter ones?" Fu Nan, whom she already understood well, quickly answered, "Spicy and salty." Lin Yue understood and smiled. Patting Fu Nan's head, "Nan, go do your homework. Dinner will be ready soon. The teacher will call you." Fu Nan reluctantly went off. I actually wanted to watch the teacher cook. The rice was cooking, and Lin Yue focused on making the dishes. She didn't do anything fancy. Just ordinary home-style dishes. One stir-fried chicken with mushrooms, one baby bok choy, and then a radish and pork rib soup. She preferred light flavors and thought it was unhealthy for children to eat overly heavy meals. So she served half of each of the two dishes first and planned to add chili and salt to the rest and stir-fry a bit longer. She was busy cooking, completely focused, and the rich aroma of the food wafted toward the bedroom. Fu Nan, drooling, quickly finished his homework and excitedly ran to the kitchen. In the adjacent room, Zhou Lin was lying on the bed reading, but the sounds and aromas from the kitchen kept seeping through the door, making it hard for him to concentrate. When the smell of the food was mixed with the unique fragrance of chili, Zhou Lin couldn't even lie still anymore. How long had it been since he had smelled such cooking aromas? It was not the smell from a restaurant or a cafeteria, but the smell of home. Yet this meal was made by his tenant, a woman he doubted could stir his interest, a woman he didn't want to interact with too much. He had long said that she should only take care of Fu Nan, that she should manage Fu Nan's meals. He never thought of eating with them. If it weren't for the elementary school student reporting back incorrectly, he would have been drinking with his subordinates by now. Suddenly, he heard footsteps running toward him. Zhou Lin put down his book and looked at the door. Fu Nan knocked. "Uncle Zhou, dinner's ready. The teacher called you to eat." Zhou Lin raised the book again and coldly replied, "I've eaten." Fu Nan let out an ah, and Lin Yue, who was setting the table, also looked up in surprise. Fu Nan looked at his teacher in confusion, unsure of what to do. Lin Yue looked at the 2 plates of spicy dishes on the table, feeling quite frustrated. If she had known, she would have confirmed beforehand before cooking. Fortunately, there was still the refrigerator. She walked to Zhou Lin's door and said to Fu Nan, "Officer Zhou." "Officer Zhou, Nan said you like spicy food, so I saved 2 plates of spicy dishes. I'll put them in the fridge, if you don't mind. You can heat them up for breakfast tomorrow." Lin Yue never really differentiated who she should cook for. In her view, cooking for one person was the same as cooking for 3, and it was nice to eat together, which could be seen as a thank you to Zhou Lin for not charging her rent. "You guys eat, I'm going to the police station." A man's indifferent voice came from inside, followed by him adding, "You don't need to make my portion in the future. I'm used to eating out." Lin Yue was taken aback. The food the teacher makes is so delicious, 1,000 times better than takeout. Fu Nan boasted proudly. Zhou Lin snorted softly, too quiet for anyone to hear. Since the landlord didn't appreciate it, Lin Yue didn't insist and took Fu Nan to eat. "It's delicious. Nan, eat more. Wow, this is so spicy. Tomorrow morning, the teacher will find a way to make it milder. Nan, you eat from this side first." "Teacher, I want another bowl." "You can't eat too full at dinner. You'll still have to drink soup later." In the cozy dining room, the intermittent conversations between the woman and the child were filled with the aroma of life. In the second bedroom, the tall and strong Zhou police officer had somehow changed a lying down, one hand gripping the pillow to hold his head down, while the other hand pressed firmly on his growling stomach. He was used to going hungry. The longest time he had gone without food was 2 days while capturing a criminal in the deep mountains. But tonight, the hunger was becoming exceptionally unbearable. "Let us go for a walk in the community square." Nan ate too much. Hee. With the gentle sound of the door closing, the woman who had tormented him for over an hour finally led the child away. Zhou Lin lifted his head, listened for a few minutes, and confirmed that no one was outside. He jumped up, pushed open the door, and headed straight for the kitchen. The dining table was empty, leaving only the aroma of food. In the kitchen, the rice cooker was in warming mode, with enough leftover rice for 3 bowls. Zhou Lin swallowed hard, went to the fridge, opened the door, and saw 2 plates of dishes adorned with bright red peppers and a small bowl of rib soup, all still warm and fragrant. Zhou Lin was starving, almost to the point of desperation. Without thinking too much, he grabbed a bowl, sneaked a bowl of rice from the rice cooker, stirred the remaining rice to cover up the evidence of his theft, and then picked out a few pieces from each plate to put in the bowl. Having stolen the food, Zhou Lin wolfed it down and even ladled a few spoonfuls of soup. But the more he ate, the hungrier he became. The mushrooms were delicious, the chicken was delicious, and the baby bok choy was also delicious. But he really couldn't steal anymore. If he did, he would definitely be discovered. He stared fiercely at the remaining dishes for a moment, quickly closed the fridge, washed the bowl and chopsticks, and returned everything to its original place. Just short of cleaning up his fingerprints before Zhou Lin sneaked back into his room. Chapter 7. There is a small restaurant near the police station, where the prices are affordable and the food is quite good. Before taking over Funan's case, Zhou Lin was a regular customer here. Around 6 in the morning, the restaurant was bustling with business, the sounds of ordering fried dough sticks and steamed buns overlapping. Uncle Chow packaged a serving of fried dough sticks and tofu pudding, and when he handed it to a customer, he saw Zhou Lin coming out of the police station, heading straight for this place. "Oh, Captain Zhou hasn't been here for a while?" Uncle Chow greeted him warmly. Zhou Lin smiled slightly. Same as usual? Zhou Lin had been starving the night before, and sitting at a table outside, he ordered, "Add 2 more steamed buns." "All right." Uncle Chow chuckled and turned around to urge his wife to serve Zhou Lin first. A bowl of wonton, 2 fried dough sticks, and 4 meat buns. Uncle Chow, in his 60s, was in good health, having run this small restaurant for decades, always smiling. Zhou Lin enjoyed eating here for the past 7 or 8 years without getting tired of it. However, although he was very hungry, the familiar aroma of the food made Zhou Lin feel that it wasn't as enticing as it used to be. When breakfast was served, the wonton soup was floating with bright red chili oil. Zhou Lin scooped up a wonton, lowered his head to chew, and the more he chewed, the more he missed those few bites from last night. A primary school student nearby was exclaiming that it was delicious, and Zhou Lin thought the student was trying to please the teacher until he tasted it himself and confirmed that the woman indeed cooked very well. Moreover, she had specifically made him 2 plates of spicy food. Zhou Lin did not regret refusing her kind offer. Keeping a distance between a man and a woman was the safest approach. He was just craving it. Picking up a meat bun, Zhou Lin took a big bite, consuming 2/3 of it in one go. "Hey, boss, you're here so early again?" Someone patted Zhou Lin on the right shoulder. Zhou Lin ignored it and continued eating. Tang Xian casually sat down next to him. Zhou Lin was 30 years old, with a masculine complexion and a stern face that screamed tough guy. Tang Xian was only 2 years younger, but had a fair and youthful appearance, with a pair of peach blossom eyes that were more flirtatious than a woman's. Sitting next to Zhou Lin, he looked more like a recent college graduate. In fact, Tang Xian had been a policeman for 6 years, successfully capturing many criminals thanks to his harmless appearance, quick adaptability, and inhuman short-distance sprinting speed. He was one of Zhou Lin's most capable subordinates. If there was anything Zhou Lin was dissatisfied with regarding Tang Xian, it would be his chatter. "That's not right, boss. You've been coming in late and leaving early to take care of the kid this month. Why are you here so early these past couple of days? Where's Funan?" Chewing on half a fried dough stick, Tang Xian looked at Zhou Lin with puffed cheeks. Zhou Lin's eyes were only on the buns, and he casually replied, "I can't serve him every day. I hired a nanny." Tang Xian nodded in understanding. As a criminal police officer, there was barely enough time to spend with his wife, let alone the children. He lowered his head to drink congee when suddenly, the sound of a cell phone ringing pierced the air. Tang Xian turned to see Zhou Lin holding a bun in one hand and pulling out his phone with the other, mumbling indistinctly while chewing. "Director." Tang Xian's heart sank. Before he could put down the spoon, Zhou Lin suddenly stood up, patted his shoulder, and strode toward the police station. There had been a murder case. Just an hour ago, a homicide involving 4 victims occurred in Yin County, a jurisdiction under Jiang City, and the Municipal Bureau dispatched Zhou Lin to lead the investigation. Around 10 in the morning, Lin Yue was in class when she suddenly caught a glimpse of her phone screen lighting up on the desk, indicating a new message. Continuing with her lecture and arranging for the students to work on problems, she checked the message. "Officer Zhou, on a business trip to Yin County. Take care of Funan." Lin Yue was stunned for a few seconds. The landlord she had just met was suddenly going on a business trip to Yin County? How long would it take? Was there a case since criminal police go on business trips? Her gaze swept over the message again, and Lin Yue replied, "Okay, hope everything goes smoothly on your end." Zhou Lin, in the car, received the teacher's well wishes. He put down his phone, raised his head, and his dark eyes were cold and sharp. Everything would go smoothly, That was for sure. In the afternoon, Lin Yue heard about the murder case in county at the office. There were 5 teachers in the first-grade math group. The group leader, Cheng Jinyan, was the only male teacher in the math group. Sister Wang was in her 30s and had the most experience, while Lin Yue, He Xiaoya, and Jiang Xiyu were all new graduates this year. Currently, Cheng Jinyan and Jiang Xiyu were in class, leaving only 3 people in the office. Lin Yue was correcting homework when He Xiaoya suddenly screamed from behind her desk, "Oh my God, that is so twisted. It makes me so mad." Lin Yue was startled and turned to look at her, while Sister Wang also closed her online shopping page and asked, "What's wrong?" He Xiaoya was tightly hugging a small yellow chick pillow, her face pale. A murder case happened in county. Mr. Liu and his wife, who open their restaurant at 5 every morning, have a daughter in high school who helps out at the store before going to school. This morning, a customer went to the restaurant and found that the Liu family of 4 had been killed, including Mr. Liu's 5-year-old son. After she finished speaking, the office fell silent. Only the clock on the wall ticking away. Lin Yue felt cold all over, unable to comprehend how someone could be so vicious as to spare not even a 5-year-old child. She used to think that such murder cases were far removed from her life, but now, the criminal police officer she had just met was going in county on a business trip, likely for this case. Suddenly, the murder case seemed to be right in front of her. "Have they found the murderer?" Sister Wang asked, her voice much lower. He Xiaoya dragged the mouse and after a moment said, "Not yet. They haven't confirmed any suspects. It's a case that just happened this morning. It can't be resolved that quickly." Knowing that He Xiaoya liked to browse Weibo, Lin Yue opened it as well to read the case report again. Meanwhile, Sister Wang began to sigh. The murderer deserves to die, but those parents really should have hired a worker since they were shorthanded. Calling their daughter, who is in high school, to help out just shows they value boys over girls. If the daughter had gone to school earlier, this wouldn't have happened. The women's rambling was suddenly interrupted by the bell ringing. Class was over, and cheers of joy erupted from the elementary students in the classroom. Lin Yue was still reading the news about the case when the group leader, Cheng Jinyan, entered the room. He instinctively glanced in her direction, his gaze lingering on Lin Yue's pale face for a moment. He walked towards his desk without saying a word. He Xiaoya, who wasn't familiar with him, saw Jiang Xiyu following the group leader in and immediately urged her to check out the case. Cheng Jinyan frowned and opened his computer. The women had already started chatting. Sister Wang was focused on the Liu family's preference for sons over daughters, while He Xiaoya was more curious about the murderer's motive. Jiang Xiyu lost interest after a while, sitting in her chair and stealing glances at the group leader. Cheng Jinyan wore a white shirt, had neat short hair, maintained an upright posture, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, appearing gentle yet austere. "Group leader, what do you think?" Jiang Xiyu asked softly. Cheng Jinyan didn't turn his head, replying coolly, "Even if the Liu family had a preference for sons, and even if they had offended the murderer in the past, that is not a justification for their deaths. The only one responsible for the crime is the murderer. The victims should bear no blame. I hope the police can solve the case quickly and bring justice to the victims." His voice was clear and refreshing, like a breeze dispersing the irritating arguments of the 3 female colleagues. Lin Yue couldn't help but tilt her head. Cheng Jinyan noticed, also turning his head to look at her, their thoughts subtly communicating. Lin Yue nodded slightly and continued grading homework. Cheng Jinyan picked up his water cup and walked to the water dispenser in front of Lin Yue's desk, quietly asking her, "You don't look well. Are you sick?" Lin Yue was momentarily taken aback, looking up to meet his concerned gaze, which was casual, like that of colleagues. Lin Yue instinctively touched her face, smiled, and lowered her eyes, saying, "I'm fine just thinking about that case." Cheng Jinyan acknowledged her with a sound and focused on getting water. Their brief interaction caught the attention of the other 3 women in the office. Sister Wang and He Xiaoya didn't pay much attention, but Jiang Xiyu bit her lip, staring at Lin Yue's delicate profile for a long time before suddenly asking, "Lin Yue, have you found a place to live?" Everyone in the office knew Lin Yue had been frantically searching for a house a few days ago. "Yes, I found one." "Which community? Is the rent expensive?" Lin Yue put down her pen, thought for a moment, and said, "Jing'an community. I'm sharing a rental with someone. I live in the master bedroom. It's a bit pricey." Jiang Xi felt very envious. She also shared a rental, but she lived in a small 10-square-meter room with a tiny wardrobe that was not enough for her. Curious about Lin Yue's place, Jiang Si smiled and said, "Let's leave work together. I'll come over to your place and check if there are any rental listings in your neighborhood. I want to move." Lin Yue didn't want anyone to know she was sharing a rental with Zhou Lin. "I'm sorry, but the sub-landlord said I can't bring friends over before signing the lease. He has a bit of a strange temper." Jiang Si pursed her lips. Xiaoya enthusiastically offered to help Jiang Si keep an eye out for rental information in her own neighborhood, but Jiang Si was not very interested. After school, Lin Yue tidied up her desk and went to the school gate to wait for Fu Nan. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Si rode her bike over. Seeing Fu Nan being held by Lin Yue, Jiang Si asked curiously, "Who is this?" Lin Yue was prepared and patted Fu Nan's head, saying, "He's my student. We live in the same building, and his family asked me to pick him up and drop him off at school." Fu Nan nodded in cooperation. Jiang Si was surprised and leaned closer to Lin Yue, asking, "Is it free transportation, or do you get paid?" Lin Yue laughed, "It's on my way. And I have a companion." Jiang Si understood and glanced at Fu Nan. She rode away, suddenly feeling cheerful. So what if Lin Yue lived better than her? Being a good person brought more trouble, unlike her easygoing life. Lin Yue took Fu Nan to the subway. When they got home, Lin Yue told Fu Nan that Uncle Zhou was on a business trip. Fu Nan immediately drooped, sitting on the sofa with his head down, rubbing his chubby little hands together. Just as Lin Yue was worried that the elementary school student might cry, Fu Nan finally lifted his head and asked the teacher, "Can I call Uncle Zhou?" His big eyes were bright, clear, and pure. Lin Yue thought the child missed his uncle and gently replied, "Of course. But Uncle Zhou is very busy right now and might not be able to answer." Fu Nan smiled and said, "That's okay. I'll wait until Uncle Zhou is not busy to talk to him." As long as Uncle Zhou wasn't like his dad, who wouldn't allow him to call and wouldn't say when he'd be back, Fu Nan was happy. Chapter 8 on the weekend. Lin Yue took Fu Nan to an underwater world. The elementary school students were excited and having fun, while Lin Yue treated it as a way to relax. At other times, Fu Nan played with friends in the neighborhood. There was a retired teacher, Grandma Li, in the community who couldn't sit still and set up a simple weekend daycare for parents who were too busy to take care of their children. Zhou Lin had already paid the fee, and Fu Nan enjoyed playing with the other kids. When Fu Nan was gone, Lin Yue tied her hair up, rolled up her sleeves, and cleaned the house inside and out, leaving only Zhou Lin's room untouched. After washing the clothes, Lin Yue hung Fu Nan's on the shared balcony. Hearing her phone ring in the living room, she wiped her hands and ran in to answer it. It was her college roommate, Xiao Lu. "You, where are you living now? My book has been published, and I'll send you a copy." The familiar voice was filled with uncontainable joy. "Really?" Lin Yue was both surprised and delighted. During their time in college, she was busy looking for part-time jobs and studying for qualification exams, while Xiao Lu preferred to stay in the dorm and read, gradually trying her hand at writing, but she had never published anything. She even cried a few times after receiving rejection letters. Now, her friend had finally succeeded, and Lin Yue could fully empathize with Xiao Lu's happiness. They chatted for a long time, and after ending the call, Lin Yue clicked on the cover of Xiao Lu's new book, feeling more and more drawn to it. In fact, when she first entered college, she had joined a literature club where members would write articles and share them regularly. A senior had praised her for her delicate writing and suggested she write a book and submit it. Lin Yue did start writing, but unfortunately, she only managed to write the beginning before her enthusiasm was worn away by various trivial matters, while Xiao Lu had dived right in. Now that she had time, perhaps she could rekindle her old interest. What should she write about? Lin Yue looked out the window, and, as she imagined the protagonist, Zhou Lin's cold face suddenly appeared in her mind, with his sharp, clear black eyes. On Monday, in class, Lin Yue stood at the podium, observing the elementary school students below. Some were secretly eating snacks, pretending to cover them with their textbooks as if the teacher wouldn't see them. Others were openly dozing off. And there was a little boy who kept tugging on the braids of the girl sitting in front of him. Teaching elementary school students was easy academically, but the challenge lay in correcting their bad habits. Lin Yue decided to first address the naughty child who bullied the girl classmate. "Teacher." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the right row. Lin Yue looked over to see Fu Nan sitting up straight, his little mouth pursed, with his right hand raised high. Lin Yue smiled and encouragingly asked, "Does Nan have a question?" This was the first time Fu Nan had actively raised his hand in class. Fu Nan stood up, turned around, and pointed at a chubby boy wearing a black checkered short-sleeved shirt in the middle row, saying, "Teacher, he threw stones at me." Lin Yue put away her smile, but she wasn't angry either. She walked over and took the small stone from Fu Nan's hand, which was about the size of a peanut. It would definitely hurt if thrown. "Where did it hit you?" Lin Yue checked Fu Nan's body, worried he might be hurt. Fu Nan touched his neck and said, "He threw it at me 3 times. After saying this, he bent down and picked up 2 small stones from under the desk leg. "Dou Ming, was it you who threw the stones?" Lin Yue turned to ask the identified student. Dou Ming was 7 years old, quite sturdy, with a chubby face, and he was the little tyrant of the class. Even when caught, he wasn't flustered. He looked up at the teacher with a neck held high, as if to say, "I threw it. What are you going to do about it?" Lin Yue told him to sit down and continue with the class. When the students were solving problems, she called the 2 boys out of the classroom to mediate separately. In the end, Dou Ming apologized to Fu Nan in front of the whole class and promised never to bully his classmates again. As for how long this promise would last, that remained to be seen. In the evening, Lin Yue coaxed Fu Nan to sleep and mentioned the incident. "Why didn't you tell the teacher when he threw stones at you the first 2 times?" Fu Nan pursed his little lips, saying he was afraid to raise his hand in class because he was worried his classmates would laugh at him. And it wasn't until it hurt too much that he reported it. Children are like that. Lin Yue gently stroked the boy's fair face and said seriously, "If someone bullies you again, Nan must tell the teacher immediately, okay? If you say something, the teacher can discipline him. Otherwise, he will keep bullying you. This time he threw small stones at you, but next time it might escalate to throwing bigger stones." Fu Nan obediently nodded. Lin Yue bent down and kissed the boy. "Go to sleep." Fu Nan couldn't fall asleep. He was thinking about Uncle Zhou. Once the teacher left, Fu Nan climbed up and went to his desk to get his phone, then hid under the covers to call Uncle Zhou. In County, Zhou Lin had just finished another case analysis meeting with the local criminal police. Everyone else had left, but he stayed put, looking down at the dozen or so photos on the table. The Liu couple were honest and simple folks who usually did not offend anyone. Sometimes when beggars came asking for food, the couple would kindly offer them a meal without disdain. Their daughter was academically outstanding and voluntarily helped her parents out at the restaurant since the school was nearby. There was no truth to netizen speculation about them favoring boys over girls. There must be a motive for murder, and financial gain had already been ruled out. As the police searched for suspects, they focused on factors such as love and hatred. However, after days of interrogation and investigation, the police found that the Liu couple had no debt issues or emotional disputes. The beautiful eldest daughter was quite popular with male classmates at school, and the police investigated all those who pursued her but found no leads. Moreover, the crime occurred at around 4 in the morning with a lack of eyewitnesses, and the economically underdeveloped area had no surveillance, which increased the difficulty of solving the case. Zhou Lin's phone vibrated, and he took it out, saw the number, hesitated for a few seconds, and answered. "Uncle Zhou, are you asleep?" The little boy's voice was soft, clearly coming from his blanket. Zhou Lin instinctively glanced at the photo of the child in the family of 4 and replied with a hum line. "How could you answer the phone so quickly if you were asleep?" Zhou Lin remained silent and retorted, "Is there something?" Fu Nan turned over, blinked, and remained quiet, listening to Uncle Zhou's breathing. He had no issues, just missed Uncle Zhou. Zhou Lin felt annoyed and rubbed his forehead, saying, "Go to sleep. During the day, listen to the teacher and don't fight." "I don't fight. The chubby boy threw stones at me, and I told the teacher, so I didn't hit him," Fu Nan said proudly. Chubby was the nickname he had given Dou Ming, but in front of Teacher Lin, Fu Nan had never called him that. "A bunch of little kids," Zhou Lin chuckled, but as he laughed, his gaze suddenly fixed on one of the photos. The next day at dawn, Zhou Lin led several criminal police officers to the kindergarten of the 5-year-old victim, Liu Chang. There were 30 children in Liu Chang's class, and the teacher called them over, making them line up in a crooked manner, looking bewildered. Zhou Lin leaned on his knees, bent down, and smiled like a friendly uncle. "Did Liu Chang ever bully you?" The children were unaware of the murder case. Some shook their heads, while others raised their hands to report minor grievances. Zhou Lin noticed a small, thin boy who lowered his head, covering his left arm with one hand. Zhou Lin walked over, and the boy nervously backed away, looking at the teacher with pleading eyes. Zhou Lin directly pulled up the boy's arm, rolled up his sleeve, and saw several needle marks on the boy's fair arm, with redness surrounding the wounds. Enough to imagine how much pain the child endured when he was just getting the injections. Zhou Lin squinted his eyes and quietly asked, "Did Lu Chang do this to you?" The boy lowered his head and shook it, his long eyelashes fluttering in panic. Zhou Lin continued, "Did he use a syringe to poke you?" The boy subconsciously nodded, and after doing so, he showed a puzzled expression as if asking how the uncle knew. Zhou Lin said nothing. Behind him, Tang Xian had already gone to check the boy's parents' information with the kindergarten teacher. Half an hour later, the criminal police brought the suspect, Hu Gang, from a construction site. At first, Hu Gang firmly denied any connection to the case. However, when Zhou Lin presented clothes soaked with the blood of the Liu family and the murder weapon dug up from the ruins of the construction site, Hu Gang clutched his head and confessed without hesitation. It turned out that Hu Gang had divorced his wife years ago and was raising his son alone. Without a wife, Hu Gang poured all his emotions into his son, working hard from dawn to dusk to earn money and sending his son to the best kindergarten he could afford. Last week, Hu Gang accidentally discovered needle marks on his son's arm, which had swollen up. After repeatedly asking, he learned that it was Lu Chang from his son's class who did it. Lu Chang thought it was fun to see adults getting injections and somehow got hold of a syringe, targeting the most timid classmates. Lu Chang played the doctor while Hu Gang's son played the patient. Hu Gang's precious child had been bullied, and he couldn't tolerate it. Knowing that the Liu family ran a restaurant, Hu Gang went to confront them early on the morning of the incident. At that time, 5-year-old Lu Chang was still asleep. Hu Gang wanted to wake the child for questioning, but Lu Chang's father disagreed. Lu Chang's mother, in an effort to protect her son, became even more hostile in a moment of impulse. In the blink of an eye, 4 lives were lost, and such a heinous case began with bullying between 2 kindergarten children. On the way back to Jiang City, Zhou Lin silently smoked a cigarette. "Those unruly kids are unacceptable," Tang Xian lamented with a complicated mood. "Eldest brother, you need to pay more attention. Don't lead Fu Nan astray." Zhou Lin exhaled a smoke ring, which dispersed, and then said to the window, "It won't happen. Our elementary school student will never turn out like that." By the time the case handover was completed, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Zhou Lin called Fu Nan, but the phone was turned off. After putting down his phone, Zhou Lin lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and dialed again. Lin Yue had just finished her last class and was organizing her lesson plans when she saw the incoming call. She paused for a moment, picked up the phone, and walked to the classroom window. "I'm back. I'm going to pick up Fu Nan now. His phone is off. Can you tell him?" The man's voice was deep and unfamiliar after not hearing it for several days. Lin Yu's first thought was of the murder case, and she quietly asked, "Had they caught the murderer?" Zhou Lin smirked. "Yeah." Somewhere in Lin Yu's heart, a sense of calm washed over her in an instant. Someone had died so tragically, and catching the murderer showed that justice still existed. And at that moment, the person on the other end of the phone was that hero who punishes evil and promotes good. "You've worked hard." Lin Yue unconsciously softened her voice. The 3 soft words were as light as a feather. Zhou Lin suddenly felt an itch in his ears, quickly moved the phone away, and then shivered like an aftershock. "Hang up," he said coldly. "This woman's voice is toxic. I can't get too close." Chapter 9. At the school gate, Zhou Lin arrived earlier than usual, even before the elementary school students. He parked the car by the roadside and glanced inside before heading to a nearby convenience store. When he came out, the duty teacher was leading a group of elementary students over. Zhou Lin put his things into his pocket. Other parents and nannies were gathered together waiting, but he stood alone on the other side of the group of parents, dressed in all black casual wear, tall and imposing, more impressive than the security guards hired by the school, attracting the attention of many young mothers. Uncle Zhou. Seeing Uncle Zhou, who had been away on business for several days, Fu Nan happily ran out of the line, speeding towards the entrance like a little cannonball. Zhou Lin stood in place, recalling how just a while ago he had come to pick up the child, and Fu Nan had been cold and dismissive towards him. Compared to the current enthusiasm, it was like ice and fire. "Uncle Zhou." As he got closer, Fu Nan called out even louder. Zhou Lin pinched the boy under his armpit and lifted him up. "Miss me that much?" Fu Nan's face turned red, his eyes shining as he looked at Uncle Zhou. He thought so, but Fu Nan didn't say it out loud and instead touched the stubbly chin of the man, making a few disgusted gestures. You didn't shave. Zhou Lin. That day he received a case and immediately set off, searching for clues in county. Where would he have the time to shave? If Fu Nen hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Lin wouldn't have even realized how scruffy he looked at that moment. The teacher is coming. Zhou Lin looked up, and it was just the time for school to end. The main road leading to the entrance was filled with students and teachers. But he immediately spotted Lin Yue in the crowd. The young woman was in a light blue dress today, chatting and laughing with her colleagues as she walked. The sunset was brilliant, and her fair skin glowed with a jade-like luster. As she moved, the hem of her dress rippled like water, outlining her graceful curves. Male teachers passing by turned to look at her. Female teachers did the same. And even the elementary students in line tilted their heads to admire the beautiful teacher in the long dress. Our school has the prettiest teachers, Fu Nan said proudly, leaning on Uncle Zhou's shoulder as he gazed at Lin Yue. How do you know? Zhou Lin lowered Fu Nan and withdrew his gaze. Fu Nan looked up seriously. I heard my classmates in class say that, and they said Teacher Chung from class 5 is the most handsome, and they all want Teacher Chung to be their teacher boyfriend. Teacher Lin is fair and beautiful, especially gentle, while Teacher Chung is also fair and handsome, particularly patient. I think Teacher Chung and Teacher Lin are the best match. Zhou Lin was speechless. A bunch of 6 or 7-year-old kids weren't focused on studying, but were instead worrying about such things. Who was Teacher Chung anyway? He had picked up Fu Nan from school so many times, yet he had never noticed any particularly handsome male teachers. He had seen a few middle-aged bald men with big bellies, though. Teacher. Standing next to Uncle Zhou, Fu Nan waved at the teacher again. Lin Yue smiled at the elementary students. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Xiaoyao leaned in close to Lin Yue and whispered, secretly observing Zhou Lin. Look at his arms, so strong. I bet he has 8-pack abs, at least 6. Appreciating handsome men was one of Xiaoyao's hobbies. Whenever they went shopping together, she often suddenly grabbed Lin Yue's arm, pointing out nearby good-looking guys for her to see. But this time, Lin Yue was too shy to look at Zhou Lin, fearing she would be caught by his sharp gaze. I'll go greet the parents from our community, she explained quietly. Xiaoyao laughed. Go ahead, I'll head off first. Lin Yue nodded and watched her colleague walk a few steps away before she approached Zhou Lin and Fu Nan. Just when Lin Yue was troubled about how to engage Zhou Lin in small talk, he suddenly turned and walked straight towards the black SUV parked by the roadside, his profile cold and indifferent. Lin Yue was stunned. What did this mean? Teacher, it's time to get in the car, Fu Nan said, looking at Uncle Zhou and cheerfully calling for the teacher. Lin Yue hesitated. Was Officer Zhou implying what she thought? Zhou Lin had only mentioned coming to pick up Fu Nan and asked her to inform him. If Zhou Lin had other plans after picking up Fu Nan, wouldn't her getting in the car put him in a difficult position? But if Zhou Lin really intended to give her a ride, it would be rude not to accept. After thinking it over, Lin Yue took Fu Nan's hand and walked to the car. After Fu Nan got settled, she asked the man in the driver's seat, Are you making dinner for Nan? As soon as she finished speaking, she met those familiar cold eyes in the rearview mirror, which always carried a sharp intensity. Lin Yue felt flustered and lowered her head. No need. We're eating out tonight. Hearing this, Lin Yue secretly felt relieved. Zhou Lin indeed had plans, and thankfully she and T rashly got in the car. However, Fu Nan was dissatisfied with this arrangement and pouted in protest. I don't want to. I want to eat with the teacher. The food outside doesn't taste as good as what the teacher makes. Lin Yue felt awkward. How could this child not see Zhou Lin's intentions? He had just solved a big case and was taking Fu Nan out to eat as a way to make it up to him. She only made home-cooked meals. How could they compare to the renowned restaurants outside? Then let us go home, Zhou Lin said without objection, calming the child before impatiently urging the person lingering by the car door. Get in the car. Lin Yue initially wanted to persuade Fu Nan to listen, but when she unintentionally caught Zhou Lin's serious gaze, she inexplicably felt hesitant to speak up and obediently got into the car. The adults each had their thoughts, while Fu Nan was filled with questions and asked, Uncle Zhou, where did you go on business? In county. To catch bad guys? Yeah. Did you catch them? Fu Nan wanted to know more. What did the bad guys do? Zhou Lin looked ahead and casually handed something back, his large palm holding 2 round chocolates wrapped in gold foil. Fu Nan loved chocolate, but Uncle Zhou only allowed him to have it once a week. Faced with this sudden surprise, Fu Nin immediately grabbed the chocolate and sweetly said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Lin didn't respond, casually glancing at the rearview mirror, where he saw the female teacher gently watching the elementary student. "Teacher, this is for you." Fu Nin, being the most considerate, decided to share one of the chocolates with her. Lin Yue smiled and said it wasn't necessary. But Fu Nin unwrapped the chocolate and held it up to feed her. Unable to refuse such a gesture, Lin Yue had to accept the chocolate. The round chocolate was placed in Fu Nin's mouth, and his cheeks puffed out. Lin Yue saw this and instinctively looked towards the driver's seat. Although Zhou Lin was focused on driving, Lin Yue still covered her mouth with her left hand to avoid being impolite. The delicate woman had graceful manners as she turned her head towards the window, only lowering her hand when she finished eating. Once the chocolate was gone, Fu Nin wanted to ask about the bad guys again, but Zhou Lin didn't want to discuss the case and changed the subject. "What do you want for dinner?" Fu Nin fell for it again, thinking seriously for a moment before saying fish. "The fish the teacher made last Saturday was so delicious, I didn't have enough." Lin Yue joined in. "Then we need to stop by the supermarket. We don't have any fish at home." After buying the ingredients, Lin Yue tied on an apron and busied herself in the kitchen, while Zhou Lin sat in the living room playing games with Fu Nin. Not long after, Fu Nin suddenly shouted, "Uncle Zhou smells so bad, all sweat." Children say whatever comes to mind, their voices crisp like little trumpets. Zhou Lin often dealt with cases and caught criminals, and in nearly 30-degree weather, running around Jiang City would leave him drenched in sweat. This time in county, he showered every day, but with only one set of clothes, it was no surprise he smelled. Being criticized by Fu Nin for his sweat was not the first time. But today, the last remnants of Zhou Lin's pride in this aspect trembled and surfaced. "What do I smell?" "I don't smell anything," Zhou Lin refuted calmly, glancing towards the kitchen. The woman had her back to him, chopping vegetables, the thin apron strings tightening around her waist, making her waist appear even slimmer, as if he could pinch it with just 2 hands. "It stinks everywhere. Go take a shower." Fu Nin pushed him in disgust. Zhou Lin had no choice but to abandon the game controller, go to his room to grab a clean set of clothes, and then head into the bathroom. Lin Yue had actually heard everything and kept smiling until the sound of running water came from the bathroom, unexpectedly remembering his Xiaoya's words. "Look at his arms. I bet he has 8-pack abs, at least 6. Zhou Lin's ups." Lin Yue was lost in thought, and suddenly her fingertip hurt. She inhaled sharply and quickly moved the kitchen knife away, but her index finger still got a small cut, fortunately not too deep. After a moment of breathing, the bleeding stopped, and she continued to chop the scallions, no longer daring to let her mind wander. In the bathroom, Zhou Lin felt a bit hot. He had been letting cold water run over his head. Once he calmed down, he turned off the shower and picked up a towel to dry off. The man in the mirror was tall and sturdy, with perfectly defined 8-pack abs, clearly visible but not overwhelming. As he tilted his head to dry his back, his chiseled jaw, prominent Adam's apple, and sexy collarbone were evident. Below there was a mature, male body full of strength. After drying off, Zhou Lin touched his chin and pulled out a razor, leisurely grooming himself. 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Fu Nin heard the noise, turned around while playing a game, and suddenly shouted, just like he had complained about Uncle Zhou's smell earlier. "Wow, Uncle Zhou is so handsome." Lin Yue couldn't help but turn her head towards the bedroom, where she saw Zhou Lin had changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his tall frame revealed, with toned arms and calves. Seemingly sensing her gaze, the man looked over at her, and after shaving, he appeared several years younger, full of vigor. Their eyes met, and his expression seemed to hold deeper meaning. Lin Yue hurriedly looked down, washing the cutting board she had just cleaned again. She sniffed to check if it still smelled bad. Zhou Lin picked up the elementary school student and added a hint of laughter to his voice. Fu Nin sniffed hard and chuckled. Dinner was ready, 3 dishes and a soup, but since Zhou Lin liked spicy food, all 3 dishes were divided into 2 plates, including the fish. "Next time, don't bother. I can eat it even if it's not spicy." Zhou Lin glanced at the dining table and looked at Lin Yue, naturally scheduling the next time. Lin Yue didn't notice and handed him the chopsticks. Got it." Zhou Lin took the chopsticks, his gaze lingering on her delicate, fair index finger for a few seconds before he sat down casually. Zhou Lin was taciturn, saying little at the dinner table, just focusing on eating. Lin Yue took care of Fu Nan while eating, and it wasn't until Zhou Lin left the table that she was shocked to discover that the 3 spicy dishes she had served Zhou Lin were completely gone. Oh wait, there was still some shredded ginger left. Lin Yue was dumbfounded. Zhou Lin actually picky? Uncle Zhou could really eat a lot. Fu Nan laughed loudly, patting his little belly at the man who had just walked out of the guest room. Today you washed the pot. Zhou Lin directly tossed a bomb at him. Fu Nan gasped, turning into a bitter melon face. Uncle Zhou is just teasing you. Go rinse your mouth. Lin Yue got up, preparing to clear the dishes. I'll do it, someone said beside her, and just as the voice fell, a large hand reached over, pinching a small pack of Band-Aids between its rough, thick fingers. Chapter 10. Lin Yue was stunned. Zhou Lin took a glance at her, placed the Band-Aid on the dining table, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and went to the kitchen, turning on the faucet and wiping them down skillfully. Lin Yue turned around. The man's tall figure and broad shoulders seemed nonchalant, as if giving her a Band-Aid was just a casual act. Lin Yue looked at her finger. The small wound was surprising that he even noticed it. Thank you, she said softly. Zhou Lin lowered his head to wash the dishes, seemingly not hearing her. Lin Yue smiled and picked up the Band-Aid, returning to her room. She closed the door, and the sound of water in the kitchen quieted down. Lin Yue sat by her desk, slowly tearing open a Band-Aid to stick on her hand. His eyes were always sharp. It wasn't strange that he noticed, right? But the feeling of being cared for was quite warm. Touching her protected finger, Lin Yue listened for sounds outside. It was only a little past 7 in the evening when Zhou Lin came out of the kitchen to supervise Fu Nan with his homework. Fu Nan sat obediently at the desk, and Zhou Lin took off his shoes and leaned against the elementary school bed, one hand behind his head, the other flipping through Fu Nan's Chinese book. After looking at a few pages, Zhou Lin turned to the window, and it seemed like there was a thin, weak kindergarten kid in front of him, bullied terribly but too afraid to tell his parents. Is anyone bullying you at school? Fu Nan, holding his pencil with a small hand, was seriously working on math problems. Hearing Uncle Zhou's question, Fu Nan lifted his head, thought for a moment, and shook his head. The little chubby kid throwing stones at him didn't hurt much. It wasn't really bullying. Zhou Lin responded with an wave his hand, and called the elementary school student over. Remember, your Uncle Zhou's nephew can't bully others, and if someone bullies you, you can't just stay silent. Fu Nan understood. Uncle Zhou was a criminal police officer, the best of the best. Uncle Zhou, I have a question I can't solve. While admiring Uncle Zhou, Fu Nan forgot that Uncle Zhou couldn't do math problems and eagerly sought help. Zhou Lin hadn't forgotten, pointing his chin towards the master bedroom, and said softly, Uncle can't teach you. Go find your teacher. Fu Nan hugged his textbook and went over. Lin Yue taught him a few things and then handed the remaining Band-Aids to Fu Nan, asking the elementary student to pass them to Zhou Lin. Fu Nan complied and conveyed the teacher's thanks. Zhou Lin took the Band-Aids and casually pocketed them. Uncle Zhou, all my classmates say that dinosaur movie is good. I want to see it too. Zhou Lin rarely took the initiative to supervise Fu Nan's homework. In the eyes of the elementary student, Uncle Zhou was a busy person. The fact that he came over today indicated that he was in a good mood, so Fu Nan finally voiced something he had been thinking about for a while. What movie? I don't know. I just know there are dinosaurs in it. Zhou Lin suddenly remembered that Tang Xian had mentioned wanting to watch a movie today at the bureau. He checked his phone and then looked at Fu Nan's eager face, saying, If I'm free on Saturday, I'll take you to see it. Fu Nan cheered excitedly. Zhou Lin glanced at the master bedroom, but said nothing more. On Friday afternoon, the first-grade math group held a summary meeting to discuss teaching situations. Group leader Cheng Jinyan asked, The group dinner is set for tomorrow. Does everyone have time? Each grade group at the school organized a dinner activity every month. Lin Yue had no plans, and Wang Jie, He Xiaoya, and Jiang Siyu all agreed. Cheng Jinyan nodded and listed a few restaurants. Let us have hot pot. We can go see a movie right after. Jiang Siyu was particularly fond of that hot pot restaurant, which happened to be in the same building as the cinema. Cheng Jinyan looked at the other 3 girls. Lin Yue was okay with any place. Wang Jie usually liked hot pot. And He Xiaoya was curious about which movie Jiang Siyu wanted to see. Jiang Siyu mentioned the name. He Xiaoya also wanted to watch it, and suggested they all go together. Lin Yue joined in, while Wang Jia passed. Jiang Siyu held her pen, trying to ask Cheng Jinyan generously, "Group leader, do you want to join us?" Cheng Jinyan laughed. "Do you want me to be the flower protector?" Jiang Siyu blushed. The group leader had compared her to a flower. Cheng Jinyan then glanced at Lin Yue and decided to treat everyone, buying tickets for a movie at 9 o'clock for one man and 3 women in advance. In the evening after school, Lin Yue told Fu that she had other plans for tomorrow. Fu and didn't need the teacher to accompany him every day and was happy to learn that the teacher will be going to see a dinosaur movie, excited to do the same thing as the teacher. Unfortunately, he didn't know what time Uncle Zhou had bought the tickets for. Halfway through the subway ride, Zhou Lin sent Lin Yue a text saying he had something to do temporarily and wouldn't be back until the afternoon, asking her to take Fu Nan to Grandma Li's place. Lin Yue understood the nature of his work. He was busy because he was protecting the country and its people. But seeing Fu Nan's disappointed little face, Lin Yue felt sorry for the elementary student and suggested that she accompany Fu Nan to another movie tonight. Fu Nan shook his head, his attitude firm. "No, I want to wait for Uncle Zhou." Lin Yue couldn't help but pat the little student's head. Nan really likes Uncle Zhou, doesn't he? What a stubborn child, always complaining about Uncle Zhou, but he actually likes him the most. Fu Nan resolutely denied it, but his face turned red. That evening, Lin Yue made Fu Nan his favorite braised fish to make up for Uncle Zhou's overtime. After dinner, Fu Nan finished his homework and went to bed, while Lin Yue focused on writing her novel, occasionally paying attention to the sounds outside. Off and on until after 10 o'clock, Zhou Lin still hadn't returned. Lin Yue turned off the light and lay down on her bed, wondering if Zhou Lin had encountered another case. On Saturday afternoon, Lin Yue took Fu Nan to Grandma Li's place again, before heading out to meet He Xiaoya and Jiang Siyu. She sent Zhou Lin a message. "I'm going shopping with colleagues in the afternoon and having dinner in the evening. Please send me a text when you get back to pick up Nan. If you're delayed with something, remember to let me know. I'll go pick him up." About 2 minutes later, the man replied, "Okay." As always, his replies were short. Lin Yue put away her phone, her mind preoccupied. While shopping for clothes, she frequently checked her phone, which caught He Xiaoya's attention. "You keep looking at your phone. Are you in a relationship?" Jiang Siyu was trying on clothes and quietly observed Lin Yue upon hearing this teasing remark. Lin Yue typed while lying, "No, I'm chatting with a student in my class." Jiang Siyu continued to check herself in the mirror, and He Xiaoya patted Lin Yue's shoulder, admiringly saying, "You're so responsible. Even on your day off, you're chatting with them. The kids in my class are so naughty. They give me headaches every day, and I wish I could avoid them." The topic then shifted to school. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock at the police station, Zhou Lin finally finished the work at hand. After handing over his tasks, he drove back to the community to pick up Fu Nan first. Stopped at a red light, Zhou Lin checked the movie schedule. Everyone loved dinosaurs, and the nearby shows were almost sold out, with only good seats left for the 9 o'clock show. Zhou Lin directly bought 3 tickets, knowing that the elementary student loved to please his teacher and would definitely invite her to join. "Xiao Zhou, you're really busy." When he saw Zhou Lin, Grandma Li smiled warmly, as they lived in the same community and knew each other well. Zhou Lin responded with a sound, hands in his pockets, standing in the empty space of the community square, watching Fu Nan play eagle-catching chicks with a few kids. The game had just started, and Fu Nan wanted to finish before leaving. "What is going on with you and Teacher Lin?" Grandma Li asked with a hint of meaning. Zhou Lin was puzzled. What did she mean? Grandma Li thought he was playing dumb and leaned in closer, smiling. "Stop pretending. I used to introduce you to girlfriends, and you would even look at their photos. This time, you directly rented a place for Teacher Lin. Well, Teacher Lin is quite nice, gentle, and elegant. She really suits you." Zhou Lin finally realized that the old lady had misunderstood and calmly clarified. Grandma Li felt a bit disappointed, but still kindly reminded Zhou Lin, "You can consider Teacher Lin. That girl is so pretty. There must be many people chasing after her. Don't be slow now and regret it later." Zhou Lin chuckled. It was quite a leap in logic. "Uncle Zhou, you finally know how to come back?" When the chick was caught, Fu Nan, sweating, ran over and started complaining about Uncle Zhou again. "Tell me, what do you want to eat tonight? Besides what I cook, which restaurant do you like? We'll go to that restaurant today." Zhou Lin hoisted the elementary school student onto his shoulders and walked back with big strides. Sigh. The teachers went out for dinner, so I guess I'll just make do. Holding onto Uncle Zhou's head, Fu Nan sighed like a little adult. You little brat. Zhou Lin playfully grabbed the student's bottom. After both had a bath and changed into clean clothes, they went out. After dinner, around 7 in the evening, Zhou Lin took out his phone, pretended to be about to buy movie tickets, and asked Fu Nan, how many tickets do you want? One for Uncle Zhou. One for me, a total of 2. Fu Nan successfully solved a simple addition problem. Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow. Don't you miss Teacher Lin today? Fu Nan chuckled. The teacher is going to watch it too. She went with Teacher Chung. The elementary student knew that the two teachers were together. But the key point was that it was Teacher Lin and Teacher Chung. Zhou Lin looked up, thought for a moment, and then remembered who Teacher Chung was. The rumored most handsome male teacher in the first grade math group. A man and a woman going to watch a movie together. Even Zhou Lin, who was not well versed in romance, understood the implication. There was still more than an hour before the movie started. Come on, Uncle Zhou will buy you some clothes. Other people's love lives had nothing to do with him. Zhou Lin put down his phone and took the elementary student to the mall. At 8:30, they arrived at the cinema, collected their movie tickets, and Zhou Lin led the elementary student to buy popcorn. There were quite a few people, and Fu Nan obediently followed behind Uncle Zhou, his big eyes looking around. Suddenly, they lit up as he waved in the distance. Teacher Lin. Zhou Lin turned around and saw a group of 4. On the weekend, Lin Yue was wearing a pair of white shorts, her long, thin, straight legs making her look lively and enthusiastic compared to her usual teacher image. She was accompanied by 2 women on either side. But Zhou Lin didn't pay much attention to them, and instead focused on the man next to the 3 women. Cheng Jinyan was dressed casually, tall and upright, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and cultured. If he changed into ancient attire, he would look just like a scholar from period drama. Zhou Lin immediately confirmed that this was the most handsome math teacher in the first grade, as mentioned by Fu Nan. After a few more glances, Zhou Lin suddenly felt worried. Did the elementary student have such poor taste? Should they take him to a hospital for a checkup? Chapter 11. Lin Yue knew that Fu Nan and Zhou Lin were also going to watch a movie today, but she didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. She had already discussed with Fu Nan beforehand that if anyone asked about their relationship, they would say they were students and teachers living in the same neighborhood. However, with so many colleagues around, Lin Yue still felt a bit nervous. In fact, it wasn't particularly rare for unfamiliar men and women to share a rental in a big city, but for some reason, Lin Yue wanted to hide the fact that she was living with Zhou Lin. The students in my class, that's his uncle, and we live in the same neighborhood. Lin Yue explained again. Yi Xiaoya had seen Zhou Lin before. At that time, he was dressed in all black, cold and cool. Tonight, Zhou Lin was dressed in an ordinary black short-sleeved shirt paired with matching shorts. From behind, he looked tall and somewhat disheveled. When the man turned around, his brows were sharp and carried a hint of disdain, which was inexplicably attractive. Even those baggy shorts looked a bit more upscale because of his good looks and physique. Beautiful people draw attention, and handsome men do too. Jiangxi had a crush at first sight on the elegant team leader Cheng Jinyan. But that didn't affect her amazement when she first saw Zhou Lin. Cheng Jinyan was gentle and sunny, making women feel at ease, while Zhou Lin was muscular, cold, and dangerous. And this danger could stir a woman's sense of taboo. Only Cheng Jinyan politely made eye contact with Zhou Lin. Noticing that Zhou Lin had no interest in small talk, so he withdrew his gaze and smiled, asking the 3 women, I'm going to buy snacks, what do you want? Jiangxi was immediately drawn back to attention by the voice of the male god. Her smile sweet, I want a popcorn, thank you, team leader. Yi Xiaoya also ordered a portion. Lin Yue didn't have the habit of eating in the cinema, so she gently declined. Cheng Jinyan nodded and went to queue, choosing a different line from Zhou Lin. Fu Nan happily ran over with popcorn, asking where the teacher was sitting. Zhou Lin stood far away, one hand in his pocket, the other playing with his phone, silently rejecting any possibility of conversation. This actually saved Lin Yue from trouble, as she took out the movie ticket to compare with Fu Nan's. What was even more coincidental was that she was sitting in seat 12 of the 4th row, and Fu Nan happened to be sitting right behind her. Fu Nan was even happier and ran to tell Uncle Zhou. Lin Yue saw Zhou Lin bowing his head to listen to Fu Nan, forcing a slight smile as a response, then taking Fu Nan to find their seats. With still more than 10 minutes before the show began. Why is he so cold? We're all acquaintances, and he didn't even look over here, he Xiaoyao whispered. Lin Yue thought to herself, that's just how he is. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. He seems indifferent, but if you need something, sometimes he will help without you having to ask. Feeling a bit more relaxed than before, Lin Yue thought it was worth celebrating to meet friends at the cinema. Once they entered, Zhou Lin held Fu Nan's hand, standing at the front of the line. As Lin Yue followed Cheng Jinyan toward their seats, she couldn't help but pay attention to the seating behind her. In the dim light, she heard Fu Nan excitedly calling for the teacher. Before Lin Yue could respond, Zhou Lin's deep and stern admonition followed. No talking in the cinema. Fu Nan stuck out his tongue. If it weren't for the fear of the teacher hearing, he would definitely have retorted to Uncle Zhou, as many people were chatting before the movie started. Lin Yue smiled and turned to sit down. Zhou Lin glanced at the handsome male math teacher and the beautiful female math teacher sitting side by side in front of them, stroking his chin with amusement. What's going on now? Is Cheng Jinyan on a date with Lin Yue, while the other two female teachers cluelessly come to be the third wheel? Just as he was curious, he suddenly saw the male teacher leaning over to offer popcorn to the female teacher. He could hear the giggles of elementary school students nearby. Zhou Lin rubbed his forehead. This kid wouldn't be interested in idle romance dramas, would he? He thought about it, but his eyes were still fixed ahead. Faced with the team leader's hospitality, Lin Yue politely waved her hand. Cheng Jinyan smiled. Eat less. Unable to refuse the kind offer, Lin Yue pinched a piece and slowly chewed it. Their little actions were common in any cinema. Girls sharing popcorn were usually friends, while men treating women were mostly couples. As expected, Zhou Lin found the cheesy and kitsch plot unbearable and leaned back to rest, thinking it was just a dinosaur movie he had no interest in. Simply accompanying an elementary school student. Jiangxi also saw Cheng Jinyan offering popcorn to Lin Yue, biting her lip as the popcorn in her mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Was it a coincidence that the team leader and Lin Yue were sitting next to each other, or was it a deliberate act by the team leader? Holding the popcorn bucket, Jiangxi felt bitterness rising within her. After all, Lin Yue was prettier than her. Men are all about looks, with Lin Yue around. The team leader probably wouldn't notice her, right? The movie began, and the audience put on their 3D glasses. Zhou Lin, with the elementary student's kind reminder, put his on too. The dark glasses were a perfect disguise for sleeping. After who knows how long, a small hand suddenly reached over and grabbed his arm. Zhou Lin jolted awake, his eyes opening to see a giant dinosaur chasing a person on the IMAX screen. The person was running desperately. According to the plot, they probably wouldn't survive. Zhou Lin frowned and reached out to cover the elementary student's eyes, not wanting the child to see any bloody scenes. As his gaze shifted, he caught sight of Lin Yue diagonally in front of him, covering her eyes with her movie ticket. Zhou Lin finally found this movie a bit interesting. From then on, whenever there was a scene of dinosaurs eating people, Zhou Lin would glance at Lin Yue, who would always block her eyes. So timid? Cheng Jinyan leaned over, teasingly. Lin Yue felt a bit shy, curling her shoulders against the wide seat, looking small and cute. Cheng Jinyan handed over the popcorn again. Have some, it might distract you. Lin Yue pinched another piece, her eyes glued to the screen, watching the muscular male lead protect the petite female lead in his arms. His arms thicker than the woman's calves. Without warning, Lin Yue, through the male lead, seemed to see another man. That man had a cold and steady demeanor rivaling the movie's male lead. If she encountered such a situation, would he? Audiences often have a sense of immersion when watching movies or reading novels and realizing her own fanciful thoughts. Lin Yue couldn't help but touch her cheek with the back of her hand. The young woman's shy gesture seemed to respond to the closeness of the man beside her. Zhou Lin closed his eyes again. It seemed that the days when Lin Yue would be swept away by the male math teacher weren't far off. Should he start looking for a babysitter for the elementary student in advance? After 2 hours, the movie ended and the audience dispersed. Fu Nan hurried to reunite with the teacher, and Zhou Lin had no choice but to follow closely behind. The lighting in the side aisles was dim, and the crowd jostled back and forth, gradually turning into Lin Yue leading Fu Nan ahead, with Zhou Lin and Cheng Jinyan lagging 2 steps behind. With just this distance, Lin Yu's long and fair legs were dazzling, and Zhou Lin tried to focus on the heads in front of him. Suddenly, someone rudely shoved past him on the left. Zhou Lin frowned and instinctively looked over, just in time to see the person reaching out to Lin Yue with a lewd gesture. Acting faster than his brain, Zhou Lin pressed down on the little rogue's left shoulder with his left hand and grasped the other person's middle finger with his right hand, twisting it with just a bit of force, making the little rogue cry out in pain. Lin Yue was right beside him, startled, but she heard Zhou Lin impatiently scolding the man. "You stepped on my foot, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Why are you howling?" The short man was just an ordinary otaku, usually at home playing games on his computer. Just now, as he squeezed out, he caught sight of a pair of beautiful legs, and in a moment of heat, he thought to take advantage of the dark. Who would have thought that he wouldn't reach the beauty, but instead would be caught by a claw-like grip? I'm sorry, he stammered, his sweat pouring out, begging for mercy, no longer caring about whether he would raise suspicion from passers-by. "I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, we'll meet in the detention room." Zhou Lin stepped forward, speaking in a low voice only the little rogue could hear, while increasing the pressure in his grip. The short man, unable to hold back his tears, was pushed away by Zhou Lin in disgust. Lin Yue didn't see the man's tears as the lights brightened. He had already run away without a trace. She, like he Xiaoya and others, stared at Zhou Lin in confusion. Zhou Lin called Fu Nan to wait a moment and strode to the bathroom to wash his hands. What happened? He Xiaoya, not knowing the truth, really thought Zhou Lin was making a big deal out of nothing and bullying someone. Cheng Jinyan glanced at Lin Yue, but said nothing. Such things are always bad for girls. Although that person didn't succeed, Zhou Lin's reaction was so quick. Cheng Jinyan wasn't a saint. The girl he liked was right in front of him, and any man would inevitably admire her. So he noticed that lewd hand immediately, but Zhou Lin reacted even faster. Could it be? Cheng Jinyan pressed his lips together. In the cinema lobby, Zhou Lin hadn't returned yet. Fu Nan looked up and invited Lin Yue. "Teacher, why don't you come back with us? Uncle Zhou drove us here." They all lived in the same place. If Zhou Lin had made the invitation, Lin Yue would have gladly accepted, but the car owner, Zhou Lin, hadn't said anything. Upon seeing Zhou Lin approaching with a serious expression, Lin Yue looked troubled. Cheng Jinyan misunderstood her reluctance and was about to suggest he take the three girls back when Jiang Xiu suddenly said with a smile, "Then Lin Yue, you can go with Fu Nan, so the team leader doesn't have to take you back again." Lin Yue, upon hearing this, looked at Cheng Jinyan. Cheng Jinyan smiled gently. "It's on the way. Let's go together." Over there, Zhou Lin directly called Fu Nan to leave, not even glancing at Lin Yue. Unless Lin Yue was thick-skinned, she wouldn't take the initiative to approach him. "You go ahead, Nan." She smiled and patted Fu Nan's shoulder. Fu Nan looked at the handsome teacher Cheng and not only felt no disappointment but seemed a bit shy, happily running towards Zhou Lin, leaving Lin Yue feeling puzzled. Among the three women, Lin Yue lived closest to the cinema, so Cheng Jinyan naturally took her home first, all the way to her door. "Thank you, team leader." After getting out of the car, Lin Yue thanked him again. Cheng Jinyan waved his hand. "See you on Monday." He drove away, the car passing by a black SUV. Fu Nan had fallen asleep, and Zhou Lin was carrying him up the stairs. There were slow footsteps above them. Zhou Lin didn't deliberately quicken his pace, but the woman was walking too slowly. Soon he saw the pair of white legs that had almost been groped, so white that under the yellowish light, they looked even more like beautiful jade. "Ah, you guys are behind?" Seeing him, Lin Yue asked in surprise, thinking Zhou Lin had come back earlier. Zhou Lin responded with an carrying Fu Nan and standing at the door, one hand feeling for the keys. Lin Yue had already taken out the keys. Seeing he was inconvenient, she snatched them to open the door. The sound was perhaps a bit loud, and Fu Nan woke up halfway, seeing Teacher Lin and smiling contentedly. "Teacher, are you dating Teacher Cheng?" Children don't understand adult thoughts, and conversely, Lin Yue was confused by Fu Nan's abrupt question, standing at the door. Fu Nan, sleepy, couldn't open his eyes and rested on Uncle Zhou's shoulder, still smiling. "I saw Teacher Cheng feeding you popcorn." Lin Yue finally reacted, her face flushed in a panic. She wanted to look at Zhou Lin but didn't dare, stammering to clarify. "No, the teachers had a dinner gathering tonight, and Teacher Cheng was just being polite by treating me to popcorn, not what Nan thinks." Fu Nan fell asleep again and didn't hear. Zhou Lin carried the elementary student inside, his profile indifferent, seemingly uninterested in her explanation. Lin Yue closed the door with mixed emotions. Funan told me that Teacher Chung is the coolest, and he likes you being with Teacher Chung. Zhou Lin suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Yue. Lin Yue felt even more embarrassed, not knowing how to argue. Teacher Chung was handsome, but that wasn't a necessary condition for her to be with him. Zhou Lin understood. No matter how Chung Jinyan felt, at least for now, Lin Yue didn't have that intention. I will teach Fu Nin not to say such things. This time, Zhou Lin directly carried the elementary student to the guest room. Chapter 12. Once September is over, it's time for the National Day holiday. The elementary school students are all cheerful, just like birds released from their cages. The subway home is more crowded than usual, with many people dragging their suitcases towards the station. There are no empty spots, and Lin Yue pulls Fu Nan along, trying to stand in less crowded areas. Fu Nan is 7 years old and can hold onto the pole by himself. If he were a few years younger, there would probably be more people willing to give up their seats. Watching the little boy being jostled by adults makes Lin Yue feel uncomfortable. But Fu Nan doesn't seem to mind at all and is focused on chatting with his teacher. Teacher, are you going to travel during the holiday? Lin Yue shakes her head, saying there are too many tourists during National Day, and she doesn't want to squeeze in among them. Someone is moving their suitcase towards them, and Lin Yue pulls Fu Nan closer to her, curiously asking, how is Nan Nan celebrating the holiday? Zhou Lin often works overtime and doesn't seem like the type of uncle who would take Fu Nan on a trip. Fu Nan's clear black eyes are full of expectation. Uncle Zhou said I can go stay at Grandpa's house, and he'll pick me up after school starts. Grandpa has a porcelain factory, and every time I go, he teaches me how to mold porcelain. It's so interesting. Grandpa? Lin Yue is secretly surprised. She thought Fu Nan had no other relatives besides his father who is on business trips. But since Grandpa is around, why would Fu Nan's father entrust his son to a busy single police officer? Is Grandpa's house in our city? No. Uncle Zhou drives for more than 2 hours. Fu Nan shows her a picture on his phone. Look, this is Grandpa. Lin Yue takes Fu Nan's phone and sees a picture of him covered in mud, smiling brightly, with an elderly man with gray hair sitting on a wooden bench beside him, around 60 years old. The old man looks quite lively, but as Lin Yue enlarges the photo, she can't help but feel that Fu Nan's grandpa resembles Zhou Lin a bit. Grandpa is really nice to me, but he doesn't like Uncle Zhou. Every time he sees Uncle Zhou, he puts on a stern face and doesn't let him stay at home. He only smiles after Uncle Zhou leaves. Fu Nan says, looking troubled and confused. Lin Yue asks, did Uncle Zhou make Grandpa angry? Fu Nan doesn't know. Lin Yue glances at the photo, vaguely guessing that Fu Nan calling the old man Grandpa is just a formality. The grandpa in the picture should have the surname Zhou, making him a relative of Zhou Lin. Although she is very curious about the situation, she doesn't ask further since it involves Zhou Lin's family matters. As long as Fu Nan has someone to take care of him these days, she feels relieved. Teacher, you have a phone call. Lin Yue's phone is in her shoulder bag, and since Fu Nan is shorter and closer to the bag, he hears the vibration first. Lin Yue quickly pulls out her phone, and the screen shows it's her second aunt. She hesitates for a few seconds before answering, and Fu Nan notices that the teacher is no longer smiling. Her brows are furrowed, looking somewhat unhappy. The elementary school student listens with confusion. There's so many people. Are you on the subway? Yeah, is there something wrong? Your grandma's back is hurting again. She can't even sit up and needs someone to help her wherever she goes. She keeps mentioning that she misses you and is afraid of delaying your work. So she hasn't asked me to tell you. Now that the holiday is here, last night at dinner, I said to invite you back, and she got angry, insisting on keeping a secret. She's over 70. It's always one ailment or another. Who knows what might happen one day, you. Come back and stay for a few days. Show some filial piety to your grandma. Lin Yue's heart sinks. Okay, I'll buy a ticket in a bit, and we'll be home by noon tomorrow. All right, remember not to tell your grandma first. Otherwise, she'll complain about me again tonight. You know I do all this for whom. The woman goes on, talking about how, as a daughter-in-law, she has to take care of her mother-in-law while also looking after the kids, with no time to spare. Lin Yue has listened to this for many years. She quietly listens, seeing Fu Nan's confused big eyes, and she smiles, gently patting the boy's head. The subway arrives at the station, and the call finally ends. Teacher, who called? Fu Nin asks innocently. Lin Yue wants to smile but can't. It was my grandma. She is sick. I need to go home to see her. Fu Nin hurriedly tries to comfort her, innocently suggesting, tell grandma to take her medicine on time, and she'll get better. This time, Lin Yue really laughs and holds the boy's small hand tightly. That evening, Zhou Lin is working overtime and doesn't return until after 10. Lin Yue has a high-speed train ticket for 6:30 the next morning. Thinking she probably won run into Zhou Lin, so she sends him a message. Officer Zhou, I will be going home tomorrow morning and plan to return on the 7th. Is there anything you need me to adjust regarding Nan Nan? She worries that Zhou Lin might work overnight, and Fu Nin might wake up to find no one at home. Zhou Lin just got off the car when he received the message. He glances at the 5th floor and replies, high-speed train or car? I know Lin Yue is from this province. Lin Yue is somewhat surprised and replies, high-speed train. Zhou Lin stops and, a few seconds later, calls her. In the stillness of the night, the ringing sounds very abrupt, almost causing Lin Yue's phone to fall off the bed. She answers in a flurry. Tomorrow morning at 6, I'll go to the station to pick you up. What time are you leaving? If it's early, I can give you a ride. Lin Yue sits up slowly, surprised at the coincidence. I have a ticket for 6:30. Okay, 5:40, I'll be on time. There's no further invitation, no more discussion. He directly sets the departure time. His tone is firm as an instructor giving orders. After hanging up, Lin Yue feels strange, but can't pinpoint why. She hears the sound of a door opening outside. It's him coming back. Lin Yue sits on the bed, listening to his footsteps going back and forth, pausing in front of Fu Nan's door for a while before finally going to his own room. No more sounds come from him, and Lin Yue checks her alarm clock before lying down to sleep. She sets it for 5:15. At 5:10, Zhou Lin pushes open Fu Nan's door. Fu Nan is sleeping soundly, and when he has woken up, he rolls over in a huff, refusing to get up. Zhou Lin chases after him, saying in his ear, Teacher Lin is going to the station. Aren't you going to send her off? Fu Nan hadn't thought of that, but now that he hears he can send his teacher off, even though he is still very sleepy, he rubs his eyes and sits up, his little head bobbing as he gets ready to go. Zhou Lin knows this would happen and picks up the boy to take him to the bathroom to wash his face. Fu Nin can't open his eyes, standing dazedly in front of the sink while Zhou Lin squeezes toothpaste and puts it in his mouth, and only then does Fu Nin mechanically start brushing his teeth. Lin Yue comes out of the master bathroom after washing her face and hears Fu Nin asking about breakfast outside. Eating at the station, Zhou Lin's voice replies. Lin Yue turns to look outside. It's just past 5 in the morning, and the sky is just beginning to lighten. How come Nan Nan is up so early? She asks in surprise as she opens the door. Fu Nan is particularly energetic now, grinning widely. I'm going to send my teacher off. Lin Yue looks in shock at Zhou Lin, who's just walked out of the guest room. The man is wearing a light gray sports sweatshirt, the kind that blends into the crowd. But when Zhou Lin looks up, his calm and deep eyes instantly change the aura around him, making people instinctively want to avoid those black eyes. Lin Yue doesn't dare to look, feeling secretly confused. Zhou Lin told her he was going to pick someone up, but he told Fu Nin that getting up early was to send her off. Which statement is true? Or did she inadvertently mention the departure time to Fu Nin yesterday? And the child remembered it? Have you packed everything? Zhou Lin glances at her room and asks. Lin Yue nods. Are we leaving now? Yeah, in less than 3 minutes. Lin Yue and Fu Nin are sitting side by side in the back seat of the car. Zhou Lin puts Lin Yue's luggage in the trunk and drives off without saying a word the entire way. Fu Nin becomes curious about his teacher's hometown, asking questions nonstop. Teacher, do you have any brothers or sisters? No, the teacher is like Nan Nan. We are both only children. Zhou Lin focuses on driving. What does your dad do? He is an ordinary worker, building houses. Wow, that is impressive. I want to build houses when I grow up too. The elementary school student is carefree, and Lin Yue holds the boy's hand, her thoughts unintentionally drifting back to her childhood. Her dad worked on a construction team, doing manual labor, and she felt that her dad had it tough. Every day when her dad came home, she would go help him massage his shoulders. Dad is tall and strong, and he loves to lift her high. Dad is very handsome, the best-looking man in town. Mom is also beautiful, and the couple is mostly very sweet together, occasionally arguing, but quickly making up. That year, she was probably 7. Dad accompanied Mom to go shopping, and before they left, he promised to buy her a new dress. She obediently waited at home, helping Grandma wash vegetables, feeling particularly happy at the thought of wearing a new dress. After a while, she went outside to take a look, but Dad and Mom got into a car accident on the way home, and the driver fled the scene. She cried, and Grandma tried to comfort her with a new dress that wasn't damaged, but she didn't want it anymore. Lin Yue turned her head, pretending to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, her fingertip lightly brushing the corner of her eye. Zhou Lin glanced back. Fu Nan was still talking to himself, a caring elementary school student, but ultimately just a little kid who didn't understand anything. 7 days off. Is there a lot of homework? Zhou Lin suddenly asked. Fu Nan fell silent, disliking homework the most, and gave Zhou uncle a disdainful glare. Lin Yue saw it clearly and couldn't help but laugh. People are really strange. 1 second they might be very sad, and the next second they could smile at a child's small expression. If you don't understand anything, remember to ask the teacher, Lin Yue said, organizing her emotions. Hugging the boy, feeling a bit reluctant about not seeing him for a week. At 6 o'clock, the station wasn't crowded. Zhou Lin asked Lin Yue to wait a moment while he went to buy breakfast. Lin Yue wanted to refuse, but the man had already walked several dozen meters away, his long legs covering the distance quickly. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin came back with 2 breakfasts, handing one to Lin Yue, a sweet steamed bun and soy milk. Both warm. The platform kept announcing for passengers to check tickets, and Lin Yue didn't have time to be polite, quickly saying thank you and preparing to leave. The fair-skinned woman had only shed a few tears on the bus, but her eyes were slightly red, not yet faded. The child he brought had made her cry, and there must be some sad story behind it. Out of guilt, Zhou Lin called her, Lin Yue. Lin Yue turned back, her eyes glistening with tears, delicate and graceful. Zhou Lin was stunned, realizing he had forgotten what he wanted to say. Lin Yue was still waiting. Zhou Lin adapted quickly. Let me know when you get home. Lin Yue smiled brightly. Okay, goodbye, Nan Nan. She waved at Fu Nan again. Fu Nan, reluctant to part, said, Teacher, come back early. Lin Yue nodded and dragged her suitcase away, joining the queue. Just as Lin Yue's figure disappeared at the ticket gate, Zhou Lin finally remembered that he wanted to say she should call him when she returned, and he would come to the station to pick her up as a way to compensate for Fu Nan making the female teacher cry. Dad? Zhou Lin's heart tightened as he quickly grabbed the elementary school student who was about to run out. Fu Nan looked anxious, pointing to a corner of the station. Uncle Zhou, I think I saw Dad. Zhou Lin glanced over, smiling. You must be mistaken. Your dad is in America, separated from us by a whole Pacific Ocean. Is that so? Fu Nan continued to stare into the distance. He really saw his dad there. He stubbornly pulled Zhou uncle to go look for him, and Zhou Lin helplessly followed. They searched around, but found nothing. Chapter 13 Tongjian is a typical small town in Jiangnan, with mountains and rivers and fresh air. However, due to the many mountains and narrow roads, transportation is not very convenient. There is only one road that can barely accommodate 2 cars. Lin Yue came out of the bus station in the county town and still had to take a bus for more than 2 hours, with stops along the way, occasionally having to wait for free-range ducks and geese to pass. Lin Yue sat in the front row by the window. The bamboo forests on the mountain tops were lush, and little flowers bloomed along the ridges. Lin Yue didn't particularly like going home, but seeing the familiar scenery still made her feel a sense of warmth from her hometown. Her second uncle was soft-hearted and afraid of his wife, while her second aunt had a bad temper. At her second aunt's house, Lin Yue felt more like an unwelcome outsider, but fortunately, her grandmother was still at home, and she had spoiled her since she was little. They arrived in Tongjian. The bus stopped, and the driver turned around to announce the station. Lin Yue picked up her suitcase and was about to stand up when someone came up from outside and reached for her luggage. Sister, let me help you. Lin Yue looked up and saw her cousin Lin Fong, a 17-year-old senior in high school, with handsome features but a somewhat cold personality, not very warm towards anyone. Lin Yue had been boarding at school since middle school, so her relationship with his cousin was not particularly close, but every time she came back from outside, he would come to pick her up and help her carry things, even though they hardly exchanged a few words along the way. Not in school? Lin Yue asked in surprise, thinking that senior students must have a heavy workload. Lin Fong had already gotten off the bus and was standing at the door looking at her. It's already vacation. Lin Yue smiled, realizing she had forgotten about that. How long has Grandma been sick? Not for long. She needs someone to take care of her during meals and such. Mom didn't want to do it herself, so she called you back. Lin Yue found this blunt statement amusing as she looked at her cousin. Lin Fong turned his head to look into the distance. His lips pressed tightly together. Grandma still didn't know her cousin had returned. He had overheard it when his mom called yesterday. Lin Yue wasn't surprised. After all, Grandma was sick, so she should come back to visit. Lin Yue's house was next to her second uncle's, and now Grandma lived on this side, having her meals at her second uncle's house. Lin Yue greeted her uncle and aunt outside before heading straight home. Grandma was old and lived on the first floor. When Lin Yue entered, she saw the old lady stretching her neck to look at the door. She had heard her voice. Did your second aunt call you back? Seeing her granddaughter, Grandma was not at all happy, but instead began to scold her daughter-in-law through the window. I've helped you take care of your children for so many years, and now you complain when I need you to take care of me for a few days? You called my granddaughter back from so far. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship has been a major issue in the country for thousands of years. When the daughter-in-law is unfilial, the mother-in-law also has her temper, and there can be victories and defeats in their quarrels. Grandma, don't say that. I want to come back myself. Lin Yue sat down by the bed, smiling to comfort the old lady, and carefully inquired about her condition. Grandma's health was still relatively good. She had just twisted her waist while picking something up, and the doctor advised her to stay in bed for half a month. It wasn't a big problem, which relieved Lin Yue. She stayed by the bed, talking to Grandma about home and then about school. Lunch was prepared at her second uncle's house, and her cousin brought it over. He also stayed to eat with them. In the afternoon, when Grandma fell asleep, Lin Yue went next door for a while, giving her second aunt 1,000 yuan, which was considered Grandma's medical expenses. Don't worry, we bought good medicine for your grandma, her second aunt said cheerfully as she accepted the money. Lin Yue looked at her second uncle and cousin nearby and felt somewhat reassured about that. Her second aunt smiled and asked, "Are you cooking dinner yourself? Or are you eating with me?" Lin Yue said she would cook for herself and then left. In the evening, Fu Nan sent a photo, standing in front of a row of freshly fired celadon, smiling innocently and adorably. Lin Yue placed her phone in front of Grandma and introduced the elementary school student from her class. Grandma looked at it for a long time and happily praised. This child looks obedient at first glance, really endearing. Lin Yue felt proud. Fu Nan was indeed the most well-behaved child she had encountered so far. How is it, Yaya? Have you started dating? Grandma held her granddaughter's small hand and asked expectantly. Every time Lin Yue returned home, the old lady would inquire about this. Lin Yue helplessly replied, I'm busy with work. How can I find time to date? Besides, there aren't many young male teachers at school, and I don't have the chance to meet anyone. Grandma didn't believe it, saying, You're so pretty. There must be no shortage of men chasing after you. You can't manage my affairs from afar. I just want to remind you, if someone pursues you, even if you think it's suitable, you should observe for a while longer. Don't just agree easily. Be gentle. I'm really worried about you being taken advantage of over there. Having lived for so many years, she could let her grandson's wife manage him. But her greatest concern was her granddaughter. Lin Yue felt a pang in her heart, pressed her face against Grandma's hand, and said earnestly, I won't rush into anything. When I start dating, I'll bring him back, and you can vet him for me. She hoped Grandma would be healthy and live a long life. Grandma smiled good. I'll wait for that day. She wouldn't leave without seeing her granddaughter married off. In Jiang City, on the 6th, Zhou Lin picked Fu Nan up. Lin Yue was not there. That evening, Zhou Lin ordered takeout, but it was raining heavily, and the delivery guy was late. I'm so hungry. Fu Nan cried dramatically. Lying on the sofa, Zhou Lin was also hungry. Understanding the delivery guy's struggle in the rain, he dug out a bag of cookies to fill their stomachs a bit. Teacher, come back soon. I miss her, Fu Nan said, staring at Zhou Lin after munching on 2 cookies. Zhou Lin was watching a football match and ignored him. Fu Nan ran to the balcony, suddenly worried. Did the teacher bring an umbrella? Will she get wet? Zhou Lin stuffed a cookie into his mouth. Fu Nan ran back, sat on the sofa, and called the teacher, his big eyes fixed on the phone screen, not noticing Zhou Lin lowering the volume. Lin Yue was packing her luggage for the next day. She didn't have many clothes, but Grandma had prepared several local specialties for her to take. When the call connected and she heard the elementary school student earnestly reminding her to bring an umbrella, Lin Yue felt warmth all over. Yes, it's raining here too. Has Nan Nan had dinner? Mentioning this made Fu Nan angry. The takeout Zhou uncle ordered is already 40 minutes late. Lin Yue felt helpless. Teacher, what time will you arrive at the station? I'll go pick you up. Fu Nan was eager to see his teacher and secretly hoped she would arrive in the morning so he could have lunch made by her. Lin Yue calculated the time. Around 2 in the afternoon. Nan Nan, just wait at home. The teacher can go back by herself. No, I want to pick you up. Fu Nan insisted. Lin Yue was troubled. How could Fu Nan come without troubling Zhou Lin? On the other end of the phone, only Fu Nan was speaking and the football commentary could be heard. Lin Yue quietly asked, "Where's Zhou uncle?" Did he hear what Fu Nan said? Just as she thought this, she heard Fu Nan humming. "Zhou uncle, the teacher is looking for you." Lin Yue broke out in a sweat. She had meant to call Zhou Lin, just asking casually. "This child, is there something?" A deep male voice came through. Lin Yue rubbed her forehead, feeling embarrassed. Fu Nan just said he would come and pick me up. Really, it's not necessary. Tomorrow is the last day of vacation. You should rest well. It's a 20-minute drive. It's not a hassle. What time will you arrive? Really, it's not necessary. Ask your teacher what time she will arrive. I'll go get the takeout. The delivery guy called, interrupting Lin Yue's polite refusals as Zhou Lin handed the elementary school student's phone back to him. Zhou Lin's attitude was clear, and Lin Yue had no choice but to accept it. However, the next day at noon, Fu Nan slept too soundly, forgetting about his teacher. Zhou Lin watched for a while at the door, but didn't wake the elementary student. He wrote a note and stuck it on his own door, then went downstairs half an hour early to the high-speed train station. Lin Yue came out, instinctively looking for the familiar pair of figures, walking while glancing around. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of her, wearing casual shorts that exuded a strong personal style, with well-defined calf muscles. Lin Yue looked up and saw Zhou Lin's cold yet somewhat relaxed face. "Where's Nan Nan?" she asked, feeling inexplicably nervous as she looked behind a man. "He.S. asleep. I didn't wake him." Zhou Lin slightly bent down, grabbed her pink suitcase, and turned to lead the way. Lin Yue followed, a few steps behind. Zhou Lin was dressed in black, tall and sturdy, yet carrying a pink suitcase, which created a sense of incongruity that drew many eyes. Lin Yue wasn't used to being the center of attention, so she lowered her head to look at the suitcase. As they approached the exit, the sound of the rain became more pronounced, and Lin Yue suddenly realized that Zhou Lin hadn't brought an umbrella and wasn't slowing down at all, seemingly planning to brave the rain to get to the car. Lin Yue quickly opened her light blue folding umbrella and held it up as Zhou Lin stepped out. Without thinking, Lin Yue rushed after him, trying to lift the umbrella high enough to cover both herself and Zhou Lin. In reality, the car was just a short distance away, about 20 steps, and Zhou Lin seemed to want to run faster. Suddenly, a slender white arm appeared beside him. Zhou Lin looked down and saw her lowering her head, seemingly checking if the other half of her body was getting wet. Her slightly curled long hair was blown by the wind, with a strand sticking to her face, making her delicate and fair complexion look even more like a flower petal. He thought to himself that she should take care of herself. He wasn't afraid of a little rain. Extending her umbrella, Zhou Lin took several large strides to the back of the car, placed the luggage down, quickly slipped into the driver's seat, and closed the door. He looked outside and saw that the female teacher was still standing in the rain, dazed. Zhou Lin honked the horn. Lin Yue came to her senses and ran over, splashing through the rain that was blowing diagonally onto her. Zhou Lin opened the passenger door for her in advance. Lin Yue changed direction and sat in the front, closed the umbrella, and the sound of the rain was muffled outside, making it much quieter. "Did you have lunch?" Zhou Lin asked as he watched her fold the umbrella. Lin Yue nodded, though she hadn't actually eaten, as she hadn't had an appetite on the high-speed train. "Let us go to the supermarket first to buy some groceries." Zhou Lin started the car. Lin Yue was mostly dry, but secretly glanced at him, noticing that his shoulders and back were wet. She felt a bit worried. "Shouldn't you go home and change your clothes first?" Zhou Lin casually glanced at his shoulder. "Unconcerned, it's fine, I generate heat. I'll dry off soon." Lin Yue silently withdrew her gaze. After a minute, she quietly touched her arm, feeling a cool sensation. And couldn't help but wonder how hot Zhou Lin must be to dry his clothes so quickly. They hit traffic on the way, and it took about half an hour for the car to finally stop outside the supermarket. Zhou Lin got out first, and Lin Yue quickly glanced at his back. He really did manage to dry his wet clothes. Chapter 14 in the supermarket. Lin Yue was responsible for selecting vegetables, while Zhou Lin pushed the shopping cart behind her. This was their first time collaborating on grocery shopping. Lin Yue asked Zhou Lin what he wanted to eat, but Zhou Lin had no preferences. Whatever you like. How is this different from what women call whatever? Lin Yue had no choice but to pick a few of his favorites based on his behavior at the dining table over the past half-month. Mom, let's have hot pot. It's been a long time, a little girl across from them suddenly suggested. Lin Yue was inspired and turned to look at Zhou Lin, who also seemed to have the same idea. It was almost 4 o'clock, and the two returned home with their haul, only to find Fu Nan still sleeping. Zhou Lin went to the kitchen to wash the vegetables while Lin Yue tidied up her room a bit and washed her face. She tied her hair up on top of her head, preparing to relieve Zhou Lin. Just then, she saw Zhou Lin had merely rinsed the vegetables and considered them clean. I'll do it. You go wake up Nan Nan. Lin Yue felt that having Zhou Lin entertain the child was more reliable than having him wash vegetables. Zhou Lin was self-aware and went to wake the elementary school student. Fu Nan had taken a nap for over 3 hours and was awakened by Uncle Zhou. The little guy stretched his arms wide and, upon hearing that the teacher had returned, immediately jumped up and dashed out with his messy short hair. Zhou Lin remained seated on the elementary school student's bed, listening to the childish conversation between the woman in the kitchen and the child. Teacher, I made you a vase. Nan Nan can make vases now. I'll go get it. Zhou Lin glanced at the elementary school desk, where a gift box was displayed. It was a subpar product made by the elementary student, and surprisingly, the old man had wrapped it in a gift box from the Zhou family porcelain factory. It was just a broken thing, but the elementary student cherished it and didn't even let Zhou Lin see it. However, Zhou Lin secretly opened it while the child was asleep. You can tell it's a vase, he thought. Fu Nan ran in, grabbed the gift box, and ran back out, carefully presenting the celadone vase he made himself to the teacher. Lin Yue was amazed by the pure green glaze of the vase. Its purity reminiscent of the first lotus leaf emerging from a pond, bright and clean. I made the vase, and Grandpa did the glazing. Fu Nan was honest. He felt the need to tell the teacher about the part he didn't make himself. It's beautiful. Lin Yue wiped her hands, squatted down in front of Fu Nan, and cautiously took the vase. The overall shape of the vase was indeed irregular, revealing the craftsmanship of a beginner or even child. But this was a heartfelt gift from a student, and the color was so lovely. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She happily kissed Fu Nan's cheek. Nan Nan is so nice to the teacher. Fu Nan's little face almost turned red. The teacher actually kissed him. The elementary student was stunned, and Zhou Lin leaned against the door, watching the female teacher who was overjoyed by a child's subpar creation. For some reason, he suddenly remembered when he was 7 or 8 years old. The Zhou family was a celadone family, with generations dedicated to making celadone. The old man treated celadone as his life, while his brothers showed no interest. After the eldest brother went to police academy, the old man saw him as a lifeline and forced him to make porcelain every day. As a result, he also enrolled in the police academy, which made the old man furious. From the day he left home to attend school, the old man didn't say a word to him. In truth, although he didn't inherit the old man's craft, the celadone he made, from the porcelain blank to glazing, was certainly far better than what the elementary student could do. However, today's children were too clever. He never thought of using such things to win a girl's heart back then. In Lin Yue's eyes, this was a very precious gift, and she decided to put the vase in her room first. Seeing Zhou Lin staring at the celadone vase in her hand with an inscrutable expression, Lin Yue smiled and said, Nan Nan is really talented. Isn't? As she spoke, Fu Nan walked proudly beside her, like a proud little rooster. Zhou Lin crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, just average. Lin Yue was taken aback, and then secretly gave Zhou Lin a look. Children needed encouragement the most. How could he say that? Fu Nan had already heard, glaring at Uncle Zhou angrily. What I made is much prettier than what Uncle Zhou made when he was a child. Zhou Lin chuckled. That's because you haven't seen what I made. Fu Nan huffed. Grandpa showed me. What Uncle Zhou made at 9 was as good as mine. Zhou Lin stared at him, and noticing Lin Yue looking over, he expressionlessly walked to the living room. Lin Yue noticed the change in Zhou Lin's expression. A calm and composed criminal police officer wouldn't really get into a quarrel with a child. It could only be that Fu Nan's words had touched a nerve with Zhou Lin. Lin Yue slowly walked into the room. Recalling the last time Fu Nan said that Grandpa had been angry with Uncle Zhou, she vaguely guessed a few things. That grandfather who made celadon was Zhou Lin's father. The old man had a disagreement with Zhou Lin, but he probably kept all the celadon pieces Zhou Lin made from childhood to adulthood, so he could introduce them to Fu Nan one by one according to Zhou Lin's age. Disagreements were disagreements, but a father and son were still family. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit heavy. Lin Yue placed the vase down and quietly taught Fu Nan. Nan did really well. Uncle Zhou was just teasing you on purpose. When we go out later, let us not compare anymore, okay? Uncle Zhou has to go to work again tomorrow to catch bad guys, and today is the last day of the holiday. Can you make Uncle Zhou happy? Fu Nan obediently nodded. Lin Yue took out a bag of oranges she had brought from home and asked Fu Nan to carry it to the living room. Fu Nan was quite sensible, sitting next to Uncle Zhou and peeling an orange for him. The teacher's family has an orange tree. They gave us some to eat. Zhou Lin opened his mouth. Fu Nan glanced at Uncle Zhou's mouth, then lowered his head, seriously tearing an orange in half and stuffing it all into Uncle Zhou's mouth. Zhou Lin chewed a few times, swallowed it down. It was a bit sour. The hot pot ingredients were all laid out on the table, and it was about to be cooked. Fu Nan was too young, so Zhou Lin asked him to sit down while he was responsible for putting in and fishing out the ingredients. The thin slices of beef cooked in just a few seconds, rolled in the dipping sauce, tasted fresh and fragrant. The dual-flavor hot pot had spicy broth on Zhou Lin's side, with steam swirling around. The man took a bite for himself, then picked up a piece for Fu Nan, showing both care and attention. The last slice of beef was given to her. In the mist, the man's chopsticks suddenly reached over and placed it in her bowl, using the communal chopsticks. "Thank you," she said softly, unsure if he heard her. After the meal, Zhou Lin washed the pot, while Fu Nan showed the teacher the photos he took during National Day, most of which were taken at the porcelain factory. Lin Yue was very interested. She had never been to a porcelain factory in her life. "Are you interested?" Zhou Lin's voice suddenly came from behind her, causing Lin Yue to startle. "I think it's quite interesting." Zhou Lin sat down next to Fu Nan. "If we have time this weekend, I could take you both there." Lin Yue felt a bit tempted but still politely declined. What identity would she have to visit the Zhou family's porcelain factory? She wasn't very familiar with Zhou Lin. Being a man and a woman living together might lead to misunderstandings from the elders. It would be even more inappropriate to go as Fu Nan's teacher. She didn't want to go, and Zhou Lin didn't press the issue. Chapter 15, It's inconvenient to catch the subway in the rain. Fortunately, there is nothing going on at the bureau today, so Zhou Lin drove the teacher and the student to school. "Is Uncle Zhou coming to pick us up tonight?" Before getting out of the car, Fu Nan leaned over the seat to ask. Zhou Lin, distracted while checking the vehicles behind him, replied, "It depends." Whether he could come depended on if there were any cases. He couldn't plan ahead. Fu Nan pouted and obediently got out of the car. Lin Yue held an umbrella to meet him, nodded at Zhou Lin through the car window, and then took the elementary school student inside. Zhou Lin looked up. On both sides of the campus road, a row of camphor trees stood, their leaves glistening green after the rain. A female teacher was wearing a white long dress, walking slowly with a green umbrella. It looked like a painting. Zhou Lin took out his phone and snapped a picture of the elementary school student, planning to show it to his dad in the future. After taking the photo, Zhou Lin drove away. Lin Yue arrived early. She was the only one in the math department office. She opened the window for ventilation, filled up water, tidied her desk, and watered a few potted plants in the office. Cheng Jinyan pushed open the office door and immediately saw her squatting by the window next to the money tree, holding a cup of water in one hand and fiddling with the leaves with the other, quiet and focused. "What's wrong?" Cheng Jinyan asked softly. Lin Yue glanced at him and said worriedly, "Two leaf tips are turning yellow. I'm checking for bugs." Cheng Jinyan put down his things and came over to check with her. They didn't find any bugs. It was probably just a lack of water. "Did you have fun during the National Day holiday?" Cheng Jinyan chatted with her. Lin Yue had gone home to visit relatives and had nothing much to say, so she continued watering the other plants and casually asked him, "Where did the group leader go for fun?" Cheng Jinyan smiled, "Staying at home. Didn't go anywhere." Voices of Sister Wang and He Xiaoya greeting each other came from the hallway. Lin Yue heard them, but didn't think much of it. Cheng Jinyan glanced at her and turned back to his desk. When Sister Wang and the others came in, they saw the two of them busy with their own tasks. After some casual exchanges, Sister Wang affectionately leaned closer to Lin Yue and asked, "You, have you been dating recently?" As soon as she said this, everyone else in the office looked over. Lin Yue shook her head. They had only been apart for 7 days, so how could she suddenly be in a relationship? Sister Wang laughed. "That's just right. I have a cousin who's 30 this year, lives in Fengxiao Garden, and has 3 other properties. He's a pediatrician at the hospital, too busy with work to find a girlfriend. Now his family has asked me to introduce someone to him. He doesn't have any special requirements for height or appearance. Just hopes the girl is gentle and won't mind his busy schedule. I immediately thought of you. What do you think?" Fengxiao Garden is a well-known high-end property in Jiang City, and anyone who can afford to live there is wealthy. Lin Yue felt a sense of disparity after hearing Sister Wang's words. She didn't know what others thought, but she didn't dare to casually go on a blind date with a wealthy person. She would feel pressured before they even met, and it would definitely be awkward. "Well, I'm not ready for a relationship," Lin Yue said politely. Sister Wang had already made up her mind to play matchmaker. Pulling a chair over to sit down and persuade Lin Yue, "You don't need to prepare for a relationship. You just get together when you meet the right person. I really think you two are a good match. My cousin is talented and good-looking, a bit quiet, but very responsible. You, on the other hand, are clearly a gentle and virtuous little wife. You're a perfect match. Let me show you a photo." With a swipe of her screen, she quickly found a photo of Dr. Su. "Wow, he's really handsome. That uniform is so charming," He Xiaoya said excitedly, leaning over Lin Yue's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Jiang Siyu also came over. Upon seeing Dr. Su's photo and thinking about his background, she smiled but felt envious inside. They were colleagues. Why didn't Sister Wang think of her? If she could be with Dr. Su, she would gladly give up on Cheng Jinyan. Cheng Jinyan's looks were no less than Dr. Su's, but his family background couldn't compare. Lin Yue was also slightly dazzled by the man in the photo. He Xiaoya was right. The man in the white coat really added to his charm. Sister Wang pressed on, "Actually, he has seen your photo too." He. Although he didn't say it, I could tell he was particularly satisfied. "So how about it? Give Sister Wang some face. I'll arrange a time for you two to have dinner together. Just chat first. If you hit it off, you can continue. If not, I won't force you." "Moon, go ahead. I wish I had the chance," He Xiaoya said deliberately, playfully glaring at Sister Wang. Sister Wang gave Lin Yue a look that said she favored her. Jiang Siyu also encouraged Lin Yue to go. Lin Yue felt troubled. It wasn't that she was attracted to Dr. Su, but since Sister Wang had said so, and she was single, using the excuse that she didn't want to date at this stage seemed a bit unreasonable. Besides, did she really have a strong reason not to go? A tall figure appeared in her mind, but that person had no interest in her at all. As she was lost in thought, Sister Wang, excited like a young girl, stood up. "Then it's settled. I'll call him right away. I remember he's on night shift tonight, so he should be free tomorrow night." She really thought highly of Lin Yue, believing that a gentle and capable woman like her would have a high acceptance of her cousin's profession. If it were someone who couldn't stand loneliness, they would cause trouble if they didn't spend enough time together, and over time, they would definitely become resentful partners. "Sister Wang, don't call yet." Lin Yue panicked, wanted to stop Sister Wang, but He Xiaoya pressed her back down in her chair, whispering, "What are you being polite for? Go boldly. If you two really get together, I'll have someone turn when my kid has a headache or fever." Lin Yue smiled wryly. He Xiaoya's thoughts were really far-fetched. Sister Wang was a woman of action. Within a minute, she had set up the blind date. Tomorrow, Dr. Su would come to pick Lin Yue up after school, and then they would go out for dinner. Everything happened so quickly that Lin Yue felt dazed. A blind date? She was actually going on a blind date? With a ding, Sister Wang sent over several photos, all of Dr. Su, some in his white coat at work, others in casual home settings. Most were candid shots from others' perspectives, natural and down-to-earth. If Sister Wang hadn't introduced him beforehand, one wouldn't be able to tell he was wealthy at all. In short, he was a low-key successful man. Just from the photos, Lin Yue couldn't find any flaws in Dr. Su. He gave off a very comfortable vibe. The phone rang again, and Lin Yue was momentarily stunned, turning her head to look at Cheng Jinyan. Cheng Jinyan smiled lightly, with a hint of meaning behind it. Lin Yue glanced at the message content. Cheng Jinyan, wishing you success on your blind date. Lin Yue didn't even know how to reply. In the afternoon after school, Lin Yue met up with Fu Nan. Suddenly, Sister Wang popped up from behind, reminding her with a smile, "Don't forget your blind date tomorrow night." Her voice was quite loud, attracting the attention of many nearby. Lin Yue took Fu Nan and fled. "Teacher, who are you going on a blind date with?" Although Fu Nan was only in the first grade, he understood words like dating, blind dates, and forced marriages. "It's not a blind date. We're just going out for a meal together." Lin Yue didn't want to discuss such matters with an elementary school student, so she smiled and changed the subject. "Tomorrow, I need to call Uncle Zhou to pick up Nan Nan." Fu Nan just wanted to know who the teacher's blind date was, but Lin Yue insisted on not saying much. Fu Nan was dying of curiosity, but felt too shy to act spoiled with his teacher. That evening, Zhou Lin worked overtime. Lin Yue cooked 2 bowls of noodles. After eating, she accompanied Fu Nan to do some homework before returning to the master bedroom to prepare lessons. Fu Nan couldn't sleep. He lay in bed waiting for Uncle Zhou. Fortunately, Zhou Lin came back relatively early today, and he was able to wait for him. Every night when he returned, Zhou Lin would check on the child. Around 9 o'clock, he thought the elementary school student would have gone to bed. But when he opened the door, he saw Fu Nan kneeling on the bed, mysteriously waving at him. Zhou Lin was puzzled, closed the door behind him, and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Uncle Zhou, the teacher is going on a blind date tomorrow," Fu Nan whispered. Zhou Lin was stunned for a few seconds, then shoved the elementary school student back under the covers, saying, "What does that have to do with you? Go to sleep." Fu Nan was sulking. "It doesn't matter. I like Teacher Cheng. I don't like her going on blind dates with other men." Zhou Lin, huh? Uncle Zhou couldn't find any resonance. Fu Nan sighed and remembered. "Uncle Zhou, the teacher asked you to pick me up tomorrow." Zhou Lin, He knew that the female teacher would eventually run off with some man, and hiring a nanny had to be put on the agenda. "Sleep tight." Zhou Lin rubbed the elementary school student's head. Fu Nan closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Zhou Lin sat at the head of the bed, waiting for the student to fall asleep before retreating to the door, turning off the light, and closing the door. The master bedroom was just across the hall, and Zhou Lin glanced over a few times before going to take a shower. Once he lay on the bed, he sent a message to the female teacher. "Fu Nan said you have a blind date tomorrow night and need me to pick him up." Lin Yue knew he was back and that he had stayed with Fu Nan for a while, or rather, from the moment Zhou Lin stepped through the door. She couldn't help but pay attention to the sounds outside. After reading the message, Lin Yue couldn't deny it, biting her lip, and replied, It was introduced by Sister Wang this morning. After sending it, the reply came back instantly. "Got it. You do your thing, I'll go pick up Fu Nan." A single sentence, a dozen words. Lin Yue stared at it for a long time. What kind of man does she like? She couldn't say for sure. Having never been in love and not understanding what love felt like, she only thought that her ideal boyfriend should have a strong physique, capable of doing things she struggled with, and then, when she needed him, he would show up in time to give her a gentle hug. In fact, Zhou Lin matched that description a little, but unfortunately, in Zhou Lin's eyes, she was just Fu Nan's teacher. "Well then, let's go on a blind date. If it doesn't work out, there's no loss, and if it does, bring him home to show grandma and make her happy." Since she was going on a blind date, Lin Yue got up in the morning and changed into her favorite blue dress, styled her long hair into a bun to reveal her neck, and put on a pair of pearl earrings. Other than that, she didn't look much different from her usual work attire. But as soon as she opened the door, both Zhou Lin and Fu Nan stared wide-eyed. Zhou Lin quickly averted his gaze, while Fu Nan ran over, offering the most innocent compliment. "Teacher, you look beautiful today." Lin Yue blushed. Was it that obvious just from putting her hair up? It had stopped raining today, but Zhou Lin still drove the teacher and student to school. The elementary school student was full of questions, chattering nonstop, while Zhou Lin silently drove. At a red light, he glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of the female teacher tilting her head to speak to the student. Her long hair was gone, revealing a graceful neck adorned with several pearls on her earlobes, exuding a charming femininity. "Blind date," Zhou Lin scoffed. How eager could she be to go on a blind date just after graduating from university? Is the guy you're going on a blind date with also from Jiang City? Leaning back in his seat, Zhou Lin held the steering wheel with one hand and played with a lighter with the other, making a clicking sound. No one expected him to suddenly speak. And Lin Yue took a moment to realize he was asking her. Yes, I guess. What does he do? Zhou Lin pulled out a cigarette, raised it halfway, then stuffed it back. Pediatrician. His tone was stiff, like interrogating a suspect, and Lin Yue lowered her eyelids, answering simply. That's good. Doctors earn money. Zhou Lin smiled slightly. And as the car in front moved, he continued driving. Lin Yue pressed her lips together. Sister Wang and he Xiaoya had both said that doctors have a bright future. It was just casual conversation, but hearing the same words from Zhou Lin seemed to carry some other meaning. Teacher, do you have a picture of him? Fu Nin suddenly interjected. The elementary school student's innocent gaze made Lin Yue feel a bit better. Ignoring the front seat, she pulled out a photo to show the boy. Fu Nin had only seen Teacher Chung from the neighboring class who taught math and didn't really know him, but because Teacher Chung was handsome, he thought Teacher Chung would be a suitable boyfriend for a teacher. Now seeing another man who was similarly handsome and also a doctor who saves lives. Fu Nin immediately exclaimed, so handsome. I want to be a doctor when I grow up too. Lin Yue encouraged the elementary school student. Then you need to study hard. Fu Nin nodded vigorously. A cold laugh came from the driver's seat. Didn't you say you want to be a police officer when you grow up? Fu Nin replied confidently. I changed my mind. Zhou Lin turned his head, but his gaze went straight to the female teacher's phone. However, as soon as he turned around, Lin Yue had already closed the photo and naturally put it away. The whole day, Lin Yue was anxious about the blind date in the evening. The whole day, Zhou Lin thought about the female teacher going on a blind date. It had nothing to do with him, but the pearls on the woman's ears constantly flashed in front of his eyes. In the afternoon, there wasn't much going on at the bureau. At 4:30, Zhou Lin said goodbye to his team and went to pick up the elementary school student after school. The black SUV parked by the roadside. Roulant lit a cigarette, scanning the vehicles coming in and out of the school while smoking. With a detective's keen eyes, he could see clearly inside every car through the window. Just as he parked for a while, a black Kian slowly pulled up, coincidentally stopping right behind Zhou Lin's car. Zhou Lin had just finished observing the car in front when his gaze inadvertently swept across the rearview mirror and froze. From the black Kian, a man in a black suit stepped out, standing at least 6 feet tall, with a handsome profile. The most eye-catching detail was that the man was holding a bright red rose in the hand behind his back. The man walked towards the school gate, and Zhou Lin followed with his neck turned. Before long, the elementary school students began to line up to come out, and Lin Yue appeared as well. Zhou Lin extinguished his cigarette and got out of the car. Chapter 16. Hey you, are you ready? The person is here, in the mathematics department office. Sister Wang excitedly asked Lin Yue. As it was her first time playing matchmaker, Sister Wang was full of enthusiasm. Lin Yue's ears turned red. Sister Wang linked her arm with Lin Yue's and walked outside, while he Xiaoya and Jiang Si gossiped behind them. Just before they stepped out, Jiang Si called out to Cheng Jinyan, Team leader, are you coming too? Cheng Jinyan's face was hidden behind the computer screen, and only his calm voice came through. I still have a form to fill out. Was he really busy or just jealous? Jiang Si couldn't tell what she felt inside. Lin Yue was good-looking, and the team leader had a crush on her. Even when Sister Wang was introducing a girlfriend to her doctor cousin, the first person she thought of was Lin Yue. It turned out that men really do judge by appearances. However, Sister Wang's words weren't entirely trustworthy. If Dr. Su were really that great, how could he still be single at 30? Were all the women around him blind? As they approached the campus gate, Sister Wang's eyes lit up. Pointing at Dr. Su at the entrance, look how formal he is. Lin Yue's heart raced as it was her first blind date, and she nervously glanced over. It had just rained, and the sky was blue with vibrant green trees. The man was wearing a black suit, with handsome features and fair skin. He seemed to recognize her and nodded in her direction. Lin Yue felt a little shy, and as her gaze shifted, she was startled to see Zhou Lin standing a few steps behind Dr. Su, with one hand in his pocket, facing a group of elementary school students. Lin Yue looked over and saw Fu Nin smiling at her, the mischievous little student. For some reason, Lin Yue felt a bit chaotic, as if everyone familiar from her graduation had suddenly gathered together. Come, let me introduce you, Sister Wang. Not knowing Zhou Lin, led Lin Yue to Dr. Su. You? This is my cousin Su Lang. Su Lang looked at Lin Yue appreciatively and politely extended his hand. Hello, Miss Lin, a small gift for you. I hope you like it. Lin Yue was surprised to see the rose. Did all men bring roses on a first date? Someone lightly bumped her arm. And Lin Yu's face turned bright red as she hurriedly accepted the rose. "Thank you. I really like it. I really like it." The shy words from the young woman reached Zhou Lin's ears from a few steps away. In a scene reminiscent of a soap opera, Zhou Lin suddenly didn't want to stand there anymore. Seeing Fu Nan still foolishly watching the female teacher on a blind date, his eyes practically sparkling, Zhou Lin strode over and picked up the little student, heading back quickly, creating a gust of wind as he went. Lin Yue secretly glanced over, watching Zhou Lin drive away. Her heart settled, but felt a bit empty. Under Sister Wang's encouraging gaze, Lin Yue got into Su Lang's car, taking the passenger seat. Lin Yue was quiet by nature and wasn't good at initiating conversations. If Su Lang were skilled at flirting, there would have been no need for Sister Wang to remind him to buy roses. Inside the comfortable Qian, the awkward silence grew thicker. Lin Yue fiddled with the non-existent stray hair by her ear, troubled about whether to say something. "I'm sorry, I'm quite boring. Am I making it awkward?" Noticing her small movements, Su Lang quietly apologized. Lin Yue shook her head and smiled. "It's fine. Everyone is the same. By the way, is it particularly busy being a doctor?" Su Lang replied, "Hospitals are busy. After the two-child policy was implemented, the pediatric departments have heavier workloads. We probably feel the same about this." Lin Yue laughed. "Yes, with more classes, each class has 40 to 50 students." Su Lang tilted his head to look at her, his gaze filled with obvious interest and affection. Lin Yu's heart raced, and she lowered her gaze, falling silent. A charming blush appeared on her fair face, resembling a ripe peach. In interactions between men and women, if they don't hit it off, it can feel awkward. If they do, even the clumsiest person has instincts. Su Lang raised his head and, after a while, quietly said, "You're so beautiful, and your voice is nice. Do many people pursue you?" Lin Yue clenched her fingers and quietly replied, "Not really. In fact, many people had pursued her. She had started receiving love letters in the 5th and 6th grades, continuing until she graduated from university. However, there were few boys in the normal school, and she had no interest in those who pursued her. After graduation, she accidentally encountered a particularly special man. Why was she thinking of Zhou Lin again?" Lin Yue quickly pushed Zhou Lin's image away and asked Su Lang, "With your good conditions, why are you still single?" Su Lang laughed. "I haven't met the right one. Many women were attracted to him, including some who were proactive and bold, but Su Lang couldn't feel a connection. Until he saw Lin Yu's photo at Sister Wang's place. A clean and pretty girl. Something stirred in his heart, leading to this blind date. In another car, Fu Nan sat in the back seat with his backpack, looking dispirited. "Uncle Zhou, if the teacher dates someone else, will she move away and not live with us anymore?" Fu Nan had never considered this question before. Just now, he was pushed in the back seat by Zhou uncle, and as the car drove away, he looked back and saw his teacher getting into another man's car. Fu Nan finally felt worried. He liked his teacher and wanted her to always live with him. Ideally, she would never have a boyfriend, and when he grew up, he would marry her. A 6-year-old first grader had many dreams. Zhou Lin shattered the little student's daydream with one word: yes. Fu Nan pouted, counting on his fingers, and asked Zhou uncle, "How old can I be to date?" Zhou Lin glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "Why? Focus on your studies and stop thinking about unnecessary things. What does a 6-year-old know?" Fu Nan, unconvinced. Avd. Xiao Pang said you can start writing love letters in 3rd grade. "Who do you want to write to?" "To the teacher. I want to be the teacher's boyfriend." "You don't like Teacher Chung anymore? Or that Dr. Uncle?" "I don't like him. I don't want the teacher to move away." Zhou Lin listened absent-mindedly. He realized that the little student had considered so many potential matches for the teacher, including himself, but had never thought of him as Zhou uncle. 10 minutes later, the black SUV stopped in front of a noodle shop. Zhou Lin liked eating noodles and often came to this place. Fu Nan, lost in thoughts about his teacher, didn't notice where Zhou uncle parked. As he opened the car door and was about to get out, he saw the noodle shop ahead and quickly pulled back his leg, slamming the door and running inside. Zhou Lin knocked on the car window from outside. Fu Nan shouted, "I don't want to eat noodles. I've had enough of them, every day. Eat if you want." "I'm going to the noodle shop," Zhou Lin said, walking away while keeping an ear out for the sounds behind him. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. As he entered the noodle shop, Zhou Lin turned around, only to find that the little student still hadn't gotten out of the car. The waiter enthusiastically greeted the regulars and asked Zhou Lin what he wanted to eat. Zhou Lin rubbed his forehead and went back to serve the little prince. Choose for yourself. He tossed his phone to Fu Nan, maintaining a stern face as he drove. Fu Nan grabbed the phone, feeling unhappy, and ordered a meal that was even more expensive than the last seafood restaurant. Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. The female teacher was definitely going out for a nice meal with her blind date, and he was taking the little student out to improve their meals. The restaurant was in the Jiahui building. Zhou Lin parked in the underground garage, where the parking spaces were tight. As he drove around, he suddenly spotted a black Kian. Upon seeing the license plate number, he realized it was that Dr. S car. Zhou Lin smiled slightly. What a coincidence. He had run into her with the handsomest male teacher at the movies and now bumped into her again at a restaurant. The dining area was mainly on the 4th floor. Zhou Lin held Fu Nan's hand and strolled slowly, making a full circle until he saw them. It was a Western restaurant, and the female teacher in a light blue dress was sitting opposite the suited doctor. The man seemed to be saying something, while the woman smiled softly, enjoying their conversation. Zhou Lin found it glaring and asked Fu Nan, "Do you want to eat steak?" Fu Nan shook his head, suddenly spotting the teacher and immediately called out to Zhou uncle to look. Zhou Lin feigned interest and glanced over, frowning, then took Fu Nan forward. "Forget it. Let's go to the place you chose." But Fu Nan refused and insisted on eating steak. "Fine, but once we go in, you can't look over there." No disrupting the teacher's blind date, Zhou Lin stipulated in advance. Fu Nan obediently nodded. A tall one and a short one waited in line for 5 minutes. When it was their turn, the waiter led them to their seats, finally arranging them at a table opposite Lin Yue and her group. As the waiter brought the dishes, it blocked the view of the man and woman on a blind date. Zhou Lin quickly arranged for Fu Nan to sit down, while he sat in a position where he could see the female teacher. Fu Nan also wanted to see the teacher and turned his head back. Zhou Lin cleared his throat. Fu Nan shrank his neck and stopped looking. Zhou Lin also didn't look, instead focusing on the female teacher's legs. Her fair and well-proportioned calves were so beautiful they made one want to pinch them. He only stopped looking when he noticed the waiter was about to leave. However, Lin Yue was shocked to discover the tall one and the short one when the waiter walked away. Fu Nan had his back to her, and Zhou Lin looked down at the menu, seemingly unaware of her presence. Feeling flustered again, Lin Yue awkwardly grasped her fork. "Go ahead, don't be shy," Su Lang said with a smile. Lin Yu's smile froze, and her gaze uncontrollably drifted toward Zhou Lin. Whenever she looked at Zhou Lin, he walked away, and when she ate, Zhou Lin would look again. After several rounds of this, the two never managed to make eye contact, but the more this happened, the harder Lin Yue found it to control her eyes. After a while, Su Lang noticed and turned back to look. Zhou Lin casually handed the freshly cut steak to Fu Nan. Compared to elegant men like Su Lang and Cheng Jinyan, Zhou Lin exuded a tough guy aura. His brows sharp, his gaze cold. Even while taking care of the child, he seemed like a sword that could be drawn at any moment. Women can keenly compare themselves to beautiful strangers, and men are no exception. From Zhou Lin, Su Lang felt an overbearing sharpness. Su Lang didn't care who Zhou Lin was, but Lin Yu's subtle reactions made this Western meal lose its flavor. As the meal was nearing its end, Su Lang looked at his plate and quietly asked her, "Do you know each other?" Only then did Lin Yue realize she had revealed a hint and awkwardly nodded. "We live in the same neighborhood. I haven't dated anyone, but I feel like you might like him." Lin Yue froze for a moment and slowly raised her head. Her eyes were beautiful, pure black, seemingly shimmering with moonlight. Su Lang was genuinely pleased with this girl, but he didn't want to get involved with someone who hadn't yet figured out her feelings. He was busy with work and didn't have the energy to compete. If Lin Yu's heart were unbiased, and if the rival were slightly inferior, Su Lang might have been willing to pursue her, but the man at the back table had already come to the restaurant where she was on a blind date, and one could imagine his enthusiasm for Lin Yue. The most important thing was Lin Yu's attitude. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, Su Lang looked at Lin Yue inquisitively. Lin Yue lost the battle and was the first to look away. Did she like Zhou Lin? She didn't know. She only knew that with Zhou Lin here, she could no longer fully engage with Su Lang. Clearly, she had come for a blind date, yet she kept looking at another man. Lin Yue felt guilty and softly apologized. "I'm sorry." She wasn't sincere enough. Su Lang wasn't angry, only regretful. "It's okay. I guess it was Sister Wang who pushed you out here. She's someone you can't refuse. Lin Yue chuckled, and the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Su Lang looked at her, took a sip of his drink, and continued, Lin Yue, I'm very glad to know you. Later, I'll tell Sister Wang that I wasn't interested in you, so you don't have to feel awkward. However, I'll keep your number. Whenever you're sure of your feelings, let me know. If you haven't chosen him, I'll pursue you. His eyes, tone, and demeanor were all gentlemanly. Lin Yue hesitated for a few seconds. Should she really give up such an excellent and considerate man? Then she noticed her fingers and saw a man who had quietly handed her a pack of Band-Aids. Chapter 17. After coming out of the Western restaurant, Su Lang directly took Lin Yue home. Before getting out of the car, Lin Yue expressed her apologies once again. Su Lang smiled generously and watched Lin Yue go upstairs. He sat quietly for a while before driving away. The blind date ended here, and Lin Yue let out a gentle sigh of relief. It was undeniable that Su Lang was a very excellent gentleman, elegant in conversation, gentlemanly in demeanor, and handsome in appearance. However, Lin Yue always felt that something was missing. During the meal, she couldn't fully appreciate it, but now that she was alone and quiet, she finally understood what was off. Su Lang was too perfect, perfectly lacking any flaws. Such a man was commonplace in idol dramas, but in real life, people had flaws, which made them seem more genuine, right? It was precisely because everyone had flaws that there was no need to worry too much about appearing foolish while interacting, making it relaxed and casual. Therefore, even without Zhou Lin, she would have made the same decision. Having figured it out, Lin Yue returned to her usual self, changed her clothes, and went to take a shower as she needed to prepare for her lesson later. A little while later, Zhou Lin and Fu Nan returned. Zhou Lin bought a watermelon from the community fruit supermarket and went to the kitchen to cut it. Fu Nan ran to invite the teacher. Lin Yue had just finished her shower when she heard the voice of a primary school student, so she opened the door. Fu Nan tilted his head, curiously observing the teacher. The little student was quite mischievous. Lin Yue stood inside the door, gently patting Fu Nan's head and smiling. You all eat. The teacher had too much for dinner and can't eat anymore. In the kitchen, Zhou Lin slowed down his pace while cutting the watermelon. He was delicate and refined, and he clearly hadn't eaten much at dinner. It was obviously an excuse. His voice was so pleasant that it seemed he was quite satisfied with that doctor. Fu Nan also wanted to know, covering his mouth with one hand and quietly asking, does the teacher want to be Su Uncle's girlfriend? Lin Yue smiled and motioned for the little student to come inside. Fu Nan happily went in. Lin Yue closed the door and led Fu Nan to sit on a single sofa nearby, gently stroking Fu Nan's head. Do you like Su Uncle, Nan Nan? Fu Nan nodded, then shook his head, hugging the teacher and muttering, if the teacher falls in love, she'll have to move away, and I don't want you to move. The boy was full of dependence on her, and Lin Yue felt a softness in her heart. Don't worry, Nan Nan, the teacher won't move before your dad comes back. Really? Fu Nan looked surprised. Lin Yue nodded. What about Su Uncle? Once the most important question was resolved, Fu Nan began to gossip. Lin Yue shook her head and quietly said, the teacher and Su Uncle aren't really suitable. Fu Nan's eyes lit up. The teacher didn't have a boyfriend, so he had a chance. In the living room, Zhou Lin called Fu Nan to eat watermelon, his voice carrying a hint of impatience. Fu Nan stuck out his tongue and happily ran outside, thoughtfully closing the door for the teacher. The teacher praised you. That's why you're so happy? Zhou Lin sat on the sofa, staring at the silly, smiling little student. Fu Nan pounced on him, whispering in Zhou Lin's ear, the teacher isn't dating Su Uncle, so she won't move. Zhou Lin swallowed hard, glancing toward the master bedroom, skeptical. Isn't he just telling you that to cheer you up? If he were dating, he wouldn't seriously tell a child. The teacher wouldn't lie to me. She said she's not suitable with Su Uncle. Fu Nan huffed, finishing his explanation, then picked up a piece of watermelon and started munching, getting juice all over his mouth and chin. Zhou Lin handed him a few tissues, and Fu Nan laughed. Holding a piece of watermelon, Zhou Lin's gaze drifted back to the master bedroom. The doctor was quite well off. Did she really not like him? Or was she just humoring Fu Nan? Watching Fu Nan devour his watermelon, Zhou Lin took 2 pieces away, went to the kitchen to cut them into cubes, put them in a white porcelain bowl, inserted a bamboo stick, and then expressionlessly knocked on the master bedroom door, while the little student looked on with curiosity. Just hearing the footsteps, Lin Yue knew it was him. While wondering why Zhou Lin was looking for her, she tidied her hair. When she opened the door, Zhou Lin stood there in black casual clothes, looking more approachable in shorts than in long pants, which gave off a distant, unapproachable vibe. "You bought too much. Have some?" Zhou Lin said, holding out the bowl. With the watermelon offered right at her doorstep, Lin Yue couldn't refuse anymore and quietly thanked him. Zhou Lin didn't leave. His gaze swept over her dainty pearl earrings, and he quietly asked, "Funan just said you didn't think much of that guy?" Lin Yue was taken aback and immediately glanced toward the living room, where Funan was eating watermelon and watching TV, carefree. Lin Yue felt a headache coming on. The child was just a child and misunderstood her meaning. She would have to remind Fu Nan on the way to school tomorrow. Otherwise, if the little student said this at school and it got back to Wang Jie would definitely not be pleased. "No, Dr. Su is quite good. It's just that we're not really suitable," Lin Yue clarified simply, lowering her eyelids. Zhou Lin understood. It didn't matter who thought little of whom. The result was that this blind date was over. "You eat first. There is more outside after you finish," Lin Yue smiled and turned back inside. Zhou Lin returned to the living room, where Fu Nan was already waiting for him, holding up a piece of watermelon and acting cute. "Uncle Zhou, I also want to eat watermelon cubes. Eating like this is just water." Zhou Lin ignored him. "Men eat slices, women eat cubes. Are you a girl?" Fu Nan widened his eyes but stopped insisting on eating watermelon cubes. The next day in the office, Wang Jie looked at Lin Yue with a gaze full of guilt. That scoundrel Su Lang, his eyes lit up in the photos, but after meeting Lin Yue in person last night, he actually called to complain that Lin Yue was too quiet and there was nothing to say together, directly stating that they didn't need to contact each other anymore. How could you bring this up with Lin Yue? This was the excuse Lin Yue and Su Lang had agreed upon. Lin Yue took the initiative to say it was okay, and after some back and forth, Wang Jie was finally appeased. Wang Jie went off to give a class, and Lin Yue was sorting through the students' exam papers when Jiang Siyu suddenly spoke up for her. "That Su Lang is really something. How can he not appreciate someone as beautiful and good-tempered as Lin Yue? No wonder he can't find a girlfriend. He deserves to be single. Don't be sad. Lin Yue, I'll treat everyone to milk tea this afternoon." Lin Yue smiled in response, but didn't say anything. He Xiaoya rested her chin on her hand, thinking things weren't that simple. No. Yesterday, when Su Lang came to pick Yi up, his eyes were almost glued to her. Something must have gone wrong later. She genuinely didn't understand. Jiang Siyu pretended to think. Could it be that his mom found out? Lin Yue has an out-of-town household registration, so Su Lang's family might. Lin Yue felt uncomfortable and turned back to interrupt her. "All right, stop talking about me. Dr. Su is quite good. Even if we're not dating, we're still friends, so don't guess randomly." Jiang Siyu lowered her head to tidy up her desk and muttered after a while, "It's not like it's not for you." Lin Yue pretended not to hear. In the second period, she had a class with Cheng Jinyan, and the two walked out together. Cheng Jinyan secretly observed Lin Yue and saw her smiling and full of energy, seemingly unaffected by the failed blind date, which reassured him. Just before they parted, he quietly offered some belated comfort. "Missing you is Dr. Su's regret." Lin Yue was stunned at the classroom door. Cheng Jinyan smiled at her and continued walking ahead. Lin Yue smiled back. Kind compliments from others always brought joy. After a few sunny days, the weather turned bad again due to the typhoon, and Jiang City began to experience continuous rain. In the afternoon, the school announced a break for the next 2 days. With the weather being severe, those without classes could leave early. Wang Jie packed her things and saw that Lin Yue was still writing a report. She kindly advised, "Stop writing, just go home. It's going to be rush hour soon." Lin Yue had finished her classes for the day, but she needed to wait for Fu Nan, smiling as she told Wang Jie to leave first. After Wang Jie, He Xiaoya and Jiang Siyu also left one after another. When Cheng Jinyan returned from his last math class, he found Lin Yue alone in the office and naturally asked, "The rain outside is getting heavier. Let me give you a ride home and stop by the supermarket for some things." Lin Yue had a good relationship with his colleagues and was about to ask if she could bring Fu Nan along when her phone vibrated on the desk. It was a message from Zhou Lin. "I'm off work now and will come pick you up." Since Zhou Lin was coming, Lin Yue politely declined the team leader's offer. Cheng Jinyan glanced at her phone and guessed. Fu Nan's uncle? The office staff all knew about Lin Yue and Fu Nan's relationship. Lin Yue nodded. "Yeah, he came to pick up Fu Nan and brought me along." Chung Jinyan replied. Then I'll leave first. Remember to lock the door. The elementary school students were queuing, which took some time. Lin Yue continued to sit for a few more minutes before leaving. Outside, the rain was heavy and the wind was strong. Lin Yue lowered her umbrella and had to grip the handle tightly with one hand. Otherwise, the wind would blow the umbrella away. The teachers on the road all moved in unison. Lin Yue tried to walk near the edge, and just around the corner was the school gate. Lin Yue looked around and found only one electric bike, so she crossed the road with ease. The rider of the electric bike was an old teacher who also saw Lin Yue. They were far apart, so there was no worry about colliding. But just as she thought this, a plastic bag suddenly floated over from an unknown direction and hit the old teacher's face, blocking his eyes. Startled, he blinked, and in the blink of an eye, the electric bike rushed towards Lin Yue. Behind the old teacher were the lined-up elementary school students. Most of the children had their heads down, but some were stretching their necks to look for their parents, and Fu Nan was one of them. Seeing the teacher about to be hit by the electric bike, Fu Nan cried out and ran towards the teacher in a small raincoat, terrified. At the school gate, Zhou Lin stood under an umbrella on one side of the parents' group. He hadn't seen the line of elementary school students yet, but he noticed that people inside the campus had stopped and were looking in one direction. Clearly something had happened. The parents at the gate began to stir, worried if their own children were hurt. Zhou Lin didn't think much of it and continued to wait patiently. The one who was hit by the electric bike should be fine. That female teacher seemed to be from the first-grade math group. Two teachers walked out side by side, chatting, and the listening parents felt relieved. Zhou Lin frowned, and at that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from an elementary school student. Zhou Lin didn't answer, tossed aside the troublesome umbrella, and squeezed through the parents blocking the entrance, dashing into the rain like a cheetah. Turning a corner, he saw Lin Yue holding an umbrella with one hand and holding Fu Nan's hand with the other. The right pant leg was muddy, and the old teacher beside her was pushing the electric bike, repeatedly asking Lin Yue about her injuries. I'm fine. You should head home quickly and ride slowly on the road, Lin Yue replied. The place where she was hit ached subtly, but she really felt it wasn't a big issue. All right, then I'll be going first. If you feel uncomfortable later, remember to let me know. The old teacher left, and as he stepped aside, Zhou Lin's figure appeared in the distance, his dark eyes heavy and his clothes soaked, striding towards the two. Lin Yue slowly stopped in her tracks. How strange. She and T felt much pain in her legs just now, but upon seeing Zhou Lin, her legs suddenly felt delicate, and every step seemed to hurt. Chapter 18:018 Uncle Zhou. The teacher was hit by an electric bike. Zhou Lin approached, and Fu Nan loudly reported the incident, wrapped tightly in a transparent raincoat that only revealed her fair face, looking like a little dwarf, loyally guarding the princess's side. Zhou Lin looked at Lin Yue. Lin Yue avoided his gaze, forcing herself to be brave. I'm fine. Why didn't you bring an umbrella? It's raining heavily today. Your clothes are all wet. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Let me take a look. Zhou Lin bent down to check her leg injury. Lin Yue instinctively tried to move back, but her thigh was suddenly grasped by him. His large, warm hand, through the thin, soaked fabric, firmly held her, leaving no room for refusal. Something spread along his hand, like an electric current, making her heart race. Lin Yue's long pants today were a bit tight, sticking to her legs due to the rain. Zhou Lin slowly pulled them up, revealing her fair and smooth calf, glistening like jade. But there was suddenly a swollen red mark the size of a palm that was shocking to see. It hurt so much. Fu Nan had squatted down at some point, her little face pale. Zhou Lin slowly lowered her pants leg, stood up, and bumped into the umbrella that Lin Yue was holding up. She quickly raised it higher. After adjusting the umbrella, Lin Yue finally saw Zhou Lin clearly. His black short hair was drenched, rainwater all over his stern face, but he remained as steady as a mountain. Even soaked, he didn't show a hint of embarrassment. Does it hurt? Zhou Lin asked her. Lin Yue shook her head, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Such poor lying skills could hardly escape the eyes of a criminal police officer. Zhou Lin flexed his fingers and said above her head, I'll take you to the hospital for an x-ray, whether it's a fracture or severe bruising. You should avoid unnecessary standing or walking. The sound of rain was pouring down. He squeezed under her umbrella, so close that Lin Yue, feeling nervous, didn't quite catch what he said, only knowing he was talking. After he finished speaking, Lin Yue looked up, her pale cheeks, delicate features, and her eyes misty with unshed tears, carrying a hint of foolishness. Zhou Lin felt helpless. It seemed she didn't understand anything he had just said. "Hold the umbrella." This time, Zhou Lin only said 2 words, then bent down and picked Lin Yue up, one hand supporting her back and the other under her legs, carrying her like a princess. Lin Yue was dumbfounded. The umbrella fell to the ground, and the rain poured down, making it hard for her to open her eyes. Her face growing hotter like the most delicate little flower, trembling as it unfurled its petals in the rain. Zhou Lin looked down and saw this scene. Damn. His arms suddenly felt weak. Teacher here. Both a boy and a girl had their own motives. In Fu Nan jogged to pick up the umbrella that had been blown away by the wind, handing it to the teacher with all her might. Lin Yue quickly grabbed the umbrella handle, not daring to look up, awkwardly holding the umbrella to shield the two of them. Noticing many people were looking this way, Lin Yue shyly shrank into Zhou Lin's chest, trying her best to avoid showing her face. Zhou Lin didn't pay attention to these small details anymore. He called Fu Nan to keep up and strode out. There was a hospital near the school, and after parking the car, Zhou Lin went to the back seat, bent down, and without saying a word, tried to carry Lin Yue again. Lin Yue glanced inside the hospital, stepped back a little, and said softly, "It's not that painful. I can walk by myself." The lobby was crowded, and being carried in front of so many people made her embarrassed. Zhou Lin's deep eyes fixed on her. "What's more important, your face or your leg?" Lin Yue lowered her head, falling silent. Zhou Lin expressionlessly picked her up and entered, putting Lin Yue in the waiting room and asking Fu Nan to stay with her while he went to register. Lin Yue sat in the chair, her gaze following his figure. Among the dozen people in line, he was the tallest and strongest, looking reassuring. "Teacher, does it still hurt?" Fu Nan asked worriedly. Lin Yue finally pulled her gaze back and took Fu Nan's little hand. "It's not painful anymore. Thank you, Nan, for taking care of me." If it weren't for Fu Nan and Zhou Lin, she would probably be enduring pain while squeezing on the subway right now. Zhou Lin returned from registration, sitting on the other side of Fu Nan, leaning back and closing his eyes to rest. The wet clothes seemed to have no effect on him. Lin Yue wanted to say thank you, but upon seeing the man's stern profile, she suddenly felt a bit awkward. Zhou Lin had taken care of her, and she felt warmed by it. Would Zhou Lin think she was a burden? Zhou Lin felt someone staring at him, opened his eyes, and saw the teacher's pale little face looking at him pitifully. Their eyes met, and she quickly turned away, her face as red as if it had been scorched by fire, her ears also flushed. Zhou Lin frowned, wondering what the woman was thinking. "Uncle Zhou, I want to go to the bathroom." Fu Nan, sitting between the adults, suddenly expressed his need, looking eagerly at Uncle Zhou. Zhou Lin thought that the way the female teacher looked at him just now was a bit like a primary school student. No wonder she blushed. Zhou Lin scratched his nose, supporting the little student's shoulder, secretly giving Fu Nan a few side glances. Fu Nan looked confused as he watched Uncle Zhou glance at the teacher several times, but he didn't understand. "Uncle Zhou, what are you looking at the teacher for?" "Zhou Lin." Lin Yue turned in confusion. Zhou Lin had no choice but to say directly, "Are you going or not?" Lin Yue blinked in bewilderment, then understood. Zhou Lin hoped she would accompany Fu Nan for a trip, right? In such a large hospital, Fu Nan couldn't just run around alone. "Okay." Lin Yue tried to stand up, but not knowing if it was because Zhou Lin had been carrying her all the way, her right leg felt even more delicate, and it hurt as soon as she put weight on it. Zhou Lin was quick and directly scooped her up again. A tall man and a petite woman. Someone in the waiting room whistled, and there were people who laughed kindly. Lin Yue even heard an old lady joyfully say, "Look at this couple, how affectionate." Now Lin Yue's face was not just hot, her whole body felt warm. Zhou Lin, knowing she was shy, called on the little student and walked out. Lin Yue was stunned, lowering her head and grabbing his shoulder. His hard muscles were particularly clear and hot, causing her to immediately relax and only hold onto a layer of clothing. You go with Fu Nan. Just one person accompanying Fu Nan is enough. There's no need to carry me, a burden." Zhou Lin asked in surprise. "You're not going? Can you hold it in that much?" Lin Yue finally realized something was off. Did Zhou Lin think she wanted to go to the bathroom? Her face turned red, and Lin Yue firmly shook her head. I just thought you wanted me to accompany Nan. Zhou Lin. Turning around, he set the female teacher down and took the little student with him. Lin Yue felt like everyone around was looking at her, took out her phone to pretend to be busy, scrolling through messages, and saw Zhou Lin's message notifying him to come pick her up. Lin Yue thought for a moment and typed, "I'm sorry for troubling you today." Zhou Lin had just sent Fu Nan into the bathroom and was waiting outside when he received the female teacher's polite message. He curled his lips, typed out, "Not a trouble," then deleted it and read it. "I'm a police officer, serving the people." Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh out loud, realizing for the first time that Zhou Lin had humorous side. Next, Zhou Lin carried her to get x-rays. Thinking about serving the people made Lin Yue feel much more at ease. The x-ray results showed that Lin Yue didn't have a fracture, and the doctor advised her to rest well for 2 days, minimizing movement during that time. Back in the car, the atmosphere relaxed, and Lin Yue asked Fu Nan if he was hungry. Fu Nan nodded. "Let's get takeout," Zhou Lin said. Lin Yue, the chef, was sick, so this was the only option. Passing by a restaurant, Zhou Lin got out to get takeout and returned with things in both hands, placing them in front of Lin Yue, who had no idea what he bought. When they arrived at the community building, Zhou Lin looked at the takeout under the passenger seat and decided to carry Lin Yue upstairs instead of holding her again. After being carried so many times in the hospital, Lin Yue didn't act spoiled anymore and obediently climbed onto the man's back. Zhou Lin jostled her a bit, instructing the little student, "The takeout is for your teacher." Fu Nan didn't want to tire the teacher, and like a little man, he said, "I'll carry it." Zhou Lin glared. "Can you handle it? If you spill it, you'll have to call out." Fu Nan pouted, carefully taking 2 bags of takeout and handing them to the teacher. Lin Yue leaned on Zhou Lin's shoulder, trying to keep her hands apart to avoid the takeout bumping into him, but this meant she had to cling tightly to his back to maintain her balance. Both of their clothes were damp, and being more sensitive, Lin Yue was the first to feel awkward. She tried to switch to holding the bags with one hand and supporting Zhou Lin's shoulder with the other. Zhou Lin bent slightly, watching her clumsily fumble. In the end, Lin Yue gave up. Zhou Lin had bought too much, and she couldn't manage it with one hand. "Are you good?" Zhou Lin asked slowly. Lin Yue pressed her lips together. Zhou Lin let the elementary school student walk ahead, and he carried Lin Yue on his back. It didn't feel too different on flat ground, but as they climbed the stairs, he felt something soft rubbing against his back, which made him heat up, and his grip on the teacher's legs grew warmer. Lin Yue's attention was focused above. Her arms were sore, her neck ached, and Zhou Lin's broad shoulders were right under her eyes, making her want to rest her head on them. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, Zhou Lin was breathing steadily, but Lin Yue had started to pant, her breaths landing on the back of Zhou Lin's neck like a mini sun. The sensations of her body, breathing, and warmth created a 3-fold stimulation, causing sweat to bead on Zhou Lin's forehead, rolling down in large droplets. Something was darting between them, moving from her side to his, and then bouncing back with greater intensity. On this humid, stuffy, rainy day, in the narrow, old stairwell of the community, the man walked silently, while the woman, blushing, kept her eyes closed, her long hair falling down and brushing against the taut skin of his neck. "Uncle Zhou, you're sweating a lot," Fu Nan said, having run up to the 5th floor and standing there looking down in surprise. In the past, Uncle Zhou would carry him up the stairs effortlessly without breaking a sweat. Was the teacher too heavy? Zhou Lin's throat moved, his voice hoarse. "Open the door. Kids shouldn't talk so much." Fu Nan obediently raised the key and unlocked the door. Zhou Lin first carried Lin Yue to the dining room, and Lin Yue instinctively placed the takeout on the table. "Should we eat first or change clothes?" Zhou Lin asked, looking down. Lin Yue didn't dare to look at him. "You all eat first. I'll go back to the room. Please put me down." Zhou Lin hummed in response, and then carried her to the master bedroom, bending his knees to let her down. Lin Yue hurriedly pushed the door open and quickly closed it behind her. Zhou Lin's front and back were soaked, and after glancing at the master bedroom door, he wiped his neck and went to the public bathroom to take a cold shower. In the blink of an eye, the living room was left with only Fu Nan, standing dumbfounded by the dining table. After a minute, Fu Nan went to knock on the door. "Uncle Zhou, let's shower together." He was also a clean child. Inside, cold water splashed onto Zhou Lin's solid back as he leaned against the wall with one hand, the other below, panting heavily. "Elementary school student?" He chuckled at this moment. Even if the king of heaven came knocking, he'd have to wait until he was done. Chapter 19. Lin Yue's right leg was inconvenient, and she took a longer time in the bathroom. After changing her clothes and coming out, she heard Fu Nan from next door calling. "My hair on top hasn't dried yet." Zhou Lin replied, "What's there to fuss about?" Fu Nan insisted, "You go out, I could dry it myself." No one came out, and only the turned-off hairdryer was restarted, buzzing as it blew at the little student's head. Lin Yue smiled, leaning against the wall as she slowly made her way to the dining room. The food was still warm. Lin Yue sat down and laid everything out. 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and surprisingly, there was even a rib soup. Even though it was in takeout containers, it still looked, smelled, and tasted great, and it was very tempting. There was a receipt from the restaurant in the bag. Lin Yue glanced at it and found the meal quite expensive. Then she thought about the medical expenses. The situation had been a bit chaotic at the time. She had asked twice, but was diverted by Zhou Lin. After dinner, she would transfer the money. Some assistance couldn't be charged, and it was better to keep finances clear. The bathroom door opened, and Fu Nan was the first to come out, wearing loose white shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, with his hair neatly combed. Zhou Lin followed behind, wearing his signature big shorts, with a short-sleeved shirt draped over his arm, pulling it over his head as he walked out, his strong upper body exposed. When he looked up after putting on his shirt, he saw the female teacher sitting at the dining table, lowering her head to unpack the utensils, not knowing if she had seen anything. Zhou Lin ruffled his unstyled hair and thought, forget it, just act as if she didn't see anything. The 3 of them sat down. As usual, Zhou Lin ate quietly. Fu Nan was in charge of livening up the atmosphere, and Lin Yue entertained the child. "Teacher, tomorrow is a holiday. You don't need to prepare lessons. Play games with me?" Fu Nan asked eagerly after finishing a piece of rib. Usually, he didn't disturb the teacher while she was preparing lessons. Lin Yue wiped the rice grains from the little studentess' mouth. "Sure. What does Nan want to play?" Fu Nan pointed at the TV. "Can the teacher play shooting games?" Lin Yue shook her head. She only knew a few simple card games. Fu Nan bit the tip of his chopsticks and thought of something. "Let us play Ludo. Uncle Zhou bought it for me last time, but he never plays with me." Lin Yue knew how to play that and smiled as she agreed. Zhou Lin glanced at Fu Nan. The little student continued to eat ribs and showed no intention of inviting him to play. Zhou Lin was 30 years old, of course. He looked down on that, but he felt a bit aggrieved. In the little student's eyes, what status did he, the Uncle Zhou who took care of food and accommodation, really hold? "Uncle Zhou, the teacher's leg is injured. You clean up the table." Putting down the bowls and chopsticks, Fu Nan sensibly assigned tasks. Lin Yue lowered her head, suppressing a laugh. Zhou Lin stared at Fu Nan. "And you?" Fu Nan jumped off the chair and ran to his room. "I'll go get Ludo." Zhou Lin was speechless, resigned to cleaning up the leftovers. Lin Yue helped by tying a few takeout boxes with rubber bands. Watching Zhou Lin's hands move, she quietly said, How much are the medical expenses?" "I'll give you the money." Zhou Lin looked at her and quoted a number. Lin Yue didn't have that much cash on hand and asked if he could do a transfer via Alipay. "Use WeChat," Zhou Lin casually said. "I'm going downstairs first." He took out 2 bags full of trash and left. When he returned, the teacher and student had already started playing. Ludo was spread out on the dining table. Zhou Lin sat next to Lin Yue with his phone in hand. Lin Yue wanted to add him as a friend and transfer the money, but Zhou Lin wasn't in a hurry, tapping the table. "Let us talk after we finish playing." Lin Yue focused on playing with the little student, occasionally glancing at Zhou Lin. He didn't disturb her, but mocked Fu Nan several times for making the wrong moves. In the end, Fu Nan won. But Zhou Lin claimed that Lin Yue had deliberately let him win. Fu Nan was very angry and proposed to challenge Uncle Zhou. Zhou Lin laughed and spun the green toy airplane in front of him, ready for battle. The battle between the big and little players was fierce at one moment. Zhou Lin knocked Fu Nan's plane away, and at another, it reversed. Lin Yue wanted to be a third party surviving in the cracks. But Fu Nan could be quite spoiled. He discovered that the teacher had a move that could knock Uncle Zhou as plane out and excitedly shouted, "Teacher, move this one." His chubby fingers pinched Lin Yue's pink plane, wishing he could help her knock out Uncle Zhou. Lin Yue stole a glance at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin looked at her with a burning gaze. Lin Yue didn't dare to knock. But on the other side was the little student who looked at her with full hope. He was just a 6-year-old. Lin Yue bit her lip. blushing as she knocked Zhou Lin's green plane out. Everyone has their biases. After all, she was a primary school teacher. Funan laughed utterly pleased, while Lin Yue blushed, only looking at Funan and not daring to glance at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, calm and composed, picked up the plane and returned it to its place, setting it up before casually saying 3 words. You wait. Lin Yue's heart raced. Was Zhou Lin talking to her? The answer was obvious. Not long after, Lin Yue faced Zhou Lin's malicious revenge, just as she was about to win. Her pink plane was ruthlessly knocked back by Zhou Lin. Lin Yue gritted her teeth. Since the war had started, she wouldn't hold back, officially allying with Fu Nan to take on Zhou Lin. With Fu Nan present, she still had to act as a supporter, so Fu Nan would go first, leaving her to face Zhou Lin fiercely. What's the punishment for losing? Zhou Lin suddenly asked before rolling the dice. Lin Yue looked at the board. If Zhou Lin rolled a 6, he would reach home, and she would lose. If he rolled lower than 6, she would have a chance to win with only 3 spaces left to get home. Pop on the head. Fu Nan said with a grin. Zhou Lin asked Lin Yue again, are you brave enough? Lin Yue softly responded with a but felt inexplicably nervous, closely watching the dice in Zhou Lin's hand. Zhou Lin smiled, and the dice slipped from his fingers, spinning on the table before stopping, showing 6 dots. Fu Nan was so disappointed. He really wanted to pop Uncle Zhou's head. Zhou Lin only looked at Lin Yue. Lin Yue accepted her loss gracefully, bowing her head for the first 2 to pop her head. Fu Nan laughed and lightly popped, like tickling. Lin Yue glanced over at Zhou Lin, hearing him huffing on his fingers, looking like he was going to pop her head hard. Lin Yue couldn't tell if he was serious or joking, and Fu Nan was scared, covering the teacher's head to prevent Uncle Zhou from popping it. Zhou Lin pushed the little student aside, raising his right hand high before quickly bringing it down. Lin Yue felt something brush past her hair, even lighter than Fu Nan's pop. She smiled and tilted her head to look over. Zhou Lin leaned back in his chair, arms crossed behind his head, disdainfully saying, I didn't use much force. Otherwise, I would have popped you to tears. Fu Nan retorted, if you dare to make the teacher cry, you won't get to eat the teacher's food anymore. Zhou Lin didn't bother arguing with him and asked for Lin Yue's WeChat ID. Transfer the money. I'm going to sleep. Lin Yue pulled out the QR code for him to scan. Zhou Lin adjusted her phone and saw that her profile picture was a crescent moon against a blue background, giving off a feminine vibe. Zhou Lin didn't look much longer, added her as a friend, and left. Lin Yue opened his WeChat information. His nickname was just his name, and the profile picture was a dark mass, like the night sky. Lin Yue didn't modify the note and transferred the medical expenses over. In the second bedroom, Zhou Lin received the money, looking at the female teacher's name and nickname. Then, at her profile picture, Zhou Lin decided to change the note. Little woman, little moon, the little moon that boldly knocked into him. Chapter 20. At around 5 in the morning, Lin Yue was awakened by the sound of the wind. The room was dim, and Lin Yue turned on a light before getting out of bed to check her right leg. The swelling had decreased significantly. It still hurt when she moved, but it wasn't as severe as before. Lin Yue tried to stand up and managed to take a few steps, limping. She pulled back the curtains and saw that the strong wind was whipping the rain outside, causing the greenery and trees below to sway violently, looking quite frightening. Lin Yue sat back on the bed, leaning against the headboard while watching the rain. She didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly heard a door being pushed open. Surprised, Lin Yue thought, Zhou Lin is up so early? The man went to the bathroom, and since the door wasn't particularly soundproof, the faint sound of running water and hand washing reached her. Lin Yue picked up her phone. It was 10 minutes to 6. The sound of water continued, and she couldn't help but recall last night when Zhou Lin had walked out of the bathroom bare-chested, raising his arms to put on a short-sleeved shirt. His long arms and well-developed chest tapered down to his waist. Lin Yue closed her eyes, wondering what she was thinking so early in the morning. After another 10 minutes, Zhou Lin left the bathroom. Lin Yue didn't want to go back to sleep, so she played with her phone for a while, washed her face, and stepped out of the bedroom. She couldn't stand for too long, but it was still manageable to wash rice and cook porridge. Passing by the shared bathroom, Lin Yue casually glanced inside and noticed a pile of clothes in the washing bucket, both adult and children's clothes. Fu Nan was still young, and Zhou Lin was so busy. After hesitating for about a minute, Lin Yue slowly walked into the bathroom and dumped the clothes into the washing machine. The top items belonged to Fu Nan, followed by Zhou Lin's clothes, which were all black, but the pair of boxers stood out prominently. Lin Yue slammed the lid shut and set the washing time. As she pressed buttons, someone suddenly coughed behind her, startling Lin Yue, who stiffly turned around. Zhou Lin stood at the door in his shorts, one hand resting on the doorframe and the other holding breakfast, looking at her with unexpected dark eyes. In the quiet morning, in the narrow space, Lin Yue felt trapped inside. His strong physique almost completely blocked the doorway, and the oppressive feeling surrounded her like dampness. Lin Yue said, The washing machine behind her began to fill with water, making a loud noise, and Lin Yue's face turned red. She turned her head and whispered, I thought you'd gone to work. I saw Nan's clothes weren't washed yet, so I helped wash them. Thanks. Zhou Lin stepped aside, indicating for her to come out. Lin Yue held her breath and focused, her eyes glued to the floor of the corridor, while Zhou Lin's gaze traveled from her flushed face down to her right leg. But unfortunately, she was moving around, making it hard for him to see clearly. Take it to the dining room. I'll go call Fu Nan, Zhou Lin said as he handed over the breakfast. Lin Yue took it and walked away. The breakfast included small wontons, buns, and tea eggs, which Lin Yue arranged on the table. Fu Nan came out in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes, sleepily greeting, Good morning, teacher, before yawning and heading to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Lin Yue initially thought Zhou Lin would follow him in, but unexpectedly, he leaned against the doorframe for a moment, ensuring that the elementary school student wouldn't fall asleep, standing up before turning around and heading straight to the dining room. Lin Yue lowered her eyelids and picked up Fu Nan's tea egg, starting to peel it for him. Zhou Lin sat down at her right and asked, Does your leg still hurt? Lin Yue shook her head. Zhou Lin looked under the table. Let me see. Lin Yue pinched a piece of eggshell and glanced at him from the corner of her eye. He had already turned to face her. The events of the past few days flashed through Lin Yue's mind, and she felt that before yesterday. Zhou Lin had given her the impression of a cold but passionate policeman, warm-hearted yet distant. Even after being held by Zhou Lin so many times last night, that impression hadn't changed until they finished a round of Ludo, and Zhou Lin lightly flicked her, bringing their relationship a step closer from landlord and tenant to friends. She continued peeling the egg, tilting her body slightly and extending her right leg. On a rainy day, the indoor atmosphere felt stuffy, and Lin Yue was wearing shorts, leaving her thighs and calves exposed, pale and tender like freshly cooked tofu, gleaming under the light. Zhou Lin unconsciously glanced down at her ankles, wondering how she maintained such smooth skin. There wasn't even a single mosquito bite to be seen. The more beautiful her legs were, the more that injured spot stood out. Zhou Lin, almost instinctively, reached out to touch the swollen area. As his fingertip made contact, he noticed her calf muscle visibly twitch. Zhou Lin quickly withdrew his hand. Frowning as he asked, Does it hurt? Lin Yue replied, Not really, just inexplicably itchy. She responded vaguely, and Zhou Lin didn't think much of it. He took out a clean towel, soaked it in hot water, wrung it out, and returned to wrap Lin Yue's slender leg carefully, calmly saying, Heat compresses help. Do it 3 to 4 times a day for 5 to 10 minutes each time. Try to lie down in bed as much as possible, besides the 3 of us. No one else will come, so there's no need to rush to clean a room. This is why being too diligent isn't good for women. If they don't rest, they end up finding things to do themselves. Zhou Lin lowered his head, his stern face devoid of any softness. Yet his wrapping technique was skilled and focused. His actions more soothing than the warm towel. Because he was looking down, Lin Yue finally dared to steal glances at him, only to notice that Zhou Lin's eyebrows were a bit thick but well-shaped and handsome. His eyelashes were particularly long and dense, very good-looking. Realizing he was about to look up, Lin Yue quickly averted her gaze. Fu Nan came over, looking refreshed, and Lin Yue smiled as she handed him the peeled tea egg. Zhou Lin moved his fingers but didn't snatch it away, fearing the elementary school student would cry. At 7 in the morning, Zhou Lin left their cozy home to go to the police station. On a typhoon day, traffic police and assistants were busy, and the criminal investigation team was also on high alert, ready to respond to emergencies or assist with other sudden situations. Around 2 in the afternoon, the station suddenly received a report of a robbery and murder. Zhou Lin's face darkened as he led a team to the scene. The victims were an elderly couple, and a neighbor preparing to leave saw the door across the hall open, noticing someone frantically running down the stairs. The neighbor felt something was off and went to check on the elderly couple. 2 lives lost. The criminal investigation team immediately launched a search and pursuit. After determining the direction the perpetrator escaped, Zhou Lin quickly led the chase. The rain grew heavier, and the perpetrator stole a car and sped towards the suburbs, driving recklessly. Zhou Lin's team surrounded him from all sides. The perpetrator, in a panic, made a sharp turn, fleeing towards the nearby Laozhang mountain. Zhou Lin, being the closest, abandoned the car and dashed into the forest after the perpetrator, chasing him like a cheetah. The mountain path was muddy, and the typhoon caused the trees to sway dangerously. The perpetrator ran for his life, frantically choosing his path, while Zhou Lin remained calm and collected, his gaze sharp. As the distance closed, Zhou Lin lunged forward, accurately grabbing the perpetrator's calf and yanking him down to the ground, delivering several heavy slaps. Run. I dare you to run. Even if you run into the eye of the typhoon, I won't let you go. With his face against the ground, the perpetrator could only gasp for breath. Had he known that criminal investigators were so dedicated, unafraid of typhoon storms, he would have surrendered at the foot of the mountain instead of exhausting himself. At Jing'an Community, around 8 in the evening, Lin Yue had put Fu Nan to sleep. She sat on the bed in the main bedroom, the door slightly ajar, her mind restless as she paid attention to the outside. Something felt off. In the past, when Zhou Lin worked late, he would always send a text telling them to sleep first. Tonight, there was no news from him at all, given the nature of his work. Lin Yue didn't dare to send a hasty text or call, fearing that she might disturb him while he was handling a case. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. The wind outside seemed to have calmed down, but Lin Yue's worries grew. She checked her phone again. It was almost midnight. With a loud bang, someone opened the door, and Lin Yue immediately stood up, rushing outside without thinking. The living room lights were still on, but after the door opened at the entrance, there was no sound, an eerie silence that made Lin Yue, who had reached the bathroom door, suddenly stop in her tracks. In that moment, every hair on her body stood on end, and her heart nearly stopped. Zhou Lin, she whispered, pressing against the wall, with a trembling voice. Zhou Lin could easily imagine her shivering in fear on the other side. It's me. He closed the door and looked at his shirt covered in mud, ultimately deciding not to put it back on. Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Yue's startled spirit finally returned as she continued walking forward. When she turned around, what caught her? I was the man's shiny chest muscles. The entryway was bright enough for her to see him standing under the light, one hand holding his shirt and the other his shoes, with a complex expression on his face. His short hair was soaked and dripping, water rolling down his stern face, splashing onto his chest and continuing down into his pants, turning the black fabric yellow with mud. Lin Yue gasped and covered her mouth, her eyes slowly misting over. Zhou Lin didn't look at her, bending down to place his shoes down, his voice deep. I thought you were asleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken off his shirt in the hallway. What happened? Lin Yue asked, secretly wiping her eyes and turning away. There was a robbery. They ran into the mountains. I chased them all the way. Zhou Lin walked past her, intending to take a shower. After taking a step, he remembered something, turned his head slightly back to her, and said, It's getting late. You should sleep. Lin Yue's mind was still in chaos, thinking of questions to ask. Did you have dinner? Zhou Lin opened his mouth, started to say eat, but then remembered her hurried footsteps as she came out. Swallowing it back down, there was no time to eat. Lin Yue suddenly calmed down, looking towards the kitchen. It seems there are frozen dumplings. Should I boil half a bag for you? Zhou Lin responded with a sound of agreement. As she walked toward the kitchen, Zhou Lin leaned back, watching the petite figure of the female teacher, scratched his head, and turned to go back to the guest room to get a change of clothes. In the kitchen, the water boiled, and recalling Zhou Lin's appetite, Lin Yue poured the whole bag of frozen dumplings into the pot and gently stirred with a spoon. The steam rose, enveloping her face. The more she stirred, the slower she became. The back of her hand pressed against her face. It was so hot. The little dumplings spun around, and her heart felt unsteady, it seemed. Perhaps she was being too enthusiastic? He hadn't eaten, and she took the initiative to suggest making dumplings. Would Zhou Lin guess something? The dumplings needed to be boiled for 6 or 7 minutes, and Lin Yue began to hope Zhou Lin would take longer in the shower. With her phone in hand, she checked the time several times. Once it was up, she hurriedly fished the dumplings out of the pot and placed them on the dining table, then quickly made her way to the master bedroom. Passing by the public bathroom, she heard no water sounds. The man should be drying off. Lin Yue thought for a moment, leaned against the door, and whispered, "The dumplings are ready. After you eat, just leave the bowls and chopsticks." Before she could finish, the door suddenly swung open, the heat rushing at her. The man was only wearing a pair of shorts, walking towards her. Chapter 21. Lin Yue was sprayed with mist as Zhou Lin came out. The refreshing scent of shower gel mixed with a man's fragrance. She instinctively closed her eyes. Women are often shy, and Zhou Lin quickly put on a short-sleeved shirt, smoothing down his shirt as he asked her, "Want to eat something together?" Eating alone is boring. In fact, she was already used to working night shifts, accustomed to returning home to darkness, to switching on the lights one by one, to casually preparing some frozen food, and to eating alone while watching football matches. But tonight, she broke his routine. She returned home early in the morning with the lights on and a little woman waiting for him, thoughtfully cooking for him. After chasing the suspect in the rain for a long time, Zhou Lin was already soaked and cold, having no time for dinner, and had to take notes all night. If the suspect hadn't confessed quickly, he might have had to spend the night in the interrogation room. As a criminal police officer, Zhou Lin wasn't afraid of hardship. But driving home late at night in the wind and rain, while everyone else was asleep, he felt lonely with his wet clothes, his body cold, and his heart chilled. However, when he pushed open the door and the bright light poured in, he felt warmth first, and hearing her footsteps, Zhou Lin's heart inexplicably warmed up. It was all because of this little woman. Zhou Lin looked down at her flushed face, waiting for her response. Rationality told Lin Yue that she should refuse. They had just started to feel like friends, and a woman accompanying a man for dinner late at night could easily reveal feelings. But thinking of Zhou Lin's disheveled appearance, drenched in mud, and the good policeman who had caught criminals in the rain having to eat dinner alone. If Zhou Lin hadn't invited her, she would have held back, but since he did, Lin Yue couldn't bring herself to refuse. "Well, I happen to be a little hungry too." Lin Yue forced a natural smile. Zhou Lin walked toward the dining room first, and seeing only one set of chopsticks on the table, he took another set from the cupboard, scooped up 5 dumplings for Lin Yue, and was about to scoop more. Lin Yue couldn't eat that many and hurriedly called for him to stop. Zhou Lin, holding the spoon, glanced at her and said softly, "You're too thin. You should eat more." The little woman was only 1.60 meters tall and weighed less than 100 pounds. Lin Yue was quite satisfied with her current figure and weight and didn't want to gain any more. If it weren't for accompanying him, she would eat even one dumpling. Zhou Lin served her dumplings, placing the bowl next to him, so Lin Yue had to sit on Zhou Lin's right side. Seeing him already eating, she picked up her chopsticks and slowly picked up a dumpling, letting it cool naturally without blowing on it. Zhou Lin knew she ate delicately and was used to it. He was really hungry and finished 3 shrimp dumplings before slowing down, tilting his head to look at her. "There may be cases at the bureau at any time, and when it gets busy, I want to even have time to send a text. Anyway, if I come home late in the future, you don't have to wait for me. Just go to sleep." Lin Yue nodded, slightly lowering her head, her eyelashes fluttering. She was racking her brain for reasons to stay up late. Yet Zhou Lin didn't even ask why she was up late, directly assuming she was waiting for him, and he was right. Fortunately, he only advised her not to wait for him anymore, without thinking too deeply about it. Big men are like this, right? Lin Yue ate 5 dumplings slowly, while Zhou Lin had 20, finishing at the same time. Lin Yue prepared to wash the dishes, but Zhou Lin blocked her hand, gesturing toward the master bedroom, telling her to go to sleep. It was too late, so Lin Yue didn't insist any longer, said goodnight, and returned to her room. Zhou Lin watched her until she closed the door, then quickly washed the dishes, brushed his teeth, and returned to the guest room. Leaning against the bed and opening his phone's browser, the little woman made a spicy dish for him, which was a common kind of thoughtfulness. However, since she proactively washed his clothes yesterday and waited for him for so long tonight, while often blushing, Zhou Lin thought that the female teacher might have some feelings for him. But Zhou Lin had never been in a relationship and didn't understand women. He guessed but still needed to search online. He typed in the question, what does it mean when a woman takes the initiative to wash and cook for a man? Clicking search, a full page of related results popped up, the first title being, Do Women Really Have to Wash and Cook for Men? Which clearly sounded like a complaint from a wife to her husband. Zhou Lin continued scrolling, and the second related title was Nowadays. Women like to take the initiative to give to men, even doing their laundry and cooking. He wondered how women felt about this. As a man, he wanted to scold the poster. Clicking on it, there were indeed dissenting voices. A commenter said, Is that so? That's because she likes you. She loves you. When she no longer loves you, you become air. Another added, Don't say giving, it sounds bad. Women are willing to do these things only for men they like. Zhou Lin read through it several times before closing the browser and opening his phone gallery. There were a few new photos, and further back were the ones he secretly took that day when he sent the teacher and student to school. She was wearing a white dress, holding a green umbrella, looking like a person who walked out of a painting. Such a wonderful woman. And even a handsome doctor who drives a luxury car and gives roses, doesn't he fancy her? Would she like him? Zhou Lin was skeptical. Maybe this woman is nice to everyone. Why is he, a big man, overthinking just because of a meal of dumplings? It had only been a few days since she went on a blind date with that doctor. How could she suddenly like him? The answer was clear. Zhou Lin threw his phone onto the table and turned off the light to sleep. At 6:30 in the morning, Lin Yue was awakened by a WeChat notification from Zhou Lin. Breakfast is on the table. Lin Yue fully woke up and replied, Thank you, I'll be right there. The man did not reply again. Lin Yue hurriedly washed up and found the living room quiet, with only 2 breakfasts on the dining table. Zhou Lin's door was open, but there was no one inside. Lin Yue pushed open Fu Nan's room, and the little student was still asleep. Lin Yue was puzzled and messaged Zhou Lin. Did you go to work? Zhou Lin replied, Yeah. Lin Yue was stunned for a moment, and then went to wake Fu Nan up. The worst of the typhoon had passed, and classes were definitely resuming tomorrow. Lin Yue had Fu Nan do his homework at her place while she opened her computer to prepare her lessons, occasionally explaining some questions to Fu Nan. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Yue took a taxi with Fu Nan to buy groceries. She didn't know if Zhou Lin's hot compress method was too effective, but her leg was basically healed and walking was no longer an issue. For lunch, she cooked for herself, and by 5 in the afternoon, she asked Fu Nan to use his phone to check if Zhou Lin would be back for dinner. Teacher, Uncle Zhou said he ate at the bureau. After reading the message, Fu Nan told her loudly. Lin Yue stood in front of the refrigerator, unable to help but frown. Zhou Lin, was he busy with the case again? That evening, she was preparing her lesson in her room when she heard Zhou Lin return around 8. Heading straight to Fu Nan's room, the little student was laughing nonstop, as if Zhou Lin was tickling him. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Lin left Fu Nan's room and went to the living room. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was before the typhoon arrived. She was just a tenant. Besides occasionally having a meal together, her relationship with Zhou Lin was completely that of a regular landlord and tenant. She just happened to be Fu Nan's math teacher, and he was a police officer who appeared cold, but was actually warm-hearted and helpful. Lin Yue felt a bit melancholic, but quickly dismissed the thought, letting things take their course. Zhou Lin was a workaholic, often working overtime without reason. The month he personally dropped Fu Nan off at school was the happiest time for the other detectives in the criminal police team. Now Zhou Lin had started coming home late again, and everyone in the team got busy. After enduring until Friday, as closing time approached, a group of detectives secretly stole glances at the boss's office, silently hoping they could leave on time today. Through the glass window, Zhou Lin could see clearly, spinning his pen as he leaned back in his chair. Not coming out meant there was no task, and no task meant he could leave on time. The detectives cheered as they left the office, and Tang Xian hummed a little tune. Before leaving, he took a peek inside, seeing that the boss seemed to still be busy. Tang Xian suddenly felt a bit sorry and walked over to knock on the door. Boss, are you still not leaving? Zhou Lin responded with a blank expression. Tang Xian glanced at his desk. What are you busy with again? Zhou Lin turned his head and asked loudly. Do you want to help? Tang Xian quickly dodged. After leaving the police station, Tang Xian thought for a moment and called Fu Nan. Uncle Tang, you haven't called me in a long time. The voice of the elementary school student was crisp and cheerful, and Tang Xian smiled along. Yeah, has Nan finished school? Your Uncle Zhou is working overtime and doesn't have time to pick you up. Tonight, Uncle Tang will treat you to dinner. Funan was very happy. Then hurry up and come over. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Tang Xian replied. Okay. He drove straight to the elementary school campus. Upon arriving at the street by the school, he saw Fu Nan sitting on a bench with a small backpack from a distance. Tang Xian parked the car, opened the door, and was about to shout when he saw Fu Nan brightly waving at someone inside the campus. Tang Xian curiously looked over, and then his mouth dropped open. That female teacher was really beautiful, more eye-catching than the pure female stars on television. Was she Fu Nan's teacher? The single officer Tang felt a stir in his heart, brushed his hair, tugged at his slightly wrinkled shirt, and walked over confidently. Nan. Lin Yue and Fu Nan turned around at the same time. Lin Yue was still puzzled, but Fu Nan joyfully ran over, calling out Uncle Tang. Tang Xian picked up the elementary school student and ruffled Fu Nan's hair. Laughing brightly, Nan has grown taller. Fu Nan chuckled, his big eyes looking at the teacher a few steps away, saying that the food made by the teacher was delicious, and he ate a lot, so he grew quickly. Only then did Tang Xian show a surprised expression upon seeing Lin Yue, and he quietly asked Fu Nan, "Who is she?" Fu Nan proudly said, "My teacher, the math teacher." Tang Xian remembered and walked over with Fu Nan, extending his hand to Lin Yue. "Hello, teacher, I'm Fu Nan's uncle." Tang Xian was fair-skinned, with a pair of peach blossom eyes more beautiful than a woman's, but he didn't have the rumored flirtatious look. He was lively and cheerful, like a big child. Very sunny. Lin Yue politely shook his hand and then smiled at Fu Nan. Nan can go play with Uncle Tang. The teacher will leave first. Fu Nan had just finished talking to Uncle Tang on the phone and immediately called to notify the teacher still in the office, inviting her to dinner with him. Lin Yue, not knowing Tang Xian, found an excuse to decline. But Fu Nan didn't want the teacher to squeeze into the subway alone. "Uncle Tang, can you take the teacher home first?" Tang Xian was more than happy to take the beautiful woman home and asked Fu Nan, looking at Lin Yue's back, "Sure. Where does the teacher live?" Fu Nan, carefree, replied, "The teacher lives with us." Tang Xian nodded, just about to rush over and warmly invite her, when suddenly he hit the brakes, staring at Fu Nan in disbelief. "Can you say that again?" Chapter 22. Faced with the explosive news thrown out by Fu Nan, Tang Xian was stunned for several seconds. After coming to his senses, he saw that the young and charming math teacher had already walked a dozen meters away. He hurried to catch up, expressing his willingness to drive Lin Yue home. The enthusiastic stranger felt overly eager, almost as if he had ulterior motives, making it even less likely for Lin Yue to agree. If she hadn't first learned about Tang Xian's identity as a criminal police officer from Fu Nan, she wouldn't have felt at ease leaving Fu Nan with him. Compared to the cold and steady Zhou Lin, this young officer Tang didn't seem very reliable. "Thank you, but no need. You should spend more time with Nan." Lin Yue politely yet firmly refused, turning to leave. Tang Xian stood there dumbfounded, watching her go. Lin Yue was dressed quite formally today, in a white shirt paired with a black knee-length pencil skirt, and she wore a pair of black high heels. From behind, the woman had a slim waist and curvy hips, and her smooth calves exuded a seductive charm. Tang Xian's eyes sparkled, and after putting down Fu Nan, he quickly took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of her before she walked too far away. "Uncle Tang, you're secretly taking pictures of the teacher." Fu Nan looked up, staring at Tang Xian's phone with a frown, feeling that it wasn't quite right. Tang Xian made a shushing gesture. "Don't worry, Nan. Uncle is taking pictures for a good reason. I won't bully your teacher." Fu Nan was half convinced. Tang Xian picked up the elementary school student again and, while walking toward his car, casually asked, "Did the boss say he hired a nanny for you to pick you up from school and cook for you? Where's the nanny? Didn't she come and pick you up today?" Fu Nan shook his head. "No, the teacher accompanies me to school every day, and she also cooks for me when we get home. The dishes she makes are really delicious." Tang Xian let out a long "oh," internally cursing the boss 1,000 times. Great, as expected of the boss, he was hiding things so well. Not only had he secretly hooked up with the beautiful teacher in Fu Nan's class, but they had also progressed to living together, all while keeping it from him, claiming he hired a nanny. How ridiculous. Once in the car, Tang Xian continued to probe. "Is your teacher dating Uncle Zhou?" Fu Nan laughed. "The teacher doesn't like Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou is so dark, He doesn't attract girls at all. Once, when Uncle Zhou took me to the porcelain factory, an old lady there wanted to introduce a girlfriend to Uncle Zhou. Grandpa Zhou just snorted and said only a foolish woman would like Uncle Zhou. And the teacher is definitely not foolish at all. Tang Xian was confused. Then why is the teacher living at Uncle Zhou's house? Fu Nan recounted how the teacher was kicked out by a bad landlord and how he invited her to move into Uncle Zhou's house, emphasizing that the teacher came over because of him. Tang Xian finally understood, but as a keen single man, he still sensed a hint of scandal. Not to mention, she was a young and beautiful teacher. Why did the boss lie and say she was a nanny? There was no description of her age or appearance, which led him to automatically picture her as a kindly aunt figure. After confirming the dinner location, Tang Xian continued to tease, pretending to chat casually. What does Uncle Zhou think of Teacher Lin? Has he bullied her? For example, forced wall slamming or kissing. Fu Nan often complained about Uncle Zhou, but it was acceptable for him to complain. No one else was allowed to speak ill of Uncle Zhou. He defended loudly. Not at all. Uncle Zhou is really nice to the teacher. Last time the teacher was hit by an electric bike, Uncle Zhou carried her to the hospital, even carrying her upstairs and putting a compress on her leg. The more Tang Xian listened, the wider his eyes grew. Was this really the boss he knew speaking? He tried to imagine the boss as a tough guy with a gentle side, but couldn't picture it. Nevertheless, this didn't stop him from discerning the strong masculine hormones being released from the elementary student's simple narrative. It was all the boss trying to woo the beautiful teacher. Recalling the math teacher's pure and beautiful face, Tang Xian couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy. Why? As a fellow criminal police officer, hadn't he encountered young, beautiful, a gentle teacher? If someone could send him a teacher, he wouldn't mind carrying her upstairs every day or even taking her to work. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Fu Nan ordered food, while Tang Xian could no longer suppress his gossiping spirit. He opened his photo gallery, selected the best shot of the teacher's back, and sent it to the criminal police team WeChat group with the caption, "New girlfriend, how many points for her back?" As soon as the photo was uploaded, the WeChat group exploded. "Lee the Iron Gun, damn. Uncle Zhao, what the hell? Glasses Lou, no way." After a series of single-word exclamations, some began to express doubts. "Lee the Iron Gun, is she really your girlfriend? Did you secretly take this on the street? With that figure, slim waist and big butt, how could she possibly like you? Uncle Zhao, you little rascal, stop being a bad influence. Stay single and stop daydreaming. Glasses Lou, exactly. We are police officers and must maintain our image. What if someone catches you secretly taking pictures of a beauty? What about our team's reputation? Stop talking nonsense and honestly tell us where you took this. I might go try my luck tomorrow." Zhou Lin, in the police station office. Zhou Lin had just returned from lunch with Uncle Chow and was going over a cold case. His phone was sitting on the table. The WeChat group for the criminal police team was originally created for serious matters, but later, for those matters, they directly contacted each other by phone. And the group had devolved into a tool for a bunch of single men to joke around. Zhou Lin had muted the group when he received Tang Xian's mention. His WeChat chimed. Zhou Lin picked up his phone just as Glasses Lou was speaking. "No kidding, this woman has a really slim waist and white legs. Little Tang, didn't you get her number? Uncle Zhao, we need a front-facing photo, a front-facing photo." Tang Xian remained silent, continuing to mention the boss. "Lee the Iron Gun, what are you doing? The boss has no interest in women." Glasses Lou, exactly, the boss only has feelings for criminals. Tang Shui. "Uncle Zhao, I don't have a front-facing photo, but I can ask the boss for one." Lee the Iron Gun, what do you mean? Uncle Zhao, damn. Glasses Lou, I seem to smell a conspiracy. Zhou Lin frowned and scrolled back through the chat history. After a few swipes, a familiar photo jumped out, the familiar elementary school campus. A woman. Zhou Lin zoomed in on the photo. Although he had never seen Lin Yue in this professional outfit, that waist, those legs, that petite womanly vibe. 3 seconds later, just as Fu Nan finished ordering, he suddenly heard his phone vibrate. He grabbed his small backpack and pulled out his phone. Indeed, it was his. "Uncle Zhou," the elementary school student called out with a smile. Tang Xian suddenly turned his head. Fu Nan glanced at him and answered Uncle Zhou's question honestly. "I'm eating out with Uncle Tang. The teacher has gone home." Zhou Lin hung up the phone. Fu Nan was puzzled. not understanding the significance of Uncle Zhou's call. Tang Xian stared nervously at his phone, his mind racing, ready to face the boss's interrogation at any moment. However, he waited until the dishes were served, and his phone didn't ring. Tang Xian felt relieved and more confident. Continuing to expose the boss's secret in the WeChat group. Tang Shui. Nanan's math teacher is super beautiful. Her voice is especially soft, and when we meet, she calls me Uncle Tang. My bones feel weak. Leave the iron gun. Boss, we want to see a photo. Zhou Lin, Uncle Zhao. Even if you don't show a photo, can you send us a voice message? I want to hear your sister-in-law speak. Zhou Lin glasses Lu. Boss, I'm not asking for much. When will you bring your sister-in-law to the station to introduce her to us? Zhou Lin, after the first person called her sister-in-law. Others in the group followed suit, and Zhou Lin fastened his seatbelt, glancing at WeChat one last time, seeing a flurry of sister-in-law mentions. With Tang Shui jumping around the most, even starting Cell News, offering exclusive information for a 10 yuan red envelope. Zhou Lin suddenly felt no rush to return, lighting a cigarette with one hand, watching what Tang Xian would expose. The single noble, glasses Lu, was the first to send a 10 yuan red envelope. Tang Shui received it and threw out a line of text. Sister-in-law is living with the boss. Zhou Lin choked on his breath. The WeChat group erupted in chaos. Uncle Zhao quickly sent a second red envelope. Tang Shui. Sister-in-law is in the master bedroom, while the boss is in the smallest secondary bedroom. The group began to scold him. Tang Shui. Bad news is still news. As long as the boss hasn't entered sister-in-law's room, we have another day to pry into their relationship. The crowd immediately cheered, as if they could really pry open the corner of the wall. Zhou Lin squinted his eyes. The single nobleman, glasses Lu, sent another red envelope. Tang Shui. A few days ago, my sister-in-law was hit by an electric bike, and the boss carried her all the way to the hospital, running 3 blocks in the rain. Glasses Lu, it's over. None of us have a chance now. My sister-in-law must have cried from being so moved. Zhou Lin flicked the ash from his cigarette and typed with one hand. From now on, you'll be in charge of the case reports for the team. Tang Shui. Tang Shui cried out, Boss, I was wrong. Funan and Zhou Lin were both not around. Lin Yue was just going to have something casual for dinner. She had just fished the noodles out of the pot when she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Lin Yue turned around and saw Zhou Lin in black casual clothes, his shirt buttoned all the way to the top, looking stern and formidable. It seemed like they hadn't seen each other for 3 days. She hadn't gotten up when he went to work, and now that he was back, she was in the master bedroom, with no reason to strike up a conversation. So early today, Lin Yue greeted him with a smile. Have you eaten? Zhou Lin lowered his gaze and noticed a plate of noodles on the cabinet, a single serving, and replied, I ate before coming back. Is Fu Nin doing homework? He said this while walking inside. An officer named Tang had taken him out to have some fun. Lin Yue turned back and poured the tomato and egg sauce she had prepared earlier over the noodles, slowly mixing it. The sunset slanted through the window, and the little woman, who had just had her uniform photo taken not long ago, was now wearing a white floral long dress, quietly preparing dinner without saying a word, exuding a kind of silent tenderness that rippled like gentle waves. Her hands were very white, and, as she gently stirred with the chopsticks, she created a plate of bright and tempting noodles. Zhou Lin suddenly felt hungry, even though he had clearly eaten dinner. Tang Xian, that kid is so unserious. Did he say anything ridiculous? Zhou Lin walked to the fridge to look for beer. Lin Yue shook her head. He left right after picking up Nan. Zhou Lin breathed a sigh of relief. If Tang Xian dared to call her sister-in-law in front of him, he would beat him to death. I'm going to my room, Lin Yue said with a smile while holding the plate. Since he was back, she felt embarrassed to eat in the dining room. Zhou Lin nodded while holding up a bottle of beer. The little woman left, and the aroma of the tomato and egg noodles lingered. Zhou Lin glanced towards the kitchen, where the pot was empty. With no noodles left to eat, Zhou Lin walked to the coffee table, pulled out a drawer, and found a few packs of snacks stored by elementary school students. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yue came out with an empty plate and saw the man leaning on the sofa, eating shrimp chips while watching a football match. Lin Yue smiled, washed the dishes, and went back to her room. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Zhou Lin tilted his head and stared at the tightly closed master bedroom door for a while. He took out his phone and flipped through many chat records until he finally found the photo Tang Xian took from behind. He long pressed the photo to save it to his phone's album. At around 7 in the evening, Tang Xian brought Funan back, carrying a bag of fruit in one hand, eagerly looking forward to chatting with his sister-in-law for a few more words. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw Zhou Lin blocking the entrance with a cold face, staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Tang Xian's smile froze. I sent Nan back. Zhou Lin pulled the elementary school student inside with one hand and held the doorknob with the other. Tang Xian reacted quickly, trying to squeeze in, but Zhou Lin kicked him out, slamming the door shut with a bang. Boss, you're not being fair. Tang Xian gritted his teeth and knocked on the door. But fearing the boss, he didn't dare to make too much noise. Zhou Lin ignored him, and Fu Nan hesitated. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Tang bought fruit. It's all my favorite. Zhou Lin glanced at him, reopened the door, snatched 2 bags of fruit from the surprised Tang Xian, and slammed the door shut again. Tang Xian was in tears. What happened to our brotherhood? Chapter 23. Tang Xian bought mangoes and grapes. After driving Tang Xian away, Zhou Lin was in charge of washing the grapes and cutting the mangoes, while Fu Nan went to invite the teacher. Lin Yue was watching a movie, just wearing headphones, so she didn't hear the brief commotion caused by Tang Xian. Naturally, she assumed the fruits were bought by Zhou Lin and had no idea that the young Officer Tang had come by. Teacher, our Chinese teacher assigned homework, asking us to write an essay. After eating a few grapes, Fu Nan said with a hint of worry. Zhou Lin casually ate grapes while Lin Yue showed great interest. What was the essay about? Fu Nan looked confused. Weekend activities, whatever our parents take us to do, we write about it. Xiao Wu said his dad is taking him to the zoo tomorrow, and Sister Kai Kai is taking her to visit a university. The elementary school student spun the grape with his chubby fingers, speaking with envy. Lin Yue secretly glanced at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin was holding his phone, seemingly looking at something. Uncle Zhou was rough and didn't understand the desires and needs of the elementary school student, so Lin Yue had to take on the teacher's responsibility. After thinking for a moment, she asked Fu Nan, "Where does Nan want to go play?" Fu Nan nodded, "I want to watch the sunrise." The grape Zhou Lin had just swallowed got stuck in his throat. He suddenly turned around and coughed hard. Watch the sunrise? How about the elementary school student goes to the sky? Going to the zoo or a university is simple, but watching the sunrise, does it mean we can't sleep in? Fu Nan had no idea that Uncle Zhou was complaining about him and kindly said, "Uncle Zhou, eat slowly." Lin Yue bit her lip, trying to suppress a laugh. At first, she thought Zhou Lin wasn't interested in the essay topic for elementary school students, but he choked when Fu Nan mentioned watching the sunrise, clearly listening very attentively, which was unexpected. This man, whether to adults or children, was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. However, is there a place in Jiang City suitable for watching the sunrise? Lin Yue had studied here for 4 years and traveled around, but she had never seen a sunrise. She picked up her phone. "Teacher, search for it. See where we can watch the sunrise." Fu Nan obediently waited. Zhou Lin continued to eat grapes. Lin Yue found it and briefly reviewed the guide before telling Fu Nan, "We can watch the sunrise at Beishan, but we have to get up at 4:30. There's no cable car there. We can only hike up, which takes about an hour. The sunrise is at 6:06 tomorrow. So how about it, Nan? Do you still want to go?" The fearless young elementary school student, who had never hiked before, had no idea how tiring it was. Fu Nan nodded vigorously. "Let's go." Lin Yue glanced at Zhou Lin again. Zhou Lin remained silent, cutting a piece of mango. Fu Nan noticed the teacher's gaze and thought she was unhappy about accompanying him to climb the mountain. He lowered his head, fiddling with the grape, and quietly asked, "Does the teacher not want to go?" Lin Yue, who hated to see such anxious expressions on elementary school students, quickly replied, "The teacher wants to go. Climbing is good for health. I haven't exercised in a long time." Fu Nan felt relieved and popped a grape into his mouth. The teacher and student were discussing it, but the big one didn't ask him, and the little one didn't either. Zhou Lin waited for about 5 minutes before finally speaking up, looking at Fu Nan impatiently. "Do you want me to take you?" Fu Nan wasn't afraid of his cold face and replied without thinking, "Yes. You go with us, if I can't climb anymore. You carry me." "Huh." Zhou Lin truly wanted to spit the grape skin on the elementary school student's face. He didn't want to do the good deeds, but remembered him for the dirty and tiring work. So the hiking plan was set. Lin Yue helped Fu Nin prepare the clothes he would wear tomorrow morning, while Zhou Lin went to the supermarket to buy milk, bread, and mineral water. Waking up so early, there was no time to make breakfast. While shopping at the supermarket, Zhou Lin received a mention in the WeChat group. He looked at his phone and saw Tang Shui exaggerating and complaining about his misdeeds again. Zhou Lin turned off WeChat and checked out. The chat in the group continued. Tai Chongli, guess what the boss is doing? Tang Shui, eating my grapes, eating my mangoes, and accompanying my teacher Lin. Eyeglasses Lu. Actually, I didn't do well in elementary school math. Is it too late to sign up for a retake now? Zhao Jiao, it's not too late. Let's go together tomorrow. Tai Chongli, tomorrow is Saturday. There's no one at school. Eyeglasses Lu, we can ask my sister-in-law to open an adult math tutoring class. Improve the math skills of the police force and earn some extra cash along the way. Tang Shui, not bad. Shall we go find my sister-in-law tomorrow to discuss it? After sending that, Tang Shui quickly retracted the last message and then swiftly created a private chat group. At 4:10, Lin Yue turned off the alarm and got up to wash her face. In late October in Jiang City, the daytime temperature was pleasant, but the early morning was a bit cold. Lin Yue put on a loose white knitted sweater and paired it with black sports pants, looking simple and refreshing. Zhou Lin got up earlier than her, just pulling the elementary school student out of bed. The elementary school student, who had vowed to hike last night, was now refusing to get dressed with his eyes closed. Zhou Lin threatened him, deliberately calling out for teacher Lin. Fu Nin still kept his eyes tightly shut, but Lin Yue thought Zhou Lin was really calling for something, so she gently knocked on the door. What's wrong? Zhou Lin was frustrated, dropped the elementary school student, opened the door, and said, I can't get him up. You try. After saying that, he walked out to one side. Lin Yue smiled and entered the room to comfort the child. 3 minutes later, Fu Nin obediently got dressed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Zhou Lin shook his head and took out 3 cups of warmed milk, placing them on the dining table. Bread and milk for breakfast were consumed quickly. After eating, Zhou Lin put on his hiking backpack, and the 3 of them locked the door and set off. It was pitch dark outside. Shortly after getting in the car, Fu Nin fell asleep again, and Lin Yue felt a bit sleepy too, covering her mouth with her hand as she yawned secretly a few times. 15 more minutes. If you're sleepy, just sleep, Zhou Lin said from the front. Lin Yue responded, turning her head to look out the window, trying hard to stay awake. Zhou Lin pursed his lips and slightly increased the speed. As they approached the foot of the mountain, Lin Yue called Fu Nin awake in advance, softly speaking. Her voice sounded much nicer than Uncle Zhou's stern tone. Fu Nin didn't resist much, rubbed his eyes, and stretched a big yawn. After getting out of the car, the morning breeze blew, and the elementary school student was full of energy, being the first to run out. Lin Yue laughed and followed, while Zhou Lin silently brought up the rear. Not many citizens were hiking, and the mountain path was quiet. Fu Nin chattered excitedly like a little sparrow. After 10 minutes, Fu Nin tugged at Zhou Lin's sleeve. Uncle Zhou, I can't climb anymore. Zhou Lin coldly asked, Aren't you going to watch the sunrise? Fu Nin looked at the mountaintop, stubbornly holding on and panting heavily. After climbing for another 10 minutes, Fu Nin could hardly move a step and clung to Zhou Lin's thigh, being stubborn. Give me the backpack. Lin Yue walked over to Zhou Lin, slightly out of breath. Don't need to. Zhou Lin turned the backpack around and crouched down to carry the elementary school student. Fu Nin chuckled, and Zhou Lin motioned for Lin Yue to walk in front. Lin Yue hadn't exercised for a long time and was slightly stronger than the elementary school student. But as she climbed, she couldn't hold on any longer, holding her stomach with one hand and looking down to tell Zhou Lin to go ahead. Both the adult and child were weak. Zhou Lin, helpless, pointed ahead. There's a pavilion. Let us hold on a bit longer and rest there. Lin Yue nodded, gritting her teeth and pushing through. Upon entering the pavilion, Lin Yue sat on the bench, panting heavily, her forehead covered in sweat. After resting enough, Fu Nin thoughtfully handed water to the teacher. The mineral water hadn't been opened yet. Lin Yue was exhausted, her legs trembling, and her hands were weak. Zhou Lin stood beside her, saw this, walked over, took the mineral water, gently twisted the cap, and handed it back to her. Thank you, Lin Yue said shyly. Zhou Lin opened another bottle of water, took a couple of sips, and then handed it to the elementary school student. While the 3 rested, an elderly couple came down the mountain, leaning on hiking sticks, chatting and looking particularly relaxed. Lin Yue was dumbfounded, and suddenly, she heard a man's meaningful voice from above. Learn from this. It was unclear whether he was referring to Fu Nan or her. In any case, Lin Yue felt embarrassed to rest any longer, twisted the cap back on the mineral water, and asked Fu Nan, "Shall we continue?" Fu Nan loudly replied, "Yes." Lin Yue then took Fu Nan's hand and led the way. Zhou Lin smiled, took a few quick steps, suddenly reached out, and snatched the bottle of mineral water from her hand. Lin Yue paused for a moment, then acted as if nothing had happened, only looking straight ahead. After a while of climbing and taking breaks, at 5:50, the three finally reached the top of the mountain. On the observation deck, a few groups of people were scattered about. Fu Nan happily ran to the railing, standing on tiptoe to look east. Beneath the lush North Mountain was a vast expanse of lake water, with a long dam dividing the lake into two halves and several small islands scattered throughout. Surrounding the lake's shore were tall and short buildings, showcasing the bustling city below. Lin Yue stood beside Fu Nan, gazing far into the distance, feeling refreshed, as if the fatigue from the climb was all worth it. Zhou Lin lazily leaned on the other side of Fu Nan. This small hill posed no challenge for him. Carrying Fu Nan up was no different than taking a walk with a child. While the women and children enjoyed the view, Zhou Lin's gaze slowly shifted to the face of the female teacher. As the sky brightened slightly, the mountain breeze blew her long hair back, revealing her rosy profile. The same face that appeared delicate when pale became alluring with a flush. A young, beautiful, gentle, and considerate woman. "Teacher, look!" Fu Nan suddenly shouted, pointing at the horizon with his chubby finger. Zhou Lin looked up. In the azure sky, a red sun was leisurely rising, without majestic mountains or rolling seas. The city's sunrise was far from magnificent, but this kind of sunrise was peaceful and serene, waking the city day after day, as adults and children alike got up for work and school. Ordinary and unremarkable, but Zhou Lin felt very comfortable, if possible. He would love to watch such a sunrise every weekend. Near North Mountain was a scenic area. After watching the sunrise, the three naturally went to explore the area. After 9 o'clock, Fu Nan felt hungry, and Zhou Lin went to buy him some grilled sausages. Fu Nan eagerly watched Uncle Zhou, when suddenly his pocket vibrated. He looked down and pulled out a small phone. Lin Yue looked at him curiously. Fu Nan smiled. "It's Uncle Tang." It turned out to be Officer Tang. Lin Yue turned her head to look elsewhere. Fu Nan focused on the phone call. "We came out to climb the mountain, and now we're at the North Mountain Temple. Uncle Zhou is buying grilled sausages." After the call ended, Fu Nan put away his phone and saw that Uncle Zhou was already checking out. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the sausages. Zhou Lin bought 4, giving 2 to Fu Nan, keeping 1 for himself, and giving the last one to Lin Yue. "Thank you," Lin Yue said with a smile as she accepted it. The three walked and ate when suddenly Zhou Lin frowned, took a few steps forward, and then turned back. Behind a cypress tree 10 meters away, for big heads were squeezed together, grinning and waving at him. Zhou Lin's forehead twitched. Just then, Tang Xian led the other 3 members of the tour group boldly out, seemingly oblivious to their leader's dark expression, rushing up to Zhou Lin, eager to greet him. "Boss, what a coincidence. You guys also came to pray?" While saying this, all 4 pairs of eyes were fixed ahead, hearing the commotion behind them. Lin Yue glanced back in confusion, the wind blowing through the teacher's hair, her fine brows and bright eyes. Even having seen it before, Tang Xian still opened his mouth in astonishment. Tietjiang Li, Zhao Jiao, and Glasses Lu all inhaled sharply at the same time, their collective gasp noticeable. Lin Yue's face flushed red. She knew she looked good and was often secretly admired, but this blatant and exaggerated appreciation was truly a first for her. Chapter 24. The 4 members of the sightseeing group approached, with Zhou Lin stepping closer to Glasses Lu, blocking Lin Yue's potential gaze with his body, and then grabbing Glasses Lu's wrist. Glasses Lu worked in the forensic team, tall and thin, looking scholarly with his glasses. But now he was grimacing as the boss held him tightly, gritting his teeth and frequently signaling to Tang Xian. Tang Xuan, aware that he was no match for the boss, immediately devised a plan to rescue his teammate. Leading Taichang Li and Zhao Jiao to greet their future sister-in-law enthusiastically. "Teacher Lin, Do you remember me? I'm Tang Xian. We met at the school gate yesterday. He stood at the front, with Tai Chong Li and Zhao Jiu flanking him, chatting among themselves in a lewd manner. However, when they actually saw the beautiful teacher, they became rather reserved, their eyes betraying their excitement as they looked at Lin Yue. With many single men in the criminal police team, they were happy that the boss finally had a woman. Lin Yue politely nodded, instinctively glancing toward Zhou Lin when faced with three unfamiliar men. The sharp-eyed criminal police noticed the subtle expressions on their future sister-in-law's face and exchanged teasing glances. Are you here to pay respects? Zhou Lin blocked Lin Yue and coldly asked the four. Tang Xian laughed. Yes, I've had some bad luck this year, and my mom keeps urging me to light some incense. Right, my mom has been pushing me too. Glasses Lu and the others echoed in unison. Zhou Lin sneered and pointed to the Beishan temple ahead, then hurry up and go. Tang Xian was taken aback and looked at the elementary school students. Aren't you going? Fu Nan shouted. We just paid our respects. Tang Xian felt faint. Despite his careful planning, he had miscalculated the timing. He thought he should have used a different excuse. Get lost, Zhou Lin scolded. Seeing that the sister-in-law had seen enough, Tang Xian decided to retreat, calling out to his teammates. All right, let's go pay our respects. We won't disturb the boss. On a date. He spoke normally at first, then deliberately elongated the last word. After the four of them had taken a dozen steps away, Tang Xian turned back and let out a teasing whistle. Glasses Lu, Zhao Jiu, and Tai Chong Li laughed heartily, worried that the boss would catch up and hit them, and they began to push and shove each other as they ran off. A bunch of brats. Zhou Lin gritted his teeth, glancing sideways to see Lin Yue's face slightly flushed, her head lowered in confusion. Don't listen to their nonsense. They're just being cheeky, Zhou Lin said, staring at Tang Xian's back. Cheeky? Does that mean they deserve a beating? Imagining Zhou Lin's fighting stance, Lin Yue felt less awkward and smiled in agreement. After their outing, the three of them returned home. On Monday, Zhou Lin arrived early at the office. Sitting at his desk and staring out the window, the sightseeing group wasn't foolish. They guessed that the boss would definitely deal with them that morning. They agreed to gather outside the criminal police team at the same time for a collective action, knowing that if the boss decided to strike, the four of them could certainly take him down together. Zhou Lin wasn't that bored. When the four of them arrived, he led them to the training ground and made them run laps. Tai Chong Li protested, Boss, what is your reason for punishing us? Zhou Lin flicked his lighter twice and asked casually, running laps, training partners, your choice. Without another word, Tai Chong Li set off to run laps with proper form. Tang Xian and the others followed suit. Zhou Lin returned to the office first. Half an hour later, the punished sightseeing group entered the boss's office. Panting and forming a line, some drinking water and others looking for chairs. Zhou Lin lowered his head, looking at a case, his expression neutral. Boss, stop pretending. We all see that you like her, Tang Xian said bluntly as he pulled out a chair to sit opposite Zhou Lin. Exactly. We're all grown men. If you like her, go pursue her. If you don't, how will you know if she likes you? Glasses Lu adjusted his glasses seriously. Our boss has looks and muscles. He's much better than those little stars on TV. Didn't you notice how the cafeteria lady always serves him more food than us? Boss, you need to have confidence in yourself. When it's time to act, just act. What is the saying? If there are flowers to be picked, pick them quickly. If you keep hesitating, what if someone else takes her away? Zhao Jiu added, Boss, even though I've only seen her once, I can tell you two are a perfect match. Look, you aren't even married yet, but you already have a couple S vibe. You look like a family of three with Nan Nan. Boss, you're already 30. It's time to take action, get married soon, and have a little team leader for us. Zhao Jiu was the youngest among them, having just graduated from university 2 years ago. He loved kids and had earned the nickname Zhao Jiu after showing off his nephew in the team every day since becoming an uncle last year. After expressing their opinions, the four of them stared at the boss, waiting for a response. Zhou Lin raised his head and coldly scanned the four of them, who were either sitting or standing. Are you all done? The sightseeing group nodded. Zhou Lin tossed the documents in his hand forward and said with a serious expression, If you're done, let us get back to business. Tang Xian and the others. At noon, in the school cafeteria, most of the teachers were familiar with each other and had lunch together. Lin Yue always sat with a few colleagues from her group. After getting her meal, She was walking back with her tray when she passed the table of the first-grade Chinese teacher and saw Teacher Gao, the head teacher of Class 3, smiling meaningfully at her. Lin Yue felt puzzled, but since the other party didn't say anything, she didn't ask. In the afternoon, Lin Yue was going to teach the second class. After walking a short distance from her office, she suddenly heard someone call her from behind. Lin Yue turned around to see Teacher Gao smiling at her, a man in his 30s with a noticeable beer belly and small eyes. Lin Yue didn't know what others thought of Teacher Gao, but she personally didn't like dealing with him, always feeling that his gaze was a bit lewd. Of course, it could also be her misunderstanding. Do you have a class too? Thinking of that meaningful smile in the cafeteria, Lin Yue asked politely. Teacher Gao patted a stack of homework in his hands. Class 3 has a Chinese lesson. Lin Yue replied with an "oh" and looked ahead. Teacher Gao was half a head taller than her, and his gaze wandered over Lin Yue's fair and beautiful face. He inconspicuously glanced towards her collar, but unfortunately, the female teacher's shirt was conservative, revealing only a long neck that offered no further advantage. Feeling a bit defeated since the woman didn't take the initiative to chat with him, Teacher Gao thought of Fu Nan's weekend essay, and a trace of disdain crossed his eyes. Beautiful women were materialistic. They looked down on him, but worked hard to pursue better options. Are you dating Officer Zhou? Looking at Lin Yue, Teacher Gao asked with a low laugh. He was the head teacher and knew Fu Nan's family situation well. Aware that Fu Nan's father was away on a business trip and that he was currently living at the home of Officer Zhou Lin, Lin Yue's expression changed, and she asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" Teacher Gao patted the homework in his hands, smiling. Fu Nan wrote in his essay that on Saturday morning, you and Officer Zhou took him to watch the sunrise. He also mentioned that you couldn't open a bottle of mineral water, and Officer Zhou helped you. So considerate. How could that not be dating? So is Fu Nan's essay. If another teacher had said this, Lin Yue might have blushed, but since it was Teacher Gao, who gave her a bad impression, she didn't want to talk more about it. She half-heartedly clarified, we live in the same community. Nan invited me to go hiking, and I couldn't get a taxi in the morning, so Mr. Zhou gave me a ride. Is that what you think? Teacher Gao didn't believe her. They were already at the entrance of Class 3, and he took the opportunity to lean closer to Lin Yue. I ascend it better. Dating a cop can be tiring. I don't know Zhou Lin well, but I've heard about his brother. He was also a handsome young cop back in the day and had a beautiful girlfriend for several years. They broke up and got back together, but in the end, she fell for someone else. Not long after, his brother died in the line of duty. Thinking about it now, it's fortunate that woman left early, otherwise. Before he could finish, the familiar ringing of the class bell interrupted him. Gazing with interest at Lin Yue's pale face, Teacher Gao smiled and went to class. Lin Yue stood outside the classroom, her mind filled with thoughts of brother Zhou Lin, until the synchronized greeting of hello. Teacher from inside the classroom brought her back to reality. She quickened her pace to the door of Class 2 and went in to attend class. Before school ended in the afternoon, Zhou Lin sent a text message saying he had something to do and couldn't pick her up. Lin Yue replied with a simple okay, but then remembered Teacher Gao's words, bit her lip, and added, be careful. She knew that being a criminal police officer was a dangerous profession, but all her understanding came from movies and TV shows. In real life, Zhou Lin was the only police officer she had close contact with. He was such a tall and strong man, often working late and occasionally getting minor injuries. But Lin Yue had never considered that Zhou Lin might face life-threatening situations while working on cases. Then today, she heard from others that Zhou Lin's brother was a police officer who died in the line of duty. Teacher, are you unhappy? On the subway, Fu Nan had been observing the teacher for a long time. Seeing her in a daze, staring at the handrail, he asked softly. Lin Yue instinctively lied, no, I'm just thinking about what to have for dinner. She didn't want to worry the elementary school student. Fu Nan continued to look at her. Lin Yue smiled and decided to set her thoughts aside for now. After dinner, Lin Yue accompanied the elementary school student to watch cartoons. As she watched, her gaze suddenly fell on the bookshelf nearby, where several romance novels clashed with the criminal investigation textbooks below. Once, Lin Yue thought those were books Zhou Lin used to relax his mind, but now she had a different guess. Lin Yue stood up, knowing it wasn't appropriate, but couldn't control her curiosity. She went to the bookshelf, stood on tiptoe, and took a romance novel from the top. The book looked quite new. And as Lin Yue opened it, she saw a line of beautiful handwriting on the title page. To my officer Zhou, if you make me angry again, please learn from these domineering CEOs. The affectionate and spoiled tone made the image of a loving couple gradually clear. But which officer Zhou was this referring to? Lin Yue's heart tightened. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from the entrance, startling Lin Yue. She quickly raised her hand to put the book back, but it was too high, and she failed on the first try. He must have seen her. Lin Yue bit her lip in frustration, took a moment to calm down, and turned around. Zhou Lin was standing at the door, his deep eyes fixed on her. Lin Yue awkwardly smiled. Can I read this book? The title seems quite good. The title? Domineering CEO? It seems women all like that sort of thing. Zhou Lin closed the door and frowned, saying, it's someone else's book. I can't make decisions about it. When that person was alive, he wanted to throw away these pieces of trash, but after a fight between the two brothers, no one cared about them anymore, and he also couldn't be bothered to throw them away. Chapter 25. Lin Yue put the Domineering CEO novel back. But Zhou Lin's words kept repeating in her ears. It's someone else's book. This someone else referred to either the late Officer Zhou or the woman who gifted the book. If it was the latter, it was understandable that Zhou Lin wouldn't want her, an outsider, to touch it. Her mood suddenly plummeted. Teacher, what book is that? On the sofa, little Fu Nan suddenly showed interest in the book that the teacher praised for being good-looking. Lin Yue forced a smile and was about to respond when Zhou Lin sat down next to Fu Nan, his tone dismissive. It's a woman's book, don't ask. Fu Nan retorted, why does Uncle Zhou have a woman's book? Zhou Lin was taken aback and instinctively looked towards the female teacher. Lin Yue pretended not to care and smiled at the two of them. You guys chat. I'm going to prepare my lesson. After saying that, she walked slowly towards the master bedroom. Zhou Lin touched his nose, feeling something was off. The sound of the door closing from the master bedroom made Zhou Lin immediately leave the sofa, reach for the book, and open the cover page, where he saw the woman's handwriting. Officer Zhou, what if Lin Yue sees this line? Would she misunderstand that the gift giver is him, even with zero dating experience? Zhou Lin knew he had to clarify this misunderstanding quickly, blowing off the layer of dust on the romance novel. Zhou Lin walked to the master bedroom and knocked on the door. Lin Yue had just sat down when she heard the sound and stood up again to open the door. Seeing Zhou Lin, she looked puzzled. Do you like reading this? Zhou Lin raised the book and asked her. When he said this, there was a hint of teasing in his tone, like a high school student looking down on a primary school student's taste. Lin Yue's face turned red. I read it occasionally. Just as she finished speaking, the man suddenly handed her the book. Lin Yue looked up in surprise, not understanding why he showed it to her again. Zhou Lin turned to look at the living room, his expression indifferent. It was given to my brother by his ex-girlfriend. He kept it as a treasure, so I didn't throw it away. Lin Yue lowered her eyes. It wasn't Zhou Lin's girlfriend, so she felt relieved. However, thinking about the fact that Zhou Lin's brother was no longer alive and the love story behind this book made her eyes sting. She softly said, actually, I don't really want to read it. Let's just put it back so it doesn't get damaged. Zhou Lin looked at her, suddenly feeling strange. Aren't you curious why my brother's book is here with me? Her expression seemed to suggest she knew something. With a family member's death, he could mention it calmly, but Lin Yue, who had just heard the bad news, felt heartbroken. Just before the tears fell, she quickly closed the door. This was very impolite. Lin Yue sniffed, sent Zhou Lin a message. This afternoon, I heard Teacher Gao mention it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have touched your brother's book. She couldn't explain what she felt sad about. Was it about Officer Zhou's sacrifice or his unfulfilled love? The sentimental little woman recalled her almost crying expression just now, and Zhou Lin just wanted to laugh. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but then he quickly suppressed it and asked her, Teacher Gao, are you very familiar with him? Lin Yue replied honestly, not really. Fu Nin mentioned us in his composition. He thought I was familiar with you, so we chatted for a bit. Zhou Lin frowned and typed. He comes from the same place as us, not a good person. Keep your distance from him, avoid contact. The Gao family had never been serious, but they hadn't made any major mistakes either. Otherwise, he would have reported him directly to the school to prevent that guy from leading students astray. Lin Yue got it. What kind of upright person could be disrespectful to a sacrificed police officer? She adjusted her emotions and continued preparing her lesson, while Zhou Lin called the elementary school student to his room to check the composition. Teacher praised me for writing well, Fu Nin said proudly. Zhou Lin quickly skimmed through it and perfunctorily complimented. It's good, but don't mention Teacher Lin in your compositions anymore. If your homeroom teacher figures out that Teacher Lin lives with us, he will definitely make fun of her. Fu Nin was confused. Why not? Without waiting for Zhou Lin to answer, Fu Nin suddenly realized and covered his face. The homeroom teacher will think the teacher is dating you, right? The teacher told him not to mention this at school, and he didn't say anything, but he forgot while writing the composition. Rip this page out, snatching back the composition. Fu Nin quickly tore out a page. Zhou Lin's mouth twitched. What did the elementary school student mean? Did he think it was embarrassing for someone to misunderstand that Lin Yue was dating him? Fu Nin thought so. The teacher didn't like Dr. Su, and there was also Teacher Chung. If Teacher Chung misunderstood, he wouldn't pursue the teacher anymore. Regretting his mistake, Fu Nin quickly crumpled up the torn composition, moving so fast that by the time Zhou Lin realized it, the crumpled paper had already been thrown into the trash can by the elementary student. All right, go to sleep. Zhou Lin impatiently chased him away. Fu Nin left with his homework, and Zhou Lin closed the door, staring at the trash can for a while before retrieving the crumpled paper, flattening it out to read again, and casually slipping it into a book. On Friday, after finishing a case, the criminal police team finally had a moment of leisure. Tang Xian led 3 teammates to gather in Zhou Lin's office, carefully inquiring about the boss's romantic progress. Boss, with your looks, you've already gotten her in the door. As long as you make a move, capturing the sister-in-law won't be a matter of minutes, right? Don't be cowardly. People will laugh at you if it gets out. Tang Xian, with his legs crossed, held a large, fat orange cat. The cat was a stray that had inexplicably decided to settle in the criminal police team and had gradually become their shared pet. Whoever had free time would pet it. Zhou Lin read the report without raising his eyelids. Glasses Lu snorted and asked while tapping on the table, Boss, do you like her or not? If you do, just nod. If you don't, we can take action. There's a new flower shop opened outside our community. The flowers are beautiful. I'm just worried no one will send them. Zhou Lin remained silent. The most hot-tempered iron gun Li couldn't take it anymore, grabbing Tang Xian's arm and pulling him out. If the boss doesn't pursue her, we can't let the beautiful teacher be taken by someone else. Tang Shui is the best looking, so the task of winning her heart is yours. Zhao Jiu raised an eyebrow and pulled Tang Xian back. Why him? If we're talking about looks, I can outshine him by a street. The 4 of them were making a ruckus when Zhou Lin's WeChat suddenly chimed. Just as he was about to grab it, Glasses Lu snatched the phone first. Although the screen was locked, the WeChat content was already displayed. Glasses Lu read aloud while backing away. Little Moon. As soon as he finished reading those 3 words, Zhou Lin flipped the table and swiftly snatched back his phone, twisting Glasses Lu's arm hard. Glasses Lu cried out in pain, Boss, I'm sorry. Spare me, spare me. I won't dare again. Get out, Zhou Lin said with a stern face. Glasses Lu, frightened, was the first to run out, followed closely by Zhao Jiu and Iron Gun Li. Tang Xian, emboldened, got his head stuck in the door gap, laughing at Zhou Lin. Little Moon, oh my, I'm getting goosebumps. Ha ha ha. Little Moon, why not call her Little Apple? What is so special about a WeChat nickname? If you have the ability, call her that in person. Halfway through, seeing the boss was about to make a move, Tang Xian quickly dashed out, shouting in the office, Come, guess who our boss's Little Moon is? Zhou Lin's forehead throbbed. A bunch of grandsons, just wait. Looking down at WeChat, the female teacher said she would wait in the office for a student's parent and asked if he would finish work early. Zhou Lin replied, Got it. A few seconds later, Little Moon. I'll let Nan Nan know. Outside, Tang Xian was singing loudly, turning Little Apple into Little Moon, and a group of grandsons joined in the fun. Zhou Lin tightened his grip on the phone, staring at the female teacher's WeChat profile picture, his throat growing drier. Why not give it a try? She didn't like the pretty boy with the Qian. Maybe she'd like him instead? A big man. Why would he be afraid of her? Lighting a cigarette, Zhou Lin sent another message. What time do you think you'll be done? If it's early, we'll wait for you. Xiaoya, it's scheduled for 6 o'clock. And the conversation will take some time, so you guys can head back first. Rejected again. Zhou Lin put down his phone and went out to deal with the kids. In the math group office, as soon as the school bell rang, Sister Wang, He Xiaoya, and Jiang Xiu left. Lin Yue was focused on correcting exercise books when she heard Cheng Jinyan on the phone and realized the group leader hadn't left yet. Do you still have something to do? Lin Yue asked curiously. Cheng Jinyan replied with a hum. The next door is being renovated. I'll finish preparing my lesson before heading back. Lin Yue understood. Renovation can be quite troublesome. After a few minutes, Lin Yue's problematic student arrived. The elementary school students had recently been neglecting their homework and couldn't answer questions in class. Lin Yue quietly tutored the child, and before she knew it, an hour had passed and the student's parent rushed over. Not wanting to disturb Cheng Jinyan's lesson preparation, Lin Yue stepped into the hallway to talk with the parent. The parent's attitude was fairly good, promising to help the child with homework in the future, and then took the child home. Lin Yue sighed in relief and walked back into the office, where she saw Cheng Jinyan packing up. All done? Cheng Jinyan asked with a smile. Lin Yue nodded and began organizing her desk. Let's go have a meal together. I have a coupon that's about to expire. Might as well use it. Cheng Jinyan looked at his phone and casually invited, Hot pot. Eating alone is no fun. He was the group leader, and Lin Yue understood the simple office socializing. Especially since Cheng Jinyan had helped her a lot. She was happy to befriend him. Sure, but it's a no-splitting rule, Lin Yue said generously. Cheng Jinyan laughed. Okay. The two walked out of the teaching building side by side. Cheng Jinyan went to get his car, and Lin Yue waited outside. Her phone rang. It was Funan asking when she would be home. In about an hour. I'm going to eat first, she replied. Oh, Funan said, then asked. Where are you going to eat? Lin Yue. Go for hot pot. Funan had no further questions and was about to hang up when Zhou Lin gave a glance to the elementary student and spoke in a low voice. Funan quickly added, Are you going alone, teacher? Lin Yue hesitated. Seeing Cheng Jinyan driving over, she remembered that Fu Nin had once misunderstood her relationship with Cheng Jinyan. So she told a little lie. Yes. Fu Nin blinked her big eyes at Uncle Zhou. Zhou Lin snatched the phone and hung up. He wanted the elementary student to lie and say they hadn't eaten and go find her, but the current elementary students were too sharp. Zhou Lin was afraid of being exposed. Unable to eat hot pot, Zhou Lin played games with the elementary student until 7:30, estimating that she would be back soon. Zhou Lin asked the elementary student if she wanted to eat fruit, and he would go buy some. Fu Nin thought seriously and wanted kiwi. So Zhou Lin left the elementary student to play by herself and headed out with his phone. When he reached the community's front gate, a Land Rover drove in. The headlights were dazzling. Zhou Lin stepped aside casually and glanced at the car window. In the passenger seat, Lin Yue looked at him in shock. Zhou Lin's gaze lingered on her face for just a second before moving to the driver's seat, where Cheng Jinyan also recognized him and nodded slightly, polite as ever. In the blink of an eye, the Land Rover passed by, and Zhou Lin stood still for a minute, smiled, and went to buy kiwi for the elementary student. While checking out, a message from Tang Shuai in their WeChat group tagged him. Boss, seize the opportunity this weekend. It's your turn to be on duty next week. No time to chase after anyone. For some reason, on his phone screen, Cheng Jinyan's polite face seemed to flash by. Zhou Lin sneered. The kids had already called him brother-in-law. If someone else took her away, would he still have any face left as the boss? Chapter 26, when Zhou Lin returned. Lin Yue was accompanying Fu Nin to watch cartoons. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Fu Nin happily leaned over the back of the sofa, eagerly staring at the kiwi in Uncle Zhou's hand. Zhou Lin looked at Lin Yue. Lin Yue stayed in the living room to keep the child company, and now that Zhou Lin had returned with fruit, she was preparing to head back to the bedroom. Let's eat together. Zhou Lin raised a fruit in his hand. After speaking, he didn't give Lin Yue a chance to refuse and went straight to the kitchen. Lin Yue sat back down on the sofa, feeling a bit restless as she took a sip of water. Her relationship with Cheng Jinyan was merely that of colleagues. But would Zhou Lin misunderstand something? The cartoon ended, and Zhou Lin came over with a fruit platter filled with enticing green kiwi slices. Here, Zhou Lin handed over a small fork. Lin Yue took it and softly said thank you. Fu Nin, sitting between the two adults, suddenly needed to use the bathroom and ran off, leaving just one empty seat between them. Lin Yue looked at the kiwi and, for some reason, felt the atmosphere was a bit tense. Did you go on a date tonight? Zhou Lin asked casually, spearing a piece of fruit and glancing at the screen. Lin Yue tightened her grip on the fork and quietly explained, No, the team leader had something on tonight, so we left school together. The team leader had a discount coupon, so we had dinner together. I didn't tell Nan because I was afraid he would guess. Last time we went to the movies, Nan. Zhou Lin chewed on the fruit and replied, "Kids don't understand anything. They just make a fuss." Just then, the sound of the toilet flushing came from a bathroom. Zhou Lin turned his head to look back, as if he were talking about someone behind their back. Lin Yue couldn't help but want to laugh. "Go ahead and eat. Don't be polite." She held the fork but didn't move. Zhou Lin pushed the fruit platter a bit closer to her. Lin Yue nodded, feeling relieved that she had cleared things up and didn't need to worry anymore. Fu Nen washed his hands and squeezed back into the space between the teacher and Uncle Zhou. "Did you write an essay this week?" Zhou Lin casually asked. Fu Nen shook his head. The teacher didn't assign any. Zhou Lin asked again, "What do you want to go play?" Fu Nen turned to look at the teacher. He didn't have a particular place in mind. Wherever the teacher was, he would be there too. The elementary school student's eyes were filled with dependence as Lin Yue smiled and fed him fruit. Fu Nen was extremely happy and pushed Zhou Lin's question aside. Zhou Lin felt exhausted. When he wanted to sleep in, the elementary school student insisted on climbing a mountain, and now, when he wanted to go out for a stroll, the child was silent. Was a natural conflict? He gloomily stabbed at the kiwi while Fu Nen watched cartoons with great interest. Suddenly, seeing a white-bearded old man on the screen, Fu Nen straightened his back and loudly told Uncle Zhou, "Last time I promised Grandpa Zhou that I would visit him often, but I haven't been in a long time." Zhou Lin's spirit lifted. "I'll take you tomorrow." Fu Nen nodded and then habitually invited the teacher. Lin Yue was very curious about the chintzy factory of the Zhou family. She wanted to know how such beautiful and exquisite chintzy was made. However, just like last time, her identity made it inconvenient. To Grandpa Zhou, she was a stranger, and Fu Nen wasn't a member of the Zhou family. "Do you have something to do?" Zhou Lin leaned forward, his hands busy with the fruit, glancing at Lin Yue. Lin Yue shook her head. "Then let's go together. The scenery near the porcelain factory is nice. Think of it as a little outing." Zhou Lin said straightforwardly. Lin Yue nodded, a sweet feeling rising in her heart. Maybe Zhou Lin was inviting her just for Fu Nan's sake. But the thought of spending time with him over the weekend and visiting the chintzy factory made Lin Yue very happy. "Should we call Grandpa?" she suggested. "What if the factory is busy and it's not convenient?" After her moment of glee, Lin Yue reminded Zhou Lin that it would be impolite to visit unannounced. According to Zhou Lin's temperament, he could just go home without saying anything, but it was the first time bringing a woman to see the old man. Zhou Lin exchanged glances with Fu Nan. Fu Nan grinned and took out his small phone to call Grandpa Zhou. "Grandpa, I'm coming to see you tomorrow. And Teacher Lin is coming too. Is that okay? She really likes the vase I gave her." Lin Yue smiled. The child really knew how to speak. She couldn't hear Grandpa's voice clearly from where she was standing, but seeing Fu Nan always smiling, she could guess that Grandpa Zhou didn't object. After they confirmed the plan, Lin Yue returned to her room and stood in front of the wardrobe to choose her clothes for tomorrow. As she picked out her outfit, she suddenly thought of something more important and quickly messaged Zhou Lin. "What gift is appropriate to bring when I visit? Does Grandpa like to eat any particular fruits? I can't go empty-handed." Zhou Lin had just sent Fu Nan back to his room to sleep when he received the woman's message. He smirked and replied, "No need to bring anything. Just your presence is enough." He could really win her over and take such a good daughter-in-law home. Grandpa would be overjoyed. What gifts? It was more like a meet-and-greet gift. Men were often careless and completely useless in this regard. Lin Yue sighed and turned to the internet for help. Chapter 27. Zhou Lin's hometown is in Qingshi County, right next to Jiang City, just a 2-hour drive away. After getting off the highway, the black SUV drove straight into the county town. Fu Nen pressed his little face against the window, enthusiastically guiding the teacher. "Turn left ahead, that's Fairy Lake. And my grandpa's house is right by the lake." Lin Yue was looking forward to it, but also a bit nervous. She was staying with Zhou Lin, and now she was visiting his hometown. Would Grandpa Zhou think the wrong way about it? In the driver's seat, Zhou Lin drove leisurely. As he turned a corner, the view suddenly opened up. Having grown up here, Zhou Lin was used to it. While in the back seat, Lin Yue couldn't help but lean towards Fu Nan. Both of them immersed in the lake scenery. Jiangnan is a land of water, and Lin Yue's hometown also has a small lake, but it's nowhere near as large as the one before them. The lake was vast, with a ring of weeping willows lining the shore, making it a pleasant sight. Grandpa Zhou said that a long time ago, a fairy stole the blue porcelain vase from the Queen Mother of the West and was chased by heavenly soldiers. The fairy fled here in a panic, flew into the sky, and was hit by the heavenly soldiers. She fell to the ground and transformed into Fairy Lake. While the blue porcelain vase shattered into many fragments scattered around the mountains, leaving the heavenly soldiers unable to find it, and they left. The porcelain fragments merged into the soil, and the locals discovered them, learning to use this soil to make blue porcelain. Fu Nin had a great memory and shared the story that Grandpa Zhou told him with the teacher. It's all nonsense. Otherwise, how would they attract tourists? Zhou Lin glanced at the lake, mercilessly revealing the truth. Fu Nin widened his eyes. Grandpa Zhou wouldn't lie to me. Zhou Lin scoffed. Yeah, right. Lin Yue laughed and took out her phone to snap a few pictures out the window. A few minutes later, the car stopped. The Zhou family is a family of blue porcelain makers. The Qingyu Hall, created by their ancestors, has been a time-honored brand for over 300 years and is now one of the key traditional handicraft enterprises in the province and city. With the advancement of technology, the ceramic industry has adopted many advanced techniques, leading to an increasing yield of blue porcelain products. However, Grandpa Zhou insisted on adhering to traditional porcelain-making methods and became one of the highly respected masters in the field due to his high-quality artistic works. The porcelain from Qingyu Hall is a representative feature at domestic and international blue porcelain exhibitions. Despite its fame, the Zhou family porcelain factory is very low-key. Built near the mountains and water, with gray walls and white tiles, elegant and ancient, as if it were still caught in time. On the entrance gate, the three large characters at Qingyu Hall are written in a flowing style. Lin Yue, who didn't understand calligraphy, could still feel a unique aura of a prestigious family. She really couldn't tell that Zhou Lin came from such a family. The roughness and refinement seemed like two different worlds. Oh, the captain is back. Uncle Wang, the gatekeeper, heard the noise and came out. Upon seeing Zhou Lin, he smiled and teased while glancing at the back seat of the car. He was also familiar with Fu Nan and was about to greet him affectionately when he noticed a young woman in a white shirt and light blue long skirt peeking out behind the elementary school student. Her face was fair and tender, and she shyly smiled at him, even more beautiful and comfortable than the actresses on TV, like a girl next door. With no sense of distance, Uncle Wang was taken aback, and after regaining his composure, he couldn't help but smile. Giving Zhou Lin a meaningful look, finally brought a girlfriend back? A 30-year-old man who had a girlfriend all these years. If it weren't for Zhou Lin avoiding Jiang City and rarely coming back, he would have introduced someone long ago. Zhou Lin didn't rush to explain and turned to look at Lin Yue. Lin Yue awkwardly lowered her head, her face already flushed. Zhou Lin couldn't help but smile. He liked her various little womanly ways. Just as he was about to clarify, someone spoke up for him. Fu Nin took the teacher's hand and loudly denied. No, this is my teacher. I brought my teacher to see Grandpa Zhou's blue porcelain. The teacher is not Uncle Zhou's girlfriend. Zhou Lin pressed his lips together. Uncle Wang still didn't give up, looking at Zhou Lin with questioning eyes. Zhou Lin expressionlessly introduced. Lin Yue is Fu Nan's math teacher. She has been taking care of Fu Nan recently due to a lot of work in the bureau. Uncle Wang was disappointed, welcoming the three into the factory while saying, Grandpa Zhou has gone to the museum. I'll be back later. Should I give him a call? No need. Zhou Lin flatly refused. He's busy with his things. I'll take Teacher Lin around a bit. It's a little place, not much to see. Uncle Wang shot him a disapproving glare. Was that how you talked about your own factory? Grandpa Zhou's blue porcelain is priceless. Just one piece can sell for a fortune. If it weren't for the old man's low profile, they could have moved into a villa long ago. Zhou Lin and his brother were the same. Clearly rich second generation, yet they insisted on becoming detectives. It was hard work, not to mention. Thinking of Zhou Lin's older brother who died in the line of duty, Uncle Wang felt a bit down and let Zhou Lin and the others explore on their own while he returned to his post as the gatekeeper. The porcelain factory wasn't large. If you just wandered around casually, you could finish in half an hour. However, Lin Yue was very interested in every step of the porcelain-making process, from kneading clay, making the mold, drying the mold, repairing the mold to glazing. She wanted to understand everything clearly, and in the end, she spent some time in the kiln. When they came out, it was already noon. Fu Nen opened his mouth several times, wanting to go play with the clay first, but since the teacher wasn't in a hurry, he forcibly held back and patiently accompanied the teacher on the tour. A worker helped relay the message. Captain Zhou, Grandpa Zhou is back and waiting for you in the living room. Lin Yue's heart raced. Zhou Lin led the way, bypassing a quiet little garden. And ahead was the living room, furnished in an ancient style with redwood furniture. Lin Yue secretly observed and saw the fruits she had bought still on a coffee table, left there by Zhou Lin earlier. Sitting next to the tea table was an elderly man with gray hair, leisurely drinking tea in casual home wear, exuding a somewhat refined demeanor of an old artist, though the fruits somewhat disrupted the atmosphere. Grandpa, Fu Nen happily ran over, just like a beloved grandson. Nan is here. Grandpa Zhou put down his teacup and smiled as he picked Fu Nen up. He also knew Fu Nen's father. When they were kids, they used to run wild together. The two little rascals once called the police on themselves, and Grandpa Zhou put both of them on the blacklist, ignoring them. But Fu Nen was well-behaved and sensible, and Grandpa Zhou couldn't help but like him more. Grandpa, this is Teacher Lin. She is really nice to me. Fu Nen proudly introduced his teacher while sitting on the old man's lap. Grandpa Zhou squinted slightly, looking at the young woman across from him. Lin Yue quickly introduced herself. Hello, Uncle. My name is Lin Yue. I'm Nan's math teacher. Last time, I heard Nan say that your factory makes blue porcelain, and I became particularly interested. I'm a bit embarrassed to come over unannounced today, and I brought some fruits. I hope you don't mind. Although it was all polite talk, Lin Yue looked gentle and delicate, with a clear and pleasant voice, naturally making her the kind of person elders would like. Grandpa Zhou nodded. It's just a small factory. If you like it, you can come often. No need to be so polite. The elderly man was amiable, and Lin Yue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Let us eat first. I don't know what you like. It's all home-cooked dishes, nothing special. Grandpa Zhou pointed to a chair on the left, indicating for Lin Yue to sit, while Zhou Lin had already plopped down on the right, seemingly not noticed by the old man. He didn't care, lazily leaning back against the chair, listening absent-mindedly. Thank you, Uncle, Lin Yue said politely. The kitchen aunt brought the dishes in, and Grandpa Zhou looked like an old-fashioned parent, but he was actually quite easygoing, eating while chatting with Lin Yue, asking about her impressions of the morning tour. Lin Yue, interested in blue porcelain, naturally had much to discuss. And by the end of the meal, she found Grandpa Zhou was not so unfamiliar anymore. It's inconvenient for you to come here. Why don't you stay over tonight? The rooms are all prepared. You can take a nap first, and after you wake up, we can go play with the clay. After the meal, Grandpa Zhou looked at Lin Yue and said, generally, people who come to the porcelain factory come to play with the clay. Funan Chakud. You just love playing with clay. Unable to refuse the kind invitation, Lin Yue thanked Grandpa Zhou once again for his hospitality. The Zhou family had a small courtyard set aside for guests. The outside was antique, while the inside was furnished with modern amenities. Today, a wave of guests arrived. Fu Nen was worried about the teacher being lonely, so he suggested staying in the room next door to the teacher. Of course, old Master Zhou didn't care, and Zhou Lin directly pushed open the door on the other side of Lin Yue, acting like a guest in his own home. The father and son ignored each other. Before her nap, Lin Yue couldn't help but wonder what Zhou Lin had done to anger the old master. After waking up, Fu Nen led the teacher, familiar with the route, to Grandpa Zhou's studio. The studio had an inner and outer room. Old Master Zhou was working on porcelain inside, while a few pottery wheels were set up outside, reserved for curious children. One of Old Master Zhou's favorite pastimes was teaching children how to make qingci, green porcelain. He had things to do in the afternoon, so he personally demonstrated how to shape clay for Lin Yue before washing his hands and leaving. Lin Yue was not a prodigy. How could she learn everything just from one demonstration and explanation? Sitting in front of the pottery wheel with a bucket of clay, she didn't know where to start. The teacher was watching her. Fu Nen sat in front of another pottery wheel, skillfully teaching the teacher how to mold the clay. He had been learning for a while as a primary school student. Although the shapes he made were irregular, it was at least recognizable as a vase. After watching for a while, Lin Yue started the pottery wheel and tried making something. Zhou Lin strolled over with his hands in his pockets and saw the primary school student happily playing while the female teacher fumbled awkwardly. When she noticed him, She immediately turned back, trying to hide her clay-covered hands and her work. Zhou Lin smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and knelt down beside Lin Yue, quietly asking, "Do you want me to teach you?" After all, before he went to university, he'd spent almost every day after school and every winter and summer vacation in the porcelain factory. Lin Yue really needed guidance, so she softly agreed. Zhou Lin kneaded the clay on the pottery wheel. It spun steadily while he focused, easily pulling up a tall clay body and then demonstrating to Lin Yue how to shape it into a bowl. "Got it?" he asked, taking off the clay bowl he had just made. Lin Yue replied, "It looks simple, but it feels so difficult." "I'll give it a try," she said, bracing herself. Zhou Lin watched leisurely. With him there, Lin Yue felt more pressure, afraid of making a fool of herself. And the more pressure she felt, the worse she did. The clay body wouldn't even stand up. In a flurry, a pair of large hands suddenly reached over, pressing tightly on the back of her hands. Their fingers intertwined. Both of their hands were covered in clay, but the slippery sensation of their hands gripping each other made her heart race. Lin Yue's whole body stiffened. Her face felt like it was on fire. "I'll teach you," the man said softly beside her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. In the next moment, Zhou Lin tightened his grip on her hands, the clay unable to block the warmth from his palms. Chapter 28:028 Throwing clay is a delicate task. Zhou Lin squatted beside Lin Yue, observing the angle of the clay. Applying force with his hands was a challenge. His gaze lowered. He noticed her cheeks were flushed, and she didn't seem to mind his teaching method, so Zhou Lin released her hand. As the man's large hand left, Lin Yue relaxed her body, but inexplicably felt something was missing. "Is it inconvenient like this? Should I sit behind you?" The man's low voice sounded in her ear again, startling Lin Yue. "How would I sit behind you?" She turned her head to look, and Zhou Lin raised his chin towards the space behind her. "Beginners need to be taught hand in hand." He said it, but he didn't move, calmly watching Lin Yue, waiting for her to respond. Lin Yue sat there, and Zhou Lin half squatted on one knee, his tall and robust figure almost enveloping her. He rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, his forearms thick, and his hands covered in clay. Lin Yue looked at those hands, and a certain part of her heart was suddenly deeply shaken. The celadon that Fu Nin brought her had a pure and elegant glaze. The Zhou family's Qingyuntang porcelain factory had white walls and gray tiles, a typical Jiangnan garden layout. Therefore, standing in front of the Zhou family's door, Lin Yue found it hard to associate the rugged and cold Zhou Lin with this place. But now, Zhou Lin, with his hands covered in clay, unexpectedly became a part of the porcelain factory. Delicate as celadon, it was also shaped from clay. Within the ruggedness lay a special kind of beauty. At this moment, Zhou Lin was just a celadon craftsman in Lin Yue's heart, a professional artisan wanting to teach her how to throw clay. "All right." Lin Yue moved forward a bit, focusing her eyes on the clay on the wheel, her fair cheeks resembling a diligent student attentively listening to a lecture. Zhou Lin understood. This girl really wanted to learn. Forget it. He would teach her seriously. Thinking of other things at this time would be inappropriate. Rubbing his hands, Zhou Lin sat behind Lin Yue. The space to sit was small, and he had reason to inch forward, but Zhou Lin didn't move. Instead, he held the female teacher's delicate and soft little hand from behind, guiding her to feel the clay. The body clay, the glaze clay. Each place has its own clay characteristics. Some people have heard that the clay from Jingdezhen is good and buy it to make celadon. But our Qingyuntang celadon only uses clay from nearby. It's authentic. The place was small, and although Zhou Lin deliberately controlled himself not to press against Lin Yue, they were still close together. Lin Yue could feel Zhou Lin's body temperature and the vibrations of his chest when he spoke. An ambiguous atmosphere began to emerge gradually, but his low voice explanation was temporarily more captivating than that ambiguity. "Is the clay extraction site near here?" she asked softly. Zhou Lin responded with a sound. "It takes 20 minutes by car. Do you want to go?" Lin Yue's eyelashes fluttered. She wanted to see the source of celadon. But this visit was already going to involve staying at the Zhou family's place overnight. Asking Zhou Lin to drive her around seemed like a hassle. "If you want to go, just go. Staying here is boring." Zhou Lin looked at the clay and said. Lin Yue smiled. "Then I'll trouble you." As long as he didn't find it troublesome, she was naturally happy. "I want to go too." The elementary school student suddenly chimed in. saying that Uncle Zhou was talking to the teacher, and he was listening. Lin Yue laughed, but Zhou Lin's expression darkened slightly. Adults going out were for cultural exploration. What did this little brat understand? However, he could only grumble internally and pause to challenge Funan. You can't just go to the mountains. I'll set a question. If you answer correctly, I'll take you. If not, you stay home and play with your grandpa Zhou. Funan scoffed. You can't make it too difficult. He had quite a few demands. Zhou Lin patted the clay Lin Yue had just kneaded and asked the elementary school student, do you know why we need to knead the clay before throwing? Funan laughed. Grandpa Zhou said there are air bubbles in the clay, and we need to knead them out. Otherwise, when firing the kiln, the vase will bubble and crack, and it won't be usable. Zhou Lin pursed his lips, realizing he had underestimated the elementary school student's memory. A 6-year-old was already this impressive. Lin Yue tilted her head and praised Funan. Nan is really smart. Look, Zhou Lin lightly bumped her face with his arm, interrupting her interaction with the little brat. Lin Yue had no choice but to continue learning. When kneading the clay, Zhou Lin only occasionally pointed out things, and their hands didn't touch. When it was time to throw, Zhou Lin once again held Lin Yue's hand, the wet clay squeezed between their fingers. The clay body spinning uniformly on the wheel like the touch of skin. Moreover, because they had to exert force, Zhou Lin had to lean his upper body forward. From whatever angle one looked, Lin Yue was embraced by him. It was too intimate. She could even feel the shape of the man's chest muscles. And her heart raced, making it difficult to concentrate. What do you want to make? Zhou Lin asked, looking at the spinning clay body. Lin Yue softly replied, her tone rising, not understanding his meaning. The sound struck Zhou Lin's eardrum, a familiar itch rapidly spreading throughout his body. Zhou Lin's body stiffened as he looked down at her, only to find that she had turned red again at some point. Her shy little face tempting enough to bite. Is it because I'm too close? Zhou Lin shifted back slightly and repeated the question. What do you want to make? A vase, a tea bowl, a cup? Once fired, you can use it. Lin Yue felt guilty, so that was what he meant. She thought. Casting aside her random thoughts, Lin Yue pondered for a moment and asked, is a cup okay? Zhou Lin didn't speak. His gaze returned to the clay body, teaching her how to shape the cup. If the same person uses the same clay, the same glaze, and fires it in the same kiln, the finished product will still be different. So porcelain is like fingerprints. Each piece is unique. Lin Yue's heart stirred, unable to help but steal a glance at him. Zhou Lin's profile was calm, his gaze particularly focused. Looking at his hands, his fingers were long and bony, full of strength, yet now they were doing the most delicate work. The unique smell of the clay wafted over, and Lin Yue felt a bit lightheaded. This cup was shaped by his hands holding hers, making it one of a kind in this world. Filled with anticipation, Lin Yue focused entirely on coordinating with Zhou Lin's movements, her hands following his. A pair of men and women were engrossed in making porcelain, while Funan tilted his head, watching Uncle Zhou repeatedly perfect the cup's body. No one noticed that old Master Zhou had returned. He stood at the door for a while before quietly turning to leave. The cup was completed, with the lid and handle all shaped by Zhou Lin's own hands. Together, it was already a piece of art. It was the first time Funan saw Uncle Zhou's skills, and his admiration for him grew even more. Sitting beside him, he kept praising how beautiful it was and even wanted to stretch out his pudgy fingers to touch it. But Zhou Lin swatted his hand away. Lin Yue didn't touch it either, but she took several photos with her phone, capturing it from every angle. Zhou Lin had an expression that said it was nothing special, leaning against the door frame and saying, I haven't done this in a few years. My hands are rusty. Old Master Zhou hummed lightly. If he hadn't decided not to speak to his son, he would have certainly wanted to dampen the little brat's spirits. Throwing clay was just the first step. There was still a series of complex procedures before firing, air drying, trimming, decorating, biscuit firing, glazing, and so on. Zhou Lin also didn't speak to old Master Zhou, placing the cup in the drying area, marking it in front, and then instructing the foreman. This is for Teacher Lin. You all take special care of it. The orders came in without a pattern, and he couldn't guarantee the time. Otherwise, he would handle everything personally from start to finish. The foreman revealed a mysterious smile. Last time Fu made a vase for Teacher Lin, glazing, and everything was handled by old Master Zhou himself. Although the shape of the finished product made by the elementary school student had many flaws, that vase was definitely top-notch in other aspects. Now that Zhou Lin had brought back his potential girlfriend, who was both beautiful and gentle. Old Master Zhou hadn't seen her yet, but had already prepared the guest room. After meeting her, how could he neglect that cup? Zhou Lin was also clever. His words were actually meant for old Master Zhou to hear. These two father and son, how long would they play this silent game? After finishing the important matters, the three of them washed their hands and set off for the mine. Jiangnan was picturesque, and just walking around felt like a tour. Fu Nin excitedly ran ahead, while Zhou Lin slowed his pace, walking side by side with Lin Yue, chatting as they walked. You can't learn this in a day or two. If you're really interested, you can come stay at the porcelain factory during the holidays. The old man will definitely welcome you. Once you learn, it counts as passing on a culture. When he was young, the old man would often talk about cultural heritage and ancestral skills. The mountain breeze blew gently, and a pleasant weekend unknowingly brought them closer together. Lin Yue tucked a stray hair behind her ear and curiously asked him, I think you have quite a talent. Why did you become a police officer? Zhou Lin looked up. They had just reached the mountaintop, and Fu Nan was running up like a monkey, full of youthful vigor. He wasn't very studious when he was in school either. After class, he would roam around with a group of friends, climbing mountains and swimming, leaving their footprints all over Qingshi County. Born into a family of Celadon artisans, the term Celadon flowed in his blood and was engraved in his bones. When his older brother applied to the police academy, he was still a primary school student, and the old man chased after his brother, scolding him. Zhou Lin stood by, watching the commotion, feeling that his brother deserved a beating for not honestly inheriting the family skills and instead running off to become a police officer. But after visiting the police academy with his brother and seeing a group of big men glistening under the scorching sun, gritting their teeth and persisting in training, Zhou Lin thought, this is what it means to be a man. However, at that time, he didn't have a strong desire to become a police officer. He attended high school in Jiang City, usually staying at school during the week, and would go to his brother's house on weekends. He had witnessed his brother arguing with that woman and had also caught them in affectionate moments, seeing their breakups and reconciliations multiple times. The woman eventually left, leaving behind a few books about domineering CEOs. After his brother had a few drinks and returned to normal, Zhou Lin didn't understand it all. He just wanted his brother to be okay. Another weekend came, and he went to his brother's house, but his brother wasn't home. This was normal for him, so he just watched TV and played games. His brother didn't come back the entire weekend, presumably busy with a case. Zhou Lin locked the door and left to return to school for class. Then, it seemed like it was the second period of math class in the afternoon when the old man called him and said. Zhou Lin smiled and turned back to look at Lin Yue. Celadon won't run away. It's always there waiting. I can't be a police officer anymore, but I can pick it back up anytime. Bad guys will run away, so I have to catch them while I'm still young and able. If I can catch a few, that's good enough. Why become a police officer? He really didn't have any lofty ideals. That person was still alive, somewhere unknown, and he needed to find him to repay his brother with a bullet. Lin Yue looked up. The man stood under the clear blue sky like a tall pine tree. He was smiling, a light smile that seemed to hold something else in his eyes. She couldn't understand it, but she felt that this Officer Zhou was more likable. Uncle Zhou, teacher, hurry up. Suddenly, a clear voice of a primary school student echoed from the top of the mountain. The atmosphere subtly shifted to a lighter mood. Zhou Lin stepped onto a large rock, turned around, and reached out to the little woman below. The rock was high, and without his help, she would have to climb up like a primary school student using both hands and feet. Thank you. Lin Yue didn't put on airs and placed her hand in his palm. There was no mud or material barrier. Her hand was a little cool, while the man's hand was large and warm, tightly gripping hers. With a pull, Lin Yue was lifted up. Once she steadied herself, she wanted to retract her hand, but Zhou Lin didn't let go and quietly asked her, the view by the lake tonight is nice. Want to go for a walk? After he finished, he finally released her. Lin Yue, still flustered, nodded without thinking too much. Sure. Zhou Lin checked his watch. 8 o'clock. See you at your place. Lin Yue unexpectedly stopped in her tracks. They wouldn't leave until 8? Did the Zhou family have dinner later than usual? Sensing her confusion, Zhou Lin glanced at the mountaintop, where Fu Nan was still excitedly waving. Zhou Lin stood against the wind, his expression joyful. At 8. The primary school students should be asleep. Chapter 29 Dinner ended around 6 o'clock. The elderly Mr. Zhou, at his age, certainly wouldn't accompany them for fun. He introduced Lin Yue to a few night market attractions in nearby towns and left the two guests, one big and one small, to Zhou Lin. While he went off to relax, Zhou Lin encouraged Fu Nin to pursue the old man. Go on. Don't you want to see your grandpa, Zhou? Fu Nin held the teacher's hand, tilted his little head up, and cleverly asked, Is Uncle Zhou going to the night market? Zhou Lin, with his hands in his pockets, walked directly toward the guest room. I'm tired after a long day, going to sleep. Fu Nin pouted in disappointment. Lin Yue looked at the big man who had already walked far away, then at the little elementary school student holding her hand. Her heart began to race. In the afternoon, Zhou Lin had asked her to take a walk by the lake at 8 o'clock. She instinctively included Fu Nin in her mind. But now Zhou Lin said he was going to sleep. Had he really forgotten, or did he just want to take her out alone? A notification chimed from her phone in her pocket. Lin Yue took it out to see a message from Zhou Lin. Put him to sleep. With a sudden jolt in her mind, Lin Yue felt her whole body heat up. In an instant, she remembered Zhou Lin holding her hand while teaching her to mold clay, remembered his broad chest pressed against her, remembered him softly inviting her for a walk on the mountain. So, was Zhou Lin's invitation tonight the meaning she understood? Teacher, where are we going? Fu Nin asked, looking at her after Uncle Zhou had left. The little boy's eyes sparkled with innocence, and for the first time, Lin Yue felt guilty in front of her student. She squatted down and softly asked, Do you still want to go out, Nan? Fu Nin scratched his head. Uncle Zhou isn't going, and there's no one to drive us. At this moment, the elementary school student understood the importance of Uncle Zhou very well. The driver had other plans. Lin Yue tentatively suggested, How about we go to bed early tonight, and next time we come, we can ask Uncle Zhou to accompany us? Fu Nin obediently nodded, then extended his pinky to make a pinky promise with the teacher. Lin Yue smiled and hooked her pinky with his. 5 minutes later, Lin Yue took Fu Nin into the elementary school student's guest room, turned on the TV, and watched his favorite cartoons with him. The first grade boy had spent a long time molding clay during the day, which was quite tiring, and after running a lap on the mountain, he was exhausted. Just as he had been eager to go out, after one episode of the cartoon, Fu Nin's eyelids began to droop. Lin Yue gently touched the child's head. Nan, are you going to brush your teeth and go to sleep? Fu Nin rubbed his eyes and murmured in agreement. Lin Yue turned off the TV and helped the elementary school student brush his teeth and wash his face. As he crawled into bed, Fu Nin looked at the teacher with reluctance. Lin Yue sat on the edge of the bed, softly telling the boy the story of the fairy lake. Her voice was gentle, like the lightest feather, and although Fu Nin was very familiar with the story, he still listened with great interest. Before long, he fell asleep, his long eyelashes fluttering together, slightly curling upwards. The dim light cast a warm glow on the elementary school student's face, which was fair with a hint of red, and his features were exquisite and beautiful. Lin Yue suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Such a sensible child. Why were his parents not by his side? After sitting for about 10 more minutes, she turned off the bedside lamp and slowly exited the room. Is he asleep? Just as she closed the door, a low male voice suddenly came from above her head, startling Lin Yue. She turned around to see Zhou Lin lazily leaning against the wall, his right hand in his pants pocket and a half-burned cigarette held between his left fingers. The breeze carried the smell of smoke towards her, and Lin Yue instinctively turned her head away. Seeing this, Zhou Lin extinguished the cigarette, having unknowingly lit another one while waiting. Lin Yue felt nervous and didn't know where to look. The moment she heard his voice, the idea of date completely vanished from her mind. He had actually been waiting outside all this time. Did it really mean what she thought? Are we leaving now? Zhou Lin glanced at his watch. It was 7:10. Lin Yue touched her arm and whispered, I need to go back to my room. No rush. Zhou Lin stepped aside. He didn't say much, but his presence surrounded her like a strong, dominating net, and she felt like a little bug stuck at its center, overwhelmed with emotions she couldn't explain. Lin Yue hurried back to her guest room, closed the door, and immediately covered her face, feeling so hot, nervous, yet excited, and a sweet feeling coursing through her heart. The man she secretly liked had indeed invited her, and he was waiting right outside. Lin Yue couldn't help but smile, her grin widening as she quickly ran to the bathroom, where she saw her flushed face in the mirror. She stared at herself, lost in a dreamy state for an unknown amount of time, until she suddenly noticed her hair was a bit messy and hurriedly fixed her hair and touched up her makeup. Outside, Zhou Lin was checking the WeChat group. The single men from the criminal police team were gossiping, showing no less curiosity than women. Tang Shui. Guess if the boss has caught his sister-in-law? Dia Zhangli. Bet 50 cents, no chance. Zhao Jiu. With the boss's looks, how could he not have a chance? I bet $1. The boss isn't even pursuing. Glasses Lu. I'm watching a movie with my girlfriend. I want to participate. Tang Shui. It's not even 8 o'clock. Are you dreaming? Zhou Lin, where are you? Come out and chat for 50 cents. Glasses Lu. Ever since the boss got his little Moonlight, he has been more and more indifferent to us. The world is so cold. Tai Chong Li sent a voice message, and Zhou Lin hesitated whether to open it when he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening behind him. Zhou Lin quickly exited the app and silenced his phone. After putting his phone away, Zhou Lin turned to see the female teacher shyly standing there, still in the same outfit as during the day, with her hair down, exuding even more femininity. Let's go. Zhou Lin took the lead down the steps. Lin Yue silently followed, appearing calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She darted her eyes left and right, worried about running into Grandpa Zhou or the workers living in the factory. Earlier in the morning, they had clarified that they were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and now heading out together felt too awkward, especially since she still wasn't clear about Zhou Lin's thoughts. Perhaps he was just simply entertaining her as a guest. Without an answer, her mind couldn't help but wander. It was quiet here, with nothing much to see, and the attractions were all by the South Lake. Should they drive or walk? After exiting the Zhou family gate, Zhou Lin let Lin Yue choose. Right in front of the Zhou family gate was the lake. As Zhou Lin had said, the North Lake was serene, with few pedestrians under the streetlights, while South Lake was bustling with brightly lit pavilions and buildings, looking lively, with several boats on the water. How long will it take to walk over there? Lin Yue gazed towards the south, feeling it wasn't too far. About 10 minutes, Zhou Lin replied, looking at her. Do you like to walk? Lin Yue nodded in agreement. A post-dinner stroll would be good for her health, and it was a rare opportunity to have such a suitable place for walking and exercising. With the plan set, the two began their walk, side by side, but maintaining a distance of about 2 people apart. Lin Yue's heart swayed back and forth, sometimes thinking Zhou Lin liked her, and other times denying it. The cool lake breeze approached, and the noise of South Lake grew closer. But Lin Yue's heart sank because the man who had invited her out remained silent, which was far from what she had imagined. Zhou Lin had one hand in his pocket, the lighter spinning in his palm for an unknown number of turns, not knowing what to say. Halfway through, someone behind them whistled, sounding a bit sleazy. Zhou Lin turned around and saw 4 high school students on bicycles. He and Lin Yue were walking by the lake, with Lin Yue on the inner side, and the high school students should have passed by on the outer side. However, it was clear that one blonde-haired high school student was trying to get attention, aiming his bike right at Lin Yue. Beautiful, even the back view is stunning. A big man would try to hold it in, but a 17 or 18-year-old high school student had no such scruples. The issue was that some people didn't even want to give him a glance. Zhou Lin moved closer to Lin Yue and directly pulled her into his arms, turning to bring her behind a nearby willow tree, where the streetlight didn't illuminate well, making it impossible to see faces unless they got close. The high school students were somewhat disappointed and started to make a ruckus, whistling even louder. They kissed. They kissed. The sound grew closer, then faded away. But for Lin Yue, the passing high school students were all in another world. Whatever they said or did had nothing to do with her. At this moment, her world only contained Zhou Lin, who forcefully led her into the dimness. He pinned her against a tree, his tall figure looming over her, their breaths almost touching. Her heart raced at an unprecedented speed, his arms still around her waist. If he moved just a little closer, they would be completely pressed together. You feel bored being with me, right? They spoke simultaneously, but Lin Yue closed her mouth as soon as she started to speak. Under the willow tree, only the man's ambiguous question remained. Lin Yue was flustered, unsure whether Zhou Lin was referring to the walk being boring or the fact of being with him. Although she kept her gaze lowered, She knew Zhou Lin was looking at her. She shook her head absent-mindedly. I'm fine. I'm not very good at chatting either. She didn't mind. Zhou Lin's right hand continued to hold her small waist, while his left hand rested on the side of her head. The female teacher pursed her lips and turned her face away, making it hard to tell if she was disgusted or shy. Zhou Lin coughed lightly and asked her, "Have you ever been in a relationship?" Lin Yue shook her head again. "I haven't either," Zhou Lin said immediately. Lin Yue felt her cheeks heat up. What was this person really trying to say? "What do you think of me?" Zhou Lin released her waist, both hands resting on the tree, facing her directly. She tilted her head to the right, and he followed suit, tilting his head to look at her. The distant lights approached, filtering through the swaying willow branches and landing on her face. The shadows of the tree danced, and the woman fluttered her eyelashes in a constrained manner, her clear, glistening eyes more enchanting than the shimmering lake or the moonlight. "Speak up," Zhou Lin urged her, his voice hoarse. In such a position, Lin Yue had nowhere to escape. She could only lower her head even further and answer randomly. "It's pretty good. Pretty good police officer, pretty good Uncle Zhou, pretty good landlord." "How good is pretty good? Is it enough to qualify as your man?" She was short, her chin nearly touching her chest. Zhou Lin couldn't bend down, nor did he want to put in more effort. He pressed against her, forcing her to look up. Lin Yue's breathing quickened, her gaze catching a glimpse of his stern face before quickly shifting away, too nervous to look. With one hand on the tree and the other grabbing her small hand, she trembled as his rough fingers forcefully intertwined with hers. "You know all about my family situation now. So what do you say? Do you want to be with me?" His breath was warm, his hand was warm, and the body that confined hers was even warmer, like a ball of fire, making her feel like she was about to melt. "Do you want to?" Zhou Lin's face leaned in closer, his forehead accidentally brushing against hers. Lin Yue could no longer bear it. She shut her eyes tightly and tremblingly replied, "I do." Chapter 30. Want a date? Yes. What can you do when you're in love? Kiss. Before meeting Lin Yue, Zhou Lin had never had a girlfriend, but as a man, he had the most basic needs. When he carried Lin Yue upstairs last time, Zhou Lin's body had already been ignited by her. Now that the little woman was pressed against the tree by him, showing no intention of escaping, so obedient, Zhou Lin's fire was ignited even more, his sturdy body pressing her tighter, swallowing as he headed straight for her full lips. Lin Yue had her eyes closed, unaware of his intentions, but she was actually prepared, with him so close. Nervously waiting, the treetops suddenly went bang-bang, like fireworks, startling Lin Yue. Just before she opened her eyes, the alert officer, Zhou, quickly stepped back. But as soon as he stabilized himself, Zhou Lin regretted it. It didn't matter what the noise was, he wanted to kiss her, and it was a wasted opportunity. Looking at Lin Yue, she was indeed attracted by the fireworks bursting on the lake's surface, pushing aside the willow branches to step out. One by one, the fireworks rose, painting the night sky in vibrant colors, casting the same colored shadows on the lake's surface. Lin Yue tilted her head back, dazzled, unable to remember the last time she saw such a grand display of fireworks. Today was the Double Ninth Festival. Zhou Lin stood beside her, expressionless, explaining as the brilliant fireworks illuminated his face, then quickly faded into darkness, the displeasure in his eyes again hidden by the night. As he spoke, Lin Yue suddenly recalled the earlier situation. Before the sweet thrill brought by confirming their relationship, the fireworks paled in comparison. The wind was strong by the shore. Her hair was a bit messy, so Lin Yue tilted her head to the left, using the motion of brushing her hair aside to conceal her nervousness. She had liked him for a long time, but now that they were together, she felt at a loss about how to interact. "Let us go. There are some stalls ahead, with pottery and clay figurines. You can pick one for Funan." With the atmosphere gone, Zhou Lin couldn't bring himself to pull her back to the tree to kiss again. Lin Yue nodded and followed him, still on the inside, walking straight along the path they had come from. Zhou Lin moved closer to her, the distance between them suddenly shrinking to less than an arm's length. This was the difference between ordinary friends and lovers, right? Feeling sweet inside, Lin Yue didn't notice that the man had moved in a bit more. When she naturally swung her hand back, she unexpectedly brushed against something. Lin Yue looked down and saw Zhou Lin reaching out, his warm and strong hand casually holding hers. Initially just grazing her fingers, then moving up to hold her completely. Lin Yue slowly withdrew her gaze. He didn't speak, and she pretended not to know anything. In fact, 3 minutes ago, his confession had been domineering and forceful, without "I like you" or any sweet words, just a few questions thrown out like an interrogation. Lin Yue wasn't particularly concerned. The man she had a crush on wanted to date her, and she was very happy. But the surprise came too quickly, leaving her feeling a bit unreal, as if something inside her was floating. But although he hadn't said it, his actions showed he liked her, or he wouldn't have held her hand. It was only at this moment that Lin Yue truly felt grounded. She and Zhou Lin were truly together. Qingshi County was a small town with limited nightlife, and after walking around, Lin Yue didn't find anything particularly appealing. The only gain was picking a clay dinosaur for Funan, costing 20 yuan, a good deal. On the way back, the two continued to hold hands. And as they got closer to Zhou's family lake, it became quieter, gradually seeming as if they were the only two pedestrians left, with a crescent moon casting a bright reflection on the undulating lake surface. Just like your profile picture. Zhou Lin stopped, pulling Lin Yue to a nearby wooden bench and sitting down. Lin Yue held his hand with one hand, while the other clutched Fu Nan's dinosaur gift box. The moon on the lake rippled with the waves, and her heart felt unsteady. Did he really just want to see the moon? Why did it feel like there was something more? Your hair's a bit messy. Zhou Lin turned around, speaking as he raised his hand to help her push the long hair off her shoulder. Lin Yue lowered her head, her heart racing. So honest. Not afraid of being bullied. Used to dealing with all sorts of ruthless criminals, Zhou Lin found it hard to accept that his girlfriend was so honest. Didn't he know if she was truly willing or if she was scared by his behavior tonight? If it was the latter, what would that mean? Would he have to tell others that his woman was frightened into submission? Zhou Lin lowered his head, looking at her curiously. Lin Yue felt her face burning, thinking he was being unreasonable. He wanted to kiss her, and she was willing, yet he was still dissatisfied with her honesty. She turned her head. I'm scared. Zhou Lin was taken aback, then saw the corner of her mouth lift slightly, a secret smile escaping her. After laughing, she tried to walk away. Zhou Lin's throat tightened. Without thinking, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. His strength was too much, causing Lin Yue to stumble and fall into his embrace. You. What about you? Unable to speak, the man's hot lips pressed down, urgent and wild. Lin Yue suddenly froze, her mind blank, her heart racing. She had watched idol dramas and read romance novels. The first kiss in those shows was romantic and beautiful, and the novels described it with all sorts of pink bubbles. But her first kiss was nothing like that. It was tense, yes, but her lips hurt. He was kissing too eagerly, and their teeth clashed several times. Lin Yue tried to push him away. Zhou Lin held her hand, wanting to kiss her again. Realizing she might not be willing anymore, he restrained himself, pulling away from her soft lips, his dark eyes deeply gazing at her. Lin Yue didn't dare look, shyly touching her lips. It hurts. Zhou Lin fell silent. If she didn't say it, he couldn't remember. But as soon as she mentioned it, he recalled that it was likely from their teeth hitting each other. He felt pain too, but that little pain was nothing compared to the thrill of kissing her. What does it hurt? His gaze dropped, and Zhou Lin slightly shifted his body, then leaned in to inspect her lips in the moonlight. Lin Yue felt too shy to show him, and seizing the moment, he loosened his grip. She grabbed the gift box and ran. After running a few steps and hearing no movement behind her, Lin Yue slowly stopped and turned back in confusion. The evening breeze rustled her long skirt, and her dark, bright eyes sparkled under the moonlight, as if asking her boyfriend on the bench why he wasn't chasing her. Zhou Lin's tense body relaxed. He was startled, thinking she was upset with his kissing skills, and was angry. He stood up. Seeing him, Lin Yue turned around and leisurely walked forward. Turn back. Let me practice. Zhou Lin caught up with a few steps, grabbing her arm and spinning her around, pulling the little woman into his embrace, leaning down to say, next time, it will definitely be better. Lin Yue turned her head, not understanding what he meant. Zhou Lin smiled and planted a kiss on her face. Sneaking back to her guest room, Lin Yue lay in bed, unable to resist recalling every moment of their date tonight. His hand, his domineering pursuit, and that clumsy first kiss. In the next room, Zhou Lin leaned against the headboard, one hand behind his head, the other holding his phone, his thumb typing in the browser, searching for how to kiss. The posts that popped up were rich with pictures and descriptions. It was just kissing, yet there were so many techniques. Without a girlfriend, Zhou Lin had dismissed various resources, but now that he had a woman, he carefully read through each suggestion. The words were dead, but he was alive. As his eyes scanned the text, his mind automatically imagined applying the techniques with her. Just as he finished reading one technique, he found himself unable to keep still. Zhou Lin put down his phone, his eyes glancing at the wall. She was just next door, and it was only a little past 9. Forget it. He had been single for 30 years, so there was no rush for one night. Playing with his phone for a bit, Zhou Lin took a cold shower to cool down, thinking about her, thinking about work, and then went to sleep. Early in the morning around 5, Zhou Lin woke up naturally, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. Not hearing any noise from the 2 rooms next door, he stood in front of Lin Yue's door for a moment before turning to the porcelain drying room. The water cup he made was still in place, and Zhou Lin bent down to check for cracks. Confirming there were none, he strolled around all the porcelain before leisurely leaving. Stepping out the door, he bumped into an old man dressed in white morning exercise clothes. Zhou Lin pursed his lips, preparing to act as if he hadn't seen anyone, just like before. "Stop." Old Master Zhou unexpectedly took the initiative to talk to him. Zhou Lin stood still, hands in his pockets, looking at the osmanthus tree in the yard. "Are you serious about Lin Yue?" Old Master Zhou circled in front of his tall adult son, staring at the adult police officer. Zhou Lin then looked at his father, with an expression that said, "Just say what you want to say." Old Master Zhou snorted and admonished his son. "I think that girl is pretty good. She's a nice teacher. If you're not serious, then stop making moves and bothering her. If you really want to be serious with a friend, make it clear early on. Don't casually take advantage of her." Zhou Lin glanced at his father, bent over to look at the flowers in the nearby flower bed, and asked while staring at his father's shoes. "She came all the way here. Aren't you going to give her a greeting gift?" Giving a greeting gift is typically reserved for a prospective daughter-in-law or son-in-law. Old Master Zhou wanted to laugh but held it in, keeping a stern face as he continued to admonish. "That's between me and her. You don't need to worry about it. As for you, you're not a kid anymore. When are you planning to get your marriage certificate?" With the eldest gone and the second focusing on being a police officer, "I'm counting on my grandson to inherit the family craft." Zhou Lin was speechless. They had just confirmed their relationship last night, and now his father was talking about getting a marriage certificate. Of course, he hoped it would be as soon as possible, but Lin Yue definitely wouldn't agree. Her parents hadn't even met him yet. If he pushed too hard, she might think he was crazy. She had just graduated, so they could discuss it later. Having said what needed to be said, Zhou Lin stood up and was about to leave. "If you don't get the marriage certificate, control yourself and don't take advantage of things before marriage," Old Master Zhou said quietly, turning his back to his son. "As for your job, don't delay her." The only response he heard was the sound of Zhou Lin's footsteps leaving. Old Master Zhou closed his eyes, paused for a moment, and then turned to go to his study. In the morning, Fu Nan received a clay sculpture of a T-Rex from Teacher Lin, which was quite impressive and particularly liked by the elementary school students. Meanwhile, Lin Yue was entertaining the children when Old Master Zhou came in with a gift box. Zhou Lin glanced at what his father was holding, and his expression finally softened a bit. Upon learning that the gift box was for her, Lin Yue was taken aback. Old Master Zhou waved his hand. "This is a greeting gift. Just accept it. If he dares to bully you in the future, just tell me directly." The old man handed the gift to her, and Lin Yue instinctively took it. Only after receiving it did she suddenly realize, greeting gift? Her face flushed red as she turned to look for Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin was leaning back in his chair, his handsome face slightly tilted, smiling at her. Accepting the greeting gift meant she was now part of the Zhou family. It would be too late to back out now. Chapter 31. After receiving the meeting gift, their romantic relationship took a clear path. After dinner, Zhou Lin suggested taking Lin Yue to stroll around his courtyard, which seemed only natural. Fu Nan was a frequent visitor and had already explored every corner here, showing no interest in Uncle Zhou's residence, and continued learning to shape clay with Grandpa Zhou. The simple-minded elementary school student was just happy that the teacher had given him a gift and didn't think about where it came from at all. The Zhou family's old house was laid out like a Jiangnan garden, with long corridors and winding paths in the garden. The porcelain factory was on the west side, with a beautiful garden in the middle, and the owneress' residence was on the east side. Holding the gift she received from her boyfriend's father, Lin Yue walked beside Zhou Lin and quietly asked him, "What did you say to Uncle?" They had returned together last night, so he shouldn't have gone out again. Did he go to Grandpa's place early in the morning and tell him that they were dating? Zhou Lin didn't seem like the type who liked to show off. "What did you say?" Zhou Lin looked down at her. Lin Yue felt her face heat up and raised the warm meeting gift to show him. Zhou Lin didn't look at the gift box. His eyes were only on her slightly flushed face. The female teacher was shy and easily embarrassed. Even mentioning the master bedroom with a private bathroom would make her blush. Her fair skin glowed with a beautiful pink, like freshly bloomed peach petals. It was the first time Zhou Lin had come into contact with such a delicate woman. The more he looked, the more beautiful she appeared. "I didn't say anything. This morning, when I went to the drawing room, he inexplicably found me and warned me not to touch you." Zhou Lin leaned closer, walking right next to her, his tone calm, his gaze never leaving her face. Lin Yue's body stiffened, and her ears turned red. Did he see Zhou Lin kiss her last night? She felt both annoyed and embarrassed. Zhou Lin laughed and held her small hand tightly, whispering, "Don't worry." It was so dark, he couldn't see clearly. He was so thick-skinned. Lin Yue felt uncomfortable all over and secretly glanced back, pulling her hand away slightly, afraid of being caught by Grandpa Zhou again. Zhou Lin didn't let go and stubbornly held her hand. Lin Yue had no choice but to plead with him, "Let go." Only then did Zhou Lin release her. Lin Yue immediately moved to the side, keeping her distance. Zhou Lin casually scanned the surroundings and decided to let her off the hook for now. "This is the main house where my dad lives." Passing by a small courtyard with 3 entrances, Zhou Lin introduced, "Want to go in and take a look?" Lin Yue peered inside. There were 2 osmanthus trees in the courtyard, and the room ahead had a plaque reading Xianyan Hall, which was quite imposing. "Your family must have been a big household in the past." Lin Yue couldn't help but exclaim. Like in the TV dramas, where the old master and madam, and young masters and Mrs. live in a grand manner. "Now we're also a big household. If you marry in, you will be the lady of the house." Zhou Lin stepped up the stairs, looking down at her with deep meaning. Lin Yue only now realized that the landlord, Officer Zhou, was aloof and composed, while her boyfriend, Zhou Lin, was full of mischief. Not responding to that, Lin Yue turned around. He wanted to go in, so she deliberately walked in another direction. Footsteps sounded behind her, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Lin was beside her, grabbing her hand and leading her to his northeastern courtyard. Lin Yue followed sweetly, the gift box in her right hand swaying gently with her steps. Zhou Lin's courtyard also had 3 entrances. The front was a guest hall. The middle was his living space with 3 rooms. The east room was a bedroom, and the west room served as a study. Before entering, Zhou Lin pointed to the 3 rooms in the backyard and seriously introduced to Lin Yue, "That's where my future wife and kids will live. So I want to take you to see it." Lin Yue pretended not to hear and curiously pushed open the study door. Immediately, she was greeted by a row of bookshelves almost filled with books, and under the southern window was a redwood desk and chairs, antique and elegant. Lin Yue was both intrigued and shocked, turning back to ask Zhou Lin, "Did you do your homework here when you were a kid?" Zhou Lin scoffed. "How could that be? At most, I pretended to do it to show Grandpa. I usually left it empty. I wasn't aiming to be the top student." Lin Yue didn't quite believe him, pointing at the full bookshelf. Zhou Lin leaned against the door with his hands in his pockets, his gaze slowly sweeping over the books. When he was a child, at school, he was a modern student. When he returned home, Grandpa Zhou used the old-fashioned methods to train the 2 brothers to be successors. The bookshelf was filled with books on celadon, ancient poetry, calligraphy, and other artistic subjects. He found it annoying and exhausting back then, but now looking back, it was somewhat interesting. He quietly leaned there, noticing that Lin Yue seemed very interested in a particular book, standing there reading it. Only then did Zhou Lin walk over. Lin Yue was looking at the history of the Zhou family celadon, a family publication that introduced the celadon masters of the Zhou family through the generations. "If you like it, you could take it home," Zhou Lin said from above her head. Lin Yue pursed her lips and nodded. Now that they were officially dating, she didn't feel the need to be polite about reading a book. "Aren't you curious about what Grandpa gave you?" Zhou Lin glanced at the gift box she had been holding for a while, raising an eyebrow and asking. Of course, Lin Yue was curious. She had just been reserved. But since Zhou Lin mentioned it, she walked to the desk with the gift. The gift box was a commercial packaging box exclusive to Qingyu Hall. The vase that Fu Nan had given her last time was also in this box, but this time the gift box was small and delicate, containing a dark wooden box that looked like a jewelry box. Lin Yue felt inexplicably nervous as she looked at Zhou Lin, who was sitting in the chair. Zhou Lin stared at the jewelry box, and his eyes showed more emotion. Years ago, when his older brother brought that woman home, Grandpa didn't seem very pleased, but he still gave a celadon vase worth 5 figures. The gift for Lin Yue was a bit smaller, but shouldn't be of lesser quality, right? Open it and take a look, Zhou Lin urged. Lin Yue, feeling dazed, slowly lifted the lid of the round, intricately carved wooden box, revealing a bracelet resting on the black velvet cloth inside. It was rich green, glossy, and transparent. Judging by the quality, it seemed to be jade. Lin Yue didn't understand calligraphy or paintings and didn't know much about jade or jade artifacts. But the bracelet was so beautiful and high quality that it was obvious it was expensive. After being stunned, Lin Yue began to hesitate, looking at Zhou Lin with worry. Is this very expensive? They had just started dating, and they weren't familiar with each other yet. Grandpa Zhou was being too formal. Zhou Lin took the bracelet, glanced out the window, and smiled. A bit expensive, but it's made by our family, so it's the thought that counts. Made by your family? Lin Yue couldn't believe it. The Zhou family made celadon. Could it be that this bracelet was made of porcelain? Give me your hand. Zhou Lin opened his palm toward her. Lin Yue was still in a daze and handed her hand to him. Zhou Lin held her fair little hand and slowly slipped the celadon bracelet onto her wrist. The coolness of the jade brought Lin Yue's attention back, and she instinctively closed her 5 fingers to facilitate his movement. Her bones were delicate, and the bracelet slid on smoothly, resting beautifully and elegantly on her fair wrist. In that position, Zhou Lin gently pulled her onto his lap and held her. Lin Yue's face flushed, and when she raised her eyes, she was right next to the window, making her even more reluctant to stay like this, trying to break free from him. Zhou Lin turned to glance at her, but didn't let go, leaning over to close the window. Lin Yue bit her lip and decided not to dodge anymore, stiffly leaning against his shoulder. This is plum green glaze. Zhou Lin lifted her wrist and explained the glaze color of the celadon bracelet to his girlfriend. Plum green and powder green are both peak colors of celadon glaze. Authentic plum green has a color comparable to high-grade jade. I haven't seen this piece before. It should be one of Grandpa's prize collections. It seems he is very satisfied with you. Very satisfied? Looking at this special bracelet, Lin Yue couldn't describe her feelings inside. She was very happy that the elder liked her, but there was also a sense of pressure. They had just met for a day, and Grandpa's gift was a peak artwork. Wasn't he afraid she would run away in the future? Lin Yue liked Zhou Lin, but she hadn't thought about long-term plans yet. Now, receiving such an expensive meeting gift made it seem like she had to be tied to Zhou Lin for life. Put away. I'm afraid I'll break it. Flustered, Lin Yue quickly took off the bracelet. Zhou Lin didn't object. Yeah, wear it occasionally. This thing can't stand too much rough handling. The precious artwork was gently placed back into the jewelry box. Lin Yue let out a soft sigh of relief, tilting her head just in time to collide with Zhou Lin's deep, dark eyes. Their gazes met, and before she could look away, the man's gaze slowly descended, finally landing on her lips. A loud bang echoed in her mind, and the brief, rough kiss from last night resurfaced. Lin Yue's heart raced, and instinctively, she tilted her head to the other side. The man's large hand reached over, resting on her face, slowly yet forcefully turning her back to him. Lin Yue tightly closed her eyes. His palm remained still, his thumb grazing her lips, moist, full, and innocent. A freshly graduated female teacher, 22 years old, appeared as naive as a student in front of him, a seasoned detective with 8 years of experience. Do you want it? Zhou Lin pressed her against him, whispering near her earlobe. She was really too obedient. He couldn't proceed without clarifying things, always feeling like he was bullying a little girl. His shoulders were broad, his arms strong, and his warm breath brushed against her ear. Lin Yue couldn't help but shiver. Her petite figure, only 1.60 meters, nestled against the towering man of 1.90 meters, making her even more irresistible. Zhou Lin tightened his embrace, his lips pressed against her heated cheek. Finally giving her a chance. If you don't want it, just shake your head. You're my woman. You call the shots. Lin Yue clutched his shirt, her fingertips pressing against his solid chest, the powerful heartbeat syncing with her own racing heart. Do you want to kiss him? Yes. Lin Yue couldn't bring herself to say it, but she didn't shake her head either. Zhou Lin understood and lifted her chin. He had researched how to kiss, French, Spanish deep, light, countless techniques memorized. On the way here, Zhou Lin had begun to fantasize about practicing, but now that he held her, now that he kissed her, all the online tips vanished completely from his mind. Zhou Lin couldn't remember, nor did he have time to lose focus. Avoiding teeth, he dove right in, passionate and wild. He came on strong, leaving Lin Yue dizzy. Last night, she could still complain about his roughness, but now, being kissed by him left her feeling completely soft. It was the same person, the same wolf-like way of kissing, but the sensation was entirely different. Breathless, she pushed him away with a whimper. But Zhou Lin lifted his head, seeing her flushed face and watery, hazy eyes. Did it hurt again? He swallowed hard and asked hoarsely, noticing her lips were slightly swollen. Truly irresistible. Lin Yue slumped against his shoulder, focusing only on catching her breath, her small mouth a rosy red, seductively beckoning him to take advantage of her. In this state, she bore no resemblance to a primary school teacher at all. She was simply enchanting. Suddenly, Zhou Lin stood up, placing her back on the chair, and rushed to the opposite bedroom, fearing he couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 32. After having lunch with old Master Zhou, Zhou Lin and the others were about to return to Jiang City. In front of the courtyard with white walls and gray tiles, Zhou Lin took the lead and sat in the driver's seat. Outside the car, Lin Yue was saying goodbye to old Master Zhou while holding Fu Nan's hand. Old Master Zhou patted Fu Nan's head and kindly reminded him, "Teaching is hard work. You must listen to your teacher, Nan." Fu Nan replied loudly, "I know." Old Master Zhou smiled, opened the car door, and signaled for the primary school student to get in first. Then, in a casual manner, he told Lin Yue, "It's not easy for you to teach and take care of the child. If you have any trouble, feel free to ask him for help. Don't be shy. He is busy with work and can't help much. But I'm here, not too far away, so don't bear everything alone." The father-son conversation was pitifully sparse. But old Master Zhou managed to indirectly learn about Lin Yue's situation from Fu Nan. He knew that the young female teacher was from another county and had been working hard in the big city after graduating from university. It's tough for men to struggle outside, let alone for gentle and beautiful girls, especially since his son was so busy with work. Being a criminal police officer means protecting citizens and maintaining public order, which is both a responsibility and an honor. However, behind the glory, there is little time to accompany friends and family. No matter how strong or capable he is, he may not be around when the women at home need him most. Lin Yue is too young and her thoughts are not mature. For now, she is likely just attracted by her son's good looks. But if she faces hardships in the future, she might back out. Old Master Zhou did not want to interfere deliberately with the two children's relationship. But he hoped that if Lin Yue ever encountered difficulties and couldn't reach his son, she could still contact him, her uncle, for help. So she wouldn't feel isolated without anyone to discuss matters with. "Thank you, uncle," Lin Yue said. The old man was amiable and approachable. Even though he was a well-known artist, he had no airs about him, feeling just like a family elder, which warmed Lin Yue's heart. "Get in the car," Zhou Lin said. Once Lin Yue sat next to Fu Nan, old Master Zhou walked to the passenger window and leaned down to remind his son, "When you get back, give Lin Yue my number." Zhou Lin directly turned around and asked Lin Yue for her phone. She took out her phone and handed it to him. Zhou Lin held the steering wheel with one hand and quickly typed in a string of numbers. A few seconds later, old Master Zhou's phone rang outside. Just as he reached for it, Zhou Lin pressed the hang-up button and returned the phone to Lin Yue, saying, "The number is saved, keep it. And contact me if you need anything, otherwise, don't worry about it." Old Master Zhou pursed his lips. Lin Yue shot Zhou Lin a playful glare, ignoring the number for now, and politely urged old Master Zhou to go back home, saying it was unnecessary to see them off. Beside them, Fu Nan waved goodbye to Grandpa Zhou reluctantly. Zhou Lin waited silently and started the car a minute later. It was only a little past 3 when they returned to Jiang City. Zhou Lin drove to the supermarket, and the three of them went shopping for ingredients for the next 2 days. The supermarket was crowded. Zhou Lin was responsible for pushing the shopping cart, while Lin Yue held Fu Nan's hand, picking out vegetables and fish. Everything seemed normal, except when they reached the checkout. Zhou Lin glanced at Lin Yue, who was smiling down, no longer arguing with him. "Uncle Zhou, are you in a particularly good mood today?" Fu Nan asked curiously once they were back in the car, as Lin Yue checked the items in the shopping bag. Lin Yue looked up and instinctively observed Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin was also caught off guard by the primary school student's question and looked at Fu Nan through the rearview mirror. "How did you know?" Fu Nan pointed to the corners of his mouth and analyzed seriously. "You've smiled several times today." Uncle Zhou didn't use to smile much before. Lin Yue felt a little guilty as she continued to fiddle with the shopping bag, pretending Zhou Lin's frequent smiles had nothing to do with her. But her mind was filled with the image of her new boyfriend's smiling face, whether when he helped her open the car door, reached for the seasonings on the top shelf, or when she bought snacks for Fu Nan and caught him smiling inadvertently, his dark eyes openly fixed on her, making her heart race. So it was that obvious? Did Fu Nan notice it too? The female teacher played dumb, and Zhou Lin glanced at her before responding to Fu Nan. "Yeah, Uncle Zhou is in a good mood." Fu Nan smiled and tilted his head, asking why. Zhou Lin teased him, "Guess." Fu Nan blinked, reflecting on the events of the past couple of days, and suddenly realized, "Did Grandpa talk to you? He is not mad at you anymore, is he?" Zhou Lin pursed his lips and glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of his girlfriend stifling a laugh. "Nope," he said grumpily. Fu Nan scratched his head, unable to guess, and asked Lin Yue, "Teacher, do you know?" Lin Yue raised her eyes and saw the rolled-up sleeves of the man in the driver's seat, revealing his strong forearms. Bringing her gaze back, she smiled. "I don't know." Fu Nan then huffed at Uncle Zhou. "If you don't want to say it, I won't guess anymore." Zhou Lin thought to himself. Whether he guessed or not, it was none of your business. They arrived home at 4:30. Lin Yue went to the bedroom to organize her things before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the past, Zhou Lin would accompany Fu Nan to watch TV. But now the relationship was different. He swaggered over to his girlfriend's side. "I'll help you wash the vegetables." He stood too close. His ambiguous gaze and teasing tone made it seem like he was trying to cause trouble. Lin Yue took a step back and said it was unnecessary. Zhou Lin ignored her and grabbed the celery she had just taken out to wash it himself. "Wash it a few more times," she reminded him, unable to drive him away. In the living room, listening to the back-and-forth banter between the teacher and Uncle Zhou in the kitchen, Fu Nan finally sensed something was off. He tilted his head in confusion and saw Uncle Zhou standing at the sink, the tall man bending over to wash vegetables, while the teacher in an apron was cutting meat, the knife clanging rhythmically. The bright sunset streamed in, blurring the faces of the man and woman. Uncle Zhou and the teacher cooking together looked just like a mom and dad. Fu Nan suddenly lost interest in watching cartoons, set down the remote, and ran over to watch the teacher cut vegetables. With a primary school student by his side, Zhou Lin returned to being serious. Lin Yue was mostly focused on Fu Nan, and only occasionally did their eyes meet, sparking invisible little sparks between them. Fu Nan didn't notice, and the adults seemed to have no reason to inform him, so they tacitly maintained the status quo. After dinner, Lin Yue played 2 games of Ludo with Fu Nan, then handed him over to Zhou Lin while she returned to her room to prepare her lessons. At 8 o'clock, Zhou Lin turned off the TV and said he would take Fu Nan to bed. Fu Nan was uncooperative, clinging to the sofa and refusing to leave. "Aren't we supposed to sleep at 9? I want to watch one more episode." Zhou Lin remained expressionless. "I'm tired." Fu Nan pouted. "Then you go to sleep. I'll watch by myself." The little student tilted his head back, his bright black eyes wide open, full of energy, showing no signs of sleepiness at all. Zhou Lin had no choice but to throw the remote at Fu Nan, sitting at the other end of the sofa, playing on his phone. During the day, everyone had their own things to do. Those with girlfriends and wives at night were not worried about boredom, while the single men had nothing to do and enjoyed gossiping. Zhou Lin's romance was the hottest topic among the bachelors and the criminal police team lately, especially during these lonely and desolate long nights. Fantasizing about the progress between the tough captain and the innocent female teacher. Wasn't it interesting? When Zhou Lin opened the WeChat group, Uncle Zhao just happened to post an animated GIF of a white peacock spreading its tail. Today my nephew was fascinated by this peacock. Guess who I thought of when I saw this picture? Tang Shui Shui. Who? Uncle Zhao, the boss, of course. Male animals in the animal kingdom strive to display their beauty or strength to attract mates. The boss should learn a thing or two. Tang Shui Shui. Makes sense. Zhou Lin, Uncle Zhao, damn. You think I'm being sarcastic, huh? Just wait. Tai Chong Li. Ha ha ha, glasses Lu. Boss Zhou Lin, I need to report you. Zhao is hinting at you with the peacock display, being overly sentimental towards your wife. Zhou Lin squinted his eyes. Tang Shui Shui. But the boss really should learn. He can hide in the bathroom, and when his wife comes out, he pretends to just have finished washing up. With those abs of his. Wouldn't she just bleed from her nose? Uncle Zhao. Zhou Lin Tai Chong Li. Haha Tang Shui Shui. You son of a gun, go ahead and tag me. Do I look like I'm afraid of him? Don't forget who spilled the beans first. Glasses Lu silently posted a photo. In the picture, Tang Shui was doing push-ups with his head down, drenched in sweat. Although his face was not visible, one could imagine his pained expression as he gritted his teeth. Sitting leisurely on Tang Shui's back was Boss Zhou Lin, dressed in all black, holding a phone in one hand and a cigarette in the other, as if he were lounging on his own sofa. Iron Gun Li, damn boss, you look really cool in this one. Uncle Zhao, save it when sister-in-law joins the group. Send it to her. Tang Shui, is it a meme war? You guys wait. Next, the single men started exchanging memes, all showcasing their treasured embarrassing photos of colleagues. Zhou Lin looked down on such childish behavior and scrolled through the screen, quickly spotting his little moon. In the blue sky, a crescent moon hung like a hook, enticing him to seek her out. Zhou Lin typed, still preparing lessons? Little moon. Yeah, what's up? Zhou Lin frowned. Preparing lessons every day. Do you get overtime pay? Little moon. No. Teachers are supposed to prepare lessons. Zhou Lin didn't understand. Do first-grade math lessons really need preparation? Little moon. We might find it easy, but for first graders who are just starting to learn, to teach well, we have to prepare in advance. Through the text, he could almost see her gentle and serious face. Zhou Lin smiled, deciding not to disturb her. Sleep early. Little moon. Okay, you too. Zhou Lin closed the chat box. The group chat was still exchanging memes, with several grown men acting more childish than elementary school students. Zhou Lin was too lazy to watch, scrolling through the screen until he opened the chat with Lin Yue again. Looking at their profile pictures, one dark and one moonlit, Zhou Lin felt a stir in his heart and opened the browser to search for images. In the WeChat group, Tang Shui ended the meme war with a single sentence. If the boss doesn't take action soon, I'm going to officially pursue sister-in-law. Glasses Lu. This is the true warrior of our criminal police team. Zhou Lin. Just finished taking a shower. What did you say? Tang Shui flooded the screen with messages. Zhou Lin. It's nothing. I'm leaving. Tang Shui. Wait, boss. What is going on with you and sister-in-law? Zhou Lin remained silent. Suddenly, the forensic group's Glasses Lu posted a picture, highlighting a detail with a red circle. Look, the boss has changed his profile picture. There's a moon. Tang Shui. No way. Has sister-in-law been won over by the boss? Iron Gun Li. The boss is getting flirty now, what do you think? Uncle Zhao. Where's the justice in this? The boss has a woman, and I'm still single. Glasses Lu. Wait, I'll add a moon to my profile picture too. Who doesn't have a moon? In less than 2 minutes, all 4 of their profile pictures had changed to match Zhou Lin's. Zhou Lin left the group and messaged Lin Yue. Let me know when you finish preparing the lessons. Little moon. Okay. The response was noticeably slower than before, leaving him unsure whether she noticed he had changed his profile picture or was imagining what it would be like after finishing her lessons. Chapter 33. As it approached 9 o'clock in the evening, Fu Nin finally felt tired. Zhou Lin had been watching the elementary school student from the bathroom to the bed. Good night, Uncle Zhou, Fu Nin said with heavy eyelids, yawning. Zhou Lin sat sideways on the edge of the bed, calmly watching the elementary school student. Once Fu Nin fell asleep, he turned off the bedside lamp and quietly walked out. After closing the door, Zhou Lin glanced at the master bedroom across the hallway, which was quiet. Was the little woman still preparing her lesson? Zhou Lin decided to take a shower first. In fact, when he returned Fu Nin to her room, Lin Yue had already finished her work and was preparing to go out as soon as Zhou Lin returned to the living room. Unexpectedly, the footsteps outside turned toward the bathroom. Lin Yue returned to her desk, picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and scrolled through her chat history with Zhou Lin. After finishing her lesson, she wanted to tell him, did Zhou Lin have something to discuss? Or, Lin Yue touched her lips, her face gradually warming up. This was her first love, and she had no experience at all. Her situation with Zhou Lin was quite special. They were living together without having confirmed their relationship. Now that they had become a couple and were under the same roof, their intimacy seemed to have taken a big leap. In a normal romantic relationship, there should be some time between holding hands, kissing, and cohabiting, right? When she spoke to Zhou Lin later, would you want to kiss her again? In a quiet night. The more Lin Yue thought about it, the warmer she felt. Even the sound of water from the public bathroom seemed to reach her. After calming down for 2 minutes, Lin Yue went to the living room early to wait. The TV was off, and she had no program in mind to watch. So she leaned on the sofa and read the book she had brought back from Zhou's old house. It was a biography of a master of celadon pottery. To be honest, it was a bit dull, but it recorded the lives of Zhou Lin's ancestors, which made it significant. After flipping through 5 or 6 pages, she heard the bathroom door open. Lin Yue didn't dare to turn around, afraid of seeing something inappropriate. Zhou Lin walked out shirtless, and when he caught sight of the female teacher sitting on the sofa with her back to him, he wiped his neck absent-mindedly. Then, inexplicably, he remembered Tang Shui and Zhao Jio's suggestion in the WeChat group to show off his abs to attract her. He had abs. Should he show them or not? Wiping his lower abdomen with a towel, Zhou Lin shook his head and decided to go back to the bedroom to put on a short-sleeved shirt. The little woman was too shy. He didn't want to scare her. When he came out again, Zhou Lin was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, still in his large shorts, revealing his muscular long legs that were strong and slender. His hair was still wet, and as he walked toward the living room, he casually ruffled it. Just as he reached the sofa, he glanced at the balcony and turned his steps. Lin Yue held the book in her hands, her eyes secretly glancing over. She saw the tall man swiftly pull the curtains shut. Lin Yue's heart raced. Just one action was enough to hint at something, and the flush on her face spread to her ears. Without needing a mirror, she knew how she looked. Flustered, Lin Yue hastily put down the book and picked up a cup of water, trying to act natural as she walked to the water dispenser. As Zhou Lin finished pulling the curtains and turned around, he saw only the slender back of his girlfriend. Feeling thirsty, Zhou Lin didn't think much and sat down on the sofa. Lin Yue intentionally poured hot water, holding the cup as she walked back. Zhou Lin looked up and saw her flushed face, his gaze deepening. Be careful not to spill the hot water, Lin Yue explained softly as she slowly placed the cup on the coffee table. The 3-person sofa was occupied by Zhou Lin in the middle, so she could only sit next to him. Fortunately, the sofa was big enough, and neither of them was overweight, leaving a small distance between them. The intense gaze of the man made her nervous. Lin Yue picked up the book and placed it on her lap, casually asking, "Did you call me out for something?" Zhou Lin had seen more suspects than she had read words, and he didn't need to see her acting. He could see through it just by the sound of her voice. Picking up the remote control, he leaned back on the sofa and said lightly, "Let's watch TV together." Lin Yue was taken aback. The LCD screen lit up, and Zhou Lin lowered the volume, one hand casually resting behind his head while the other changed the channels. He skipped over dramas, movies, and entertainment shows, finally stopping at the sports channel, which was replaying a women's volleyball match. Putting down the remote control, Zhou Lin changed to a two-handed head-holding position and began watching with great interest. Lin Yue believed him, thinking this was an exciting match not to be missed. Unconsciously, she relaxed and focused on watching the game. As she watched, suddenly someone grabbed her hand, resting on her lap. Lin Yue tensed up. The man had moved closer, his solid shoulder leaning against her arm. He spoke with a smile. "Do you like volleyball?" Lin Yue stared rigidly at the screen, her thoughts unable to keep up with the athlete's movements, feeling nervous. "It's okay. I watch it during the Olympics." "And you don't watch it regularly?" Lin Yue was stunned and finally turned her head to look at him. His eyes were clean and bright, glistening with moisture that had occupied his thoughts all night. Letting the match continue with a low volume, Zhou Lin grasped Lin Yue's shoulder and leaned in closer. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She obediently closed her eyes as he pressed her against the back of the sofa. Zhou Lin's Adam's apple rolled as he kissed her soft lips. With the elementary school student asleep, the living room belonged to them, and with fewer concerns, it was easier to lose control. Zhou Lin was inexperienced at kissing, but he had 30 years of suppressed passion. Such a man was a gem among gems, the most adored by mature women. Just looking at his abstinent face and strong physique made one realize what kind of fiery passion could be unleashed at night. However, Officer Zhou didn't care for the mature women he encountered during work. He preferred the little woman at home. With no experience, the female teacher was kissed into a puddle, her hands softly falling down, her lips ravaged by him, and her neck became a target of his invasion, his rough palms, calloused from guns and gym equipment, brushing over her, sending waves of shivers through her. Lin Yue's body and mind were engulfed in his flames. Zhou Lin occupied her mouth, touched her neck, but he felt it wasn't enough. There were even more beautiful places on her that strongly attracted him. His fingers brushed against her collar, and Zhou Lin's breathing quickened. They were so close. He just needed to move a little closer, but Zhou Lin was struggling. She was too obedient, completely defenseless against him. It seemed that whatever he did, she would not object. If it were another man, she might be overjoyed. Zhou Lin was happy too. Which man wouldn't he like such a compliant little woman? However, between men and women, there was not just indulgence, but also responsibility. This was not a one-night stand. She was the woman he wanted to marry and have children with. He was 30, a seasoned man, while she was still too young, not yet fully understanding a criminal police officer. Tightening his grip around her waist, Zhou Lin bit her neck hard. He could only look but not touch, which was truly torturous. Lin Yue inhaled. What do you see in me? Zhou Lin softened his grip. If it was too hard, it would hurt. If it was too light, it would tickle. Lin Yue used her hand to cover her neck, unable to bear such a kiss. Zhou Lin didn't T-force her. He pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head, repeating the earlier question. His chest was hard as a rock, rising and falling from the long kiss moments before. Lin Yue gasped, taking a moment to gather her thoughts to ponder his question. What did she see in him? She admired how he always appeared when she needed help the most. In this old community, his silhouette carrying a suitcase up the stairs, the steady sound of his footsteps as he carried her upstairs, all captivated her and occasionally invaded her thoughts. But Lin Yue couldn't put it into words. Zhou Lin lowered his head, brushing aside her disheveled hair. Lin Yue hid against his chest, showing only half of her blushing face. So small and so obedient. Even more so than when the elementary school student relied on him the most, it was heart-wrenching. Zhou Lin's heart suddenly felt sour and swollen. He wanted to give her the best, but suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the air from the coffee table. In that instant, Lin Yue felt the man's muscles tense up, as if it were a reflex. She looked up. Zhou Lin had already picked up his phone and answered it right above her head. The voice on the other end was noisy, and the volleyball match continued on the TV. Lin Yue vaguely heard something about a dead. The ambiguous passion evaporated, and Lin Yue nervously straightened up. Zhou Lin put down the phone, his dark eyes looking at her with a complex expression. There's a case. I have to go right away. This was a criminal police officer. One minute he could be holding a woman, lost in thought, and with a call from the bureau. The next minute he would be putting on pants and shoes, rushing to the scene at the fastest speed. Lin Yue faced such an unexpected situation for the first time. She was a student at a normal university and had secured a job at a primary school after graduation. Her life was ordinary, stable, and sheltered, but suddenly hearing about a murder felt like being pulled out of her ivory tower to confront the most dangerous side of society, and she instinctively felt fear. It was not for herself, but for Zhou Lin's safety. Be careful. With so many thoughts racing through her mind, she finally managed to say just that. Zhou Lin nodded and helped her up. Get some rest. I might be out for the next few days, but I'll find you once I'm done. You all can eat and sleep without waiting for me. Lin Yue understood. Zhou Lin had no time to waste and quickly went back to his room to change clothes. Watching him come out in all black casual wear, Lin Yue's mind was a mess as she followed him to the door. The small woman looked pale, her eyes filled with worry as she gazed at him. That kind of look made the police captain, who was used to being called out to handle cases at any moment, feel a rare wavering. For the first time, he didn't want to leave home. But this wavering only lasted a second. The next moment, Zhou Lin's dark eyes regained their calmness as he stood at the door, reminding her sternly, "I'm a police officer, and situations like this will happen frequently in the future." Lin Yue understood. She knew nothing about handling cases and couldn't help, so she could only remind him again, "Be careful." Zhou Lin looked at her deeply, closed the door for her, and then left without looking back. Lin Yue stood inside, listening to the familiar footsteps that quickly descended the stairs and disappeared in an instant. She felt an inexplicable sense of panic and ran to the balcony just in time to see a black SUV pulling out of the parking space. Like a streak of light in the darkness, swiftly turning out of the community. The night breeze was cool, and Lin Yue felt a sudden chill as she stood on the balcony. She closed the balcony window and drew the curtains, staring at the sofa for a while before returning to her bedroom with a complicated mood. That night, Lin Yue couldn't sleep. Unable to stop guessing what case Zhou Lin might be dealing with and imagining what he was busy with. Tossing and turning, it was all about him. In Jiang City, in a secluded alley of an old district, Zhou Lin met with the other members of the criminal police team. Tang Xian, Tai Chong Li, Zhao Jiao, and Lu with glasses, along with other colleagues from the same team. They joked and bantered in their WeChat group, but at this moment, they were just police officers. A shared glance was enough for them to split up and get to work, professional and efficient. Chapter 34. The deceased was a middle-aged homeless man who had been stabbed a total of 13 times in the chest and abdomen, with his lower body mutilated. The forensic examination concluded that the fatal wound was the first stab to the heart. After the victim's death, the murderer continued to stab him multiple times. Undoubtedly, this was a case of revenge killing. The person who reported the crime was an elderly lady whose cat had gone missing. While searching for her cat downstairs, she accidentally discovered the body. The old lady was understandably terrified and required the company of family members during the recording of her statement, showing signs of significant emotional instability. Criminal investigators ran around the vicinity of the crime scene for an entire day, but found no eyewitnesses. There were no identification documents on the deceased that could provide clues about his identity. After reviewing surveillance footage, it was noted that the homeless man had lain on the overpass for a day, and from the time he left until he last disappeared from the camera's view. The investigators watched repeatedly, but did not find any suspicious individuals. During the evening meeting, Officer Lu expressed that the possibility of searching for the murderer with a murder weapon was ruled out. The weapon was a very ordinary kitchen knife, available in supermarkets and online stores like Taobao. The murderer was cautious enough not to leave any collectible fingerprints or traces at the scene. Due to the lower body mutilation, I suspected that the victim might have had a history of sexual offenses or rape. Uncle Zhao solemnly stated that after the victim's death, the murderer continued to stab him multiple times, indicating that there was no need to specifically mutilate the lower body for other disputes. Zhou Lin nodded and arranged for Uncle Zhao to investigate all related cases reported in the past 2 years in Jiang City, including cases of female suicides or attempted suicides. Women who have been violated and choose to conceal the facts usually have two possible outcomes. They either try to forget and continue living a normal life, or they may not be able to bear the serious psychological trauma and choose to take their own lives. This primarily concerns women, but men and underage children cannot be ruled out. After a brief pause, Zhou Lin added. The meeting room fell silent, and Officer Li, known for his bad temper, couldn't help but curse. Without sufficient evidence, revenge killing was merely one line of inquiry. It could not be ruled out that the murderer was a psychopathic individual randomly choosing innocent victims. Zhou Lin's gaze lingered on Officer Li for a few seconds before he tapped the victim's photo and called out a few names, instructing them to question homeless people on the street tomorrow to see if anyone recognized the victim. This task was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and criminal investigators from other districts were also putting in a lot of manpower. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Yue had not received any news from Zhou Lin. It seemed she had developed a sort of affliction, frequently checking her phone, fearing she might miss Zhou Lin's call or message. Lin Yue, are you okay? You seem a bit distracted lately, he Xiaoya inquired during lunch in the cafeteria, noticing Lin Yue's frequent phone checks. Lin Yue forced a smile. I'm fine. Just scheduled a call with a student's parent and don't want to miss it. He Xiaoya was half convinced. Lin Yue stopped looking at her phone and focused on her meal while Wang Jie chatted about the disruptive behavior of students in class. She listened with a smile, appearing no different from usual. However, in the afternoon at the office, after Cheng Jinyan finished grading assignments, he habitually looked towards Lin Yue, only to find her staring blankly at her phone screen, her profile pale and her eyelids drooping, an invisible worry emanating from her. Cheng Jinyan was convinced that she was in trouble, the kind that was quite tricky. Moving the mouse, he clicked on Lin Yue's QQ avatar and typed, "We're all colleagues. If you have any trouble, just say it. Maybe I can help." After two colleagues had asked her, Lin Yue smiled bitterly, realizing her behavior had indeed been quite noticeable these past few days. This was not good. Her personal life should not affect her work. Just as she was about to reply to Cheng Jinyan, her phone screen suddenly lit up, and she instinctively grabbed her phone. The man who had been missing for 3 days finally sent a WeChat message. "Go to bed early tonight. I'll be back at irregular times. Leave the bedroom door open, don't wait." At another time, Lin Yue would have focused on the phrase, "leave the bedroom door open," but with her boyfriend, a criminal investigator busy outside for 3 days and finally coming back to meet her tonight, she didn't care whether it was the living room or the bedroom. Without hesitation, she replied, "Okay, be careful." In the black SUV, Tang Xian drove back to the police station. Zhou Lin had some time to check his phone. Initially, he only intended to send a quick notification, but upon seeing her remind him to be careful again, Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh. "Little minion. There's no danger, don't worry." Seeing this, Lin Yue felt truly reassured. Considering Zhou Lin had been investigating for 3 days, perhaps the case had already been solved? With that thought, Lin Yue let out a deep sigh of relief, her gaze falling once more on Zhou Lin's avatar. In the dark night sky, a small crescent moon had appeared. The first time she noticed this change, Lin Yue felt as if she had fallen into a honey jar. At the desk diagonally opposite, Cheng Jinyan observed the emotional fluctuations of the young female teacher. He witnessed her holding her phone with a worried expression, only for her mood to brighten when she received a message from someone, her brows relaxing and a gentle smile lighting up her face, as if a spring breeze had blown away the clouds over her heart, her fair and delicate profile warming those who saw it. Was it family or... Seeing her reply with a smiley face added at the end of her response, Cheng Jinyan felt a hint of unease. In the evening after school, not long after Lin Yue left the office, Cheng Jinyan also packed up and drove out of the campus, spotting Lin Yue walking along the roadside, holding Fu Nan's hand. Cheng Jinyan drove over and slowly stopped in front of them, rolling down the window. "Teacher Cheng." Fu Nan's eyes lit up. Cheng Jinyan smiled at him before asking Lin Yue, "I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things, passing by a neighborhood. Do you want to ride?" Before Lin Yue could respond, Fu Nan excitedly chimed in, "I want to go to the supermarket with the teacher. There are no vegetables at home." And the teacher said she is going to buy some. "How convenient. Hop in," Cheng Jinyan invited with a smile. "Thank you, team leader." Since they were indeed headed the same way, Lin Yue graciously accepted her colleague's kind offer and sat in the back seat next to Fu Nan. In the office, the 4 women, He Xiaoya and Jiang Xiyu, were somewhat curious about the outstanding-looking Zhou Lin and had inquired about him from Lin Yue. So Cheng Jinyan knew Zhou Lin was a criminal investigator. As the Land Rover started again, Cheng Jinyan casually asked Fu Nan, "Did Uncle Zhou not come and pick you up today? Is he working overtime again?" Fu Nan pouted. "He hasn't been home for 3 days. He missed Uncle Zhou a lot." Cheng Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, noticing the sullen expression on the elementary school student's face. He instinctively spoke up for Zhou Lin. "Uncle Zhou is a police officer. He works overtime to catch bad guys. Don't hold it against him, Nan." Fu Nan understood. "I'm not mad. I just want Uncle Zhou to come back soon." At a red light, Cheng Jinyan stopped the car and turned to Lin Yue. Speaking with concern, with Officer Zhou not around, "Is there anyone else at home taking care of Nan?" Lin Yue instinctively leaped. Nan is staying with me for now. Officer Zhou will take him back once he returns." Cheng Jinyan smiled at Fu Nan. "That's good." Fu Nan understood and tacitly accepted his teacher's words, thinking that the teacher was still in a relationship with Cheng Jinyan and didn't want to create misunderstandings. When the green light came on, Cheng Jinyan continued driving. In the rearview mirror, Lin Yue patiently listened to Fu Nan talk about school, looking serene and beautiful. But Chung Jinyan couldn't help but think that every time Zhou Lin worked overtime, it was Lin Yue who took care of Funan. He recalled that whenever Zhou Lin returned from working late, he would always run into Lin Yue while picking up Funan. Coincidentally, Zhou Lin had been working overtime for 3 days, and Lin Yue had been feeling uneasy for 3 days. Was she worried about Zhou Lin? He hoped he was just overthinking it. For dinner, Lin Yue prepared a meal for Zhou Lin, stir-fried with chili, which was his favorite spicy dish. "Teacher, is Uncle Zhou coming back tonight?" Funan asked smartly, his big eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yue nodded. "Yes, but Uncle Zhou didn't say what time. He might be very late." Funan was happy about that, watching the door while eating. After finishing the meal, Zhou Lin still hadn't returned, and Funan felt a bit disappointed, but insisted on waiting until Uncle Zhou came back to sleep. Lin Yue had the same plan, sitting in the living room with Funan watching TV, perhaps due to her biological clock, around 9 o'clock. Funan was so tired that he obediently listened to his teacher's advice and went to brush his teeth, wash his face, and soak his feet before bed. After putting the elementary school student to bed, Lin Yue returned to her room to prepare lessons. Around 10 o'clock, she tidied up her desk and took a thick stack of books to the living room sofa to read. At the end of October, it was getting a bit chilly at night. The leather sofa was quite elastic and very comfortable to lean against. Gradually, Lin Yue couldn't hold on any longer. Glancing at her phone, it was midnight. Open WeChat. Zhou Lin has not sent any new messages. The word wait suggests that he has long anticipated returning late. It's midnight, and there are still 6 hours until dawn. How much later could it possibly get? Maybe by 1 o'clock, he would be back. Lin Yue arranged the pillows and lay down on the sofa so that she could hear him as soon as he came in. Police station. After 3 days of investigation, the criminal police team finally found a clue. A homeless person claimed that about half a month ago, he saw the victim dining with a young homeless man who was a new face. The time was too long ago, and he couldn't remember the young man's appearance. But he was certain of one thing. He was a handsome man over 175 meters tall, aged between 20 and 30, even with a dirty appearance. The informant still found him handsome. The suspect was temporarily identified as this young man. There was no breakthrough in the serial killer case, so they could only approach it from the angle of revenge. The conference table was covered with dense case files, all selected by Uncle Zhao from cases of rape and molestation, including the cases of female suicides or suicide attempts that Zhou Lin specifically requested. The detectives in charge of these cases were all working overtime, and no one spoke. The only sound was the rustling of paper as everyone flipped through documents. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Lin divided the cases based on the suspect's age into 5 parts. Tomorrow morning at dawn, the criminal police team would go out to visit related personnel. They had worked hard these past few days. It was time to go home and catch up on sleep. Glancing at the wall clock, Zhou Lin announced that the meeting was over. No one cheered. If the suspect truly killed the homeless man out of revenge, then this case was bound to be heavy. Zhou Lin was the last to leave. His car was parked downstairs in the community, 20 minutes until 4 o'clock. Getting out of the car, Zhou Lin looked up at the 5th floor, which was his home, with the living room light on. She must have left it on intentionally. Just like that night when he pushed open the door and was greeted by bright, ordinary lighting that warmed his heart. A minute later, Zhou Lin gently turned the key and entered. The living room was quiet. After 3 days away, the home seemed to carry her scent everywhere. With only 2 hours left, Zhou Lin headed straight for the master bedroom, taking off his dirty shirt and pants along the way, leaving only his boxers on. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything. He just didn't want to dirty her bed. The master bedroom door was half open and the light was on. Zhou Lin reached the door and was about to push it open when he suddenly noticed that there was no one in bed. The blankets were neatly folded, and on the headboard sat a small white teddy bear. Zhou Lin frowned and turned around. The 2 guest rooms across the hall had their doors closed. She wasn't the type to eagerly run over to warm his bed, Zhou Lin thought, and gently pushed open one of the guest rooms. After getting used to the darkness, Zhou Lin quickly confirmed that there was only Funan on the bed. He closed the door and went to the living room with a complicated mood. On the brown leather sofa, she lay curled up with her arms wrapped around herself, wearing a white knitted sweater and an apricot-colored long skirt. The light colors contrasted sharply with the dark sofa, and the hem of her skirt revealed a section of her fair calves. her feet in white short socks, looking like a little white kitten waiting pitifully for someone to come home. For a moment, Zhou Lin wanted to scold her. He told her not to wait. So why was she foolishly waiting all night? It was so cold outside. Wasn't she afraid of catching a chill? But just as his anger began to rise, seeing her delicate face slightly obscured by her messy hair, all that anger vanished. Zhou Lin bent down, carefully slipping one hand under her neck and gently lifting her leg. And when he stood up, his dark eyes were fixed on her face. As he lifted her, Lin Yue woke up, her eyes opening to the harsh light. And she closed them again uncomfortably. "Go back to sleep," Zhou Lin said softly. Lin Yue couldn't open her eyes. She was awake, her ear against his warm chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. In an instant, a flurry of questions flashed through her mind. What time was it? Was the case solved? Did she still need to go tomorrow? The moment the living room light was turned off, Lin Yue finally remembered the most important thing and looked up at him, asking, "Have you eaten dinner? I saved some for you. It's all your favorites." Zhou Lin paused, turned his head to sniff towards the kitchen, and sure enough, he smelled the aroma of food. Even if he had already eaten, he was still hungry and tempted by the meal made by his woman. But he was more tired. After not having slept on a real bed for 3 nights, he just wanted to sleep. If it weren't for having a woman, he wouldn't have even come back tonight, saving time to sleep an extra half-hour at the police station. "Tomorrow morning," he said as he stepped into the master bedroom, turning off the light. Lin Yue listened to him. Zhou Lin placed her on the bed, and Lin Yue skillfully unfolded the quilt. Perhaps she had been awakened from a deep sleep, her brain not fully functioning yet. Lin Yue understood what it meant to sleep together, but there was no intense nervousness like when they kissed. Or maybe it was because the man beside her didn't give any signals of what he wanted to do. After laying out the quilt, Lin Yue had just centered the pillow when Zhou Lin lay down beside her, pulling her down and hugging her from behind. With broad shoulders, strong arms, and warm breath, Lin Yue's heartbeat quickened. Finally, she felt the first reaction of being in bed with her boyfriend. "Set an alarm for 6, Zhou Lin said, kissing her soft hair and closing his eyes. Lin Yue replied with a soft raised her hand, and reached for the phone he had just placed on the bedside table. But as she caught sight of the time on the screen, her heart tightened. It was 4 in the morning, and there were only 2 hours left until he had to get up. In just a few seconds, the breathing beside her had become steady and calm. The man who loved to kiss her was now so tired that he didn't even have the strength to kiss her while lying in the same bed. She felt a pang of heartache. After setting the alarm, Lin Yue found she couldn't sleep at all. Afraid of disturbing his rest, she remained still in one position. After what felt like a long time, he probably felt some discomfort in his arm, pulled it out, and turned over. Only then did Lin Yue check the time, 5:10. Putting down her phone, Lin Yue slowly turned around. It was morning, the room was dim and hazy, and the man had the quilt only covering his waist, exposing his broad and strong back. The scent of sweat drifted over, but it wasn't unpleasant at all. Lin Yue particularly wanted to snuggle up to him, but remembering that he had only slept for an hour, she held back. At 5:40, Lin Yue quietly got up, took her phone and toothbrush cup, and washed her face and brushed her teeth in the public bathroom. After tidying up, she went to the kitchen. The food was all ready. She just had to heat it up. After finishing her tasks, the alarm rang. Turning off the alarm, Lin Yue went to the master bedroom. He was still in the same sleeping position as before she left. Lin Yue really wanted him to sleep for a few more minutes, but was afraid of delaying him. She went around to Zhou Lin's side, crouched down, and softly called out to him, "Zhou Lin." The moment she spoke, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Yue's expression changed as she was startled. His eyes were bloodshot, looking terrifying. Like an overloaded machine, Zhou Lin was awake. But it took him a few seconds to boot up, so he didn't notice the small woman's fear. The first second his vision cleared. He saw 2 streams of tears silently rolling down her moist eyes. Her lips pursed as she stared at him. Zhou Lin's brain, still booting up, short-circuited in an instant. "What's wrong? Why are you crying this early?" He quickly sat up straight and directly pulled the woman onto his lap, tilting his head to look at her face. Lin Yue was fine. She just felt heartache for him. Lowering her head to wipe her face, as she moved her hand away, she saw his other leg spread wide apart, and she was sitting right in the middle. The words that were about to spill out got stuck in her throat. Lin Yue stared blankly, her gaze uncontrollably tracing up his thigh to the edge of his gray boxers, and then it's 6 o'clock. Lin Yue's face flushed, as if she had been scalded, jumping out of his embrace and bolting for the door. Zhou Lin, his girlfriend, had vanished. Zhou Lin looked down in confusion, and as he watched, he couldn't help but smile. The heaviness of the case from a few days ago was swept away. Damn! He had been exhausted from staying up late and working overtime, starving for several meals, his head pounding and eyes aching. Yet this brother was still as imposing as ever, with abs that seemed to have a mind of their own. After sitting for a couple of minutes, Zhou Lin rubbed his forehead and glanced towards the door. Striding out confidently, the elementary school girl was still asleep, and she had her back to him while serving food in the kitchen. Time was limited. Zhou Lin took a 3-minute shower, washed his face, and when he brushed his teeth, he caught a glimpse of his own red eyes in the mirror. 3 nights without sleep, dark circles, and red blood vessels. No matter how good the foundation is, this look is still frightening. She cried, probably because she saw it, right? A little woman is just a little woman, crying at the slightest thing. But why does it feel so refreshing? Spitting out the mouthwash, Zhou Lin wiped his face, went back to change clothes, and went to the dining room to find her. Are you leaving right after eating? Lin Yue tried hard not to think about that scene, served him rice, and deliberately sat opposite to ask. Zhou Lin patted the chair next to him and called her. Come here, I have something to say to you. With that serious and calm face, Lin Yue went over without thinking, but just as she was about to sit down, the man suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and pushed her onto his lap. Lin Yue panicked, but it didn't help. Zhou Lin held the back of her head and kissed her eagerly, sucking and nibbling for several minutes. Let's eat first. Touching her numb lips, Lin Yue said softly. Eating you is more effective than eating. Zhou Lin hugged her tightly, saying this, but still put her on the chair next to him. Lin Yue secretly watched him. Zhou Lin was starving, holding a bowl in one hand and picking up food with the other, shoveling it into his mouth without any image. Lin Yue felt heartbroken and scooped him a bowl of pork rib soup to cool down. After Zhou Lin finished a bowl of rice, he gulped down the soup. He was almost done eating when Lin Yue asked about the case progress. Soon, if everything goes smoothly, the case should be closed this week. Zhou Lin didn't give her a definite answer. Lin Yue's heart sank. It was only half of the week. Did he still have to stay up for 4 more days? As if he knew what she was thinking, Zhou Lin said carelessly, I'm used to it. Lin Yue lowered her eyes, not knowing what to say. Telling him to eat on time and take care of himself was all empty words. It was of no use at all. He simply had no time for himself. Nan misses you a lot. Go see him. Taking a breath, Lin Yue said with a smile. This time, it was Zhou Lin who misspoke. Seeing her silently tidying up the dishes, he nodded and went to see the elementary school student. Woken up early, Funin was a bit grumpy at first. But seeing Uncle Zhou, the boy immediately became very happy, leaning on Uncle Zhou and asking various questions. Zhou Lin originally planned to stay a few minutes for his girlfriend. But after being delayed by the elementary school student, the opportunity was gone. I'm leaving, good night, don't wait. Standing at the door, Zhou Lin looked at Lin Yue and said, From today on, even if he comes back at midnight, he won't tell her anymore. Lin Yue understood his meaning. Having had the experience, she wouldn't be foolish enough to wait anymore. Just leave the master bedroom door open for him. Chapter 35 on Friday morning. After the 3rd class, Lin Yue was walking towards the office with her lesson plan in hand. As she passed the stairway, she saw a delivery man holding a large bouquet of bright red roses, surrounded by excited elementary school students who were eager to know which teacher was receiving the flowers. The sight of the big bouquet made Lin Yue's eyes light up, but she didn't think much of it. Just as she was about to leave, the delivery man quickly climbed the stairs, slightly out of breath, and asked her, Excuse me, do you know how to get to the 1st grade math office? Lin Yue was stunned. So the flowers were for their office? Sister Wang was already married with children, so it shouldn't be for her. The remaining candidates were He Xiaoya and Jiang Siyu, but it seemed neither of them had mentioned anything about being in a relationship. Her curiosity piqued. Lin Yue smiled and pointed the delivery man in the right direction. He thanked her and strode ahead, with Lin Yue leisurely following behind. Soon, they reached the office, where the delivery man knocked on the door, and to Lin Yue's anticipation, Jiang Siyu emerged. Jiang Siyu wasn't particularly beautiful, but with her fair skin and big eyes, wearing a red long dress, she radiated youthful energy. Upon receiving the roses, a blush crept onto her cheeks. After signing for the flowers and lifting her head, she turned around and saw Lin Yue. Lin Yue teased her with a smile. A complex expression flashed quickly in Jiang Siyu's eyes, perfectly masked by shyness. The two entered the office together, where Cheng Jinyan, Sister Wang, and He Xiaoyao were present. As the only male in the math group, Cheng Jinyan mainly talked about work and rarely engaged in women's gossip. Just like now, while the four women huddled together discussing the roses, he merely glanced over and continued typing on his keyboard. Did Siyu get a boyfriend? Or is someone pursuing you? He Xiaoya asked, holding Jiang Siyu's roses. Both envious and curious. Being the center of attention in the office made Jiang Siyu blush and feel a bit embarrassed, yet deep down, she experienced the vanity that many girls have when they are admired. However, when she secretly glanced at the man diagonally across from her, she noticed Cheng Jinyan was indifferent to her romantic interest, and the sparkle in her eyes dimmed. Even the bouquet of roses didn't seem so captivating anymore. Someone is pursuing me, but I haven't agreed yet, Jiang Siyu said, regaining her composure and sitting down with a hint of frustration. She was truly hesitant. Cheng Jinyan was handsome and charming, and although his family background didn't compare to Dr. Su, who drove a Kian, he was still a single aristocrat in the city with a car and a house. Naturally, such a man was her first choice. However, after 2 months of observation, Jiang Siyu had already determined that Cheng Jinyan had no special feelings for her. Instead, he seemed to favor Lin Yue. Seeing no hope in that affection, Jiang Siyu felt shaken by the unexpected attention from a moderately attractive but financially secure suitor. While working alone in a big city, she longed to settle down quickly. And compared to a partner's appearance, having a house and a car was much more important. What's his name? How did you meet? Tell us about it. He Xiaoyao leaned on the table, taking a deep breath of the rose scent, genuinely envious. I've never received roses before in my life. Jiang Siyu smiled and said, with you being such a little princess, you must have no shortage of admirers. Just wait. When I agree to him, I'll introduce you. Sister Wang caught on and winked at Lin Yue. Looks like our teacher Jiang is already smitten. Having her secret exposed, Jiang Siyu blushed again. Meeting Lin Yue's kind smile made her feel a strange tightness in her chest, so she deliberately asked loudly, Lin Yue is so beautiful. Doesn't anyone pursue you? At her words, everyone turned to look at Lin Yue. Even Cheng Jinyan, who had been quietly working, paused for a moment. Lin Yue was taken aback, her gaze landing on the bouquet of roses. She smiled generously. Someone has pursued me before, but I've never received so many roses. During college, some boys confessed to her in person, and others left roses anonymously on her desk, but they were all small bouquets. Hearing this, Jiang Siyu suddenly felt much better. So what if Lin Yue was beautiful? The flowers given to her suitors couldn't compare to the ones she received. Just then, Lin Yue's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from the person who sent the flowers. Jiang Siyu instinctively grabbed her phone to block the content, and Lin Yue and the other two women discreetly returned to their own activities. As soon as Lin Yue sat down, her phone buzzed, and her heart raced as she quickly picked it up. Upon seeing the sender, she froze for a second. Uncle Zhou, the teacup is ready. Should I send it to you, or will you come pick it up? Although it wasn't a message from a boyfriend. Thinking of the Celadon teacup they had crafted together made Lin Yue feel happy. After a moment of thought, she replied to the old man, Nan Nan misses you a lot. I'll bring him over tomorrow, but Zhou Lin has been busy with cases and might not be able to make it. Uncle Zhou, that's fine. Just come with Nan Nan. The implication was clear. He didn't care about his son at all. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. The father and son were both cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and they were quite similar. The next day, Saturday, Lin Yue took Fu Nan to Qingshi County. The transportation was convenient, and they arrived in just over 2 hours. The teacup was crafted by Zhou Lin and was perfectly shaped, without a single flaw. The glaze was personally overseen by the old man, pure and green, comparable to beautiful jade. Holding this unique teacup, Lin Yue felt both delighted and satisfied, thinking that such a gift was far superior to roses. Chapter 36. While Lin Yue and Fu Nan were learning the basic knowledge of porcelain making at the ceramics factory, the criminal police team was still investigating the families related to the relevant cases. After 2 consecutive days of inquiries, the group of policemen was extremely frustrated. In cases of sexual assault and molestation, the families of the victims might feel that the sentencing was not severe enough, harboring resentment towards the perpetrators while also feeling displeased with the police. Now, with the police coming back to ask questions after some time had passed, no one would be happy. Reopening old wounds would hurt, and the gossip from neighbors would add pressure. If the case had not been solved initially, the police would be seen as incompetent and even less well-received. After a casual lunch at a randomly chosen restaurant, they continued their investigation. Zhou Lin was driving, and in the passenger seat, Tang Xian quietly recounted the details of the next case. The deceased was named Liang Fong, 24 years old, who committed suicide by overdosing on sleeping pills in her rented apartment on the night of August 10th last year, leaving behind a note stating that living was exhausting. Her biological mother had died early, and her father Liang Yue lived with his stepmother Li Jiao and their younger son in another residence. Due to their infrequent contact with Liang Fong, they had not noticed any abnormal behavior. At the time of her suicide, her boyfriend Sun Weiping was on a business trip in the Netherlands, and no unusual communication records were found. However, both the landlord and Sun Weiping stated that Liang Fong had exhibited abnormal behavior since March of last year, specifically becoming taciturn and avoiding social interactions, suspected of having depression. Zhou Lin glanced at the navigation system, estimating they were 10 minutes away from the Liang family home. It was the weekend, and Liang Yugong and Li Jiao were both at home resting, while their younger son was attending a tutoring class. When the police arrived, the couple displayed varying degrees of tension and vigilance. Zhou Lin examined the two with a blank expression as Tang Xian asked, "We need to learn more about Liang Fong's case. Could you tell us if Liang Fong had any male friends aged between 20 and 30 who were over 175 centimeters tall?" Liang Yugong looked at his wife. Li Jiao pursed her lips, appearing impatient yet trying to restrain herself for her husband's sake, and replied coolly, "We weren't close as mother and daughter. We hardly spoke. I don't know what friends she had around her." Liang Yugong sighed, trying to recall. Fong was always well-behaved. She never dated before university, but she got together with Wei Ping in her second year. Besides Wei Ping, she mostly interacted with classmates and colleagues. I've seen her post travel photos on social media, but they were just company events, hiking, and gatherings. I really don't know how she got along with other colleagues aside from Wei Ping. As children grow up, they have their own lives, and unless parents are overly watchful, it's hard to know the specifics about their children. Tang Xian nodded. "Do you know Sun Wei Ping?" Liang Yugong revealed a pleased smile. Wei Ping is quite good, very polite to everyone, and he has a good relationship with Fong. Suddenly, Li Jiao interjected. Sun Weiping is about the same height as the person you're looking for, around 178 centimeters, and he graduated the same year as Fong. He is quite handsome. Is Fong's suicide related to him? Tang Xian did not respond and continued to ask Liang Yugong, "When was the last time you saw Sun Weiping? Have you been in contact recently?" Liang Yugong shook his head. "No. After Fong's funeral, he cut off contact with us." "Officer, have you found something?" As he spoke, the man's tone shifted to urgency, disbelief, and a hint of resentment, as if he suspected his daughter's death was related to Sun Weiping. "Your daughter committed suicide. We are investigating this case for another reason that we cannot disclose yet. We will contact you with any information," Tang Xian said calmly. The couple appeared skeptical. After concluding their investigation here, Zhou Lin and Tang Xian immediately went to Sun Weiping's parents' home. Sun's father was a bank manager working overtime that day, and Sun's mother, alone at home, nervously invited the two detectives inside. When Liang Fong was mentioned, Sun's mother looked sorrowful. Fong was gentle and beautiful. Before the incident, the two kids were planning to get married. Who would have thought? Weiping was very affected and felt guilty, saying that if he hadn't been on a business trip, Fong wouldn't have taken such drastic measures. After Fong was buried, Wei Ping said he had no mood to work and quit to travel, coming back once every 1 or 2 months. "Do you have a recent photo of him?" Tang Xian asked. Sun's mother readily complied, pulling out her phone. Her son would send her photos from every place he visited, and seeing him smile in the pictures reassured her. Zhou Lin took the phone. In the photo, the man was wearing climbing gear, standing in front of a landmark at Lushan, with a handsome face and pale skin. He had a smile with his hands on his hips, tall and slender, but there was a hint of hardship in his eyes. Zhou Lin enlarged the photo and studied it for a few seconds, suddenly noticing several signs of editing. Zhou Lin exchanged a glance with Tang Xian. Tang Xian pretended to receive a phone call and stepped outside to quietly inform the police station to investigate Sun Weiping. A quick search revealed that Sun Weiping had flown out of Jiang City on October 12th of last year and returned 5 days later, with no further records of leaving the city until today. Additionally, it discovered that just yesterday, Sun Weiping checked into a hotel in Jiang City. The criminal police team immediately launched a manhunt. At 3 in the afternoon, in a hotel couple's suite, Sun Weiping lay on a heart-shaped bed covered with rose-colored sheets. Eyes closed, tears streaming down his cheeks. It was the summer of his sophomore year when he asked Fong Fong out to watch a movie. In a dimly lit cinema, he mustered the courage to hold her hand, and she didn't pull away. That night was their first date as a couple. On Christmas Eve, he held her hand as they entered this hotel suite. She was so shy, covering her face and too embarrassed to let him see. Eventually, he had to turn off the lights for them to clumsily consummate their relationship for the first time. 2 years after graduation, he found an apartment that Fong Fong really liked. At that time, he was out of town and planned to take her to get their marriage certificate upon returning to Jiang City. But on the night before his return, Fong Fong worked late and was dragged into an alley by a homeless man who covered her mouth. He wanted to call the police, but Fong Fong refused, insisting she would rather die than let anyone know. She cried for several days, saying she didn't see the man's face, begging him not to ask. He felt pain and anger, as if he were holding a knife but couldn't find the person to stab. Fong Fong was too fragile, and he didn't dare to push her. She wanted to let it go, so he tried to hide his hatred and pretended nothing had happened. But after that, Fong Fong began to resist intimacy. He didn't care. He was willing to wait. They would go out shopping, and if they happened to encounter a begging homeless man, Fong Fong would turn pale. He would hold her and leave, and she gradually began to resist going out, which he was also willing to accommodate. This continued for half a year, and just when Fong Fong was about to recover, the company arranged for him to go on a business trip. Sun Weiping wanted to go because this trip was crucial for his promotion, but he hesitated, fearing something would happen to Fong Fong. Fong Fong smiled and encouraged him, so he began to pack his bags. In the Netherlands, they would video chat every day. In the video, Fong Fong laughed and smiled, and he longed to kiss the dimple on her cheek. Everything seemed normal until he suddenly received a call from his uncle. What does it feel like to have a dead heart? It's like being alive but hearing nothing, seeing nothing, where day turns to night. Everyone said Fong Fong had depression, and Sun Weiping felt the same, but he believed that something must have triggered her before she died. While Fong Fong was alive, she tried hard to conceal it. Now that she was gone, he didn't want her to be gossiped about. Such a shy and innocent girl. He didn't want anyone to tarnish her reputation. He couldn't go to the police. He would take revenge himself. He quit his job and deceived his parents into thinking he was traveling out of town, but in reality, he just changed into dirty clothes, trying hard to become a real homeless man. He wandered through the streets and alleys of Jiang City, talking and befriending every homeless person he encountered. He would fabricate stories about his exploits in bullying women to extract information from them. Wind and rain, hunger and cold, dirt and filth, he didn't care. After asking one after another, he finally found the man. A homeless man in his 40s boasted about his beautiful girlfriend, burping as he laughed, saying that one time he was sitting on a bridge and thought he saw that beautiful woman again. At first, he wasn't sure it was her, but when he saw her pale face filled with fear, he happily whistled. The homeless man said, "It's a pity it's daytime. If it were night, I would try again." At that moment, Sun Weiping lay on the ground, the tall buildings above blocking the sky, and darkness swallowed him like a whirlpool. The police broke in, and Sun Weiping did not resist. He lay there numbly, like a walking corpse. During the nighttime interrogation, Sun Weiping confessed without hesitation, answering every question mechanically, his heavy voice weighing on the hearts of the detectives present. "Do you regret it?" Zhou Lin asked in a deep voice at the end of the interrogation. Sun Weiping looked at him and smiled, saying that the thing he regretted the least in this life was personally killing that beast. Zhou Lin's dark eyes were cold. "If you had chosen to call the police back then, Liang Fong might not have died. You wouldn't have broken the law." and your parents wouldn't have withered away for the rest of their lives. Sun Weiping's smile froze. Liang Fang's death has nothing to do with you. Reflect on your own parents. After saying that, Zhou Lin stood up and walked out. As he stepped out of the interrogation room, he caught a glimpse of the prisoner suddenly bowing his head, covering his face with his hands. The truth of the Sun Weiping case was revealed. But the atmosphere in the criminal police team was far from relaxed. The law does not allow for mercy, and no one has the right to take another's life. However, those working as detectives had seen all kinds of cases. After a moment of reflection, upon hearing that they could take a 2-day break next, everyone came back to life, packing their things to go home. Boss, you still haven't explained to us what the moon icon means. The sisters-in-law's sightseeing group barged into Zhou Lin's office, eager to stir up excitement. It wasn't suitable to discuss personal matters while busy with cases, but now there was no need for restraint. Zhou Lin smiled faintly, closed the drawer, and picked up his phone as he walked around the desk. Tang Xian and 3 others stood blocking the door, arrogantly declaring, "If you don't make it clear today, don't even think about leaving through this door." Zhou Lin didn't look at anyone. Glancing at his watch, it was 9:30. The little woman should still be awake. The bachelors blocked the door, but Zhou Lin wasn't in a hurry to leave. He sat on the desk, one hand flipping through contacts and the other searching for a cigarette, raising it without looking up. Tang Xian eagerly lit it for him, and along with the bespectacled Liu, they crowded around their boss, surrounding him in a circle. The call connected, and before Zhou Lin could speak, the corner of his mouth lifted. "Are you asleep?" The 4 bachelors jostled to hear what the sister-in-law had to say, but in the pushing and shoving, none of them heard anything. Zhou Lin, oblivious to them, said, "Just come back and get me some food. I'm hungry." That commanding tone was clearly treating his own wife like a servant. The bachelors exchanged glances. Then all cried out, "Women, we want women." Chapter 37. Lin Yue had just coaxed Fu Nan to sleep when she received a call from Zhou Lin. Her boyfriend was finally coming back, and Lin Yue's spirit lifted. She opened a refrigerator, finding it well stocked with ingredients, meat and chili, which he loved. However, it was almost 10 o'clock, and from a health perspective, a light meal would be better. After scanning the fridge, Lin Yue decided to make vegetable shrimp porridge and fry him a couple of eggs. After washing the rice and cooking the porridge, cutting vegetables, and peeling shrimp, Lin Yue finished her preparations and sat at the dining table playing with her phone. About 20 minutes later, someone opened the door. Lin Yue immediately stood up and walked towards the entrance. Zhou Lin pushed the door open and immediately spotted the petite woman in the living room, wearing a light pink knitted sweater paired with a white long skirt. Under the light, her face was fair and radiant, and her bright eyes looked at him with concern and shyness. Just that glance was more effective than any rest, instantly making him feel relaxed all over. "Finished with the case?" he asked softly as he shut the door, looking at her with a gentle gaze. Lin Yue felt a bit nervous, lowering her head slightly. She first inquired about his well-being, afraid he would leave after only 2 hours of sleep like last time. "Yes, the bureau is on holiday for 2 days," Zhou Lin said quietly, and as he walked in, his eyes quickly scanned the living room and kitchen to confirm that the elementary school student was not around. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Lin Yue's shoulder. Thinking he was going to hug her, she was surprised when he pushed her against the wall, his tall frame following closely behind, blocking out the light from the living room. Her breathing changed instantly, her heart raced. "Did you miss me?" Zhou Lin lowered his head, inhaling her hair's fragrance. Lin Yue tilted her head, her face gradually turning red. Zhou Lin took her left hand and pressed it against the wall, his fingers intrusively sliding between her fingers. This simple action hinted at another kind of possession. Lin Yue didn't know what Zhou Lin was thinking, but she realized that he really liked holding her like this, his strong hand pressed against her, unmoving, palm to palm, one side rough, the other delicate. When he exerted force, a tingling sensation shot straight to her heart. "Have you thought about it?" Zhou Lin locked her right hand in the same position. Lin Yue closed her eyes and nodded slightly. Zhou Lin smiled, bent down, and captured her lips in a forceful kiss. He was too dominant. Lin Yue couldn't keep up with his rhythm and could only dodge. However, to Zhou Lin, her dodging was a response, and the more she avoided him, the more fiercely he pursued her, almost devouring her like a meal. With a height difference of 30 centimeters, Lin Yue felt exhausted in her lips and tongue, while Zhou Lin was tired in his neck, trying to find a way to kiss her effectively. Finally, she managed to escape once, resting her forehead against his chest. Gasping for breath, given their height difference, he couldn't lean down enough to kiss her properly, and he was, of course, anxious. In his rush, he suddenly bent down, grabbing her legs and lifting her up, not expecting that Lin Yue's flowing skirt would fall, leaving his hand directly grasping her thigh, so tender and smooth like soft tofu. Zhou Lin's mind was momentarily distracted, forgetting about kissing, instinctively observing her. Lin Yue stiffened all over because Zhou Lin's long hand was holding her too high. Her breaths became heavy and rough, and the hand gripping her thigh grew warmer, as if it was about to break through that barrier. Lin Yue panicked and turned her head, looking for an excuse. "The porridge is almost done. I'll go fry an egg, you wash up first, and it will be ready when you come out." Zhou Lin was an excellent detective, and he had a fiery desire for his woman. But he also had an extraordinary self-control. Since she wasn't ready for the next step yet, Zhou Lin slowly let her down, holding her face and kissing her deeply for a while before reluctantly parting, his dark eyes fixed on her. Having been apart for so long, he and T said he missed her, but at this moment, his gaze made Lin Yue experience what it meant to have a clingy look. "Go ahead," she said softly, a sweet smile on her lips. Zhou Lin swallowed hard, leaned down, and kissed her again, just at the corner of her mouth, as if that was enough to savor the sweetness in her smile. Of course, he couldn't taste it. Lin Yue sweetly slipped into the kitchen. The porridge was almost ready, and when she added the shrimp, it quickly turned a beautiful pink. Once it was done, Lin Yue unplugged the rice cooker and set a large bowl on the dining table to cool. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Lin Yue turned to fry the eggs. The eggs were cooked, and the water sound ceased. 2 minutes later, Zhou Lin came out, still wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts at the end of October, showing no signs of feeling cold. His short hair was still damp and dripping, and he had shaved, looking 3 or 4 years younger than when he had stubble. "The porridge is still hot. You should dry your hair, it's not good for your health," Lin Yue advised, standing beside the dining table. Zhou Lin glanced at the dining table and asked her to get the hairdryer. Having seen how hard men worked on cases, Lin Yue was also free, so she went to the bathroom to find the hairdryer. As soon as she left, Zhou Lin grabbed the phone on the table and took a couple of pictures of the fragrant vegetable shrimp porridge and a plate of bright yellow and green scrambled eggs. When Lin Yue came out, he walked into the living room, uploading the photos to his moments with the caption, "Dinner should be light." Behind him, the petite woman asked, "Is there something going on?" Zhou Lin stuffed his phone into his shorts pocket, turned to look at her, and replied, "Nothing. Can you help me dry my hair?" Lin Yue glanced at the hairdryer in her hand, lowered her eyes, and murmured in agreement. She found an outlet, and when she turned around, she saw Zhou Lin sitting on the sofa, watching her. Lin Yue turned, only to collide with his clingy gaze, which made her heart flutter. Telling him to lower his head, she pressed the switch and began to dry his hair. His hair was short and stiff, feeling a bit prickly to the touch. Strangely, Lin Yue recalled the day he kissed her neck, his short hair brushing against her chin and side face, feeling like another kind of kiss. She dried his hair, while Zhou Lin scrolled through WeChat. A casual little picture attracted countless reactions in just a few minutes, with the police bachelors he had interacted with leaving a line of comments. Following that, Tang Shui asked when he would bring his girlfriend out to dinner, and soon there was a string of similar questions. Zhou Lin smiled. Once his hair was dry, Zhou Lin pulled Lin Yue onto his lap and showed her his phone. Lin Yue first saw the dinner she had prepared herself. Her face flushed, then she bit her lip, criticizing Zhou Lin for his poor photography skills, thinking that the real food looked much more tempting. What if Zhou Lin's colleagues found it unappealing? She scrolled down the screen and was stunned by the string of comments. Zhou Lin explained casually, "They're all jealous that I have a woman." The words man and woman felt especially ambiguous in the quiet of the night. Lin Yue continued scrolling. Zhou Lin kissed her cheek and asked, "When you have free time, let's have a meal together." Lin Yue hesitated. Are there female colleagues? If the table was full of men and she was the only woman, she would feel nervous. Zhou Lin chuckled. "There are two. Those with families can bring their families." Lin Yue still hesitated, gathering her courage to look at his handsome face. "Wouldn't it be too soon? We've only been dating for a week." Zhou Lin countered. "Do you think it's too fast?" Then let's wait a bit longer until you're ready to go out. Lin Yue pursed her lips. In truth, if he insisted, it wouldn't matter to her sooner or later. Let's eat. After we finish, get some rest, Lin Yue said, glancing at the dining room as she stood up from his embrace. Zhou Lin followed her, secretly glancing at the master bedroom. They had slept together on Wednesday night. But that was a special circumstance. Since they couldn't see each other during the day, he could only accompany her for a short while at night. Tonight was different. If he hinted at sleeping together, would she blush and agree, or would she wave her hand and slap him? The little woman's temper probably wouldn't lead to a slap. But if she wasn't willing, it would be embarrassing. Dinner was delicious. Zhou Lin ate 2 bowls of porridge and finished all the scrambled eggs, leaving the plate spotless. After the meal, Lin Yue insisted on washing the dishes, while Zhou Lin leaned against the side, watching her busying herself. As Lin Yue tidied up the counter, Zhou Lin glanced at his watch. It was almost 11 o'clock. After turning off the dining room lights, they walked toward the bedroom, one in front of the other. Passing by Zhou Lin's room, Lin Yue turned slightly, focused, and nodded at him. Good night. Zhou Lin's heart felt like it had swung around on a swing, lingering at the bottom with a sense of loss that wasn't unexpected. Yeah, sleep well, he said, standing at the door, watching her. Lin Yue continued toward the master bedroom, pushing the door open, suddenly remembering something, and turned back. Zhou Lin's heart, which had just sunk, suddenly soared to the sky, his throat tense and dry. At that moment, his little woman spoke up. By the way, what time do you think you'll get up tomorrow morning? I'll prepare breakfast. Lin Yue thought that Officer Zhou, who had been staying up late, might sleep in. Zhou Lin forced a smile. Around 6 or 7. Lin Yue understood, pushed the door into the room, closed it behind her, thought for a moment, and locked it. Sometimes, Fu Ning got up earlier than adults. If a primary school student came in and saw Zhou Lin with her sleeping on the bed, it wouldn't be good. Outside, Zhou Lin kept staring at the bedroom door. And when he heard the faint sound of the lock, he couldn't help but smile. Men and women are just different. This little woman still preferred to take things step by step, right? Just lying on the bed, Zhou Lin spread his palm, as if the touch of her thighs still lingered in his palm, delicate and smooth, softer than tofu. Zhou Lin turned over and let out a heavy sigh. Little moon, oh little moon, when can I have you in my mouth? Thinking deeply, Zhou Lin had a dream that night, dreaming of a monkey by the lake, scratching its head, trying to fish the moon out of the water, but unable to reach it, while 4 little monkeys in the tree laughed heartily. Chapter 38. Zhou Lin usually didn't talk much, but as soon as he was home, the atmosphere in the 3-bedroom apartment became much livelier. Uncle Zhou, what bad guys did you catch this time? Lin Yue was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while Fu Nan chased after Uncle Zhou, eager to know about the case. Lin Yue was also curious and quietly listened in. Confidential. Zhou Lin leaned back in his dining chair, facing south, his gaze hardly leaving the small woman in the kitchen. She liked to wear light-colored clothes. Her profile was fair and delicate as she chopped vegetables with her back to him, the apron string outlining her slim waist. And beneath her long white skirt, a smooth and well-proportioned calf peeked out. Zhou Lin stared at his girlfriend's legs, his hands itching. That grab last night had really stirred his heart. With the elementary school student persistently calling out Uncle Zhou, Zhou Lin finally turned his attention to him. Fu Nan leaned against Zhou Lin, smiling expectantly. Uncle Zhou, I want to go to the amusement park. Zhou Lin glanced at the woman in the kitchen. Lin Yue was focused on stir-frying and heard Fu Nan's words, but didn't he think much of it. Anyway, she would accompany Fu Nan wherever he wanted to go. Zhou Lin, however, had other plans. He often had a busy and irregular schedule, and when he was single, it didn't matter. Now that he had a woman, Zhou Lin wanted to spend all his remaining leisure time with his girlfriend, trying to make it up to her. They had just started dating. Although they had kissed and hugged, their relationship wasn't stable yet. His side was very solid, but there were too many variables on Lin Yue's side, especially with that legendary first-grade math teacher in the office. Zhou Lin, lacking dating experience, still knew that couples needed to occasionally go on dates and spend time alone to nurture their feelings. Uncle is tired and doesn't want to go out. You can play with the little one, he said seriously, patting Fu Nan's head. Fu Nan was a bit disappointed, but seeing Uncle Zhou so tired, he understood and didn't pester him further, obediently sitting on a nearby chair. Lin Yue, being more perceptive, knew that Fu Nan was a sensitive child. As soon as Zhou Lin refused, she turned back to observe Fu Nan. Fu Nan had his little arms resting on the table. Upon noticing the teacher looking over, the 6-year-old boy pursed his lips, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her, vividly expressing a desire to speak but holding back. Lin Yue understood immediately and gently said, "After we finish eating, the teacher will take Nan to the amusement park." Zhou Lin indeed felt tired, while she was free on weekends. With her wish fulfilled, Fu Nan was extremely happy. Zhou Lin closed his eyes, feeling exhausted. With a handsome team leader watching closely from outside and a 100-watt light bulb shining brightly inside, all he wanted was to have a good relationship. Why was it so difficult? After breakfast, Lin Yue finished tidying up the kitchen and took Fu Nan to say goodbye to Zhou Lin. "We're leaving now. We'll be back for lunch. You can catch up on your sleep." Zhou Lin gazed at her quietly. After a night's rest, the tall and robust man regained his spirit, his dark eyes sharp and clear. He had just said he was tired, and Lin Yue had naturally believed him. However, now that she met his meaningful gaze, Lin Yue was taken aback and slowly realized Zhou Lin's true reason for rejecting the elementary school student. Lowering her head, Lin Yue felt shy and didn't want to face him, as if she had let him down. "The amusement park is crowded. I'll go with you," Zhou Lin said. Picking up Fu Nan, and as he passed by Lin Yue, he quickly pinched her ear, almost as if to punish her. Lin Yue touched her earlobe and smiled. Fu Nan liked the gentle teacher, but when it came to playing, he preferred to stick to the strong and capable Uncle Zhou. Holding his big hand as they ran around, and when tired, he would ask Uncle Zhou to carry him. Zhou Lin certainly didn't dislike the elementary school student, but several times he wanted to secretly squeeze his girlfriend's hand, only to have Fu Nan unwittingly ruin it, causing Zhou Lin to look a bit sulky. "Uncle Zhou, I want to eat ice cream." After riding the roller coaster, Fu Nan was very satisfied and started looking for food. "Let's go together," Zhou Lin said, holding Fu Nan with one hand and looking at Lin Yue. Lin Yue smiled and followed. There was a long queue ahead, and Zhou Lin set Fu Nan down, letting Lin Yue stand next to him while he moved behind Lin Yue. There were quite a few people nearby, and as Lin Yue focused on accompanying the child, she suddenly felt a pair of large hands push down on her shoulder, causing her to involuntarily shift from Fu Nan's left side to directly behind him. Before she could react, Zhou Lin grabbed her hand and placed it on Fu Nan's shoulder. Fu Nan thought the teacher was going to hug him, so he leaned back, his head affectionately resting against the teacher's abdomen. Lin Yue, a bit confused, was about to turn and ask Zhou Lin when the tall man suddenly leaned over, his chest brushing against her shoulder, his deep voice ringing in her ear, "What flavor do you like?" From behind, the petite woman in a white dress seemed to be tired, playfully leaning against the man's chest, and the handsome man looked at her with indulgence. Lin Yue's ears turned red. It turned out that Zhou Lin had gone through so much just for a bit of physical contact. Suddenly, she thought about how he had worked overtime for 3 nights, and the only 2 hours he had were spent in her bed. That simple embrace was a silent longing. She remembered how he had lied to the elementary school student in the morning, all to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Blushing, Lin Yue pointed to a flavor of ice cream, then naturally let her arm drop, no longer resting on Fu Nan's shoulder. She did it on purpose, and sure enough, the man behind her didn't miss the opportunity, quickly holding her delicate little hand, squeezing it again, his palm warm. Someone saw them, but it was perfectly normal for a young couple to hold hands while taking their child out to play. After finishing the ice cream, the 3 of them played 2 more rides, and then Fu Nan chose a restaurant to eat grilled fish. At their table for 4, Lin Yue sat next to Fu Nan for convenience, while Zhou Lin sat opposite, serving Fu Nan some dishes and then placing the tenderest piece into Lin Yue's bowl. Fu Nan noticed this and, with his little mouth pinching the chopsticks, felt something was off. Soon, Zhou Lin served Lin Yue again. Lin Yue ate quietly, and Fu Nan finally figured out what was wrong, looking at Uncle Zhou with confusion. Uncle Zhou used to not take care of the teacher. In the past, Uncle Zhou would only serve him food, and if it was something difficult to peel, like crab meat or shrimps, he would share it with the teacher. Lin Yue paused her chopsticks and secretly glanced at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin stared at the elementary school student and smiled lightly. "She was your teacher before. Now she's my girlfriend." He actually said it so straightforwardly. Lin Yue looked up, and Zhou Lin turned his gaze, proudly looking at her. Lin Yue ignored him, lowering her eyes to fiddle with her chopsticks. Fu Nen opened his mouth, looking at the teacher, then at Uncle Zhou, confused. Teacher, you and Uncle Zhou are dating? Uncle Zhou was dark and dull, usually not nice to the teacher, not talkative or smiley. How could the teacher be with Uncle Zhou? Fu Nen didn't understand. Lin Yue responded with a soft mm as an acknowledgement. We're together. Are you not happy? Zhou Lin set down his chopsticks and asked Fu Nan seriously. The brat had long wanted to clarify this. He took care of Fu Nan's meals, accommodation, and transportation. One time, when the elementary student was constipated, he even ran to the pharmacy to buy a laxative for him. Why was this kid interested in the math teacher and Dr. Su, but never thought of pairing the teacher with him? Fu Nan looked at him, pouting, and then lowered his head to poke at the fish. Zhou Lin felt a surge of irritation. What did the elementary school student mean? Lin Yue, remaining expressionless, watched the scene play out, although she was also puzzled about what Fu Nan was really thinking. Of course, Fu Nan had his reasons, snorting, Uncle Zhou doesn't treat the teacher well at all. Lin Yue was taken aback. Zhou Lin shot her a glance, unconvinced. What do you mean? Where am I not good? Fu Nan tilted his head and thought for a moment, then started to list. The teacher was kicked out by the landlord. I wanted the teacher to come live with us, and you didn't agree. You only agreed later. The teacher cooks and cleans, and you never said thank you to her. The teacher takes me to school and picks me up every day. The subway is super crowded, and you never come to pick her up. Dr. Su sent roses to the teacher, and Teacher Chung took the teacher to watch a movie. What did you do? The elementary school student became more and more passionate as he spoke, leaving Zhou Lin a bit speechless. Lin Yue's heart raced, paying more attention to the last 2 points. The blind date with Dr. Su was completely forced by Wang Jia, and watching a movie with Teacher Chung was a math group activity with Jiang Si and He Xiaoya also there. However, between men and women, she was a bit worried that Zhou Lin would feel jealous. Zhou Lin wasn't jealous, but after Fu Nan said that, he suddenly felt that he wasn't good enough to Lin Yue. Even his pursuit was somewhat forced. He looked at Lin Yue, just in time to meet her watery eyes, as if she was worried about something. Zhou Lin coughed and said to Fu Nan, You're right, I'll make corrections. Isn't it just sending flowers and watching movies? I could do that too. Fu Nan still pouted, with a look of should I believe Uncle Zhou? Zhou Lin changed the subject, pointed at Lin Yue, and seriously warned the elementary school student. The teacher only has one boyfriend. Starting today, you're not allowed to meddle anymore. Forget about Teacher Chung and Uncle Su. Fu Nan wasn't afraid of him and held her bowl, humming, If I don't say anything now, when the teacher breaks up with you one day, I'll continue to support Teacher Chung. Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow. Looking for a beating? Are we? Fu Nan immediately complained. Teacher, look, Uncle Zhou wants to hit me. Lin Yue finally couldn't help but laugh, took a bite of food, and said, All right, let's eat. After saying that, she glared at Zhou Lin, thinking, how could a dignified criminal police officer argue with an elementary school student? The elementary school student was angry with him, and his girlfriend was biased. Zhou Lin snorted and focused on eating. Just wait. When they got to a place without people, he would make it up to her. In the afternoon, when they got home, Fu Nan rushed into the bathroom. Zhou Lin seized the opportunity, closed the door with one hand, and pressed his unguarded girlfriend against the wall with the other, leaning down to kiss her, eagerly and domineeringly. Lin Yue panicked, afraid of being caught by Fu Nan, and for the first time tried to push him away, but Zhou Lin held her hands above her head with one hand, his solid body pressing against her more tightly, kissing her harder than before. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the sound of flushing came from the next room. Lin Yue's heart tightened, and she pushed him again. Zhou Lin didn't care, kissing her deeper, and when he heard Fu Nan finish washing her hands, he finally released Lin Yue's lips. Opening his eyes, he saw her face flushed, her eyes watery and staring at him, more shy than angry, her red lips glistening with a layer of ambiguous moisture, a result of his kisses. In the evening, they continued. Just before the elementary school student turned around, Zhou Lin timely withdrew, his gaze still glued to her lips. Out of the corner of his eye, Fu Nan had already appeared, and Lin Yue quickly turned around to hide her flushed face, her heart racing and her lips tingling. Teacher? Fu Nan asked, confused. Let's go play games. Zhou Lin said as he picked up the elementary school student and happily walked towards the living room. Her alluring and charming look was something only he could see. Chapter 39. The early interaction of couples after confirming their relationship changes with age. During student days, when boys liked girls, studying together, having meals, taking walks while holding hands were all sweet moments. If they could sneak into the bushes for a kiss, that was the greatest benefit. However, for adult lovers who have already entered the workforce and matured both physically and psychologically, the surge of hormones and sexual attraction is omnipresent. As night falls, Zhou Lin leans against the balcony, shrouded in darkness, with only the glowing tip of the cigarette between his fingers. He takes a puff, his dark eyes fixed on the woman on the sofa watching cartoons with the elementary school student. To him, Lin Yue now resembles a delectable feast full of color, aroma, and flavor. He craves her intensely. He is willing to restrain himself, but she is right there, so close that he feels he can still smell her scent. Zhou Lin tilts his head, exhales a ring of smoke, and glances at his watch. It's 8:30. A fire burns in his chest. He doesn't want to hold back any longer. After spending the morning at the amusement park, the afternoon playing games, and now giving a few episodes of a boring cartoon to Funan, he feels he has been more than generous to the elementary school student this Sunday. Tomorrow is Monday. He should sleep early. He extinguishes the cigarette and tosses it into the trash can before turning off the living room light. Lin Yue and Fu Nin both turn to look, seeing the tall man standing at the entrance. The light from the LCD screen casts a shadow over his stern face, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. In that moment, Lin Yue thinks of the serious instructor from military training, while Funan thinks of the strict homeroom teacher. But this is Uncle Zhou. Funan glances at the TV and quietly pleads, "Can we watch one more episode?" "Go brush your teeth," Zhou Lin gives a direct order. Funan pouts, looking hopefully at the teacher. Compared to the authoritative Uncle Zhou, Lin Yue feels like a rabbit. And since Zhou Lin is justified in insisting the elementary school student goes to bed early, Lin Yue naturally wants to oppose him. She pats Funan's head and smiles, coaxing him to listen. Funan breathes out in disappointment, takes one last look at the TV, and obediently heads to the bathroom. Lin Yue turns off the TV. The bathroom light is on, and she can see the path to the bedroom. Zhou Lin leans against the door, supervising Fu Nan as he brushes his teeth. His back to the living room. Lin Yue leaves the sofa, casually pulls at her skirt, and prepares to return to her room to wash up. She is already prepared for tomorrow's class and only needs to do a quick review before bed. As she gets closer, she feels a bit nervous. Just as she is about to step past him, the man suddenly reaches out, his palm casually resting against the wall of the adjoining room, his long and strong arm acting as a barrier in front of her. Lin Yue's face flushes. Unfazed, the man reminds the elementary school student, "Brush a little longer." From inside, Fu Nan's muffled protest comes through. "I brushed it clean." Zhou Lin huffs, turning his body casually to face his little woman. An undeniable masculine aura surges toward her, and Lin Yue instinctively wants to escape. But as soon as she lifts her foot, the man steps forward, gently grabbing her slender shoulders and turning her around, on the edge of light and darkness. Zhou Lin wraps his arms around her waist from behind and whispers in her ear, "Sit on the sofa and wait." After saying that, he gives her a slight push. Lin Yue finds herself uncontrollably retreating back to the living room, the man's fiery gaze like a needle in her back. She bites her lip and slowly makes her way back. Only when he sees her sit down, her petite figure obscured by the wide sofa back, does Zhou Lin feel satisfied. He smiles and sends the elementary school student to bed, to prevent the little woman from sneaking back into the master bedroom. Zhou Lin leaves the door ajar. Fu Nan climbs onto the bed, taking off his clothes, sitting on the edge facing the door, secretly keeping an eye on the entrance. "Uncle Zhou, I want to talk to you." Fu Nan waves at the man from under the covers, wanting to share a secret. The little student's dark eyes sparkle, and Zhou Lin leans down, listening expressionlessly. Fu Nan glances at the door, suddenly sits up, one hand on Zhou Lin's shoulder and the other covering his mouth, whispering in his ear, "Uncle Zhou, be nice to the teacher. Don't let her be taken away by someone else." Zhou Lin is taken aback and asks with a smile, "You don't like Teacher Chung anymore?" Fu Nin shakes his head, continuing to whisper in Zhou Lin's ear, "I like her, but I don't want the teacher to move to teacher Chang's house. If you date the teacher, I can see her every day. Zhou Lin purses his lips, realizing that the little brat is doing this for himself. He thought the elementary school student had finally wised up and realized that Uncle Zhou is the best, the most suitable man for the teacher. What if the teacher has her own house, and I pursue her together with teacher Chang? Who would you support? Zhou Lin asks softly, not believing it. Fu Nin blinks and chuckles, lying back down without saying anything. Zhou Lin, annoyed, smacks the little student's bottom, thinking he's a little ingrate, definitely taking after his mother. Fu Nin, holding the blanket, cleverly throws out a condition. As long as you don't stop me from watching TV, I'll support you. Zhou Lin chuckles, raises his hand to turn off the light, and coldly says, go to sleep. I'll deal with you if you don't get up to see me tomorrow. Fu Nan falls silent. Zhou Lin pulls the door shut, leans against it for 2 minutes to listen, confirming that the little student is lying quietly, without moving, before turning away and turning off the bathroom light. The balcony curtains are already drawn, and the only source of light has vanished, plunging the living room into darkness. Lin Yue feels nervous, her palms sweating, and quietly shifts to the edge of the sofa. It doesn't seem matter where she sits. As soon as Zhou Lin comes over, he sits next to her. Their thighs touch closely, the distance so close that his side of the sofa sinks, causing Lin Yue to sink as well, her upper body naturally leaning toward him. Lin Yue quickly steadies herself on the sofa, but just as she does, the man suddenly turns, pulling her into his embrace, his strong arms tightly wrapping around her. It's almost November, and the weather is cool, yet Lin Yue is sweating from his hold. Only 2 days off, today was spent with the child. Tomorrow you go to work, and you still want to hide tonight? Zhou Lin asks, rubbing her soft earlobe, his tone low and carrying a hint of retribution. Lin Yue defensively replies, but we played together today. She is easily satisfied. The morning trip to the amusement park felt like a date with Zhou Lin in her heart. Zhou Lin sneers, who goes on a date with a third wheel? Unable to hold back, Lin Yue laughs. Zhou Lin hears this, his anger intensifying, and he lifts her chin to kiss her. His strong body pins her in the narrow corner of the sofa, leaving her nowhere to escape. His lips and tongue carry a faint smell of smoke, and thinking of his indifferent yet masculine demeanor while smoking makes Lin Yue feel even weaker. She clumsily responds to his ongoing deep kisses, which come at her one after another. He wears a short-sleeved shirt, and his overwhelming body heat continuously transfers to her. Lin Yue can't catch her breath, the heat causing beads of sweat to roll down from her hairline, soaking her back. Okay, finally free from his lips. Lin Yue anxiously calls for a stop. I can't. If this goes on, I'll burn up. Zhou Lin doesn't stop. He heavily kisses her neck. The skin's so tender and white that having seen it once during the day, he can't help but think about it again, waiting until night to fulfill his desires. His large hand roams over her back and waist through the thin knit shirt, wanting to delve deeper and move forward. Lin Yue presses down on his hand. Zhou Lin breathes heavily, blocking her mouth, his large hand about to clasp down. Just then, the surroundings suddenly brighten, followed by a low but piercing ringtone from the coffee table. Zhou Lin pauses, and Lin Yue seizes the opportunity to push him away. Grabbing her phone to see it's a call from Wang Jie, her body goes soft, and she escapes to the balcony to answer the call. Zhou Lin leans back on the sofa, his head tilted toward the balcony, breathing heavily. How is Xiaolei now? Fine. You can take care of Xiaolei without worry. A minute later, the call ends, and Lin Yue walks back in, seeing Zhou Lin still sitting on the sofa. She pretends as though nothing happened and says, Xiaolei has a sudden high fever. Wang Jie asked me to substitute for her tomorrow. The man responds with a low mm. The air is thick with desire, and Lin Yue feels flustered. He hasn't called her, and she doesn't dare to approach him. She tentatively suggests, it's getting late, let us sleep. He doesn't respond, and after a while, he finally says, okay. His voice hoarse. Lin Yue breathes a sigh of relief and immediately heads back to her room. Closing the door, Lin Yue's heart was still racing. She touched her face and suddenly rushed into the bathroom, seeing her own reflection in the mirror. Long hair in disarray and her face flushed, so unfamiliar that she almost didn't recognize herself. The right side of her neck felt a bit numb and itchy. Lin Yue brushed her hair aside and noticed several marks. a small red patch resembling a mosquito bite. The man's passionate kiss flooded her mind, as if he were standing right beside her. Lin Yue felt dizzy and, after a moment's calm, ran some water to take a shower. In the living room, Zhou Lin pulled out 7 or 8 tissues in quick succession and then leaned back heavily against the sofa. The night breeze slipped through the window, and beads of sweat gradually trickled down. Zhou Lin fastened his belt with one hand, his gaze returning to clarity. At 6:30 in the morning, Lin Yue was awakened on time by the alarm clock. Lying in bed, she habitually reached for her phone. There was a new message. Zhou Lin had sent it 5 minutes ago, saying he was out for a morning run and would buy breakfast on his way back. Lin Yue smiled but couldn't fall back asleep, so she got up and seized the time to study how to teach the 2 classes for Sister Wang. Half an hour later, Zhou Lin returned, placing breakfast on the dining table. Noticing that both their doors were closed, he paused and knocked on the master bedroom door. After just one knock, her gentle voice came from inside, coming. The door opened to reveal Lin Yue in a white shirt and black skirt, looking clean and pure, while Zhou Lin stood opposite her in sportswear, his handsome face slightly flushed from the intense morning workout. He looked down at her, his dark eyes bright, glimmering with a hint of water-like softness. The passionate kiss from last night flashed through Lin Yue's mind, and she lowered her head first. "I'll go wake Funan," she said, as Zhou Lin's fingers gently brushed against her loose hair, filling him with joy. Lin Yue nodded. In the next second, the tender Zhou Lin became serious as he pushed open the door to the secondary bedroom to wake the elementary student. The atmosphere relaxed, and Lin Yue went to prepare breakfast. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Funan, still in pajamas, being carried out by Zhou Lin, heading to take a shower together. During breakfast, with Fu Nan lightening the mood, Lin Yue temporarily forgot about last night. Zhou Lin had the day off, and, after eating, he drove his girlfriend while the elementary student headed to school. Just before reaching the school gate, Fu Nan suddenly brightened up, pointing to a nearby car and calling out, "Teacher Chung." Zhou Lin turned his head and indeed saw the familiar Land Rover, with a handsome man in the driver's seat looking straight ahead. Chung Jinyan didn't notice Zhou Lin's car as he slowly drove away. Zhou Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Yue through the rearview mirror. The math teacher was quite handsome, but he wasn't bad either. Today, he would let her see for herself. Chapter 40. After finishing a game, Tang Xian took a sip of water and picked up his phone to order takeout. Just as he opened the app, the screen suddenly lit up with a call from his boss. Tang Xian's heart sank. It was the weekend call from the criminal police team, which likely meant a case. "Boss." Tang Xian's expression turned serious. "I'm treating you to dinner. Are you coming?" The voice on the phone was calm and indifferent, not about a case. Tang Xian's tense body relaxed, and his curiosity quickly bubbled up as he cheekily asked, "Is your wife at work? Are you lonely, boss?" The response was a busy tone. The call ended. Tang Xian laughed heartily, walking outside while redialing. Half an hour later, Tang Xian arrived at the restaurant frequently visited by the criminal police team, heading up to the second floor. A quick glance revealed his boss already seated at a window-side table, dressed casually, leaning lazily against the back of his chair, with neat short hair and a handsome face. The most striking feature was his long legs under the table. Tang Xian cursed under his breath, with his boss's looks. Any woman would be unable to resist if he wanted to pursue them. "Just the two of us?" Sitting across from Zhou Lin, Tang Xian looked around and curiously asked, "I thought there would be other buddies." Zhou Lin looked at him. "Who else do you want to invite?" Tang Xian smiled broadly. "Since the boss is treating, it's up to you." Zhou Lin pushed the menu towards him. "Order whatever you want. The saying goes, no merit, no reward." Faced with such special treatment from a boss, Tang Xian suddenly felt something was off. He didn't touch the menu and rub his hands together, smiling. There must be a reason for treating, right? Did something good happen to the boss? Having followed Zhou Lin for so long, unless they were working on a case together or there was a team activity, the boss had never treated him alone during holidays. Zhou Lin smiled slightly. "We'll talk after eating." Tang Xian was bewildered. There really was something going on? The menu lay quietly on the table, and Tang Xian hesitated. The boss rarely asked for favors, and this time he was treating in advance. So whatever he wanted him to do must be extraordinary. What if it was a huge pit? Would he really jump in just for a meal? He frowned, while Zhou Lin didn't rush him, tilting his head to look out the window. Forget it. The boss's business is my business. Even if there was no treat. As long as the boss said a word, I would be willing to do it. Tang Xian rolled up his sleeves and boldly declared. Zhou Lin lightly responded, his indifferent attitude as if it made no difference whether Tang Xian agreed or not. After the meal, the two went downstairs. Zhou Lin settled the bill. And only after they exited the restaurant did he say to Tang Xian, Fu Nan gets off school at 4:30. You go pick him up. Take him to eat wherever, and after eating, send him back. Once he falls asleep, you can go home. Tang Xian was taken aback, but quickly reacted, turning to Zhou Lin with a smile. Are you going on a date with your wife? Zhou Lin did not deny it. Tang Xian understood and hooked his arm around Zhou Lin's shoulder, saying, Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of Nan Nan. If you need, it's fine for Nan Nan to sleep at my place tonight. As he spoke, he gave Zhou Lin a knowing look. Zhou Lin did not respond. No need for that. If it came to that, the elementary school student could sleep in the spare bedroom while he moved to the master bedroom to handle his business. When school was over, the math group had a sudden meeting, and Lin Yue asked Fu Nan to wait for her at the school gate. Fu Nan obediently followed his classmates in line to the school gate, where a group of parents had gathered. Fu Nan craned his neck, wondering if Uncle Zhou, who was off work today, would come to pick them up. However, he didn't see Uncle Zhou, but instead recognized the fair-skinned, beaming Uncle Tang. With his backpack on, Fu Nan happily ran over. Tang Xian picked up the elementary school student. Uncle is treating tonight. What does Nan Nan want to eat? Fu Nan blinked and looked into the campus. The teacher told me to wait for her. Today, he wasn't very keen on playing with Uncle Tang. He wanted to continue having dinner with Uncle Zhou, who had been busy outside last week. Tang Xian smiled and turned around with Fu Nan in his arms. Fu Nan's sharp eyes immediately spotted Uncle Zhou's black SUV. Uncle Zhou is going on a date with the teacher. We won't disturb them, Tang Xian said, patting the elementary school student's head. Today's elementary school students are well aware of dating. Upon hearing Uncle Tang's explanation, Fu Nan chuckled but was still a bit puzzled, asking, Why isn't Uncle Zhou coming out? You'll know in a bit. Tang Xian maintained a sense of mystery and then carried Fu Nan into his car. How could Tang Xian, the king of gossip in the criminal police team, miss such a public date? Not only would he not miss it, but he also took out his phone, rolled down the car window, and was ready to film. The math group's meeting dragged on for a bit, and by the time it ended, the student rush had mostly subsided. Cheng Jinyan went to get the car, while Lin Yue, Jiang Siyu, and He Xiaoyao walked out of the teaching building together. Lin Yue called Fu Nan, feeling guilty. On the phone, the elementary school student excitedly said he was with Uncle Tang, which reassured Lin Yue. After hanging up, Lin Yue opened WeChat. Her conversation with Zhou Lin had been left on yesterday's messages. Other than this morning, when he dropped her off at school, there had been no news from him all day. Lin Yue felt a bit disappointed. She didn't consider herself a clingy girlfriend. She only worried about whether Zhou Lin was in danger or if things were going smoothly while he was busy with cases. However, today her boyfriend, who had only been dating for less than 2 weeks, clearly had the day off but hadn't sent a single message to check in or mentioned anything about picking her up from school. Yeah, just got out. How long have you been waiting? She heard Jiang Siyu's voice, which was sweeter than usual, and Lin Yue leaned in to listen. He Xiaoyao linked arms with Lin Yue. And when Jiang Siyu hung up the phone, she teased, Did you agree to go pick her up? Jiang Siyu smiled with her head down, tacitly confirming. He Xiaoyao immediately released Lin Yue and leaned in to inquire about Jiang Siyu's boyfriend. Jiang Siyu glanced towards the school gate, feeling quite complicated. Luo Zhiheng was 10 years older than her, a mid-level manager in the finance department of Tianyu Media, well-off and successful. But the only thing she felt she couldn't show off was Luo Zhiheng's appearance. In fact, Luo Zhiheng's features were above average, but he was only 7 meters tall. Just an ordinary person. Don't expect too much. She joked as they turned the corner, ready to see the school gate. He Xiaoya and Lin Yue nodded. As they turned the corner, the three girls looked out together and immediately spotted a man in a black suit standing outside the school gate. He wasn't tall, but his body proportions were good, looking over here with a mature confidence of a successful person. Just as He Xiaoyao was about to praise her colleague's boyfriend, a man suddenly got out of the black SUV parked by the roadside. The first thing they saw was the tall figure in a well-fitted suit. And just that silhouette made He Xiaoyao gasp, instantly forgetting about Jiang Siyu's man, her eyes fixed on the other. On the other side, Lin Yue immediately noticed the black car parked there, which looked very much like Zhou Lin's. Lin Yue suddenly felt nervous, unable to help but speculate whether her boyfriend had come to pick her up. However, the next moment, her hidden anticipation was extinguished by the driver's appearance. Having known Zhou Lin for so long, she had never seen him in a suit. In her memory, Zhou Lin preferred wearing dark casual clothes outside and just shorts and a t-shirt at home. With her hopes dashed, Lin Yue averted her gaze, feeling a bit sour inside. She didn't intend to compare, but she just couldn't help feeling envious. Wow, he's so handsome. As the man revealed his face, Xiaoya excitedly grabbed Lin Yue's arm, almost ready to jump up. Lin Yue showed no interest. After Xiaoya's excitement faded, she suddenly exclaimed, Is that Officer Zhou? Lin Yue's head snapped up. Zhou Lin held a bouquet of roses in one hand and casually put his other hand in his pants pocket, his eyes only on his silly girlfriend opposite him, casually choosing a spot near the school gate to stand, completely unaware of how the passersby were dressed or their identities. Beside him, Luo Zhiheng instinctively glanced over. Having dealt with elite professionals often, he instantly recognized the brand of Zhou Lin's suit. The suit is just fine. He has designer brands, but Zhou Lin, standing at 9 meters tall, with a handsome profile that rivals some male stars and a pleasant smile at the corner of his mouth, feels like a mountain pressing down on him without warning. If Luo Zhiheng had come later, he would have smartly kept his distance from Zhou Lin, but he arrived first, and now, if he moves away, it will be even more embarrassing. So Luo Zhiheng stayed put, still smiling. However, Jiang Xiyu could no longer manage a smile. She had seen Zhou Lin a few times and already knew he was handsome, the aloof and ascetic type, but now in a suit, holding a bouquet of roses and standing there with a smile. Zhou Lin seemed to transform into a charming and unruly noble young man, effortlessly overshadowing her boyfriend. The roses. Was Zhou Lin pursuing Lin Yue? Biting her lip, Jiang Xiyu looked at Lin Yue. Lin Yue's face was already flushed. The discomfort she felt when she misunderstood Zhou Lin's indifference was now replaced by sweetness, mixed with the shyness of a woman being publicly confessed to for the first time. Zhou Lin had always been assertive, especially when he wasn't smiling, but now, though he was smiling, his bright and deep eyes made it hard for her to look directly at him. Her steps slowed down, and Lin Yue felt her face heating up. She was embarrassed. While Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with pink bubbles, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women was more exciting than Jiang Xiyu's couple. Go on. Xiaoya excitedly pushed Lin Yue forward. Thus, Lin Yue was pushed right in front of Zhou Lin, nervously unsure of where to look. She wore a white shirt and a black skirt. The purer her appearance, the more it drew men's attention, especially with her flushed face. Today was the first time Luo Zhiheng saw Lin Yue. The moment Lin Yue entered his line of sight, he unconsciously forgot the embarrassment of being overshadowed by Zhou Lin and even forgot that his new young girlfriend was right across from him, his eyes fixated on Lin Yue. Jiang Xiyu looked good, but Lin Yue was on a completely different level of beauty. With a little packaging, she could easily become the new generation's Jade Girl. Not wanting to ruin his carefully prepared date, Zhou Lin pretended there was a passing fly behind him, bent down, and smiled as he asked his little moon, "How about dinner together tonight?" Sweetness overshadowed shyness, and Lin Yue's lips curled up as she softly replied with an mm. Then, the man handed over the bouquet of bright red roses, the fragrance wafting toward her as he spoke in a deep and serious voice. 30 roses, one for each year. Lin Yue, I'm picky. I haven't met a woman I could look at in the first 30 years. My first love has been waiting since birth until now. If you think you're worthy, take it. So, she was his first love accumulated over 30 years. With no one else in her eyes and no other sounds in her ears, Lin Yue raised her hand and firmly accepted his 30 years from his hand. In the white sedan by the roadside, Fu Nen rested her little hand on the car window, her eyes sparkling. Uncle Zhou, who gives roses to teachers, is so handsome. Tang Xian stared at the older sister-in-law in the camera lens of his phone, secretly cheering, kiss her, kiss her. In front of everyone, Zhou Lin, not intending to share more of their intimacy, picked up his little woman and strode toward his car. At this moment, there were still a few parents at the school gate, and Lin Yue shyly raised the roses to cover her face. The gentle breeze blew. Behind her was his solid and broad chest. In her arms were the fragrant roses he gifted her. Lin Yue closed her eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness that, like the fragrance of the flowers, engulfed her intensely. Zhou Lin, I really like you. Chapter 41. The black SUV drove away, leaving Jiang Siyu. He Xiaoya, and others still stunned in place. Is that your colleague? Your boyfriend really knows how to charm people, Luo Zhiheng said with a faint smile, as if Zhou Lin's presence had no effect on him at all. The man was unflappable, while the young Jiang Siyu lacked that level of composure. Although he Xiaoya said nothing, Jiang Siyu always felt that he Xiaoya had compared her relationship with Lin Yue's and was either sympathizing with her or secretly mocking her now. Let's go, I'm hungry. Where should we eat tonight? Jiang Siyu said sweetly as she affectionately linked her arm with her boyfriend's. Before today, she was satisfied with Luo Zhiheng's family background, but because Luo Zhiheng's appearance was not outstanding, she felt she was in a dominant position when they were together. However, just now, seeing Luo Zhiheng's interest in Lin Yue, Jiang Siyu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. A woman's thoughts quickly turned into actions. Luo Zhiheng smiled. His gaze swept over Jiang Siyu's ample chest and finally returned his attention to his official girlfriend. He politely said goodbye to He Xiaoya and then walked toward his Mercedes with his girlfriend. They had just taken a few steps when a Land Rover slowly drove out of the campus. Group leader, He Xiaoya waved with a smile. Cheng Jinye nodded and then left, not even glancing in Jiang Siyu's direction, his profile indifferent. Jiang Siyu watched his Land Rover and thought about Zhou Lin's ordinary car. Looking back at Luo Zhiheng's luxury car, she immediately sighed in relief. So what if Luo Zhiheng's temperament and looks were not as good as Zhou Lin's? A stable marriage and a wealthy life were the most practical. In terms of face, she was not inferior to Lin Yue at all. In the passenger seat, Lin Yue smelled the fragrance of flowers and smiled as she asked her boyfriend, who was driving, Nan asked you to send flowers, and you really did? Zhou Lin tilted his head to look at her. Lin Yue had naturally fair skin, delicate and tender, now holding 30 roses in her arms. Her cheeks looked as white as jade, glistening and radiant. Zhou Lin withdrew his gaze, driving with one hand while holding her warm little hand with his right hand, and smiled. It's not all because of Nan. That night by the lake wasn't formal enough, so I thought I'd do it again. Lin Yue felt sweet inside, but still whispered, don't do this in the future. There are parents and students outside the school. It won't look good if they see. It was fine for him to pick her up, but he shouldn't send huge bouquets of roses or pick her up again. Zhou Lin understood. He just wanted to tease her. He scoffed disdainfully, in class, you're the teacher, but outside of school, you're my woman. It's only natural for a couple to date. How could it be a bad influence? When he called her my woman again, Lin Yue liked it, but her face still felt hot. She bit her lip and said, anyway, you can't do that at school. Of course not, Zhou Lin said. Since childhood, he had been reprimanded countless times by his grandfather, various teachers, and instructors. Lin Yue's voice was the weakest and least forceful, yet he loved to hear it. Okay, I'll listen to you. He squeezed her hand and said casually. Lin Yue couldn't help but smile. The man was so obedient that every cell in her body felt like it was soaked in honey. Eating, watching movies. Without the little students around, they dated simply like other couples. After leaving the cinema, Zhou Lin took Lin Yue for a drive by the river. The car stopped by the roadside, and he held her hand, strolling slowly along the riverbank. Citizens out for a walk at night were numerous, but Zhou Lin deliberately chose a remote area with fewer people, perfect for couples to meet privately. After about 10 minutes of walking, Tang Xian called, saying Fu Nin had fallen asleep. Tang Xian left? Lin Yue asked after the call ended. Zhou Lin nodded. Lin Yue couldn't help but worry. Then we should hurry back. What if Nan wakes up and is scared because there's no one at home? Zhou Lin looked up. After walking another 20 or 30 steps, they would come to a long bench situated between two lush camphor trees, the lighting dim. He had just thought that once they got there, he would sit down and hold her for a nice kiss. Unfortunately, the plan was ruined by Tang Xian's call. However, with her by his side, it didn't matter where they kissed. They could do it at home without worrying about anyone passing by. Let's go. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and turned back home. Around 9:30, they entered the house. The living room was quiet, with 2 plates of fruit on the coffee table, seemingly left for them. Seeing that this was clearly Tang Xian trying to show off in front of his sister-in-law, Zhou Lin took Lin Yue directly to Fu Nan's room. He gently pushed the door open, and the little student was lying on his back on the bed, sleeping soundly. Are you relieved? Zhou Lin closed the door and teasingly asked his girlfriend. Just a glance made Lin Yue feel flustered. In the still of the night, would he, like last night, take her to the living room? Fu Nin said, "Did you bring the water cups back?" Zhou Lin suddenly seemed to remember and released her hand. Mentioning the water cups made Lin Yue relax a bit, and she sincerely said, "They're very pretty." "Let me see," Zhou Lin immediately said. The water cups were in her room. Lin Yue didn't think much of it and pushed the door to go get them. However, just as she entered, she heard the man following her in as well. In the spacious and comfortable master bedroom, it suddenly felt cramped. The intense hormones emanating from the mature man silently enveloped her. Chapter 42. 042 Lin Yue turned around. Zhou Lin had one hand in his pocket, casually scanning the room before his gaze returned to Lin Yue's face, his expression open and calm, as if he truly only wanted to see the celadone cup. And any intense hormones were merely Lin Yue's imagination. With him acting this way, Lin Yue couldn't ask him to leave again, so she walked over to the desk. Zhou Lin looked over. The small woman's desk was neat and tidy, with textbooks arranged on the left and on the right. Zhou Lin was stunned. The celadone cup that he had shaped with her hands was seriously covered with a glass display case. The jade-like green hue felt like a drop of water falling on his heart, and his intense desire to kiss her, along with the innate longing of a man, quietly vanished without a trace. Lin Yue noticed him staring at the glass case for a while and felt inexplicably shy. Standing by the desk, she softly explained, "I'm afraid it will gather dust if left out like this, so when I saw there was an empty case at the porcelain factory, I asked Uncle for one." Zhou Lin watched her. She was gazing at the celadone cup in the glass case, her profile fair and delicate, with clear brows and beautiful eyes, wearing a white shirt that exuded a sense of purity. Her dark eyes were intently focused on the cup, and the slight smile at the corners of her lips made him feel she was genuinely fond of it. He couldn't tell whether she liked the cup from a family of celadone artisans, or if she liked more the person who shaped it. Zhou Lin felt it was the latter. The gentle and pure little woman seemed to truly like him. A cup he casually shaped was treated like a treasure by her. His girlfriend was so innocent, while he was filled with desire for her, looking for excuses to enter her room. Did she not understand? Did he not even know what he wanted? Besides kissing, he wanted more. The same thoughts that had stirred him before entering now left him feeling blocked and anxious. They had only been dating for about 10 days. What was he thinking? Bullying her for being obedient and honest? She was simple, and 2 months of being together was enough for Zhou Lin to confirm she was the woman he wanted to marry, but she still didn't understand him well enough. As a man, he should take things step by step, give her time, and offer her choices. Zhou Lin smiled and walked towards her. In his peripheral vision, he saw the man getting closer, and Lin Yue's eyelashes fluttered as she kept her head down, looking at the celadone cup. Her heartbeat quickened as he approached. A mix of nervousness and anticipation entangled within her. When he raised his hand to embrace her, Lin Yue cooperatively closed her eyes. She liked him, liked being kissed by him. The more domineering and assertive he was, the more her heart raced, just like his strong physique made her feel at ease everywhere. Yet, the passionate kiss she anticipated didn't come. His lips brushed against hers and then pulled away, whispering in her ear, "Silly, cups are for drinking water. If you keep it like this, do you want it to be a family heirloom? How could there be such a silly woman, so adorably foolish?" Zhou Lin hugged the girl tightly in his arms. Her small and soft body filled the void of desire he had felt for many years, much like the warmth brought by the light in the living room that night. The warm, steady comfort was enough to soothe a lifetime. It wasn't a blazing fire that, while thrilling in the moment, could easily extinguish and leave one feeling anxious. "Lin Yue." Zhou Lin smiled and hugged her tightly again. "This one can stay as a family heirloom. I'll make you another one another day for drinking." The man chuckled, his chest vibrating with laughter. Lin Yue bit her lip, tilting her head to look at the celadone cup in the glass case. "So beautiful, I just can't bear to use it. Get some rest. We have to get up early tomorrow." After admiring the cup, Zhou Lin kissed the top of her head, his voice low and gentle. Lin Yue was taken aback for a moment, then thought, what else is there to do if I don't sleep? All right, good night. Since her boyfriend didn't have that intention. Lin Yue wouldn't take the initiative either, smiling as she saw him out the door. Once the door closed, Zhou Lin stood outside, his dark eyes calm, listening to her go to the bathroom before he turned around. His gaze swept over Funan's room, and Zhou Lin paused for a few seconds before heading to the living room, inadvertently spotting a few domineering president novels on the bookshelf. Finally, he picked up the cigarette box on the coffee table and went to the balcony. Women, women, women. After being publicly shown off by Zhou Lin yesterday, Lin Yue immediately became the center of attention when she stepped into the office on Tuesday morning. Jiang Xiyu was sitting at her desk, smiling, while He Xiaoya and Sister Wang, who had heard about it, gathered around Lin Yue, pressing her for details about her relationship. Reflecting on her time with Zhou Lin, Lin Yue felt sweet inside, simply summarizing that they naturally came together after getting familiar. She didn't mention any specific events. Ah, Zhou Lin is so handsome. Completely the opposite of our team leader, He Xiaoya said enviously. Just as she finished speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and all four women looked up in unison. Cheng Jinyan entered, curiously asking, "Why is everyone looking at me?" He Xiaoya covered her mouth and exchanged glances with her companions, while Lin Yue smiled with her head down. Sister Wang, being older than Cheng Jinyan, teased him, "Xiaoya is complimenting you for being handsome." Cheng Jinyan glanced at the two young female teachers beside Sister Wang and smiled generously. "Thank you." After saying that, he went to his desk. Sister Wang, He Xiaoya continued to press Lin Yue about her relationship. In fact, both Lin Yue and Jiang Xiyu had publicly acknowledged their relationships last night. But Sister Wang didn't know that. Only He Xiaoya and Cheng Jinyan had witnessed it. Cheng Jinyan didn't like gossip and quietly prepared for his morning class, while He Xiaoya, unfamiliar with Zhou Lin and Luo Zhiheng, was naturally more focused on Lin Yue, forgetting about Jiang Xiyu. The speaker has no intention, but the listener is attentive. Amid He Xiaoya's continuous praises of Zhou Lin, Jiang Xiyu's smile became increasingly stiff, and she could no longer refrain from interjecting. "I think Zhou Lin is quite good too. He's tall and handsome. But I heard that being a policeman's wife is particularly tough. When a man is not home, the wife has to shoulder almost everything." "Lin Yue, are you sure you can accept that?" He Xiaoya, who didn't understand this aspect, gasped in shock, while Sister Wang, being someone who had experienced it, also echoed with concern for Lin Yue, saying, "Indeed, I had a classmate whose boyfriend was a criminal police officer. He was always busy with work and had no time for dates, and they eventually broke up." Jiang Xiyu smiled subtly upon hearing this. Cheng Jinyan paused his writing, his gaze directed at Lin Yue, who was partially blocked by Sister Wang. Lin Yue felt a bit awkward and smiled, saying, "We just got together. We haven't thought that far ahead. Let's just go with the flow." Exactly. Who thinks so much at the beginning of a relationship? Anyway, I think Zhou Lin is really great. If someone like him were pursuing me, I would have jumped right in. He Xiaoya cheered Lin Yue on loudly. Sister Wang added, "Well, not all policemen are busy all the time. If they manage their time well, it should be fine. Besides, Lin Yue has a stable job. A teacher and a policeman make a good match." Jiang Xiyu followed suit, encouraging Lin Yue. When she didn't speak, Lin Yue was busy answering He Xiaoya and Sister Wang's questions, but suddenly thought of something, smiling as she shifted the topic back to Jiang Xiyu. "Don't just talk about me. What about you, Xiyu?" He Xiaoya suddenly clapped her hands. Yeah. Zhou Lin sent roses and a princess hug. "How did your guy confess?" Jiang Xiyu instinctively touched her neck. Around her snow-white neck was a luxurious platinum necklace. "Wow, so beautiful. Your man is really wealthy." Soon, the office was filled with He Xiaoya's exclamations. Successfully escaping the gossip center, Lin Yue opened her lesson plan, but found it hard to concentrate. The thought of being a policeman's wife. Just as that thought crossed her mind, the image of Zhou Lin sleeping on her bed for those 2 hours suddenly appeared in her mind, along with the sight of his bloodshot eyes. Lin Yue became distracted. Perhaps dating a policeman would be tough, but it was even tougher for a policeman who couldn't accompany his family and had to sacrifice time to be out and about. She couldn't care for other policemen, but if Zhou Lin struggled, she would feel heartache. As for the future, it was hard to say, but at least for now, she was willing to help him take care of Funan and willing to cook him a bowl of noodles when he came home in the middle of the night. During the last class in the afternoon, Lin Yue received a WeChat message from Zhou Lin, saying he could leave at 5 and would come pick them up. Lin Yue replied, "Okay," then added a few more words, "We'll wait for you at the school gate, don't rush." Before leaving for school, Lin Yue went to the bathroom. tidying her hair and dress in front of the mirror, her heart full of anticipation. At 5:30, Zhou Lin drove over and saw the teacher and student sitting side by side on a bench from afar. The elementary school student was looking up, grinning and chatting about something, while Lin Yue listened attentively, her profile gentle. Zhou Lin smiled, parked the car, and looked through the window at the two of them. Uncle Zhou. Fu Nan was the first to spot him. Lin Yue turned around and met her boyfriend's handsome face, unable to help but smile as she took Fu Nan's hand and walked over. Fu Nan got in first, followed by Lin Yue. Just as she fastened her seatbelt and hadn't even lifted her head, a pink rose suddenly appeared in front of her, its soft petals exuding a sweet fragrance. Lin Yue was shocked and looked up. Zhou Lin held the rose and asked Fu Nan, "What is 30 times 365 plus 1? Fu Nan looked confused. Lin Yue laughed and sweetly accepted the pink rose. Fu Nan glanced at the teacher, annoyed. "I haven't learned anything this hard yet. Change it." Zhou Lin ignored the elementary student and seriously asked Lin Yue, "You're a math teacher. What do you say?" Lin Yue looked at him and reported the answer, 10951. Fu Nan exclaimed, "Wow. Teacher, you're amazing." But Zhou Lin said, "Wrong." Fu Nan's smile faded, while Lin Yue quietly calculated again in her mind, convinced she was right. In the driver's seat, Zhou Lin started the car. Fu Nan pressed for the answer, but Uncle Zhou wouldn't tell him, so he went to ask the teacher. Lin Yue clutched the pink rose in her hand, vaguely guessing the answer. "What is it equal to?" "It's equal to I like you, plus one more day." But this answer, she would never tell her student. Perhaps many years later, when Fu Nan grew up and remembered today, he would suddenly realize. In the evening, Zhou Lin went to take a shower, and Lin Yue secretly asked Fu Nan about Zhou Lin's birthday. She remembered this matter suddenly because of Zhou Lin's question. She didn't care whether Zhou Lin's 30 years were a full 30 years, but she wanted to know her boyfriend's birthday. Zhou Lin had given her a gift, and if he hadn't celebrated his birthday this year, she would prepare a return gift. Fu Nan shook his head. "I don't know." Lin Yue felt disappointed. Fu Nan glanced toward the bathroom and cleverly thought of a way. "I'll ask Uncle Zhou later." Lin Yue pondered and reminded Fu Nan not to reveal that she wanted to know. Fu Nan obediently nodded, and Lin Yue went to the master bedroom to prepare her lesson. When Zhou Lin finished a shower and came out, Fu Nan immediately rushed over, looking up and asking, "Uncle Zhou, when is your birthday?" Zhou Lin saw that there was no one in the living room and casually replied while wiping his hair, "Why do you ask that?" Fu Nan had already conspired with the teacher on a reason, grinning, "I want to eat cake." Zhou Lin almost spat blood, thinking that the little brat wanted to honor his uncle. October 26th, lunar calendar. He calculated how many days were left. Leaving the elementary student behind, Zhou Lin returned to his room. Having successfully learned Uncle Zhou's birthday, the unsuspecting Fu Nan immediately ran to knock on the teacher's door, making Lin Yue blush and her heart race as she hurriedly pulled the little student into the room. In the second bedroom, Zhou Lin heard the woman's reaction and finally understood what was happening, unable to help but laugh. "If you want to ask, just ask. Why beat around the bush?" While laughing, Zhou Lin's expression changed. October 26th in the lunar calendar was his birthday, and October 20th was his brother's death anniversary. Zhou Lin walked to the window. The early autumn in the city was still lush and green. Time really flies. Another year has passed. Chapter 43, it rained continuously for 2 days. And the city in December was damp and chilly, but the hot pot restaurant was exceptionally busy. Fu Nan was eating heartily, while Lin Yue gradually noticed that Zhou Lin, who usually had the biggest appetite, seemed to have little appetite tonight and was constantly serving her and Fu Nan. "This piece is well done." Lin Yue dipped a piece of beef and handed it to her boyfriend across the table. Zhou Lin looked at her in surprise and smiled as he took it. After that bite of beef, Zhou Lin started to frequently pick up food, and by the end, only the potato slices ordered by Fu Nan remained uneaten in the pot. When they got home, Zhou Lin helped a primary school student take a bath. Lin Yue quickly washed up, and while preparing her lesson, she heard Zhou Lin taking Fu Nan back to his room. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. In that moment, Lin Yue recalled the countless kisses she and Zhou Lin had shared in the past month, sometimes gentle, sometimes like a beast suppressing its desire, with his large hand pressing against her back, as if to meld her into his body. Once, Lin Yue even felt Zhou Lin's fingers sneak under her shirt and touch her waist, but for some reason, they quickly retreated. Tonight, what kind of rhythm would his goodnight kiss have? Filled with sweet and exciting anticipation, Lin Yue gently turned the doorknob. When the door opened, the first thing that came into view was Zhou Lin's usual black casual attire, not the home shorts and slippers. Lin Yue's heart tightened, and she looked up to ask him, "Is there a case?" Zhou Lin smiled and explained softly as he entered, "There is something going on at the porcelain factory. I'm heading over now, and we'll be back tomorrow afternoon." Not a case. Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief, but then began to worry about old Zhou. "Don't worry, it's just a paperwork issue that needs me present." Zhou Lin pushed her against the door panel and gently stroked her delicate eyebrows with his calloused fingertips, his star-like black eyes silently gazing at her. The sound of rain tapped against the window in the quiet, warm master bedroom. With such a man and such a gaze, Lin Yue couldn't help but shift her focus to his lips, wanting to be kissed, wanting to kiss him. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Zhou Lin lowered his head and slowly but forcefully pressed his soft lips against hers, kissing deeper and deeper. Lin Yue's entire weight was concentrated in his arms around her waist, her small hands weakly gripping his black coat. When he was domineering, she could only obediently endure, and when he softened, she couldn't help but respond. However, the rhythm was always under Zhou Lin's control. The tenderness came because he was leaving, but Lin Yue, rarely bold, felt Zhou Lin's breath grow heavier as he pressed her tighter, his right hand firmly against her small hand. Finally parting their lips, Zhou Lin held her close, heavily calming her at the top of her head. He was very warm, and even through their clothes, Lin Yue could feel it. Suddenly feeling reluctant, she pressed her face against his chest, silently waiting for him to let go first. Not knowing how long it had been, they both spoke at the same time. "Sleep early. Drive slowly on the way." Lin Yue looked up, her face flushed from his kisses and carrying a light smile. Zhou Lin smiled too, touched her nose, and said with a laugh, "Okay." Lin Yue saw him to the door. After 11 at night, Zhou Lin sent a message saying he had arrived. Lin Yue felt completely at ease and replied, "Good night." Zhou Lin sent a little moon emoji. While his girlfriend was asleep, he leaned against the classic small window of his old home, smoking and listening to the rain. After listening for a while, he fell asleep in the dark without checking the time. When dawn broke, Zhou Lin had breakfast with old Zhou. The father and son ate in silence, each focused on their own food. After breakfast, Zhou Lin picked up the offerings old Zhou had prepared in advance. He walked ahead, with old Zhou following behind, continuing in silence toward the family ancestral grave located in the mountains. The car stopped at the foot of the mountain. As I walked up, old Zhou went first, with Zhou Lin following behind. It had also rained here last night, although there was a stone path in the mountain. It was supposed to be deserted at 7 in the morning, but both father and son noticed the wild grass growing between the stone slabs had been trampled. The traces leading from the foot of the mountain to the grave of Zhou Yu, who had sacrificed himself in the line of duty. Year after year, they ignored it. Old Zhou set up the offerings, while Zhou Lin rolled up his sleeves to pull out the wild grass that had grown this year, casually tossing aside the bunch of white chrysanthemums in front of the grave. The night before Zhou Lin's birthday, Lin Yue made longevity noodles. But to ensure the surprise, when she brought gifts the next day, she disguised the meal as ordinary noodles. Fu Nen had long forgotten about Uncle Zhou's birthday, and without the teacher reminding him, he naturally didn't know the significance of dinner and ran to the living room to watch cartoons after eating. Lin Yue was washing the dishes, and Zhou Lin helped. He stood by rinsing the plates, his long hands becoming increasingly skilled at household chores, cleaning the plates until they shone like new. Lin Yue bit her lip, trying to casually ask, "Are you busy with work tomorrow?" Zhou Lin held up a plate, checking for any spots he hadn't cleaned, and upon hearing his girlfriend's soft question, he continued looking at the plate, casually replying, "No last-minute cases. Should be able to get off work on time. Is there something?" Lin Yue shook her head, glancing into the living room. She deliberately lowered her voice. Nan said he wants to eat steak. If you come back early, I'll buy some more." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin also looked toward the living room. Lin Yue's heart raced, just as she worried Zhou Lin would confront Fu Nan about it. She heard him let out a chuckle. He can order food now. Don't spoil him too much. Just make something simple. No need to go through trouble. Lin Yue bit her lip, Her boyfriend rambled on without answering her question. It's fine. It's not too much trouble. I haven't had it in a long time, Lin Yue said quietly. Zhou Lin thought for a moment. Still not giving her a clear answer. We'll see how it goes. I'll message you before school ends tomorrow. Lin Yue replied with an After tidying up the kitchen, she returned to her room to prepare her lesson, while Zhou Lin leaned on the sofa, thinking about the gift he would receive from the little woman the next day. Glancing at his watch, he suddenly felt the time was moving too slowly. Lin Yue was the only one remembering Zhou Lin's birthday. The next day at work, as soon as Zhou Lin stepped into the office, he was greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of his colleagues and the criminal police team. With a large birthday cake already prepared, Zhou Lin smiled and announced he would treat them to lunch. Glasses Liu pretended to be puzzled. Why did the boss change it to lunch this time? He used to treat us at night. Everyone laughed, and Tang Xian directly pointed out, of course, the boss used to be single like us, but this year he has a family now, so he has to accompany his wife at night. Amid the whistling and cheers, Zhou Lin walked over to Tang Xian and lightly patted his shoulder. Tang Xian looked at him warily. Zhou Lin said blandly, Funin wants to eat steak. You go pick him up in the afternoon. How can I just take care of the kids while you go on a date with your wife? I warn you, single dogs have dignity too. Tang Xian shrugged off Zhou Lin's hand on his shoulder, and the cake he had just received was thrown onto the table with great skill, wobbling but miraculously remaining intact. Even the big strawberry on top didn't fall off. Seeing this, Zhou Lin lifted his fork, ready to stab the strawberry. However, Tang Xian quickly snatched the cake back and ran off to enjoy it by himself. After finishing the strawberry, his phone rang. Tang Xian pulled it out and saw that the boss had sent him a red envelope, labeled steak. Opening the envelope and seeing the amount, Tang Xian finally smiled. The boss was indeed generous. After work in the evening, Zhou Lin and Tang Xian headed to the school one after the other. As soon as Funan came out of the line, he was picked up by Uncle Tang, and upon learning that Uncle Tang would treat him to steak, the primary school student was very happy. Zhou Lin watched his little woman buckle her seatbelt in the passenger seat and asked her, should we go straight home? Although there was an incident with the primary school student, Lin Yue still planned to have steak for dinner. Let us go to the supermarket. We need to buy groceries. Usually, she made simple home-cooked dishes, but tonight was his birthday, and she wanted to do something different. What should we buy? Zhou Lin started the car. Lin Yue casually mentioned a few items, with steak among them. The female teacher was tight-lipped, and Zhou Lin smiled. Since they were at a red light, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, it's rare that the light bulb isn't around. I'll take you out for a big meal tonight. As he spoke, his lips intentionally brushed against her tender earlobe. Lin Yue covered her ears. Half an hour later, following Zhou Lin to a high-end Western restaurant, Lin Yue suddenly realized, while watching Zhou Lin's handsome profile as he provided the reservation information, that she hadn't given him her birthday gift yet, but instead had already fallen into his trap. Chapter 44. Zhou Lin reserved a table by the window. After the rain, the city center was lively again. With the lights shining brightly outside, Lin Yue delicately ate her steak while hesitating about the right moment to offer birthday wishes. She had originally planned to surprise him at home, so she hadn't brought a gift. But Zhou Lin had deliberately arranged for Tang Xian to pick up Funan and booked a candlelight dinner, probably for the two of them to celebrate alone, right? After finishing a piece of steak, Lin Yue made a decision. She looked around the restaurant and curiously asked Zhou Lin, is today a special day? Her eyes were clear as water, pretending to be casual, likely saving the surprise for last. Zhou Lin cooperated with her, raising an eyebrow and asking, does it have to be a special day to take you out to eat? Unable to counter him, Lin Yue focused on her meal. After dinner, the two leisurely left the restaurant and got into the car. Zhou Lin checked his watch and said, it's still early. Let's catch a movie. Watching a movie together is a common date for ordinary couples. But due to Zhou Lin's special profession and the fact that he had a young student to take care of at home, Lin Yue and Zhou Lin had only been on a handful of solo dates in the 2 months they had been together. The atmosphere tonight was nice, and Lin Yue liked Zhou Lin's suggestion, so she opened the ticket purchasing app to see what movies were available. I bought the tickets. Zhou Lin pressed down on her phone, naturally holding her hand. Lin Yue was surprised and turned her head. Zhou Lin leaned in and kissed her cheek, saying couples hall. Last row. Lin Yue's face suddenly heated up. The cinema was nearby. After queuing to buy popcorn, they found a seat to wait. There were 20 minutes until the movie started when Lin Yue suddenly received a call from her grandmother. It was a bit noisy, so Lin Yue gestured to Zhou Lin and went outside to find a quieter place to talk. As she walked out, more and more people arrived to watch the next movie. While talking, Lin Yue was careful to avoid them. She turned a corner in the corridor and suddenly came face to face with a stunning beauty. Long hair, beautiful big eyes, and fair skin, exuding a natural charm that even made Lin Yue, as a woman, feel amazed. The beauty was accompanied by a tall, slender, handsome man, and they passed by each other, chatting and laughing. Once the beauty was gone, the feeling of awe faded. Lin Yue smiled and answered her grandmother's question. Yeah, he's here too. Her grandmother had always been looking forward to news about her love life. After her relationship with Zhou Lin stabilized, Lin Yue took the initiative to inform her grandmother. To her surprise, her grandmother turned out to be a hidden beauty enthusiast. When she first learned that Zhou Lin was a criminal police officer, she was worried. But after Lin Yue sent her a photo of Zhou Lin, her grandmother immediately smiled and praised the young man for being really handsome. After chatting for a few minutes, Lin Yue put away her phone and happily walked back. As she rounded the last corner, she smiled at Zhou Lin but was shocked to find that the seat next to him, which was supposed to be hers, was occupied by the stunning beauty who had just amazed her. The beauty had her head slightly bowed, looking sad and lonely, as if Zhou Lin had hurt her feelings. Lin Yue unconsciously slowed her pace. Zhou Lin, who had been looking down at his phone, sensed something and looked up, seeing his little woman returning. He put away his phone, picked up their drinks and popcorn from the table, and smiled as he walked towards Lin Yue. The beauty stood up eagerly and took a couple of steps towards them, her gaze suddenly fixing on Lin Yue's face. The beauty's entire demeanor indicated that there was something between her and Zhou Lin, yet Zhou Lin acted as if he didn't know her at all, leaving Lin Yue utterly confused. After Zhou Lin reached her side, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, is she your friend? Zhou Lin didn't turn back, but his eyes revealed undisguised sarcasm. My brother's ex-girlfriend. Lin Yue was stunned into silence. Zhou Lin's brother, Zhou Yu's ex-girlfriend. The one who had sent Zhou Yu a few domineering CEO novels? Just as Lin Yue tried to connect her imagined image of Zhou Yu's deeply affectionate, yet tragically ended relationship with the beauty in front of her, the beauty's companion returned. A tall, upright man walked straight to the beauty's side, blocking her features from view. She was so engrossed in watching that Zhou Lin glanced back. Yao Qing, the woman who had been in a long-term relationship with his brother. The one who abandoned him but cried her heart out at his funeral. Zhou Lin certainly remembered her. In romantic relationships, it's normal to break up when one no longer wants to love, and although Zhou Lin had witnessed his brother's pain after the breakup, he had never hated Yao Qing for it. His annoyance towards Yao Qing began when she cried and explained to him her reasons for leaving his brother. His brother was gone. What was the point of Yao Qing crying to him? Did she think that by expressing her guilt to him, she could find solace and continue her life? Zhou Lin didn't want to listen or understand. When his brother was alive, Yao Qing had abandoned him. From that day on, she had completely severed ties with him and the Zhou family. As they entered the theater, ignoring the negative emotions brought on by Yao Qing, Zhou Lin held Lin Yue's small hand and casually cued to check tickets. His obvious aversion towards Yao Qing made Lin Yue sympathetically follow him, not daring to glance back. Even though she was filled with confusion about Yao Qing and Zhou Yu's relationship, the silent officer Zhou and the petite, beautiful girl looked at the stark contrast in their heights, especially Zhou Lin's cold profile that resembled Zhou Yu's as he turned. Yao Qing's tears fell silently. She and Zhou Yu had once watched movie after movie together. Zhou Yu didn't like watching movies because he found them boring, but he enjoyed accompanying her. Back then, Zhou Yu would cue to buy her what he called nutritionally worthless popcorn, holding snacks in one hand and her hand in the other as they blended into the crowd. But her officer Zhou would never return. The night he was on duty, he texted her to take care of herself, and that very night, she had just accepted the confession of a boy who had been pursuing her passionately for months. The boy was more handsome than Zhou Yu and had more time to spend with her. The care and companionship he offered filled the void that only Zhou Yu could once fill. At that time, Yao Qing thought that being with someone day in and day out was more important than a mere crush. After Zhou Yu's death, she realized that she might never be able to love anyone else again. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yu's impact on her had faded. Under her parents' expectations, she accepted a blind date arranged by them. Just when Yao Qing believed she could have a simple and warm life with this man, Zhou Lin and his girlfriend unexpectedly appeared before her. It was like a knife deeply cutting open the scar on her heart, ruthlessly reminding her that there had once been an Officer Zhou. Chapter 45. Lin Yue didn't understand what Zhou Lin was thinking. They had a perfectly good date planned for the evening, and he chose to watch a zombie disaster movie meant for couples. When they took their seats, Lin Yue was a bit distracted, unable to stop herself from guessing what Zhou Lin's ex-girlfriend might have talked about with him. But as the first zombie appeared on the big screen without any warning, the wife and daughter of the male lead screamed in terror. And Lin Yue was just as frightened, instinctively gripping her boyfriend's arm. In the dimly lit last row, Zhou Lin smiled slightly and pulled his timid girlfriend into his embrace. The terrifying background sounds continued, and Lin Yue, too scared to look, quietly complained to Zhou Lin, "Why are we watching this?" Zhou Lin helplessly kissed her hair. "I asked them to recommend a movie, and they all said this one was good." It was indeed good, but she wouldn't easily fall into his embrace. Looking around, many women in the couple's area were being held by their men. Zhou Lin finally understood the meaning of a couple's theater. Perhaps it was the atmosphere here that made the cheesy words he once disdainfully rejected come out naturally. Zhou Lin leaned down and gently kissed her soft earlobe in the darkness. "I'm here, don't be afraid." Lin Yue felt a flutter in her heart, the thrill of the horror background adding a different flavor to her feelings. Whether it was because of the many people around, or because her boyfriend's strong arms held her securely against his sturdy chest, it was the first time in her life that Lin Yue watched a horror film from start to finish. Moreover, this film mainly dealt with the selfishness of human nature and the warmth of paternal love. When she saw an emotional moment, Lin Yue even secretly wiped the corner of her eye. After coming out of the cinema, Lin Yue felt very satisfied. And when she found out that Fu Nan had sent a WeChat message saying the cake had been delivered, her mood brightened even more. Zhou Lin also saw Tang Xian's message, asking him to notify him before he returned. Tang Xian conveniently disappeared, not wanting to disturb their little family of 3. He replied to Tang Xian, while Lin Yue remotely guided Fu Nan on how to prepare. After they finished, both of them put down their phones and exchanged glances. Zhou Lin's dark eyes held a meaningful smile, and Lin Yue, fearing he could see through her, turned her head to look out the window. Back at the community, Zhou Lin held Lin Yue's hand as they walked upstairs. When they reached the 3rd floor, they encountered a familiar elderly lady. Lin Yue wanted to pull away, but Zhou Lin held on firmly, unabashedly. The old lady smiled and greeted them with a warm expression, like she was looking at her own daughter and son-in-law. When they reached the 5th floor, Zhou Lin opened the door, and the inside was pitch black. Lin Yue pretended, "Nan went to sleep really early tonight. It's not even 9 yet." Zhou Lin smiled and was about to speak when suddenly the lights in the dark living room turned on, and a primary school student excitedly ran over, jumping into Zhou Lin's arms and shouting, "Happy birthday, Uncle Zhou!" Zhou Lin lifted the child in disbelief and turned to Lin Yue. In the bright hallway, the little woman smiled at him, "Happy birthday, Officer Zhou." Zhou Lin had anticipated this moment tonight, and now that it really happened, he felt no surprise, but joy filled his chest. On his 30th birthday, he had a lively and lovely child beside him, and a little woman who made him want to hold her tightly and kiss her. Wanting to kiss her, Zhou Lin did just that. Holding Fu Nan with one hand, he domineeringly pulled Lin Yue into his arms, ignoring her shy resistance, and loudly planted a kiss on her flushed face. He did this in front of Fu Nan, causing Lin Yue to feel both sweet and embarrassed as she pushed Zhou Lin away and went to the master bedroom. "The teacher is shy," Fu Nan said with a mischievous grin, looking at the teacher's retreating figure. Zhou Lin, with a serious expression, turned Fu Nan's little head back and asked, "Where's the gift?" Fu Nan already knew what day it was when he had dinner with Uncle Tang, and upon hearing this, he wriggled out of Zhou Lin's embrace and ran to the living room to get the gift he had prepared last minute. The family portrait drawn by the primary school student featured Grandpa Zhou sitting at the pottery wheel, Teacher Lin in a blue dress, Uncle Zhou in a police uniform holding Teacher Lin's hand, and Fu Nan standing in front of them, smiling happily. Zhou Lin rarely praised Fu Nan, but seeing this drawing, he nodded appreciatively. I give this drawing 100 points. 100 points meant it was the very best. Receiving the compliment, Fu Nan's eyes sparkled with joy. The door to the master bedroom creaked, and both Zhou Lin and Fu Nan turned to look. Lin Yue's blush hadn't faded, and as she faced Zhou Lin's fiery gaze, she walked up to him, holding the gift box, and said softly, I knitted this myself. The style probably isn't as nice as store-bought, but you can wear it at home. Before she could lift the gift, Zhou Lin proactively snatched it away. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as Fu Nan peeked into the bag. Zhou Lin sat down on the sofa, solemnly taking out the gift. It was a light gray round-neck cashmere sweater, very comfortable to touch. Zhou Lin was still immersed in the surprise of receiving a sweater knitted by his girlfriend when Fu Nan, enviously touching the sleeve and looking at the chest, suddenly exclaimed, There's a moon here. Lin Yue was by the dining table, inserting candles into the cake, pretending not to hear. Zhou Lin suddenly lifted the part of the sweater over his chest and indeed saw a crescent moon, lighter in color than the surrounding yarn, almost unnoticeable unless looked at closely. Having long passed the age of being excited or disappointed by the beauty of a piece of clothing, Captain Zhou finally experienced a long-lost joy. The more he looked, the better he thought the sweater was, far better than the ones he had bought online before. If it were hung up for sale, it would definitely become a hot-selling item. I'll go try it on, Zhou Lin said, grabbing the sweater and heading toward the bedroom. Lin Yue gently blocked him, her voice sweet like sugar. Let us eat the cake first. Zhou Lin ignored her and walked toward the bedroom, glancing at the master bedroom. He scratched his head and changed his mind. All right, I'll listen to you. He temporarily set the sweater back into the gift box and walked to the dining table, ignoring the primary school student present, his gaze intensely fixed on his little woman. Lin Yue tried to distract herself, feeling frustrated as she muttered to herself, I forgot to remind him to have Officer Tang leave later, so we can eat the cake together. She had gone on a date with Zhou Lin, and Tang Xian helped take care of Fu Nan, but he left without even having a piece of cake. I already ate this morning. Zhou Lin looked at her delicate, radiant face, his heart racing, forgetting to hide that he remembered her birthday. Lin Yue didn't mind, and urged him to make a wish and blow out the candles. Zhou Lin, a rough man, didn't want to seem childish. Just as he was about to blow out the candles, Fu Nan hurriedly stopped him, insisting that Uncle Zhou should make a wish first. Zhou Lin glanced at Lin Yue and then closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he immediately opened them again. Fu Nan curiously asked, What did Uncle Zhou wish for? Zhou Lin chuckled, I want to tell you. Fu Nan these days. Zhou Lin found him even more annoying and supervised Fu Nan to wash his face and brush his teeth after finishing the cake, rushing to get him to sleep. After coming out of the primary school student's room, Lin Yue had just finished tidying up the living room and walked over. They faced each other, and Zhou Lin gazed at her intently. Lin Yue's heart raced. It was her boyfriend's birthday, and she wanted to spend more time with him. So she deliberately took her time cleaning the dining room and living room, waiting for him to finish putting Fu Nan to sleep and to keep her outside with him. But Zhou Lin didn't keep her there. He pulled her against the wall and gave her a lingering kiss before whispering goodnight. Lin Yue felt a bit disappointed. It seemed like something was missing as it ended this way. However, she was never the type to cling to her boyfriend actively. Nodding, she bid him goodbye. It was only 9:30, and thinking about her boyfriend, Lin Yue felt unprepared for class. She sighed and decided to take a shower first. The warm water dispelled the lightness in her chest, and after drying her hair, Lin Yue sat back at her desk, opened her lesson plan, and was about to continue when her phone pinged. Lin Yue picked up her phone. Zhou Lin, the sleeves seem uneven. Can you come take a look? Lin Yue was startled. She had compared the knitting repeatedly while making the sweater, and it still didn't turn out right. Putting down her phone, Lin Yue turned around and walked out. Since dating Zhou Lin, she had only changed into her pajamas when she was about to sleep, so now, dressed in casual autumn clothes, she was ready to go out at any moment. Zhou Lin wasn't in the hallway, and as Lin Yue passed by his room, she peered inside. The door was open, and Zhou Lin stood in front of the wardrobe mirror. Hearing a sound, he turned his head and waved at Lin Yue, signaling her to come in and take a look. Lin Yue was focused on the sweater's cuffs and didn't think much, walking confidently into her boyfriend's room. Turn around. She stopped 3 steps away from Zhou Lin, her expression serious as she stared at his cuffs. Zhou Lin turned around, his arms tightly pressed against his sides, standing straight. Lin Yue frowned, Why did she feel like the cuffs were very neat? She looked at Zhou Lin. He strode over, pulling the petite woman into his embrace before their eyes met. Lin Yue was stunned. Zhou Lin held the back of her head, his lips lingering by her ear. The cuffs are very neat, and I like the sweater too. I trick you into coming over just to say this. After the shock, Lin Yue smiled. She knew he wouldn't end such days so simply. Did he trick her into coming? She liked it too, leaning against her boyfriend's broad chest. Smelling the warm scent of the new sweater, Lin Yue said softly, "As long as you like it. I want more." Twisting her earlobe, Zhou Lin's tone became ambiguous. Lin Yue sensed the change in atmosphere, but she didn't quite understand. She touched the edge of his sweater and asked in confusion, "You want more sweaters?" Zhou Lin shook his head. "I want more gifts." Lin Yue suddenly realized, her heart trembling slightly due to a certain guess. What gift? Zhou Lin's throat rolled as he glanced at the bed a few steps away. Sleep together. After a long silence, he leaned close to her flushed face and whispered. Chapter 46, 046, Sleeping Together. Is it just simply lying on the same bed to sleep, or was something less simple? With her face still pressed against his warm breath right by her ear, Lin Yue felt that the second gift Zhou Lin wanted was probably the latter. This invitation caught her completely off guard. But between lovers, that was the most normal thing. Lin Yue didn't know how long other couples took to reach this stage, perhaps with another man. She would have reservations and wouldn't want to rush into intimacy. But her boyfriend, Zhou Lin, was an excellent detective who gave her a strong sense of security. And she understood him well enough. With her eyes closed, she gently nodded, nervously leaning against his chest, waiting for him to take things further. However, waiting for an important answer was more nerve-wracking than giving one. Zhou Lin was tense all over, his attention focused on the response she might give at any moment. So much so that he didn't notice her shy and reserved reaction. After a long silence, misunderstanding her hesitation or indecision, Zhou Lin patted her shoulder and sighed. "Let's prepare your lesson first." He wanted to give her more time, to avoid a repeat of that night, when it seemed like she was forced into becoming his woman. Lin Yue thought, that's true. She couldn't let her personal life interfere with work. He was a detective, more dedicated than other men. Okay. Lin Yue turned and walked away, not daring to look at her boyfriend, who would soon be sharing a bed with her. Lin Yue was a responsible teacher. But on a night like this, she couldn't concentrate fully. She went through her lesson plan quickly and found she couldn't focus anymore. After tidying up her desk, she checked the time. It was almost 11. The outside was quiet. What was Zhou Lin doing? Was he in his room or come in her master bedroom? After glancing in the mirror one last time, Lin Yue rearranged her lesson plan and sat at her desk to message Zhou Lin, "I'm done preparing." In the guest room, Zhou Lin held his phone in one hand and rubbed his face with the other, his dark eyes fixed on the screen, analyzing those 3 words back and forth. In the past, she wouldn't have specifically told him when she finished preparing. Now, reporting it was a hint that she had considered it and agreed. Zhou Lin certainly hoped so, but he wasn't completely sure. He rubbed his chin and replied, "Going to bed?" Those 2 short words sounded straightforwardly like a prompt to Lin Yue, and her boyfriend Zhou Lin was always very direct in private conversations. Her heart raced, and Lin Yue bit her lip to send, "Should I come to your place?" or, seeing this, Zhou Lin tossed his phone onto the bed and strode towards the master bedroom. She had willingly agreed. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Yue quickly put down her phone, pretending to just be finishing up her lesson at her desk. When Zhou Lin pushed the door open, he saw the slender, composed back of the female teacher. But as he took a few more steps and saw her flushed profile, Zhou Lin smiled and moved closer, sitting on the edge of the desk to watch her tidy up. The fire in a man's eyes made Lin Yue suddenly feel thirsty. She glanced at her water cup and quietly asked him, "Have you brushed your teeth?" Lin Yue was really just making small talk, indicating that if Zhou Lin had brushed, she could turn off the light. Otherwise, if Zhou Lin went to prepare for bed, she could take the opportunity to drink more water. But Zhou Lin, who had just smoked, had a different scent and smiled at her. "I'll go brush now." After saying that, he happily left the master bedroom to brush his teeth in the public restroom. Once the human hormone left, Lin Yue sighed in relief, gulping down water. Glancing at the door, she suddenly felt the urge to go to the bathroom. Just as she thought this, Zhou Lin returned. Lin Yue didn't dare to look at him at all, pretending to check if the windows were closed. The little woman was radiating nervousness. and Zhou Lin thoughtfully closed the door and turned off the light. It was pitch black. Lin Yue stood frozen by the curtains. Zhou Lin sat directly on the bed and reached out to her. "Come here, let us cuddle for a bit." Lin Yue slowly walked over, and he grabbed her wrist and pulled her onto his lap. Zhou Lin held her close, buried his face in her neck, and inhaled deeply, filled with her scent. Faint and very comforting. "Thank you." Zhou Lin hugged her shoulder and gently kissed her nose, feeling that this birthday was the most meaningful. Lin Yue detected a hint of pity in his tone and couldn't help but think of the old man in Qingshi County. "Did my uncle call?" Zhou Lin scoffed lightly. "The two of us together are almost 100 years old. Who remembers that?" Being concerned about him only to be mocked, Lin Yue couldn't help but retort. "If I had known you didn't care, I wouldn't have celebrated with Nan Nan." That tone of playful whining sounded so pleasing. Zhou Lin tightened his arms around her, kissing her ear and teasingly biting. "Elementary school kids don't care, but I want your gift every day." Lin Yue melted in his strong embrace. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the room was completely dark, with only the heavy breathing of the couple filling the air. Zhou Lin had just brushed his teeth, and his lips had a cool mini taste. At first, his lips were slightly cool, but they quickly turned fiery warm. In a place like the bed, lying down was a natural result. Zhou Lin instinctively held her small hand tightly, their fingers intertwined and raised above her head. Suddenly, a loud argument erupted from downstairs. A couple in the neighborhood seemed to be quarreling again, with the woman's sharp voice sounding almost melodic as she scolded. Lin Yue couldn't help but get distracted, as it seemed the woman was cursing a mistress, and the insults kept getting more vulgar. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhou Lin initially didn't want to pay attention. But when he heard the mocking words about feeding stupid pigs, he couldn't help but chuckle softly against her collar. Lin Yue also secretly laughed, and a slight thrill rose in her heart amidst the helplessness. That woman must have a small chest. He whispered in her ear, as if casting a magical spell, turning the couple's argument outside into a faint background noise, and the room returned to tranquility, with only his voice and breathing remaining. Lin Yue refused to discuss that topic. "Yours, is it big?" Zhou Lin swallowed hard. The darkness emboldened his shamelessness. Lin Yue's face turned red. Zhou Lin grabbed her two slender wrists with one hand, his right hand sliding down, openly notifying her, "I'm measuring." Lin Yue's breath quickened. In fact, she had already agreed when she was in his room, and she had spent nearly an hour preparing mentally, but she didn't expect Zhou Lin to say such shameless things. She wasn't angry. She was just more flustered. Through a layer of knitted fabric, Zhou Lin silently measured, listening to her shy breaths, and he deliberately announced specific numbers in her ear. Lin Yue finally couldn't hold back anymore. "Zhou Lin, it's big, just as I imagined." Zhou Lin sighed with satisfaction, his palm wandering. "I'm not a stupid pig. I just like you like this." She was provoked by him, struggling like a little rabbit, but Zhou Lin, seeing that it was effective, laughed and pressed his hot lips against hers, moving his hand away. Then, when he noticed she had visibly relaxed, he domineeringly slipped into her knitted top, continuing to measure without any fluff. But this time, Zhou Lin kept his mouth shut and considerately helped his girlfriend remove the layer of restraint that was harmful to her health. Lin Yue bit her lip tightly, unable to see, but she could clearly feel his short stubble trailing up from her waist. Hidden beneath the knitted fabric, he was like a starving cub, and she was the most obedient and foolish female. It wasn't until a slight discomfort arose that Lin Yue pushed his sweaty face away. Zhou Lin pried her hands off. Lin Yue, feeling helpless, called out in pain. Zhou Lin unexpectedly loosened his mouth, and Lin Yue immediately pulled her knitted top down, pushing his head away and lying on her side with her back to him. "Kissing hurts. It hurts there too. Why is it so tender?" Zhou Lin held her from behind, breathing heavily, his large hand rubbing her delicate little hand, as if he was not finished. Lin Yue didn't want to pay him any attention, thinking he was too rough. But why didn't he say he was too coarse? "This won't do. There will be more for you to endure in the future." Zhou Lin tightened his grip on her waist and inched backward, the two of them spooning closely together, making it easier for her to understand the implications of his words. As for any sense of shame, it had long been discarded. She was his rightful woman. Being serious during the day was enough. Lying together in the middle of the night and still being overly particular, what kind of romance was that? The man's arrogance was excessive, and Lin Yue felt as if she had been burned and ran forward. Zhou Lin let her escape, then, like a leopard, chased after her, giving her a hard slap through the blanket. Just wait. Sooner or later, it will be you. Lin Yue, who had been hit, buried his face in the pillow, feeling both resentful and puzzled. It turned out he hadn't intended to do it that way tonight. Chapter 47. When Lin Yue was awakened by Zhou Lin. The sky was just starting to lighten. The furniture in the room was quietly soaked in the hazy light, and Lin Yue couldn't see Zhou Lin's expression. She only knew he was kissing her neck softly, as if afraid she would notice. But the rough stubble was scratching against her skin, making it itchy, and that was what woke her up. The passion from last night was gradually fading, and the man was like a fire that wouldn't stop once it started. Lin Yue didn't move, lying there as if still asleep, her body instinctively tense and excited, feeling a kind of comfort she had never experienced before. Somewhat like the satisfaction after exercising, lazily spreading from every cell. His large hand mischievously reached over again. Lin Yue bit her lip, finally understanding that he was doing it on purpose, not afraid of whether she woke up or not. He was so powerful that her whole body was moved by him. Even in her sleep, it would be the same, but her increasingly panicked breathing told Zhou Lin that the little woman had already awakened. Once awake, there was no need to be polite. Grasping her shoulder, Zhou Lin turned his girlfriend over. As soon as Lin Yue lay flat, he pressed down on her, capturing her lips, both hands gripping the hem of her knit top and pulling it upwards. He had done the same last night, but the room was pitch dark then. Now, with the light of day, he could see clearly. Lin Yue instinctively resisted, but his movements were quicker. Her small hands were forced above her head, and with a strong tug, her knit top flew to the ground. It was a bit cold on her body, but her face was extremely hot, especially since he remained still, clearly looking at her without restraint. Like a mermaid thrown onto the shore, suddenly exposed before a robust man filled with ambition. Lin Yue wanted to cover herself, but with her hands bound above her head, the more she struggled, the more shameful it became, the more it tempted him. Zhou Lin. The female teacher's body was covered in a thin layer of blush, her long hair in disarray pleating beneath him. Whatever he did was better than just looking at her like this. So tempting, Zhou Lin leaned down and said. Getting closer, he noticed small bumps had risen on her cold skin. Zhou Lin couldn't bear it, pulling up the blanket to cover both of them, then slowly savoring the sweet morning. Last night he couldn't see, thinking she was delicate. Now that he could see, her skin was even softer than her face. How could she not be delicate? Holding his petite woman, Zhou Lin was immensely patient, rolling over for 10 minutes, half an hour, or even longer. Lin Yue wasn't sure. She was futilely gripping his shoulders, trying hard to stifle her sounds, and finally, at some moment, her feet straightened and her round toes curled up. Zhou Lin was a novice, but he possessed the keen awareness that every excellent detective should have, feeling the changes in her breathing and body. Zhou Lin was surprised and crawled out from under the blanket. Lin Yue turned her head early, revealing her sweaty, flushed face. It was just after 6 in the morning, and the room was bright. Zhou Lin could clearly see a bead of sweat rolling down her forehead. Are you excited? He cupped her face, his eyes bright with anticipation. He said 3 words. Lin Yue didn't catch the middle one, but could guess from the context. Her face turned even redder. She didn't want to admit it. And her brief shyness was quickly seen through by Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin looked at her in shock, mixed with joy. First, he was happy about her body's sensitivity. Just a little teasing had this effect. Second, he was pleased with his own ability to make his girlfriend feel good with just a few words. Are you craving me? After the surprise, Zhou Lin kissed her fiercely. She was satisfied, but he was still hungry. Lin Yue would rather he be rough than hear his crude words. Lowering her head to push his shoulder, we should get up to make breakfast. I still need to take a shower. Zhou Lin didn't want to get up. We'll go to the dining hall later. There are several breakfast places outside the community. It can save about 20 minutes compared to cooking. He continued to move around, and Lin Yue opened her eyes, looking at him with mild annoyance. You should go back early. Nan will be getting up soon. Zhou Lin grinned. Are you afraid he'll find out? Lin Yue bit her lip. Fu Nan was still an elementary school student. Lin Yue didn't understand how a 6-year-old would view his unmarried uncle sleeping in the same room with his girlfriend. But as a teacher, she felt it was better to avoid the students. After all, children were too innocent. All right, I'll listen to you. Who told you to be my man? Rubbing her furrowed brow, Zhou Lin kept his word, turning around and conveniently jumping out of bed, simultaneously pulling the blanket away. Lin Yue hadn't put on her top yet, and in embarrassment and anger, she snatched the blanket back, lying with her back to him. Zhou Lin looked at the little woman on the bed, then at his brother, who was trying to break free from his boxer shorts, eager for action. He shook his head and resignedly went to the communal bathroom to take a shower. Sitting in the office, Lin Yue couldn't help but get distracted, the intimacy from last night swirling in her mind, hard to shake off. Just then, that guy messaged her during work hours. Are you in class? Lin Yue touched her face and replied, I don't have classes this afternoon. Zhou Lin, just sitting in the office? Lin Yue, I have to grade papers and prepare for the final exam. There's still more than a month, and the group is starting to get busy. Aren't you busy today? Zhou Lin, moderately busy, suddenly thinking of my wife. Lin Yue touched her face again. He had called her a woman yesterday, and after just one night, he was calling her wife, getting more demanding. Lin Yue didn't reply. A few seconds later, Zhou Lin, are you blushing? Through the screen, Lin Yue could almost see the teasing glint in his eyes, smiling mischievously. Unable to argue with him, Lin Yue lied. I'm Busa. Zhou Lin. Okay, we'll talk tonight. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, He Xiaoya's teasing voice came from behind. Look at Lin Yue, blushing at her phone for half the day, smiling so sweetly. It must be Zhou Lin, right? Lin Yue lowered her head to grade papers, neither admitting nor denying it. He Xiaoya rested her chin on her hand, looking enviously at her. Sister Wang smiled, advising her to find someone soon, while He Xiaoya complained there were no good men. As they chatted, Sister Wang, He Xiaoya, and Cheng Jinyan all had to go to class, leaving Lin Yue and Jiang Siyu alone in the office. Lin Yue was seriously grading papers, and Jiang Siyu looked up, staring at Lin Yue's back with a complex expression. Previously, Luo Zhiheng often messaged her, although she wasn't satisfied with certain aspects of him. The fiery pursuit during their romance greatly satisfied her vanity. However, since last month, after she succumbed to Luo Zhiheng's romantic advances and slept with him, his messages had been decreasing day by day. Picking up her phone, Jiang Siyu scrolled through, realizing it had been nearly 24 hours since she last heard from Luo Zhiheng. Do all men behave like this, losing interest after getting what they want? Or is it just Luo Zhiheng? Touching the high-end necklace around her neck, Jiang Siyu suddenly felt worried. She wanted to marry Luo Zhiheng, who had a car and a house, not just for a few branded gifts. Jiang Siyu went to Lin Yue's side to get some water. The water dispenser was right in front of Lin Yue's desk, and when her colleague came over, Lin Yue looked up and smiled at her. Jiang Siyu was pondering how to start the conversation when Lin Yue smiled, and she immediately seized the opportunity. Teasing Lin Yue like a good sister. You've been dating Zhou Lin for 2 months. How is it going? What progress have you made? Lin Yue didn't expect Jiang Siyu to be so direct. Lowering her head, while grading the exercises, she mumbled, It's just like that. He's busy with work. And when he has time, we go watch movies. Jiang Siyu knew Lin Yue wasn't telling the truth. This topic indeed required a certain level of intimacy. Glancing at Lin Yue's phone, Jiang Siyu put down her water cup, pulled a chair over to sit next to Lin Yue, resting her chin on her hand. Bashfully sighing, Actually, I'm facing a dilemma. I can't talk to Xiaoya about it, so I can only come to you. Lin Yue put down her pen. Looking at her curiously, what dilemma? Jiang Siyu bit her lip, lowering her eyelashes, and clenched her fingers. Well, next week, Zhiheng is asking me out to have fun, and he wants to book a hotel room, having just been invited to do the same by Zhou Lin last night. Lin Yue instantly understood, but didn't know how to respond. Jiang Siyu looked at her, softly expressing her feelings. I think it's a bit fast, but I'm afraid it might just be my conservative thinking. How about you? Have you two reached that point? Lin Yue shook her head. Looking at the student's exercise book, not yet. Indeed, they hadn't yet crossed that final threshold, and even if they did, she wouldn't share her privacy with ordinary colleagues. Jiang Siyu didn't believe it and observed every change in Lin Yue's expression closely. You live together, isn't it easier to get into trouble? Lin Yue didn't like this topic and also disliked Jiang Siyu's probing. She shook her head and continued to grade papers. Seeing her aversion, Jiang Siyu tactfully left. In the afternoon, when they got off work, Luo Zhiheng arrived in a neatly tailored suit to pick her up, wearing a fond smile. Jiang Siyu's mood improved, and she glanced at the place where Zhou Lin usually parked, noticing that he hadn't come to pick up Lin Yue. Suddenly, she felt relieved. Men can be busy sometimes. Zhou Lin wouldn't be with Lin Yue every day. That night, while Jiang Siyu felt her boyfriend's warmth on the bed, Lin Yue received a WeChat message from Zhou Lin, who had stolen a moment from his busy schedule to tell her he had a case and needed to work overtime, with no set time for solving it. Telling her not to wait. Having known each other for so long, they had developed a tacit understanding. Zhou Lin might share small cases, but he would never tell Lin Yue or Fu Nin about major ones, probably to shield them from the heavy dark side of society. He didn't say anything, and Lin Yue tacitly didn't ask, only reminding him to be careful and to try to get some rest. The incident happened on Thursday, and Zhou Lin didn't show up for the next 2 days. During that time, he made a brief phone call lasting only a few seconds to confirm he was safe. On the weekend, Lin Yue took Fu Nin shopping for clothes, as the elementary school student was growing fast and last year's winter clothes were already too small. They first bought children's clothes, and then Lin Yue also needed to buy a couple of outfits. After changing, she asked Fu Nin for his opinion. The sweet-talking 6-year-old said that the teacher looked good in whatever she wore. Passing through the men's clothing section, Lin Yue thought about Zhou Lin running cases every day and chose a pair of shoes for her boyfriend. Women are meticulous, especially when it comes to the men they like. Just by looking, Lin Yue could knit a sweater for Zhou Lin. Having lived together for so long, it wasn't surprising that she knew his shoe size. Has Uncle Zhou ever bought clothes for the teacher? Fu Nin spoke up for the teacher, feeling that she treated Uncle Zhou too well. Lin Yue explained for Zhou Lin, saying that a detective who often worked overtime and was a rough man wouldn't think about buying clothes for his girlfriend when he didn't even have time for himself. However, not long after they started dating, Zhou Lin had given her a card for her to use to buy anything. Lin Yue felt embarrassed to use it and continued using her own. At the end of the month, Zhou Lin surprisingly checked the account and found she hadn't used the card, so he transferred her some money. So now, when Lin Yue bought things for Fu Nin, she used Zhou Lin's card. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would transfer even more money. As for those shoes, they were a gift for her boyfriend. And since Zhou Lin dared to transfer money, she wouldn't care about him anymore. Imagining that scene made Lin Yue smile as she carried things in one hand and held Fu Nin's hand with the other, walking out of the mall and hailing a taxi home. Below Zhou Lin's building was a parking lot. Yao Qing leaned on the steering wheel, staring intently at the 5th floor. That was the apartment Zhou Lin's parents bought in Jiang City years ago. They passed away early, and when Zhou Lin came to Jiang City as a detective, he lived there. That year, she was a freshman and tutored the child of Zhou Lin's neighbor, occasionally running into Zhou Lin while going up and down the stairs. Through their interactions, she first developed feelings for this Officer Zhou. In their relationship, she was the one who pursued Zhou Lin first. He pretended to dislike her being younger, but he was actually quite reserved. Once, she pretended to be sick from heat stroke, and he rushed back from the police station in a panic after receiving her call. The memories were vivid, but he was no longer there. His brother had moved in, and the clothes on the balcony belonged to another Officer Zhou. "Teacher, let me carry one for you." A thoughtful boy's voice came through, and Yao Qing wiped her eyes, casually looking over to see a delicate and beautiful young woman. Beautiful women are often unforgettable, especially since she was Zhou Lin's brother's girlfriend. Yao Qing sat there in a daze until the young woman, holding the elementary school student, disappeared at the familiar staircase. Tears rolled down her cheeks again. It turned out that in that apartment, not only had the male owner changed, but the female owner had as well. Why? Why did she have to give up a love that kept her awake all night in sorrow, while another woman could sweetly enjoy it? Zhou Lin didn't understand her, but women understand women better. In the same situation, how would Zhou Lin's girlfriend choose? Wiping her tears, Yao Qing pushed open the car door. She regretted breaking up with Zhou Lin. She had mourned for Zhou Lin's death for over a decade and might never find a man who could move her again. But her choice back then was not wrong. Men like Zhou Lin and Zhou Lin were dangerously attracted to women, but when they neglected women, it could hurt deeply. She was not wrong. If Zhou Lin insisted that her giving up Zhou Lin was a mistake, then she would make him understand that it wasn't just her who could make such a mistake. Chapter 48. Fu Nin was sitting in the living room watching TV while Lin Yue washed and hung up their new clothes. Just as she finished, she heard a knock at the door. Fu Nin instinctively leaned over the back of the sofa, his dark eyes sparkling with expectation. Uncle Zhou is back? Lin Yue denied it in her heart. Zhou Lin had a key and wouldn't knock when he returned. She replied and walked to the door, looking through the peephole, and was stunned. The woman outside had a delicate face, looking at most in her early 30s, with a pair of particularly beautiful large eyes filled with a sorrow that seemed to linger on her lips. Lin Yue recognized her as Zhou Lin's brother, Zhou Yu's ex-girlfriend. With a sense of confusion, Lin Yue opened the door. Zhou Lin was a lazy person, not particular about furniture or decoration. Apart from some daily necessities, this apartment still retained the style from over a decade ago. The familiar room arrangement came into view, and Zhou Yu's presence was everywhere. Yao Qing's tears fell, and the pain in her heart was hard to conceal. She smiled complexly, lowered her head, and introduced herself. Hello, I am Yao Qing, Zhou Yu's ex-girlfriend. I just returned from abroad a while ago. I saw you at the cinema that day, and today I happened to pass by here and suddenly wanted to come up and take a look. I hope it's convenient. Convenient? Lin Yue felt she had no right to answer, but with Zhou Lin not at home, it didn't seem appropriate to disturb him for such a matter. Moreover, Yao Qing was crying so sadly, and there were still romance novels Yao Qing had given Zhou Yu on the bookshelf in the living room. In this situation, Lin Yue couldn't bring herself to refuse. She nodded, invited the guest in, and casually exchanged pleasantries. I'm Lin Yue, and this is Fu Nan, the child of a friend of Zhou Lin. After saying that, Lin Yue called Fu Nan over, teaching the elementary school student to address her as aunt. Fu Nan was somewhat introverted. Upon seeing a stranger, he instinctively moved closer to the teacher and obediently greeted. Hello, aunt. Yao Qing stared blankly at Fu Nan. She had dated Zhou Yu in her freshman year, and they broke up in her senior year. Not long after, Zhou Yu had an accident, and at that time, Zhou Lin seemed to be in high school. They had been in love for over 3 years, and Yao Qing had visited Zhou Yu's hometown several times. The first time she went, Zhou Lin had come to watch the fun with a boy the same age. The cool Zhou Lin and that classmate were bright and handsome, with a dimple when they smiled, resembling a movie star, which left a deep impression on her. She seemed to remember that he was surnamed Fu. In the blink of an eye, the child of her classmate Zhou Lin had grown so big, the buddies who joined the police force together were all married, and her girlfriend was still in college. By the time they got their marriage certificate, those kids would probably be running around. The distant voice suddenly became clear, and Yao Qing's gaze turned to Lin Yu's hand, where there was no ring. Zhou Lin was still not married. What was she doing? What was she doing? Zhou Yu had already tasted the bitterness of being abandoned by a woman. Did she want to cause his brother to experience heartbreak too? Did she want Zhou Lin to envy his friends with wives and children? Yao Qing covered her mouth and turned to leave. The woman cried the moment she entered. Her emotions were too abnormal, and Lin Yue felt inexplicably worried, stopping her in time. Yao Qing, are you okay? Yao Qing could no longer hold back her tears and squatted on the ground, sobbing, leaving Fu Nan to continue watching TV. Lin Yue invited Yao Qing to her room to rest. Yao Qing went to the bathroom to wash her face, and when she came out, her eyes were red. Lin Yue poured her a glass of water, looking at her with concern. Yao Qing smiled, sitting on a chair and surveying the master bedroom. During her relationship with Zhou Yu, she mainly lived in the university dormitory. She had to study while Zhou Yu was busy working, maintaining a routine of coming here once a week. They had been intimate, but as her gaze swept over Lin Yu's feminine bed linens and desk arrangements, the impact of the master bedroom on her was not as strong anymore. I'm sorry for how I acted just now. Putting down the glass, Yao Qing sincerely apologized. Lin Yue shook her head, indicating it was fine. In the clear eyes of the young girl were both concern and curiosity. Yao Qing thought for a moment, then looked down with a bitter smile. Has Zhou Lin mentioned me to you? Lin Yue told the truth. Zhou Lin had mentioned Yao Qing to her twice. Once in the cinema, and once when explaining the origins of those romance novels. Still keeping them. Yao Qing gazed towards the door, murmuring to herself. Should I go get them? Lin Yue asked softly. Yao Qing fell silent, and after a while shook her head. Those were the ones she had given Zhou Yu. Since Zhou Yu chose to keep them while he was alive, It would be best to leave them as they were. This was probably her last time coming here. Yao Qing looked at Lin Yue and asked with a bitter smile, "Do you want to hear the story of me and Zhou Yu?" Lin Yue wanted to hear it. Zhou Yu was Zhou Lin's family, and she wanted to understand more. She was filled with curiosity about this love story, but unfortunately, Zhou Lin never discussed it. After Zhou Yu's death, Yao Qing had explained to many friends why she chose to break up with Zhou Yu. She knew that even before she stepped back into this master bedroom, her explanations were still aimed at gaining others' understanding, hoping to lessen the guilt in her heart. But now, she was surprisingly calm, wanting only to remember that person simply. Zhou Yu was her first love, and just thinking about the sweetness of their relationship made Yao Qing smile. As she gently narrated, Lin Yue also became immersed in this story, too absorbed to hear Fu Nin saying something in the living room, nor the rapid footsteps of an angry man approaching the master bedroom door. The tall man was about to grasp the doorknob when he suddenly paused upon hearing the laughter coming from inside. I let him learn to be a domineering CEO, and I didn't expect him to really remember and use it to scare the boys from the neighboring class who were pursuing me. Facing the window, Yao Qing smiled brightly. But Lin Yue began to feel heartache. She could sense that Yao Qing had truly loved Zhou Yu back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't remember so clearly. The timeline of the narrative progressed from her freshman year to her senior year, and the atmosphere became oppressive and heavy. My roommate and I interned at the same company. Her boyfriend was a graduate student from our school, coming to pick her up at the bus stop every day, rain or shine. I wasn't envious every day, but there were times when I watched them happily huddled under an umbrella while I was cold and alone in the rain, especially wishing he was by my side too. I had a minor car accident, broke my arm, and called him, but no one answered. That day was my birthday. We had agreed he would pick me up. I was in the dorm doing my makeup, wearing a new dress, and my roommates were teasing me. But then he suddenly had a case and couldn't come. I didn't want my roommates to know, so I pretended to smile and ended up wandering outside until 10 at night, acting as if I was happy when I returned to the dorm. He took me on a trip, but on the way, he encountered a case and had to run off. I waited alone in the hotel all night and bought a ticket back by myself the next day. Sideways to Lin Yue. Yao Qing said a lot in a fragmented manner. Actually, for the first 2 years of our relationship, there were similar situations, but during the passionate phase of love, I wasn't afraid of hardship and felt sorry for him. It was just that as it happened more often, one thing after another piled up, and with friends comparing, I started to feel particularly pitiful. Later, someone pursued me, even more enthusiastically than I had pursued him. I couldn't resist. I told him I wanted to break up. He asked me why, and I complained that he didn't have time to accompany me. Actually, I didn't know if I hoped for him to let me go easily or to keep me. I just remember he smoked 2 cigarettes, agreed, and then drove me back to the dorm. I cried, and he hugged me at the end, saying it was okay, that there were plenty of women who liked him, and I shouldn't feel guilty. Crying and laughing, Yao Qing kept pulling out tissues, her heart sour, but after the sourness came relief. Sitting next to Lin Yue, Yao Qing embraced the younger girl, who was about 10 years her junior, and sincerely advised, "Lin Yue, I'm not close with Zhou Lin, but I believe that Zhou Yu's brother must be an excellent man, just like him. Thank you for listening to me say so much. From Zhou Lin's perspective, I hope you can always be by his side, but I'm a woman, and you are too. I know how hard it is to be in a relationship with a pillar of the police force like him. If you're scared and want to back out now, I understand, and I'm very sorry. It's my fault for ruining your relationship. If you are brave, then I hope you remain brave. Just in case one day you feel tired, hesitate, and retreat like I did back then, just think of me. I envied other couples who stick together every day. And in my envy, I lost the man I loved most, choosing someone I could see every day, but I am not happy at all. I want him back." The faint sounds of women crying came through the door. Zhou Lin silently retreated to the living room. Fu Nin had stopped watching TV long ago and saw Uncle Zhou standing in front of the bookshelf, his profile serious and silent. Fu Nin couldn't help but ask softly, "Uncle Zhou, what's wrong?" Zhou Lin glanced at him, pulled out a few books from the top titled Overbearing CEO, and quietly instructed Fu Nin before going to the guest room and closing the door. Not long after he entered, Lin Yue sent Yao Qing out. Both of them had washed their faces again. Yao Qing's eyes were swollen from crying, and Lin Yue wasn't much better. Fu Nin ran over with the book and was stunned to see the teacher, an aunt with red eyes. "Nan Nan, Lin Yue stared in shock at the book in the elementary school student's hands. Fu Nin glanced at Uncle Zhou's door and relayed word for word. And Uncle Zhou said that next time you go see him, remember to bring the book. He likes to read. Uncle Zhou also said that the man in the cinema looks okay and asked you to give it a try. Yao Qing burst into tears, nodding while choking back sobs. Lin Yue felt a pang in her heart and waited for Yao Qing to calm down before escorting her downstairs. Before getting in the car, Yao Qing hugged Lin Yue one last time, quietly asking her to thank Zhou Lin for her. Yeah, look ahead too. Brother Zhou definitely doesn't want you like this. Lin Yue gently patted her shoulder. Yao Qing, being older than Lin Yue, sniffled and smiled as she took out her phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. When you marry Zhou Lin, I'll send you a red envelope. People are different. She had a feeling that although Lin Yue seemed soft, there was a silent resilience within her. That kid Zhou Lin was much luckier than her brother. The two added each other as friends, and Yao Qing waved goodbye from the driver's seat, glancing back at the 5th floor before leaving, driving steadily. Lin Yue stood in place, watching as the car turned, the cool breeze brushing against her face, thinking of Zhou Yu, whom she had never met. Lin Yue sighed. If Zhou Yu were still alive. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. On the balcony of the 5th floor, Zhou Lin leaned in the shadows, his dark eyes staring at the little woman downstairs. Why isn't she coming up? What is she thinking? Chapter 49. Sending off guests, as the emotions of regret were almost tidied up during the ascent. Lin Yue's attention finally returned to Zhou Lin. After a few busy days, he was finally back. His door was open, but only Fu Nan was in the living room. Just as Lin Yue was about to glance towards the balcony, the sound of a shower suddenly came from the public bathroom. Teacher, why are you crying? Fu Nan slowly walked over, looking at the teacher with concern. Lin Yue smiled, trying to calm the elementary school student's emotions. Fu Nan didn't understand adult troubles. As long as he knew the teacher was okay, he felt relieved and continued watching cartoons. It was only 4 in the afternoon, a bit early to start dinner. Lin Yue sat beside Fu Nan, but her thoughts were on Zhou Lin. She had given those books to Yao Qing. He must have heard their conversation, right? How much did he hear? Nan, when is Uncle Zhou coming back? Lin Yue asked softly. Fu Nan couldn't remember the exact time. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, as soon as the teacher and Annie went in, Uncle Zhou came back. I told him Annie was here, and Uncle Zhou seemed really angry, standing outside the teacher's door the whole time. Lin Yue nodded, her brows slightly furrowed. Actually, there was nothing to hide from Zhou Lin about what Yao Qing said. It was just that Yao Qing talked a lot about the hardships of dating a criminal police officer and worried that she might back off. Would Zhou Lin think the same way? Lin Yue looked out the window. She had liked him even before he confessed. She would never forget the scene by the willow tree next to the fairy lake in Qingshi County when he domineeringly declared his love. After the news broke, Sister Wang and Jiang Xiu had both reminded her that dating a criminal police officer was not easy. At that time, Lin Yue didn't care. But after hearing Yao Qing's deeper insights today, she still had no thoughts of retreating or worry. Loving him meant wanting to be with him. He was busy with serious matters, and waiting was worth it. Was it difficult? Lin Yue didn't think so. At least for now, she was very happy. The public bathroom door opened, and Lin Yue immediately looked up, seeing Zhou Lin come out with messy, undried short hair, wearing a loose, dark-colored home outfit. The weather had turned colder, and his shorts had been replaced with warmer long pants. Their eyes met, and Zhou Lin smiled before going to his secondary bedroom while still drying his hair. This action could be interpreted as him going back to his room to dry his hair, but Lin Yue sensed a hint of avoidance. The usually carefree Officer Zhou, who made her blush and want to hide, was avoiding her. After not seeing him for a few days, he was acting out of character, not coming closer to her, but instead distancing himself. Was he affected by what Yao Qing said, worried that one day she might propose a breakup? Lin Yue felt anxious. Remembering the gift she had just bought in the afternoon, she hurried back to the master bedroom to get it and then walked to Zhou Lin's door. His secondary bedroom was the smallest, only about 10 square meters. A bed occupied half the space, and Zhou Lin was sitting at the end of the bed. Facing the door, legs spread, head down, drying his hair. When he saw her standing at the door, he looked up while continuing to dry his hair. Lin Yue shook the packaging bag in her hand, her clear eyes carefully observing him. I bought a pair of shoes. Why don't you try them on? Zhou Lin paused, smiling as he looked at her. Is it that good? His playful, teasing smile seemed no different from before, which made Lin Yue feel a bit relieved as she walked in. "Close the door," Zhou Lin reminded in a low voice. Lin Yue's face turned red all of a sudden. If it was just trying on shoes, there was no need to close the door. But even though she guessed her boyfriend was hiding some flirtatious thoughts, Lin Yue still gently closed the door, her gaze dropping to the door panel. Hesitating whether to lock it to prevent Fu Nan from accidentally walking in and seeing something he shouldn't see. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. All her nerves were triggered by his approach, and Lin Yue swallowed nervously, frozen in place like she was reflecting on her mistakes against the wall. The man stopped behind her, and in her peripheral vision, she saw a tanned hand boldly twisting the doorknob, and with a click he locked the door. Lin Yue's heart trembled along with the sound of the click, and she instinctively wanted to turn around. "Don't move," he said from behind, his voice deep, cold, and authoritative. Lin Yue was confused. "Honestly, did you poison my food?" Zhou Lin pushed her against the door panel, gripping her hands. Lin Yue was even more confused and a bit scared. What was happening? Before she could ask, the man's movements finally turned familiar and flirtatious. His warm breath slowly reaching her ear. "You must have poisoned me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been distracted during the case, always thinking of you." So it was a love confession. Lin Yue couldn't help but smile. Just as her lips curved up, her chin was suddenly held by him, forcing her to turn her head to meet his heated kiss. He kissed her more urgently and forcefully than ever before, and Lin Yue could clearly hear the sounds, drowning out the dialogue from the cartoons in the living room. This apartment was a bit old, and as he pressed her tightly against the door, she weakly leaned against it. The pressure points changed with the intensity of his kisses, causing the door panel to make intermittent sounds. Lin Yue's face was thinner than his, and fearing Fu Nan might notice, she began to struggle. Each attempt to break free was suppressed, and on her last try, Zhou Lin suddenly picked her up and took a few big steps to the side of the bed, tossing her onto it. The sound of her landing on the bed was louder, startling Lin Yue, and her shocked expression made Zhou Lin laugh heartily. "I scared you. I haven't slept well these past few days. I'm exhausted," he said, lying beside her and pulling her into his arms, speaking softly in self-deprecation. Hearing this, Lin Yue looked up at him and indeed saw the bloodshot veins in his eyes. "Did the case get resolved?" Lin Yue asked with concern. Zhou Lin responded with a sound of affirmation, saying this case had concluded smoothly. "Then are you going to sleep now, or eat before sleeping?" "Too tired, no appetite." "You two can eat, don't bother making my portion." After saying this, Zhou Lin closed his eyes. Having gone 3 nights without sufficient sleep, his complexion was not good, and dark circles were very obvious under his eyes. Lin Yue felt a pang of heartache, propping herself up on her arms to quietly watch him. Zhou Lin felt her gaze, hugged her waist, and pulled her down, squinting to kiss her. The first kiss landed on her left cheek, and he smiled, moving toward the center. "Go to sleep." Lin Yue pushed his mouth away. To avoid disturbing his rest, she quickly jumped off the bed, straightened her clothes, and went out. Zhou Lin slept early and woke up early. When Lin Yue finished washing her face and stepped out of the master bedroom, Zhou Lin had just returned from his morning exercise, holding a packed breakfast. Perhaps it was because he was in good shape. After just one good night's sleep, Zhou Lin's face had returned to its usual look. After putting down the breakfast, he walked over to the balcony and waved for Lin Yue to come over. The curtains were still drawn, and the dim light made the place feel serene. The tall man stood with his hands in his pockets, watching her approach without blinking. He seemed to be in a good mood, as if Yao Qing had never come. Lin Yue felt reassured and asked with a smile, "Are you off today?" Zhou Lin nodded. "Did you notice anything different about me?" Lin Yue was surprised, then carefully scrutinized his features. His short hair was jet black, his brows were prominent, and his handsome face was free of any pimples. Zhou Lin's gaze fell downward. This was a hint, and Lin Yue looked down to see the man's long legs and the black sports shoes at his feet, the pair she had bought. Lin Yue smiled. "Do they fit well?" Zhou Lin hugged her and kissed her ear. "They're okay." Lin Yue understood that his okay meant very good. "Nana will be waking up soon." She hugged his head, her breathing becoming erratic. She couldn't stand it when he kissed that spot below her ear. "Don't worry. You can't see." Zhou Lin turned, using his body to shield her. When Fu Nan was woken by the alarm and came out dressed, he saw Uncle Zhou walking toward him while the teacher had her back to him, going to the balcony. Because of Zhou Lin's affectionate and natural behavior in the morning, Lin Yue had pushed Yao Qing's visit to the back of her mind. However, for the next week, Zhou Lin no longer made any moves beyond kissing her, let alone sharing a room. If Zhou Lin truly didn't want to, Lin Yue would never randomly speculate, but she could clearly feel Zhou Lin's restraint. Normally, the relationship between couples should become closer, but Zhou Lin was retreating instead of advancing. There must be a reason for this. Apart from worrying that she might not be able to endure hardships and could leave at any moment, Lin Yue couldn't think of any other reason. That evening, Zhou Lin worked overtime and sent a message in advance saying he would be back no earlier than 11 o'clock, telling Lin Yue not to wait for him. The little woman readily agreed, and Zhou Lin believed her. However, when he returned home that night and opened the door, he saw the TV was on, and Lin Yue turned around from the sofa and smiled gently at him. Zhou Lin felt helpless. "Didn't I tell you to go to bed early?" Sitting down on the sofa, Zhou Lin playfully nibbled on her. "I have something to ask you," Lin Yue said seriously. Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow. Lin Yue found it a bit difficult to speak, picked up her phone, quietly encouraged herself for a moment, and then lowered her head to say, "The school is going to have a 3-day New Year's holiday. Do you have any time off? If you do, please come back with me. My grandmother's health isn't good, and she's been urging me to find a boyfriend. I want her to meet you." She was very satisfied with this relationship and had already met his parents, so now it was time to take him to see her grandmother. A reserved and shy female teacher daring to invite her boyfriend of less than 3 months home clearly showed that she was serious about him. Looking at her blushing face, a complicated expression crossed Zhou Lin's eyes. Did she sense something? So, was she using this way to reassure him? Pulling her into his arms, Zhou Lin smiled bitterly at the top of her head. Silly woman. How could he doubt her feelings? He was just re-evaluating his choices, whether to bind himself to this little woman according to his desires, satisfying himself while letting her endure the grievances that Yao Qing had suffered back then, like being stood up by her boyfriend and having him not by her side when she was sick. Or should he act rationally and let her go while their relationship was still in its early stages, giving her a chance to meet a new good man, a boyfriend who could take care of her at all times? Keeping her would be selfish, letting her go would be selfless, but it was painful like cutting flesh. Zhou Lin was reluctant to push her away, reluctant to hurt her feelings. But he was even more reluctant to let her walk the same path that Yao Qing had walked. "Do you think your grandmother would approve of me?" Zhou Lin asked intentionally. Lin Yue bit her lip and said softly, "Last time I sent her a photo, she praised you for being very handsome." Zhou Lin laughed, ruffling her hair, and said, "I'm even more handsome in person. Let her open her eyes on New Year's." That was his agreement. Lin Yue happily held him tighter. Both their parents had met, so he should understand, right? The day before the holiday, Zhou Lin and Lin Yue went to Qingshi County to take Fu Nan to the ceramic factory, asking old Master Zhou to take care of him for 3 days. Knowing that his son was going to the Lin family, old Master Zhou specially prepared a gift for Lin Yue's grandmother. Zhou Lin also wanted to bring a gift. After returning to Jiang City, he took Lin Yue to the mall. This was a courtesy, and Lin Yue didn't stand on ceremony, helping him choose several local specialties that her grandmother liked. After buying the items, they went to check out. Zhou Lin pushed the shopping cart while Lin Yue linked her arm through his, and the line slowly moved forward. Lin Yue casually glanced, and her gaze fixed on the shelf next to the checkout counter, her heart bubbling with excitement. Zhou Lin followed her line of sight. The shelf displayed 3 rows of brightly colored contraceptives. Zhou Lin's lower abdomen tightened. What was this woman thinking? In that brief moment, Lin Yue thought of many things. That night, when Zhou Lin had stopped midway, the way he had playfully hit her through the blanket, how he had said that he would eventually be hers. Then she thought of Yao Qing and Zhou Yu. Life was unpredictable, and no one could foresee what would happen tomorrow, so she should cherish the time they had together and leave fewer regrets. Lin Yue turned her head, but her hand quietly tugged at Zhou Lin's sleeve. After pulling, she left the line and exited the mall. Zhou Lin kept his eyes on her. He could see her shyness and nervousness clearly. Returning his gaze to the shelf, Zhou Lin rubbed his forehead. It was really cruel to tempt him at a time like this. "It's your turn," a customer behind him urged impatiently. Zhou Lin ignored it and reached for the largest box on the shelf. Whether it was needed or not, he decided to buy it first. Chapter 50. Lin Yue stood on the steps outside the mall, the air slightly cool, and her face was burning hot. She must have been possessed by a ghost just now, to have tugged at his sleeve and asked him to buy a set. Zhou Lin walked over with both hands full of spoils and saw his girlfriend with one hand in the pocket of her wool coat and the other pressed against her face, her fair fingers unable to hide her flushed cheek. She looked like a shy rabbit, clearly innocent yet having done the boldest thing, as if a note saying "little fool" was stuck to her forehead. "Let's go." Zhou Lin stopped beside her and said in a low voice. Lin Yue nodded, deliberately waiting for Zhou Lin to step forward before following behind him. Once in the car, Lin Yue lowered her head to look at her phone, needing to find something to do to distract herself. Zhou Lin glanced at her, turned on the music, and silently drove. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke nor exchanged any glances, tacitly avoiding mentioning that box of contraceptives, yet something intangible emanated from both of them, swirling around and growing denser. The air conditioning was on in the car. Lin Yue hadn't felt it when they came, but now she felt hot and couldn't help but roll down the window to let the fresh air in. Zhou Lin kept his eyes on the road, his long fingers gripping the steering wheel a bit tighter. It was already past 9 when they returned from Qingshi County, and, after another trip to the mall, the black SUV parked downstairs. The night was dark as ink, and the community was quiet, with warm lights glowing from the buildings, serene and peaceful. The hallway was pitch black. Zhou Lin coughed, and the motion sensor lights immediately turned on. Climbing to the 5th floor, Zhou Lin acted as if nothing was wrong, while Lin Yue was a bit out of breath. Zhou Lin opened the door and let her go in first. The apartment was the same as before. The elementary school student was not home, and the atmosphere was the same. Lin Yue casually pressed the switch for the living room light, which lit up for only a few seconds before being turned off with a snap as Zhou Lin's solid body pressed against her from behind, pinning her against the wall in an instant. Lin Yue's heart raced. His breath above her was hot, and his big hand gripping hers was burning. What made her dizzy was Zhou Lin's unabashed arrogance. Was it finally going to happen? Nervousness, panic, excitement, and an indescribable flutter surged within her. "I always thought you were the kind of woman who wanted to save her first time for the wedding night." Zhou Lin's voice was hoarse as he pressed her small, soft hand, resting his chin on her head. Lin Yue's face flushed repeatedly. Before Zhou Lin, she had never been in a relationship. Her fantasies about romantic relationships, whether open or conservative, were merely theoretical, like a general unable to accurately predict the battlefield before going to war. Perhaps if it were just an ordinary boyfriend she liked, she would choose to be reserved, but with the man before her, he was indecisive, so she had to take the initiative to let him understand her seriousness. "What do you like?" Lin Yue asked softly. Zhou Lin smiled. He didn't like any type, he only liked her. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat and run?" he teased, rubbing her hair. There aren't many good men left who are faithful and responsible. Although he spoke in a joking tone, Lin Yue understood his concerns. All the romantic atmosphere vanished. She bit her lip and looked up at him. "Will you run away?" Zhou Lin fell silent. As long as he had her, unless she no longer wanted him, he would never run away. But in his line of work, he dealt with dangerous individuals, and perhaps one day, he might not be able to come back. Who knows? Releasing her hand, Zhou Lin leaned against the wall beside her, his right hand reaching into his pants pocket to twirl a lighter. Lin Yue suddenly couldn't see clearly, something in her eyes threatening to fall. "Fu Beiting. Funan's dad. We attended police academy together. After graduation, I became a criminal police officer, and he was in narcotics. His wife and children don't want him to run away. He has tasks to complete. He can't just run away." Gripping the lighter tightly, Zhou Lin chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Is it hard for police officers to find love, or are the police around me particularly unlucky?" The two closest to him, one was dumped by his girlfriend, and the other, who had been with his wife since high school, had their son when they just graduated from college, and when their son was 6, she filed for divorce. People are biased. Zhou Lin, as a criminal police officer, naturally viewed things from a man's perspective. He knew women had it tough, but he was even more biased towards his brothers. He didn't say it, but deep down he held some resentment towards Yao Qing and Funan's mother, until the day he heard Yao Qing tell a complete story. Zhou Lin held no grievances against anyone. Those who were dead were dead. Those who separated had separated. The only thing he needed to consider was how he and Lin Yue should move forward. Lin Yue could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. But she was no longer afraid. It turned out that when he mentioned running, he meant business trips. You do your thing, I don't care. Leaning into his arms, Lin Yue spoke softly yet firmly. You don't need to worry. I've thought it through. You handle your cases, I have my life. When you come back, I'll just make an extra meal. When you're busy outside, I could take care of myself. And the future child, Zhou Lin held her with one arm, his right hand rubbing her head. It sounded simple, but living life was not that easy. One day, a month, a year, she didn't mind. She could endure it. But over time, it would eventually wear her down, just like those two women. Who could say they hadn't loved? He didn't want his little Moon to suffer that much, and he feared that one day he might not return, and she would end up like Yao Qing, unable to move on. Very virtuous. He exhaled, holding his little woman tightly, pretending to be relaxed. You truly deserve to be a teacher. Lin Yue didn't want him to gloss over it. She frowned and said, I've made it very clear. I don't mind your profession. But what do you think? She wanted a clear answer, a stable relationship. If he continued to worry about her leaving, then they would both be exhausted. Her words carried a certain intensity, which ignited Zhou Lin's anger. With a push, he pinned her against the wall again, staring at her fiercely. I want to sleep with you. I want you to have my children, but no one can decide the future. Aren't you afraid that one day I might die out there, and you'd have a hard time remarrying with a child? Lin Yue cried, tears flowing uncontrollably. Zhou Lin gasped, stubbornly waiting for her response. Afraid. After an unknown amount of time, he heard her choked voice. Zhou Lin smiled. Who would he be afraid of life and death? He released her, just about to straighten up when the little woman suddenly lunged at him, tightly hugging him and burying her face in his chest, crying, So you have to live well, don't make me afraid. Zhou Lin's heart and mind shook violently. Lin Yue stopped crying, her side profile pressed against his broad chest, softly saying, Zhou Lin, you're the one who made me move over. You're the one who carried me upstairs. You're the one who took me to your home and confessed during our evening walk. If you want to break up because of this, then you're not a man. Don't provoke me. Zhou Lin pressed heavily against her, wanting her to feel his masculinity. Lin Yue bit her lip, pushing him away forcefully, and coldly asked, Are you going home tomorrow or not? If you're going, then let us date properly. Think less about unnecessary things. If you're not going, Lin Yue's breathing became heavier. If he dared not to go, she would immediately move out and let him be a lifelong bachelor. The little Moon had turned into a little hedgehog, prickling him all over. But Zhou Lin felt pleasantly pricked, a feeling of unspeakable relief. I'll go. He fiercely embraced her and leaned down to kiss her. Chapter 51. Lin Yue's coat was thrown aside by Zhou Lin, her sweater and bra pushed up together, her back pressed against the wall, feeling very cold. In front of her, he was like a wolf, each bite heavier than the last. She gradually felt it wasn't enough. But reminding him to buy, that was already the limit of what Lin Yue could do. The rest, she couldn't speak or move, only following his rhythm. Her hands grasped the man's dark short hair. His stubble was rough, and his hair was stiff, making her palms itch. The night was deep, and the moonlight was just right. Pressing the petite and obedient female teacher, Zhou Lin felt like he was about to explode. In just an hour, the little woman had said sweet nothings that made him willingly give his life for her, and had excited him several times. Like a dish that was sweet to the lungs at first, and then suddenly sprinkled with chili, driving one mad. But just as Zhou Lin was about to continue, his gaze inadvertently fell on his watch, 5 minutes to 11. Zhou Lin frowned. Her home was a bit far from Jiang City. It took about 4 to 5 hours to drive there. They had already agreed to leave at 6:30 in the morning. If they continued now, would an hour be enough? Moreover, with her small frame, after a night of this, would she be able to get up in the morning? He didn't want her to have dark circles under her eyes, or his grandmother would complain that he was bullying her. The old man had specifically warned him to be sensible in front of elders. Zhou Lin understood this even without being told. Gasping for breath, Zhou Lin pulled her clothes down, covering her up tightly. Lin Yue was stunned, left in a state of incompleteness. Did Zhou Lin still? You have to get up early tomorrow. If we do this now, I'm afraid you won't be able to get up. Biting her ear, Zhou Lin was both explaining and making a stern statement. Lin Yue couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Was it really that serious? Thinking this way, Lin Yue didn't oppose at all. She tugged at her clothes and walked a few steps to adjust her breathing. Zhou Lin turned on the light. Seeing her messy long hair, her ears flushed red, and her delicate neck tinged with a light pink. Pack your things and go to bed early. Zhou Lin pressed her shoulder, pushing her toward the master bedroom. Lin Yue blushed and obediently went. Zhou Lin looked down, smiled bitterly, and turned to organize the pile of things he had bought. As for that box of contraceptives, he would keep it for now. It wasn't going anywhere. After 3 hours on the highway, they got off and drove for another hour or so, finally arriving at Tong Town under the navigation and Lin Yue's directions. Tong Town was picturesque, but the narrow road, old houses by the roadside, and free-roaming ducks and geese all hinted at the residents' living standards. Previously, Lin Yue had regarded Zhou Lin as an ordinary police officer, living in an old house, belonging to the average economic class. But after visiting the Zhou family, Lin Yue was very clear that the Zhou officer beside her was indeed a wealthy man. He just lived a low-key life. This place isn't very good. Can you get used to it? As they got closer to home, Lin Yue asked her boyfriend uneasily, "Is this called not very good?" Zhou Lin glanced at her, the corners of his mouth curling up. "You haven't seen what real bad looks like. After criminals commit crimes, they run to remote and backward places to escape the overwhelming pursuit. Those of them who are police officers follow them. In some places, there aren't even roads. A group of police officers endure hardships, braving the elements, and that's what real suffering looks like." Coming from such places, Lin Yue's hometown here was simply paradise. "Stop overthinking." Zhou Lin squeezed her hand. "Your Zhou officer isn't that kind of person." Lin Yue laughed at his teasing. As the car turned a corner, Lin Yue spotted her grandmother standing at the door, peering this way. The 70-year-old lady had gray hair and was dressed in new clothes, looking quite spirited. Recognizing her beloved granddaughter in the passenger seat, her grandmother immediately broke into a smile and walked several steps forward. Her 17-year-old cousin Lin Fong stood beside her. After a few months, the handsome boy seemed to have grown a bit taller. Lin Yue smiled and introduced Zhou Lin to him. Zhou Lin nodded, seriously remembering the elders and the youth's appearances before parking the car by the roadside. Lin Yue got out first, happily going to hug her grandmother, who embraced her granddaughter but kept stealing glances at Zhou Lin with a smile. Zhou Lin appeared rough but was exceptionally handsome, standing at nearly 6 feet tall with short black hair, exuding the aura of a military or police officer. Such a son-in-law, such a grandson-in-law, would put the elders at ease, especially since Zhou Lin was not only tall and steady, but also had a face that could rival male stars. "Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm Zhou Lin, Ye's boyfriend." Holding the car door, Zhou Lin came over to greet her grandmother. Lin Yue's face turned hot. This guy, when they were in Jiang City, either didn't he address her or called her full name directly. She didn't expect him to use her nickname so naturally in front of her grandmother. Strangely, hearing him say Ye felt unexpectedly flirtatious. Her grandmother noticed the warmth between the young couple, the tall and imposing police officer, the petite and beautiful granddaughter standing together, looking more and more compatible. After chatting about some family matters, Zhou Lin greeted Lin Fong and then went to the car to get gifts, food, necessities, and a set of chintzy tea sets gifted by Zhou's grandfather. "Grandma, Uncle is a chintzy master, has won awards both domestically and internationally. Be careful when using it. Don't break it," Lin Yue explained specially, fearing her grandmother would underestimate the value of the tea set. Her grandmother gasped, instinctively tightening her grip on the gift box. Zhou Lin smiled. Doesn't know what she is talking about. "Grandma, don't listen to her nonsense. This set isn't valuable. Feel free to use it. If it breaks, I'll send you another set. Our factory can make as many as you want." Lin Yue shot him a glare. Who was fooling whom? Her grandmother had her own judgment. Determined to keep the tea set, she planned to show it off when guests came during holidays. Her granddaughter's boyfriend's father was a nationally renowned chintzy master, which was quite impressive. The four of them carried the gifts into Lin's house. As soon as they entered, Lin Yue's second uncle and aunt, hearing the commotion next door, came out to see their niece bringing her boyfriend home for the first time. They definitely had to take a look. Seeing a car parked at the door, the aunt glanced at the car emblem. Not knowing much about cars, she didn't recognize it and quietly asked her husband, "What brand is this? How much does it cost?" The uncle mentioned the brand, but wasn't he sure about the price, around 3 to 400,000? The aunt pouted, "That's not expensive. I thought everyone in Jiang City was rich." The uncle found her chatter annoying and replied tersely, "As if you could afford it." The aunt glared at him and gave him a hard shove. The couple bickered as they walked inside. Upon entering, they saw a tall man standing with his back to them, chatting with their grandmother. Lin Yue greeted them, and the man casually turned around. The uncle thought the young man looked decent, but the aunt's eyes widened in surprise, as if it was an astonishing matter that her niece had a handsome boyfriend. "Uncle, Aunt," Zhou Lin greeted them generously, following Lin Yue's form of address. The uncle smiled in satisfaction, while the aunt felt a bit nervous, secretly glancing at her outfit and regretting not changing clothes. Out of courtesy, Zhou Lin also prepared gifts for the couple: good cigarettes, good wine, and good tea. As noon approached, the uncle's family quickly left. The grandmother had already prepared the dishes, and now she was busy with Lin Yue. Zhou Lin sat on a small stool beside them, his gaze following Lin Yue. When the grandmother noticed, he didn't hide it and naturally complimented, "No wonder Yia's cooking is delicious." It turns out she learned it from Grandma. This complimented both the grandmother and granddaughter. Lin Yue smiled, and the grandmother laughed, but her mind turned several corners. Previously, her granddaughter mentioned living in the same building as Zhou Lin, and Zhou Lin was busy with Funan. But now it seemed from Zhou Lin's words that he had at least eaten at her granddaughter's place. So aside from meals in such close proximity, had there been any other developments? The grandmother liked Zhou Lin very much. The young man looked upright, but they had only been dating for a little over 2 months. Her granddaughter shouldn't be blindly listening to everything the man said. Older folks could be somewhat conservative in certain aspects, especially since Lin Yue had lost her parents at a young age. It was only natural for her grandmother to be cautious. But she would ask more privately in the evening. For now, it was time to cook. "I'll take it in." After frying a dish, Zhou Lin immediately moved over to lend a hand. Grandma smiled and placed the plate on the dining table without needing his help. Zhou Lin, helpless, was just about to sit back on the small stool when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Grandma looked over in surprise, and Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. But she didn't show it and continued to watch the braised fish in the pot. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the tall man raise his phone. She couldn't see his expression clearly, only heard him say in a deep voice, "I'm outside, returning to the team in 4 hours." Lin Yue's hand shook slightly. Zhou Lin had already walked over, his gaze sweeping over her flushed face from cooking, and he solemnly apologized to Grandma. "There's a case at the bureau. I have to go back immediately. I can't talk with you this time, but next time I'll bring you over." Lin Yue was mentally prepared for this. It was Grandma's first time experiencing such a situation, and she was bewildered, instinctively asking, "What case?" "You should stay until after dinner. It's just a few minutes." "You came all the way here. How can you?" "Grandma, he deals with major cases. He can't delay." After organizing her emotions, Lin Yue grabbed Grandma's arm, timely helping Zhou Lin out of the awkward situation. Zhou Lin looked at her, his eyes deep as ink, filled with unspoken guilt. Lin Yue didn't blame him. She broke off a few bananas from the fruit plate and grabbed a couple of apples, sending him off with, "Eat these if you get hungry on the way." Zhou Lin couldn't find the words, wanting to hug her, but his elders were watching. After leaving, getting in the car, and turning the vehicle around, he glanced at the old and young figures standing at the door through the rearview mirror. Zhou Lin pressed his lips together, feeling like fate was playing tricks on him. It was his first time bringing his girlfriend home, and he encountered a case, a damn gun murder case at that, with the entire police team called back. No one could take a New Year's holiday. The man's face was ashen, driving steadily and quickly, the black SUV disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Yue tried to suppress her worries about her boyfriend, smiling as she spoke for him in front of Grandma. "Criminal police are like this. They don't take holidays when handling cases, but once they're done, they can take a few days off. Last Monday, I was at work, and he had the day off, rushing to school early to pick us up, and he cooked dinner too." She hoped Grandma wouldn't find fault with Zhou Lin because of this. Perhaps due to it being her first experience, Grandma didn't think too far ahead, only feeling a vague unease. Will anything happen? There were too many police and gangster shows on TV, and almost every time, a police officer got hurt. Lin Yue reassured her, "No, They carry guns when they go out on cases. I heard from his colleagues that Zhou Lin is the best shot in the bureau. The suspects are scared of him. Hearing that the young man was so capable, Grandma relaxed. Lin Yue supported Grandma as they walked back and before entering the house. She glanced in the direction Zhou Lin had left, recalling their conversation from last night, feeling inexplicably anxious. It couldn't be that coincidental. It just couldn't. Chapter 52. After lunch, Anne came over for a visit. Grandma's relationship with this daughter-in-law was often good and sometimes bad. When it was good, they would chat and watch TV together, and when it was bad, they would dig up old grievances and argue. Overall, it was relatively peaceful. Like other mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, Zhou Lin has left. Anne looked at Lin Yue with confusion. I see the car outside is gone. Lin Yue nodded. There's a case at the bureau. He went back early. She spoke in a casual tone. Aunt Air's eyes darted around and landed on the gifts Grandma had left on the table, which she hadn't had time to put away. Just one glance. And Aunt Air seemed to see the past 10 years of her interactions with Lin Yue. This child looks easy to bully, but in fact, she has a temper. Sometimes she tries to make the little girl do housework. The first couple of times, the girl obediently complied, but later, sensing her intentions, she would ignore her requests. The money for Grandma's retirement was all given directly to Grandma by the little girl, and she would only occasionally receive some from medical expenses. As for Zhou Lin, although he wasn't particularly wealthy, he had a household registration in Jiang City and could afford a car worth $300,000 to $400,000. In Tong Town, that was already a very good condition for a son-in-law, not to mention that the young man was quite handsome. If he were to be a son-in-law for her own daughter, Anne would definitely praise him. But Zhou Lin was brought back by her niece. Anne couldn't help but start to nag. Speaking earnestly, Zhou Lin is quite nice, but his job is too unstable. You see, the first time he came over, he left without even eating. It's fine during holidays, but what if in the future, Yu has a headache and needs someone to take care of her, and he can't be there? It would be so hard for Yu to be alone. Plus, I always think being a criminal police officer is too dangerous. It would be better to find a public servant with regular hours. A teacher would be fine too, much better than. Lin Yue just smiled and listened. Grandma suddenly interrupted her daughter-in-law. Does everyone think like you? Should we make all the police officers single? If that's the case, who would still want to be a police officer? If no one becomes a police officer, who will take care of things when they happen? Zhou Lin is out there catching bad guys, doing something righteous. If you say it, I have pride in it. Do you really need to be so picky? If you want a public servant, go have a daughter yourself, and you can marry whoever you like. In just a few words, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law started arguing again. Anne had no ground to stand on, her face turning red and pale, and finally, she threw a remark at Lin Yue. I'm just thinking of what's best for you, before leaving in a huff. Lin Yue didn't go out to see her off. She leaned against Grandma's shoulder and acted spoiled. Grandma is the best. Grandma sighed. Her daughter-in-law was deliberately trying to irritate her beloved granddaughter. Of course, she sided with her granddaughter, but after her daughter-in-law's reminder, she finally grasped the situation. Zhou Lin was good in many ways, but dating a criminal policeman would surely be tougher for her granddaughter than being with an ordinary office worker. Grandma had lost her husband in her 50s, and when she had a fever at night or felt unwell, she could still rely on him. Alone, she could only get up and find medicine herself. Are you sure it's him? Grandma gently asked, touching her granddaughter's long, dark hair. Aren't you afraid of being alone when you're sick? Or afraid that he might be busy with cases for several days? On weekends, everyone else has their boyfriends with them, and you'll be all alone? With these questions, all the hints from Wang Jie, the regrets of Jiangxi, and the lingering love of Yao Qing and Zhou Yu, along with Zhou Lin's week-long hesitance, added up, giving Lin Yue enough time to think clearly. I'm not afraid, Grandma. You know me. I don't like crowds, and I'm writing a novel right now. When he's not around, I can concentrate. Lin Yue smiled. This was the truth. In September, her college roommate Xiao Lu's new book was successfully published, and Lin Yue, in a moment of inspiration, also started writing. When she wasn't with Zhou Lin, she would write a bit every night after preparing her lessons, revising and rewriting about 20,000 words. Later, when she started dating Zhou Lin, her already slow progress became even slower. As long as Zhou Lin was home at night, she basically had no time to write. As time dragged on, Lin Yue lost interest in that story, But another idea was growing stronger recently. She wanted to write a book for Zhou Lin. Seeing the determination in her granddaughter's eyes, Grandma understood and lovingly started to comb her hair. Losing her husband early made her spend 20 lonely years. She had felt pain and shed tears, but she had never regretted it. When they were together, being happy was enough. The day before school started, Lin Yue returned to Jiang City and went to Qingshi County to pick up Fu Nan. When Grandpa Zhou saw she had come by herself, he guessed what was going on. After Fu Nan finished washing his hands, Grandpa Zhou stood under the eaves for a while before saying, "His older brother is a criminal policeman, and I'm not happy about it, but the kid likes it. I gave him a beating, but let him go anyway. After all, the second son can inherit the craft." Later, Zhou Lin went to be a policeman again. "I absolutely disagreed. But my son is grown and doesn't he listen. I can't manage him even if I want to." Lin Yue felt a lump in her throat. Yao Qing's memories of Zhou Yu were about love, while Grandpa Zhou's words were about a father mourning the loss of a son. As a descendant of the Qingxi family, Grandpa Zhou certainly hoped both his sons would focus on the craft and carry on the legacy of Qingxi. The eldest son chose to be a policeman, which first disappointed Grandpa Zhou's expectations, and then, due to his duty, he sacrificed himself, breaking Grandpa Zhou's heart. It was easy to imagine Grandpa Zhou's feelings when the second son also chose to become a policeman. On one side was the inherited craft, and on the other was national duty. On one side was the pain of losing a son, and on the other was the responsibility to serve as a police officer. The choices of both sons made it so that Grandpa Zhou couldn't bear to stop them. He could only watch as his tall and strong sons walked out of the house one after another. "I can't control him. You talk to him nicely. He has cared about you all this time. If you ask him to change jobs, he might listen." After a moment of silence, Grandpa Zhou finally said what he wanted to say. As an old man, it didn't really matter whether his sons were around. When they returned, he would cook a meal for them, and when they didn't come, he would happily make porcelain with his old friends. But Lin Yue was a good child. Grandpa Zhou couldn't bear to see the gentle and delicate teacher suffer, nor did he want his son to neglect Lin Yue. If he neglected her for too long, like his elder brother, he might lose a perfectly good girlfriend. The only way was to persuade his son to change careers. He had already given the country one son. The second son had also been a policeman for 8 years. It was shameful to retire now. As an old man, he just wanted to see his son find a good woman, get married, and have children, living a safe and sound life. Nothing else mattered. With a heart full of mixed emotions, Grandpa Zhou's expression was calm, as if he were just casually chatting. But Lin Yue knew that Grandpa Zhou was thinking of her, worried that she might feel wronged because Zhou Lin wasn't around. But Lin Yue didn't feel wronged. Watching Fu Nan happily run over after washing his hands, she smiled and softly replied to Grandpa Zhou, "Uncle, when Zhou Lin asked me to move over to take care of Nan, I actually had some concerns, worrying that he would bully me." Later, when we had dinner, he showed his badge, and I immediately felt at ease. Grandpa Zhou's heart stirred. Facing the complex gaze of the old man, Lin Yue blushed as she expressed her stance. "Uncle, if he weren't a policeman, we might not have gotten together. I understand your worries about him getting into trouble, but I support him. He can do whatever he likes as long as it's the right thing. No matter how busy he is, I won't blame him." The cold wind rushed into the corridor, and the young woman stood firmly, like a flower blooming in winter, graceful yet with a strong character. Was she still naive, or had she truly thought it through? Grandpa Zhou couldn't be sure, but he suddenly felt that he didn't need to worry about his second son anymore. All right, you make the decisions about him. I won't interfere." Saying good twice, Grandpa Zhou smiled with satisfaction. A ray of sunlight shone down, and the old man's gaze was peaceful, like the rows of Qingxi displayed on the shelves of the porcelain factory, with time standing still. With both elders' minds put at ease, Lin Yue took Fu Nan back to Jiang City. Perhaps because she had a lovely and sensible little student with her, Lin Yue didn't feel lonely. After coaxing Fu Nan to sleep at night, she returned to her room to prepare lessons and write her novel. It was only when she lay in bed that darkness and silence surrounded her, and she particularly missed her boyfriend. This time, the case was reported. The crime scene was in a city near Jiang City, and the perpetrator was a person released from prison. After being released, He somehow got a gun and repeatedly retaliated against the relatives and friends of the original victim. Currently, he was armed and on the run, and the Jiang City Police Department, led by Zhou Lin, was pursuing him along with the local police. The killer was originally a lawyer who often participated in outdoor adventure activities, possessing strong physical abilities and high anti-detection skills. The police had been pursuing him for half a month, but still hadn't caught him. Due to Lin Yue's connection, several people in the office were paying attention to the case, but the information released by the police was very limited, and the women couldn't help but ask Lin Yue about it. Lin Yue, has Zhou Lin called recently? The first to ask was Jiang Siyu. Lin Yue shook her head. In half a month, Zhou Lin had called her 5 times, never mentioning any progress on his side, only asking how she was doing with Funan. For such a major issue, Lin Yue didn't inquire either. He and the police were surely working hard. If he caught the suspect, he would come back. And if he didn't, asking would only add to his stress. Jiang Siyu clutched her chest. I don't know why, but I'm so nervous. It feels like something out of TV show. Sister Wang glanced at Lin Yue, who was lowering her head to correct assignments, and didn't respond. He Xiaoya chatted with Jiang Siyu for a couple of sentences, and in the end, Jiang Siyu urged Lin Yue. It's almost lunchtime. Zhou Lin should be free now. Why not give him a call? Lin Yue frowned, but someone spoke before her. Cheng Jinyan suddenly left his seat, turned, and stared at Jiang Siyu with a cold gaze. The police capture suspects at any time and place. Right now, Lin Yue is best off waiting. Students might come into the office at any moment, and until this case is resolved, I don't want to hear anyone discussing it here again. He had always been gentle, but the more he was like that, the more frightening he became when he lost his temper. As the direct target of Cheng Jinyan's criticism, Jiang Siyu's face instantly flushed red. The thin-skinned woman was scolded mercilessly by the man she had secretly liked for a long time. Feeling both awkward and a mix of grievance and sadness, Jiang Siyu lowered her head, her hands tightly clenched into fists on the table. Lin Yue didn't say anything. Was Cheng Jinyan eager to jump out as a protector? Lin Yue already had a boyfriend, yet Cheng Jinyan still favored her. Did one dig a wall? That night, Jiang Siyu complained angrily when she met Luo Zhiheng. Luo Zhiheng listened absently, his mind filled with Lin Yue's delicate and beautiful face. What a woman like that. Any man would want to protect her. Unfortunately, she already had a boyfriend, and he was such an outstanding man. As they pulled the curtains, a couple embraced and tangled on the sofa. At that same moment, Lin Yue had just finished putting away her teaching materials. At 9:30 in the evening, Lin Yue stretched her arms and rotated her neck, preparing to take a break before opening her computer to write her novel. Just as she returned from the living room with a cup of hot water, her phone on the table suddenly rang. Lin Yue hurried over. It was Zhou Lin. Hello. Lin Yue answered excitedly. A deep male voice came from the phone. I see you. Lin Yue was stunned, instinctively turning towards the bedroom door. But there was no one there. She wondered, where are you? He chuckled softly, as if right beside her. Look at the balcony. Lin Yue foolishly opened the window and stepped outside. It was very cold, and the distant skyscrapers were brightly lit. Look at the sky. Lin Yue tilted her head back. In the pitch-black night sky, where the city's neon lights couldn't reach, there was a small crescent moon hanging high, unchanging for countless years. So beautiful, he praised softly. Lin Yue imagined a tall man leaning by the window, one hand holding a cigarette and the other holding a phone, gazing up at the moon. She smiled. I see you too. Right in her heart. Chapter 53. This phone call wasn't long. After listening to Xiaoye's voice for a while, Zhou Lin hung up, resting his arms on the balcony railing, smoking while gazing at the crescent moon in the sky. It was quite strange. He used to work late at night often, and whether there was a moon or not didn't affect the detectives handling cases. But ever since a woman named Lin Yue came into his life, whenever he saw the moon while working on a case, Zhou Lin felt that the moon in the sky was her, accompanying him, waiting for him. After finishing a cigarette, a loud voice suddenly came from the neighboring balcony. Is it Bourne? Boy or girl? The suspect was on the run, and the detectives were in pursuit. Tonight they were staying at a small hotel in a rural town, and during breaks, it became the peak time for everyone to contact their families. Zhou Lin turned his head and saw Captain Hu of the local police team excitedly gripping the railing with one hand while holding his phone in the other. Under the dim moonlight, the man, now a new father, had bright eyes, glistening with tears. Was he too happy or feeling guilty about something? Zhou Lin quietly went downstairs and bought 4 cans of beer. He didn't call the other brothers, just took Tang Xian, who shared a room with him, to congratulate the neighbor. 4 cans of beer were the simplest celebration for tonight. Captain Hu, a strong man at 175 meters and 35 years old, held the beer bottle, his face red as he praised his wife. After all these years of marriage, she has never complained about me. And now she has given me a daughter. I'll definitely take her to Sanya to see the sea. That's great, Zhou Lin said with a smile, patting the man's shoulder, thinking to himself that he hadn't taken her out to play yet. After chatting for an unknown amount of time, Zhou Lin suddenly received a call. The suspect, who had just escaped a chase, was spotted again. The notification was sent out, and in 2 minutes everyone was to gather downstairs. Putting away his phone, Zhou Lin said in a deep voice, "All police officers mobilize for an overnight capture of the suspect." The suspect was hiding in the mountains. Zhou Lin and Captain Hu led their teams into the mountains to search. The night was dark and windy, with dense shadows of trees. The detectives quickly and quietly closed in on the encirclement. Zhou Lin and Tang Xian walked at the front, cautiously scanning every shadow of the trees, their footsteps silent. Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out from the opposite hillside, one shot ahead, another behind. Zhou Lin's eyelids twitched violently, and he immediately led his men towards the sound of the gunfire. It was a sunny slope where the trees were sparse, and the faint moonlight illuminated a clearing where a figure lay on the ground, one hand clutching its chest, trying to get up. Recognizing Captain Hu, Zhou Lin's heart sank, and he rushed over first. Captain Hu used all his strength to point eastward, completing the last task of his detective career. His lips trembled as he instructed Zhou Lin, "Tell her for me, don't wait, find someone who will accompany her to see the sea." Tears rolled from the corners of his eyes, but he could no longer make a sound. Zhou Lin held his comrade's hand for several seconds, motionless. Then he picked up Captain Hu's gun and rushed back into the forest. For elementary school students, Monday is the most hated day, while Friday is the most loved. Today, Lin Yue had the last class of the day with Funan. As she stepped into the classroom, the students greeted her with even louder voices than usual, their bright eyes looking at her as if she were a moving clock. As she walked around the podium and classroom, time seemed to fly until class was over. Lin Yue was equally happy because Zhou Lin had called 2 days ago, saying that the suspect had been caught and he had some matters to handle but should be home tonight. She missed her boyfriend, who had been away for over half a month. During the exercise time, Lin Yue called 3 students to the podium to solve problems. As she walked slowly from the north to the south, a student in the middle made a mistake. Without saying anything, she pointed to the numbers on the blackboard. The tall student scratched his head, stared at the board for a while, suddenly realized, quickly grabbed the eraser, wiped it clean, and rewrote the answer. Lin Yue continued walking to the end, and then turned back. The classroom door was open, so she immediately saw Zhou Lin standing outside. He was wearing a black leather jacket, the jacket open with a black sweater underneath, lazily leaning against the wall. He was watching her, his gaze focused and deep, lips pressed together, a layer of stubble on his chin, as if he hadn't taken care of himself in a while. Lin Yue froze, gazing at him from afar. The students in the front row were curious about what the teacher was looking at, stretching their necks to see a handsome uncle in black, someone who had come to pick up teacher Lin. The children giggled and whispered to each other, relaying the news to the classmates in the back. Teacher's boyfriend is here to see her. Funan was so excited he almost stood up, but remembering it was class, he restrained himself. The children's whispers startled Lin Yue. Her fair face quickly flushed. She hurried a few steps to gently close the door. She needed to concentrate on her lesson. Zhou Lin could see her through the glass window above, and by closing the door, the students wouldn't peek outside as often. Zhou Lin didn't mind. Through the clean glass window, he greedily stared at the little woman at the podium. Her voice was very gentle, even sweeter in front of the children. She had always been patient. No wonder Funan said that the classmates in the class loved teacher Lin's lessons the most. He and she actually lived in 2 different worlds. His world was filled with evil, while hers was the purest place where a group of carefree kids lived. The more greedy he felt, the faster time passed. It seemed as if he hadn't been there long when the class bell rang. Funan was the first to rush out, throwing himself into Zhou Lin's arms. Zhou Lin smiled and picked up the elementary school student, a tall man at 1.9 meters, like a mountain appearing in the kingdom of children. Every elementary student who walked out of the classroom, regardless of which class they were from, curiously looked at the legendary boyfriend of teacher Lin. Zhou Lin generously showed the children, while Lin Yue, feeling shy, waited until most of the kids had left before she took her lesson plan and left the classroom. "How did you get in?" Lin Yue asked, somewhat reproachfully, feeling it was too ostentatious. Zhou Lin looked at her flushed face and didn't say anything. Lin Yue still needed to return to the office, asking him to take Fu Nan to the school gate first. As they walked down the corridor, Lin Yue casually looked back. Zhou Lin was still standing at the classroom door, facing her while holding Fu Nan. Lin Yue felt sweet inside, her smile lingering until she reached the office door. Before she finally composed herself, Chung Jinyan drove, and the 4 female teachers walked out together, as usual. Since Zhou Lin usually stood at the school gate when he came, and not seeing him in the usual spot this time led Wang Jie, He Xiaoya, and Jiang Xiyu to assume he was still busy. Each of them lost in thought. Jiang Xiyu smiled and walked over to Luo Jiang, while Lin Yue said goodbye to her colleagues and walked alone towards the black SUV parked by the roadside. With Fu Nan there, Lin Yue habitually sat in the back seat. Fu Nan kept talking to Uncle Zhou, while Lin Yue quietly listened, stealing glances at the man in the driver's seat. Soon, she noticed something was off. Zhou Lin seemed heavy-hearted today. He didn't even look at her, and his responses to Fu Nan's questions were perfunctory. Was it something work-related? Dinner was eaten outside, and after returning home, Fu Nan hurried to the bathroom. Only then did Zhou Lin turn around, facing Lin Yue, and saying, "I'll put him to sleep first. You wait for me in the living room." Lin Yue's heart sank. He had said something similar before, in an ambiguous tone, looking at her with fiery eyes, and then passionately kissing her on the sofa. But tonight, Zhou Lin's indifferent attitude, combined with his recent retreat, made Lin Yue almost certain of what he was about to say. "Why? We clearly agreed on this." Sitting alone on the sofa, Lin Yue tilted her head slightly, trying to tell herself not to overthink. In the cold winter, Fu Nan fell asleep early. After chatting with Uncle Zhou for a while, he slowly drifted off. Zhou Lin came out of the elementary student's room. It was only 8:30. He looked at the sofa where she sat with her back to him, her thin shoulders carrying a stubborn air. Zhou Lin couldn't bear to see her like this, so he abruptly turned off the light. Lin Yue didn't move, listening as he walked over and sat next to her, leaving a space between them. Was he really going to break up with her? Before he could say anything, her tears rolled down. During this arrest, Captain Hu from the Lin County team sacrificed his life. Just 3 hours before the capture, he had learned that his wife had given birth to a daughter. His wife was still in confinement, and they didn't dare to tell her at home. Lin Yue covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Lin closed his eyes, his fingers deeply sinking into his thigh. "Lin Yue, let's break up. I know you're not afraid, but I am. You don't need to persuade me. I haven't slept much these past 3 nights. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. We've only been together for 3 months. If we break up now, you'll be sad for a while, but then you'll be fine. You can find a stable man to live with. You're suited for that kind of life." She was too good. That night she cried and said she wasn't afraid. He foolishly thought that as long as he was careful during missions, he would definitely come back to see her. But after witnessing Captain Hu die under the criminal's gun and hearing him express his last wishes for his wife, Zhou Lin could no longer be foolish. Just thinking about the possibility of Lin Yue facing the same situation one day made his whole body ache. "I've already arranged a place for you to stay. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll take you there." "I'm not going." Lin Yue threw herself into his arms, burying her face tightly in his chest. "Zhou Lin, you clearly promised me." Zhou Lin tilted his head back, his throat rolling. "I changed my mind. I'm not a man." Lin Yue bit his close, trying hard to suppress her voice, trembling as she cried in his embrace. Zhou Lin clenched his fists tightly. He was afraid that if he did not hold back, he would end up embracing her. After crying enough, Lin Yue still lay on his chest, where it had become damp and cool. Her lips moved several times, wanting to persuade him to change his mind, wanting to reason with him, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She understood his concerns. She was sure he knew her feelings too, but he was stubborn, thinking he had to give her the best life. What was the best life? It was having him. Lin Yue sat up straight, returned to her original position, took out a tissue to wipe her face, and looked at the ground, softly saying, "In another 2 weeks. Nan has his final exams. You know his situation. If I move out now, I'm afraid it will affect his grades." Zhou Lin pursed his lips. He knew he owed elementary school students in his past life. "You don't need to rush. I'll stay for another half-month. And you can pretend to like me for another half-month. After the final exams, I'll move out immediately." Clutching the tissue, Lin Yue said with sarcasm. Zhou Lin smiled. Pretending to like her for another half-month? Did he need to pretend? Had he ever said he didn't like her? Was she deliberately trying to provoke him? "Fine, I'll drink some water," he said nonchalantly. "Half a month is half a month. After half a month, I'll be a golden bachelor again." They agreed, and Lin Yue straightened up and returned to the master bedroom. Moonlight a cigarette, leaning back on the sofa as he smoked. A few minutes later, the little woman came out again, walking toward him. Zhou Lin remained still, continuing to exhale smoke. "This was a gift from my uncle. You can return it for me." Lin Yue placed the gift box containing a blue porcelain bracelet on the coffee table, followed by the cup Zhou Lin had held for her, covered by a glass dome. Zhou Lin took 2 hard puffs of smoke. In the light from the bedroom, Lin Yue glanced at the shoes on his feet. "The shoes are mine. Give me back that sweater." Zhou Lin choked on his breath, holding back a cough, his face turning red from embarrassment. "Wait." He threw away the cigarette, but went to the guest room to take off his shoes and find the sweater, and then brought out the shoe box and gift bag, placing them on the coffee table, just like she did. Lin Yue picked them up, went out and downstairs, returning with empty hands. Zhou Lin stared at her in disbelief. Lin Yue expressionlessly returned to her room. She sat on the bed, waiting for about an hour, when she heard a faint sound of the door opening from the hallway. Lin Yue quietly went to the balcony. On the cold night, the streetlights looked desolate as a tall man ran out of the building, heading straight for the garbage bin. Lin Yue smiled. On a night that should have been filled with sadness from their breakup, she smiled sweeter than ever before. Chapter 54. Zhou Lin took a 3-day leave. He had to take care of the emotions of the elementary school students who were about to have their final exams. Although it was he who initiated the breakup, Zhou Lin still had to continue picking up and dropping off the teachers and students for school. He was certainly willing to send his friend's beloved child, but glancing at the female teacher in the back seat, who was happily talking to the elementary school student, Zhou Lin felt increasingly uncomfortable. This wasn't what he had imagined for a breakup at all. She wasn't crying or making a fuss, acting as if nothing happened. He wasn't sitting alone on the sofa, smoking in despair, staring blankly at the empty master bedroom. Instead, she returned the gifts, and throwing the gifts made him so angry he almost spat blood, a feeling of frustration settling in his chest that wouldn't go up or down. He wanted to hit her, to smack her hard, to rub her a few times. Damn, he shouldn't think about it. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. "Goodbye, Uncle Zhou." After getting out of the car, Funan waved her little face at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin responded with a grunt, then raised the car window, no longer watching her walk away as he used to, and drove off without hesitation. Lin Yue wasn't scared at all. Last night, she rummaged through 2 trash bins, finally circling around one and finding her sweater in the grass behind a trash can. Who was the man with the shoes? For Lin Yue, this wasn't a breakup at all. It was just a meaningless Cold War initiated by him, and she was curious how long he could endure it. Her mood was completely unaffected. She attended classes as usual and gossiped with colleagues. In the afternoon, Zhou Lin came to pick them up again. He usually spoke little and was affectionate with Lin Yue only when Fu Nin wasn't around. He simply didn't talk to Lin Yue, and Fu Nin didn't notice any difference. The teacher went to cook, and Uncle Zhou played games with him, which made Fu Nin quite happy. Dinner was almost ready when Lin Yue called Fu Nin. "It's time to eat. Nan, go wash your hands." Fu Nin happily responded, put down the remote, and pulled Uncle Zhou along to wash up, reasoning that everyone should maintain hygiene. Zhou Lin helplessly went to the bathroom. After coming out, Fu Nin walked quickly. Zhou Lin habitually took a couple of steps towards the dining room, not daring to look at her. He only looked at the dining table and suddenly noticed that only 2 sets of utensils were placed on the table. Thinking of the gifts she had coldly thrown away last night, Zhou Lin understood everything. Gritting his teeth secretly, He turned around and went to his own room. Fu Nen called out to him foolishly, "Uncle Zhou, it's time to eat." Zhou Lin listened with one ear. The little woman's voice was soft. "Uncle Zhou had dinner with friends before picking us up." Fu Nen believed her. Zhou Lin's chest heaved as he lay on the bed, feeling angry for a while, suddenly uncertain. Was she just angry for a moment? Or was she the kind of super rational woman who would cut ties the moment he said break up? Was she rational enough that when he said break up, she really didn't like him anymore? The more Zhou Lin thought, the more bitter he felt. He wanted to overturn his own conclusions, but couldn't find concrete evidence. He had once thought he understood her well, just a shy little moon who loved simply, very obedient and easy to frighten. But what was the result? The little woman was brave and stubborn. When she liked him, she was as delicate as a rabbit, and when she found him displeasing, she turned into a petty hedgehog, not even giving him a meal. There was nothing he could do. Night fell, and Zhou Lin went to a restaurant outside the community to eat something casually. Having gotten used to her good cooking, eating at a restaurant made him finally understand the feeling Fu Nen had when forced to eat out with him. It was terrible. After 3 days of an extremely uncomfortable holiday, Zhou Lin returned to work at the bureau. "Hey boss, why have you lost weight? Is my eyesight failing?" As the bureau's newly single lucky bachelor, Zhou Lin recently attracted a lot of attention. The moment he stepped into the office, someone immediately noticed something was off. "Wait, isn't your wife's cooking really good? How come after 3 days of 9 meals filled with love and nutritious late-night snacks, you didn't gain any weight?" Tang Xian poked his head out from behind the computer, his eyes like spotlights scanning from the top of Zhou Lin's head to his feet, recalling the food pictures Zhou Lin had posted in his friend circle over the past 3 months. While others like to show off their love by holding hands or hugging, their boss preferred to showcase food, posting pictures of late-night snacks in the middle of the night, which was maddening. Zhou Lin shot him a cold glance, ignoring him as he walked straight to his single office. After that, the two gradually returned to their pre-relationship interaction mode. Zhou Lin picked up and dropped off school when he had time, and when he was busy, Lin Yue took Fu Nen a squeeze on the subway. If Fu Nen was around, they would chat briefly about her topics, pretending to still be a couple. Once Fu Nen fell asleep, they would separate, keeping their distance. The only difference was that Lin Yue no longer cooked for Zhou Lin, and when he returned from working late, no one was there to prepare a nutritious late-night snack for him. Zhou Lin had no way to express his grievances. He guessed that she was sulking and impulsively thought about not picking her up anymore, wanting to get back at her. But who made him a man? Unless he was too busy to get away. Whenever he had time, Zhou Lin would definitely wait outside the school gate. In this way, no one, except Lin Yue, suspected that they had broken up. Fu Nen spent every day with the teacher and was unaware of the situation outside with Uncle Zhou. But if something happened to the teacher, Fu Nen would be the first to know. On Thursday during class, Fu Nen sat in his seat, frowning at the teacher at the podium. The teacher looked unwell today and kept coughing. Was she sick? Lin Yue was indeed sick, just a common cold, and her throat was uncomfortable. But as a teacher, she had to attend class. Speaking too much would worsen her condition. The symptoms weren't obvious in the morning, but after 2 classes, when she returned to the office, her voice was hoarse, and swallowing water was difficult. Whenever a colleague sought her out, she would gesture instead of speaking. I have some watermelon frost. You can suck on a piece." Sister Wang came over to deliver medicine. As a teacher, one's throat could easily become problematic. "Thank you, Sister Wang," Lin Yue said with difficulty, taking the watermelon frost and sucking on it. "Why don't you take a rest tomorrow? I can cover your class," Sister Wang offered, patting Lin Yue's head. Among the 3 young teachers in the office, Sister Wang liked Lin Yue the most. She was diligent, hardworking, rarely took leave, and had a serious teaching attitude. Plus, Lin Yue had covered her class before, so it was only right to return the favor. Lin Yue rubbed her neck and mumbled, "I'll see how I feel in the morning. If it's really bad, I'll have to trouble you." Sister Wang smiled. "No problem. Taking care of your health is the priority. By the way, eat more snow pears and drink honey water. It helps." Lin Yue noted that down. After school in the afternoon, Zhou Lin had something to do and took the subway. Fu Nen anxiously cared about the teacher. Lin Yue tried her best to pretend it wasn't serious and repeatedly urged Fu Nen not to tell Uncle Zhou. Fu Nen promised with a serious face. That night, Lin Yue was preparing lessons in her room, while Fu Nen obediently did his homework in his spare bedroom. Almost 8 o'clock, hearing the door open, Fu Nen immediately ran out. At the door, remembering the teacher's words, the little student tiptoed quietly, gently opened the door, and peeked out. When Uncle Zhou appeared, he gestured for him to come over. Zhou Lin frowned. "What is up?" The man who had just experienced a breakup had been in a bad mood for the past week, and his patience was wearing thin. He spoke loudly, and Fu Nen glanced towards the main bedroom, cleverly suggesting, "I have a question I don't understand. Can you teach me?" The little student was a bit troublesome, but that expectant gaze. Zhou Lin thought he might as well wash his face first. 3 minutes later, Fu Nen pulled Uncle Zhou into the room, then pushed him to sit on his bed, glaring at the big man with puffed cheeks. Zhou Lin was baffled. "Did I annoy you again?" Fu Nen shook his head, quietly scolding him. "You didn't annoy me, but you don't even know the teacher is sick, and you're not concerned about her at all." Zhou Lin was taken aback, involuntarily looking towards the door. "Sick?" Fu Nen pouted, feeling sorry for the teacher. "The teacher has a sore throat and can barely speak. And she won tea, let me tell you. Uncle Zhou, you should go check on the teacher. She likes you. If you take care of her, she'll get better soon." Zhou Lin didn't move, clenching his fists, a mix of emotions swirling in his chest. Self-reproach, guilt, and also difficulty. He wanted to push Fu Nen away and tell her to forget about him. Going to care for her now would only make it harder for her to leave. "Go quickly," Fu Nen urged, puzzled as he stared at Uncle Zhou. "If the teacher is sick and you don't go, have you changed your mind?" Zhou Lin has a big head, but even elementary school students understand how to change their hearts. Nan has the final exam coming up, so don't let him find out, or it will affect his grades. Remembering her words, Zhou Lin no longer hesitated, rubbed Fu Nan's head, and went to knock on the door. Lin Yue knew it was him, sat at her desk without moving, and just sent him a WeChat message. "Is there something?" Upon receiving the message, Zhou Lin felt a bit flustered. She wouldn't speak. What was her voice like? He knocked again, urging her. Lin Yue pressed her lips together, spat out the lozenge in her mouth, tidied her hair, and then opened the door. She lowered her gaze, only looking below his chest, waiting for him to speak first. Zhou Lin noticed her flushed face, which was definitely not shyness. He resisted the urge to touch her forehead and said softly, "Fu Nan said you were sick. Asked me to come check on you. Have you bought medicine?" Lin Yue nodded and quickly closed the door, her eyes welling up. He clearly cared, yet he insisted on using elementary school students as an excuse. Couldn't he just say something sincere? Outside, Zhou Lin fell silent, and there were no footsteps inside. She leaned against the door without moving. His finger touched the door panel, and Zhou Lin lightly knocked twice. "Stop preparing for class and go to bed early. Remember to take your medicine." Lin Yue looked up, pushing against him. "You don't need to worry about it." Her tone was harsh, but her words were tinged with a sob. Zhou Lin closed his eyes, and in the next second, he suddenly pushed the door. Just now, he hadn't heard the sound of it being locked. Lin Yue was caught off guard, directly pushed out by the door. When she turned around, Zhou Lin had already entered, just in time to see her red-rimmed eyes, glistening with tears, glaring at him in grievance. Zhou Lin felt embarrassed and casually turned off the light, then grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the bed. Lin Yue struggled a bit, but he held on tighter, his warm palm, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Lin Yue stopped resisting. Zhou Lin pressed her down on the bed, squatted down to take off her shoes, and then tucked her into the blanket. "Sleep. I'll leave once you fall asleep." Lin Yue silently cried, and as she cried, she began to sob, feeling uncomfortable. In the dark, Zhou Lin's hand eventually touched her forehead. The temperature was fine. She didn't have a fever. Sister Wang said that drinking honey water is good for a sore throat. She obediently lay in the blanket and said quietly, "I will make some." Zhou Lin said softly, his fingertips brushing against the damp corners of her eyes. "The kitchen is out. I will buy some, just wait." Zhou Lin got up and left. Lin Yue watched his tall figure, no longer angry, and her throat didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Chapter 55. Zhou Lin brought in a cup of honey water, holding it with one hand while carrying a notebook in the other. He didn't turn on the light, walked to the bedside, and handed the cup to her. Lin Yue took the cup. The honey water was warm and sweet. With him by her side, even if he said nothing, she felt content. "Drink it and go to sleep. I'll write the report and leave after you fall asleep. Zhou Lin sat down at her desk, opened the notebook, and began typing. The light from the screen illuminated his face, casting a cold and stern profile, his gaze focused intently on the document. Lin Yue wanted to ask him why he was taking care of her if he had truly decided to break up, but she understood his awkwardness. He must have felt uncomfortable too. She couldn't bring herself to continue being angry with him or force him to admit anything. Putting the cup on the bedside table, Lin Yue wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, lying on her side facing him. At first, she could hear the continuous tapping of the keyboard and see his handsome, indifferent face. Gradually, fatigue set in, and Lin Yue really fell asleep. A person's breathing rate changes with wakefulness and sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Lin saved the document and lowered the screen. The room fell back into darkness. The small woman on the bed lay quietly, her breathing shallow and long. Zhou Lin silently approached the bed, slowly, crouching down. He couldn't see her clearly, but could feel the warmth of her breath. On this cold winter night, he felt cold too, wanted to crawl in her blanket and hold her while sleeping. But reason ultimately overcame greed. After crouching until his right leg went numb, Zhou Lin straightened up, took the notebook, and left, gently closing the door. Good night, my little moon. Due to being ill, Lin Yue slept deeply that night and was awakened by the alarm clock in the morning. She turned it off, reluctant to get up in the cold. Checking her throat, she confirmed she could go to class and felt relieved to snuggle back into the blanket to check her phone. Unexpectedly, she found a WeChat message from Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, the bureau is busy at the end of the year. I'll be staying in the dorm before the holiday. Please take care of Funan for another week. Just leave the key on the table when you move out. Lin Yue closed her eyes. The night before, she had been thinking about resuming his breakfast and dinner starting today. She didn't expect to wake up to such a decisive message from him. Lin Yue turned over, lying on her back, staring blankly at the ceiling. Zhou Lin was determined to break up, so much so that he didn't even want to see her. What did she do? For the first time, Lin Yue wavered. She was afraid of his busy schedule or the hardships of being a police officer's wife. But the fact that he didn't want her and wouldn't let her live in his home. Lin Yue pulled the blanket over her face. It was until she heard Fu Nin opening the door that she sat up and grabbed her phone to reply. Okay. At the police station, it was still before work hours, and the office building was eerily quiet. Zhou Lin stood by the window, the winter morning light dim and indeed reflecting his current mood. His phone dinged. She had sent just one word, and that word felt like it had taken half his life. This time, he had truly hurt her heart. Hadn't he? Zhou Lin smiled bitterly, but had no regrets. At least for the long years ahead. She wouldn't have to be afraid, because he was a criminal investigator. With the end of the term approaching, students' grades affected their parents' happiness and were directly linked to teachers' evaluations. In the entire math group, apart from Cheng Jinyan, who remained calm, Wang Jie, He Xiaoya, and Jiang Xiyu all began competing with other teachers for self-study periods. Lin Yue was relatively lucky. Her class usually performed well, and she felt there was no need for extra classes, focusing instead on a few problematic students. Busy with work, Lin Yue didn't think much about the breakup while at school. Once home, she fully supported Fu Nan's studies to distract herself. Before she knew it, it was Friday, the last day of class for the students, with the final exams starting the following Monday. The weather forecast had indicated rain mixed with snow, and when she woke up, it was indeed snowing. In the sky, it was snowflakes, but on the ground, it turned into slush, making the roads muddy. Lin Yue called a car, which cost twice the usual fare, but since it was just occasionally, she didn't mind. If only Uncle Zhou were here. Fu Nan's understanding showed in many ways. After asking how much the taxi cost, the little boy felt the pinch and couldn't help but complain about Uncle Zhou. He is busy every day and hasn't been home for several days. Lin Yue put her arm around the little boy's shoulders, holding an umbrella as they walked towards the campus. In the afternoon, Fu Nan's class meeting delayed the dismissal. So Lin Yue arrived at the school gate first, holding the umbrella and waiting. In the rainy and snowy weather, there was heavy traffic near the school, all parents coming to pick up their children. Lin Yue stood where Zhou Lin usually parked. Bored, she looked at her phone when suddenly someone bumped into her umbrella. Turning around, she found a short-haired woman in a black trench coat next to her, an elite-looking cold beauty with fair skin, bright red lips, and piercing eyes. Sorry. The cold beauty, originally staring at the school gate, realized she had bumped into Lin Yue's umbrella and turned to apologize. As their eyes met, Lin Yue was struck by the cold beauty's outstanding presence. The cold beauty was also surprised to see her and uncertainly asked, "You are Teacher Lin?" Lin Yue was confused. "You know me?" Confirming her identity, the cold beauty suddenly smiled, like an iceberg melting, her gaze toward Lin Yue becoming warm and seemingly mixed with gratitude. She extended her hand and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Fu Nan's mother, Ling Xiao. Thank you for taking care of Nan during this time. He has sent me your photo and praised you a lot." Lin Yue shook hands with Ling Xiao out of instinctive politeness, but her mind was in chaos. Through Zhou Lin, she had heard of two women. One was Yao Qing, whom she had imagined was deeply in love with Zhou Yu before they met. However, the first time she met Yao Qing, she was brightly smiling and dating another man. Lin Yue had imagined Fu Nan's mother as a woman who had given up her son to start a new married life in the capital. But standing in front of her now, Ling Xiao seemed completely at ease, making Lin Yue feel that she didn't think it was wrong to be away from her son for so long. Just then, Fu Nan's class queued up and arrived at the school gate, and Fu Nan, wearing a raincoat, squeezed through the crowd to find Lin Yue. At first, the little boy only had eyes for his teacher, but soon he recognized his mother, whom he hadn't seen in half a year. "Mom!" Fu Nan shouted loudly. Rushing over like a little lion, Ling Xiao crouched down in advance, tightly hugging her son, whom she hadn't seen for half a year. Fu Nan cried, leaning on his mother's shoulder, tears streaming down his face. "Mom, I miss you so much. Please don't leave, okay?" When his mother divorced his father, she had given him a phone, teaching him how to call and send WeChat messages, saying he could contact her anytime he missed her, and she would reply immediately whenever she saw his message. In the first few days after his mother went to Beijing, his father hadn't gone on a business trip yet, and Fu Nan had secretly contacted his mother because he was afraid his father would be unhappy. Later, after moving to Uncle Zhou's house, Uncle Zhou didn't like him contacting his mother, so Fu Nan had developed the habit of only calling Beijing when he was alone, sharing his joys and troubles with his mother. "Mom, please don't leave." Fu Nan cried incontrolably. Uncle Zhou was great, and the teacher was also great, but what he wanted most was his mom and dad. "Okay, Mom, won't leave. I'll take you home today," covering her son's head with her hand, Ling Xiao said with red eyes. Lin Yue was completely stunned. What was going on? Half an hour later, Lin Yue got into Ling Xiao's car and returned to Zhou Lin's house with the mother and son. "Is Zhou Lin working overtime today?" Holding a cup of water, Ling Xiao casually asked Lin Yue as she walked around the living room. Lin Yue felt a pang in her heart and forced a smile, replying him. With his mother around, Fu Nan was noticeably livelier, pouting and saying Uncle Zhou was away for half a month last month, came home for a few days, and then got busy again, staying at the dorm at night. Lin Yue turned her head to look at the balcony. Ling Xiao observed her curiously, put down the water cup, and called Fu Nan back to his room to pack his things, signaling Lin Yue to sit on the sofa. "Is there something going on between you and Zhou Lin?" Sitting closely together, Ling Xiao asked softly. Lin Yue didn't know how to respond. After all, she didn't know Ling Xiao at all, and matters of the heart required a certain level of intimacy to confide in, as if knowing what she was thinking. Ling Xiao patted Lin Yue's shoulder very boldly. "It's okay. Zhou Lin still has to call me sister-in-law when he sees me. Both Fu Nan and I know all the silly things he's done growing up. Did he bully you? Just tell me, and I'll scold him for you." Lin Yue temporarily forgot about Zhou Lin and asked Ling Xiao with a frown, "You and Fu Nan's dad. Why does Ling Xiao still speak so affectionately about Fu Tingbei?" Ling Xiao fell silent for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. "You tell me what's going on between you two first, and then I'll tell you." Lin Yue was filled with worries. And when it came to the relationships involving the criminal police and police wives, it seemed that besides Ling Xiao and Yao Qing, she couldn't find anyone more suitable to discuss it with. Yao Qing had already started a new life, and Lin Yue didn't want to disturb her. Ling Xiao seemed very enthusiastic and was getting closer to Zhou Lin. She clenched her fingers and quietly shared Zhou Lin's decision. "He even wants you to move out?" Ling Xiao's voice rose, biting her words. Lin Yue couldn't help but speak up for Zhou Lin. "You want me to give up, doesn't he?" Ling Xiao certainly knew what Zhou Lin was thinking and sneered angrily. "He tells you to move, you just move? I have a spare room." You can move in with us tonight and let him cry alone. He's already 30, still playing those young men's tricks. Isn't he ashamed? Just wait. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to some good men and see if he gets anxious." The seemingly aloof and beautiful woman spoke with a spicy tone, diverting Lin Yue's feelings that should have been upset, making her even more curious about Ling Xiao and Fu Tingbei. Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly as she stared at Lin Yue for a while before seriously saying, "What I have is a secret, and I only plan to tell Fu Nan's dad. If you're sure you want to marry Zhou Lin and want to be my sister, then I don't mind sharing it." Lin Yue felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this, lowering her head. "It doesn't matter if I'm sure. You must be foolish to really want to drive you away." Ling Xiao hugged Lin Yue and said with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as you're willing. He'll be more than happy." Lin Yue's face turned red. In fact, she thought the same way and didn't believe Zhou Lin really didn't want to marry her. "What about you? You? And Fu Nan's dad?" Lin Yue tilted her head to ask. Ling Xiao looked back at the bedroom, leaned into Lin Yue's ear, and whispered, "I had a small tumor, and it took about 6 months to recover after treatment. When I found out, it happened to be when he had a new task. I was afraid he would feel burdened because of me and didn't want Nan to worry about me. So I pretended to be unable to handle it and divorced him. In reality, I went to Beijing for treatment." Lin Yue got anxious. "Then you?" Ling Xiao smiled. "It's fine now. Otherwise, how could I have come back?" The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with a charm Lin Yue had never seen before. How terrifying a tumor could be. Yet Ling Xiao bore it alone, choosing to let everyone misunderstand her rather than being a burden to the man with heavy responsibilities. Now that she had recovered and returned, she seemed carefree, as if those were just passing clouds. Lin Yue wanted to say something, but Fu Nan suddenly ran over. "Mom, I'm all packed." Ling Xiao gave Lin Yue a look that said, "Keep it a secret for me." Lin Yue smiled and nodded. It was dark now, and Ling Xiao enthusiastically invited Lin Yue to move into her house, intending to leave Zhou Lin hanging for a while. Fu Nan tugged at the teacher's arm. Even more excited, Lin Yue definitely wouldn't go. Ling Xiao's words had given her the courage to persist. After sending off the mother and son, Lin Yue returned upstairs, cooked 2 spicy dishes that Zhou Lin loved, packed them up, and then called a car to go to the police station. If he wasn't coming back, then she would go find him. Chapter 56. On a snowy night, the weather was very cold, and walking was inconvenient. However, sitting in a taxi that was moving slowly due to traffic, holding a small thermos, and watching the snowflakes fall outside the window, Lin Yue felt warm in her heart. She was grateful to Fu Nan's mother, Ling Xiao, when she felt confused and hesitated about whether to leave this relationship. It was Ling Xiao who gave her the motivation to continue holding on. As a police wife, she might face various hardships, but that was the person she liked. Just like recently, Zhou Lin had only spent 1 night by her side, but the cup of honey water he personally brought her was enough to make up for the coldness of the other times. The car stopped, and Lin Yue opened her umbrella to get out. Across the street was the police station, with security guards standing at the entrances, imposing and dignified. Lin Yue bit her lip and suddenly felt a bit scared to go in. This was not an ordinary company. She took out her phone, deciding to call Zhou Lin. He was doing his thing, and she was just delivering food to express her feelings. After delivering it, she would go back. But just as Lin Yue was about to dial, someone suddenly honked their horn in front of her. She looked up in confusion and saw a sedan that had just left the police station stopping in front of her. The window rolled down to reveal Tang Xian's shocked face. "Sister-in-law? What brings you here? Looking for our boss?" He actually called her sister-in-law, which meant Zhou Lin hadn't told anyone about their breakup. Faced with Tang Xian's excited gaze, Lin Yue smiled shyly and shook the thermos. "I came to bring him food." "Did you just get off work?" "Bringing food, huh?" Looking at the white thermos in Lin Yue's hand, Tang Xian felt envious and also breathed a sigh of relief. Their boss had been looking dark and gloomy lately. The station was obviously not that busy, but he had surprisingly gone to stay in the dormitory, indicating that something was wrong with him and his sister-in-law. Though they envied and were jealous of their boss for having a woman, they were genuinely worried he might become single again, now that his sister-in-law was still delivering food. Showing off their love, even at the police station, it meant their concerns were unnecessary. "Yeah, but I left my phone in the office and was about to head back." "Sister-in-law, why don't you come in with me?" After getting out of the car, Tang Xian warmly invited Lin Yue. "Don't worry, most of the office staff have left. Only our boss is still around." Lin Yue felt a bit tempted and finally asked, "Will this violate any rules?" Tang Xian laughed. No, it's fine. Sister-in-law can come every day." Hearing him call her sister-in-law made Lin Yue feel sweet inside. As they reached the entrance of the police station, Tang Xian introduced Lin Yue to the two security guards, saying she was their boss's family member, so she could enter without hassle. On the way to the office, they met other colleagues, and Tang Xian proudly boasted about their sister-in-law, making Lin Yue blush the entire way. Finally, they were almost at the office, and Lin Yue started to feel nervous. When Tang Xian called her to go in, Lin Yue shook her head, insisting on waiting outside. There were still two male colleagues in the office. Tang Huan intentionally called out loudly to their boss's single office, "Boss, sister-in-law brought you food." There was no response from inside, and the male colleagues immediately stood up. One peeked outside while informing Tang Xian that their boss had just returned to the dormitory, while another, smart enough, ran out directly to report to sister-in-law about the boss's whereabouts. The men from the criminal police team were just excited to see sister-in-law, but their genuine enthusiasm and welcome overwhelmed the gentle and beautiful woman, making it hard for her to handle. Fortunately, Tang Xian came in time to rescue her, chasing away the colleagues and then taking Lin Yue to the criminal police dormitory. Zhou Lin lived in a single dormitory, about 10 square meters, with a private bathroom, a bed, a desk, a cabinet, and a chair. When Tang Xian knocked on the door, Zhou Lin had just taken a shower. In the air-conditioned room, he felt a bit hot, sitting on the bed with his bare shoulders, towel draped over one shoulder, and looking at his phone. That day, he had told her to move out directly after her vacation. She replied with a good, and in the following days, they hadn't contacted each other again. But every day and night, Zhou Lin would go back and forth through their chat records, looking at the photos he had secretly taken of her. The more he looked, the more he missed her. Nothing felt worthwhile except for thoughts of her. "The boss is coming out. I have something." Zhou Lin glanced at the door, put down his phone, and with a blank expression, went to open the door. As the footsteps approached, Lin Yue felt nervous and slightly lowered her head. Would he be happy if she ran over without greeting him, or would he continue to be cold? "Sister-in-law, I'm leaving. Since I showed you the way, next time, can you bring an extra portion for the boss?" Tang Xian bent down and asked with a playful smile. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Tang Xian then dashed off. It was time for the boss and sister-in-law to be alone together. So when Zhou Lin opened the door, he saw the small woman standing there with her head slightly bowed. He froze at the door handle, forgetting to speak. Lin Yue raised her gaze slightly and immediately noticed his bare shoulders, well-defined abs, and narrow waist, all of which stimulated her senses. She had prepared various possible lines, but all were disrupted by his appearance. In a fluster, Lin Yue handed over the thermos and turned to ask, "It's cold. I made 2 spicy dishes. Want to try?" Zhou Lin was still in shock at seeing her in the police dormitory, his dark eyes greedily staring at her flushed face. When was the last time they met? He remained motionless, and Lin Yue couldn't decipher his thoughts. Afraid he would turn cold and chase her away after a moment of silence, Lin Yue squeezed past him, placing the thermos on the table, and then immediately turned to leave. Her heart raced, anticipating something, but when she completely exited the dormitory and he remained unmoved, tears began to fall from Lin Yue's eyes. So cruel. She wouldn't come back next time. Lin Yue quickened her pace, wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But just as she turned around, a strong arm suddenly crossed in front of her, gripping her shoulder and pulling her back roughly. Lin Yue found herself pressed against his solid chest. With a thud, he slammed the door shut, pushed and turned, and Lin Yue was pinned against the wall. "Why did you come?" Zhou Lin panted, his dark eyes burning as they fixed on her, seemingly suppressing something. He pretended to be indifferent, and Lin Yue wanted to cry. He finally broke character, but Lin Yue continued to cry, tears pouring out like rain as she stubbornly replied, "I came because I wanted to." Zhou Lin sneered. "Do you think the police station is just any place? Some people come in and never get out." This statement had another meaning. Lin Yue raised her head, meeting his gaze that seemed both expectant and warning. "I never intended to leave." The gentlewoman, when stubborn, could match a bull. Zhou Lin's throat tightened, and he suddenly lifted her up, striding towards the bed. "This is what you said. Don't regret it later." Not being able to see her made him uncomfortable. He had given her the chance to leave, but she refused to go. Zhou Lin wasn't that noble. He had his desires. She had come to him time and again, and if she didn't anymore, he would no longer be a man. Throwing her onto the bed, Zhou Lin pressed down on her, grabbing her hands and lifting them above her head, kissing her like a man gone mad. The long-lost madness instantly ignited the fire in Lin Yue's heart. She tried to respond to his kiss, but she was completely overwhelmed, his kisses urgent and heavy, and she couldn't keep up with his rhythm. His hands were hot, burning as he stripped away her obstructive clothing. When he reached her pants, Zhou Lin paused and looked up. Lin Yue's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening with tears. When she saw him looking at her, she tightly shut her eyes. "Did you bring protection?" Zhou Lin whispered in her ear, his voice hoarse. Lin Yue was taken aback and shook her head. She had only thought about bringing food when she left. Who knew it would turn out like this? Zhou Lin pressed her waist, burying his head in her shoulder. He should stop, but he didn't want to. He was going crazy. Lin Yue waited nervously. "Just once I'll do it outside. And next week we'll go get our marriage certificate. If it works out, we'll prepare for the wedding immediately." He bit her neck and held her face, asking. He was determined to hold on to her and would never let go again. Lin Yue stared at him blankly. Was this a proposal? He had been domineering like a bandit when he confessed, and now his proposal was even more rogue. Proposals usually come with roses, rings, and someone kneeling on one knee. He didn't have flowers or a ring and was still in a lying position. But even knowing all this was lacking, Lin Yue was still sweetened by his words. She closed her eyes and slowly wrapped her arms around his waist. Zhou Lin swallowed hard, pulling down suddenly with his hands. Outside the window, heavy snow was falling, while inside, the lights were bright and the temperature was steadily rising. Affection was the best remedy. Discomfort was so brief that it could be easily ignored. Lin Yue held onto his shoulders, tightly pressing her lips together. The police dormitory building was a bit old, and the bed wasn't new, creaking under their weight. But Zhou Lin knew that there was no one next door tonight, so he had nothing to worry about and could indulge in his beloved girl. Lin Yue. Large beads of sweat dripped down, and Zhou Lin glanced down before looking at her. Lin Yue's eyes were misty, and she helplessly murmured a response. Zhou Lin placed his hands on either side of her, looking into her eyes, and called out, "Lin Yue." Lin Yue turned her head, like the most delicate branch, ravaged by a fierce wind. Zhou Lin leaned closer to her ear, continuing to call her, "Moon." Lin Yue felt a shiver run through her. "Little Moon." Zhou Lin called out with more intensity. Lin Yue swayed faster, her heartbeat quickening. Noticing her change, Zhou Lin called her Moon with even more fervor, sometimes in a low, lingering tone, sometimes hoarse and abrupt, making Lin Yue feel like the snowflakes outside, falling to the ground and melting into a pool of water. Finally, he turned her face and sealed her lips with a heavy kiss. Ah, his little Moon. Chapter 57:57. In just one short hour, Zhou Lin used 2 tissues. The first time, he knelt beside Lin Yue, who was hiding under the blanket. She waited until he was almost done cleaning up before she stretched out her small hand from under the blanket to ask him for a tissue. After all, the battlefield was on her side, and it needed some tidying up. Zhou Lin looked at her delicate little hand, then at his own big hand still holding onto his brother's, and instantly felt energized. Lin Yue didn't get the tissue, but instead, someone shoved a gun at her. The second time lasted far longer than the first, taking up 5/6 of that hour. Lin Yue was a bit scared. She didn't have a chance to check the time, and just felt that the 2 sessions combined seemed to have taken a very long time. If they were at Zhou Lin's home, she would have gone along with it, but this was the police station. So many people had seen her come to the dormitory building to find Zhou Lin. If she didn't go out for too long, what would they think? All right, she shyly urged him. Zhou Lin looked up. Lin Yue immediately closed her eyes, the bright light shining on the small woman's fair skin, with kiss marks left by him. What do you mean, all right? He really didn't understand. It was time to go back. He was full of energy, but Lin Yue's voice was trembling. Zhou Lin's gaze darkened. But he also knew that the dormitory building wasn't quite appropriate, so he responded with a sound, one hand taking her hand and placing it around his neck, while the other hand deeply sank in her thigh. Lin Yue was forced to part her tightly pressed lips, unable to make a sound, her fingernails digging into his sweaty shoulder. Zhou Lin slowly stopped, heavily collapsing onto her, his profile pressed against her, feeling very hot. Lin Yue was gasping for breath, her breath intertwining with his. It was so cold outside, but the bed was stiflingly hot. The mattress seemed to be soaked with sweat, or something else. I'm sorry. The man buried in her ear suddenly whispered. Lin Yue tilted her head towards him. Zhou Lin raised his head, his big hand slowly cradling her flushed face, his dark eyes looking deeply at her. A while ago, I was a jerk. From now on, I'll listen to you. If I make you angry again or will make you cry, just punish me by not letting me eat during the day and not letting me have a wife at night. He still knew what mistakes he had made, so he wasn't too bad. Lin Yue smiled and responded with an Her almond-shaped eyes were round and bright, filled with tears, and Zhou Lin's throat tightened as he remembered how she had cried when they first entered, crying from pain and also crying from comfort. That wouldn't do, Zhou Lin quickly added, his lips brushing against her soft lips. Crying on the bed doesn't count. The man who had been sincerely repenting just a second ago suddenly became inappropriate the next second, and Lin Yue couldn't help but punch his waist. Zhou Lin laughed, holding her small fist up and leaning down to kiss it. All right, I need to go back. Not knowing the time, Lin Yue was very afraid of delaying too long. Let's go together. Zhou Lin sat up, wanting to look at her a little longer, but Lin Yue was quick to grab the blanket and cover herself. Zhou Lin smiled at her. Lin Yue ignored him, and Zhou Lin handed her the underwear he had thrown on the floor. Lin Yue hid under the blanket, rustling as she put it on. After she was dressed from head to toe, Lin Yue lifted the blanket and sat up. Zhou Lin quickly tied his belt and turned back to see her sitting there with disheveled hair and a flushed face, looking like she had just been slept with. Who slept with you? He. Zhou Lin felt very pleased, both physically and mentally comfortable at home. He went to the bathroom to get a comb and then sat cross-legged in front of her, personally helping her comb her hair. After the shyness, Lin Yue quietly observed the man she hadn't seen for several days. It was a bit funny. During that 1 hour, they had been so close. Yet she hadn't carefully looked at him, only feeling his strong muscles and wild strength. You seem to have lost weight. After her observation, Lin Yue said with concern. Zhou Lin was seriously combing her hair. Upon hearing this, he glanced at her with lowered eyes. Who told you not to cook for me? Heartless woman. You didn't leave him a single meal that week. Lin Yue retorted. You were the one who said a breakup first. I was sick. Zhou Lin fell silent for a second and then said. Lin Yue laughed, and while laughing, suddenly thought of dinner. Turning her head to look at the thermal pot on the table. Ah, the rice must be getting cold. Even if it's cold, I'll still eat it. Zhou Lin didn't care at all and continued to comb her hair. Lin Yue snatched the comb from him, telling him to go eat first. Zhou Lin indeed hadn't eaten dinner. He opened the thermal pot, and inside, the rice and dishes were still warm, the bright red peppers making his mouth water. Zhou Lin didn't even sit down. He stood by the table, holding a bowl, eating heartily, his eyes focused on the small woman tidying up by the bedside. The shabby dormitory inexplicably had the taste of home. It was almost 10 o'clock when Zhou Lin took her hand and went downstairs. Upon encountering colleagues, Lin Yue lowered her eyes shyly, while Zhou Lin smiled openly, his whole demeanor radiating confidence. Was that still the somber-faced Captain Zhou from earlier that day? The snow was falling heavily as Lin Yue rubbed her hands and got into the car. Zhou Lin fastened his seatbelt and, glancing at her small hands clasped together, suddenly smiled. He liked having her in the passenger seat. Since moving to the dormitory, she hadn't come up, but Zhou Lin always felt she was there, glancing over in that direction intentionally or unintentionally. The day before, when he took Tang Xian out to run errands, he didn't even realize it when Tang Xian suddenly crossed his arms and mockingly told him not to look at him with that kind of gaze. There was no movement beside him, and Lin Yue curiously turned her head, but then everything went dark. A familiar scent rushing towards her as his cool lips pressed against hers. A gentle, soft kiss. After kissing, he still leaned over, staring at her intently. On the bed, it was passionate, but now it was blatantly sweet, the kind that made one feel shy. Lin Yue felt embarrassed under his gaze and pushed his big face aside. Let's go. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Zhou Lin kissed her palm again before driving away from the police station. The road wasn't so congested anymore. Lin Yue told Zhou Lin about Ling Xiao taking Fu Nan away, not wanting Zhou Lin to misunderstand that Ling Xiao was changing her affections. Lin Yue revealed the truth about Ling Xiao going to Beijing for treatment, only concealing the details about the tumor. Zhou Lin responded with a few MMS, not expressing any opinions, but he held Lin Yue's hand tightly. Did you know each other since childhood? Lin Yue asked with great interest, wanting to hear another love story. Zhou Lin guessed from her sparkling almond eyes and disdainfully recalled. In high school, the three of us were in the same class. I sat in the back row with Ting Bei, and Ling Xiao sat in the front row. At that time, she had short hair, looking like a tomboy. I didn't know how those two got together, but I remember once Ting Bei asked me to go out, and halfway through, I saw Ling Xiao playing the claw machine with a guy. That guy just ditched me and secretly followed her for half a day. What happened later? Who was that guy? Lin Yue pressed on. Zhou Lin gloatingly replied. That was Ling Xiao's brother, and he still doesn't like Ting Bei to this day. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. Being misunderstood as a rival by her sister-in-law, it was no wonder Ling Xiao's brother wouldn't be happy. She had a girlfriend in high school. Don't you envy that? Looking at her handsome boyfriend's profile, Lin Yue suddenly felt puzzled. Zhou Lin must have been the kind of popular boy in school, and there should have been many girls who liked him, right? Zhou Lin glanced at her, smiled, and looked straight ahead. Why wait until high school? In elementary school, my backpack was stuffed with love letters. When my dad found them while checking my backpack, he told me he had consulted a master who said I would meet my destined person at 30. I had to wait. Dating early would bring bad luck. Not serious at all. Lin Yue leaned towards the window to look at the snowy scenery outside. But her hand remained tightly held by Zhou Lin until they got out of the car, where he momentarily released it. The corridor was quiet and empty as Zhou Lin squatted down, calling his girlfriend to come up. The snowy night carried a romantic effect. Everything tonight felt wonderful as Lin Yue smiled and leaned on him. During that hour in the dormitory, Lin Yue was worn out, but Zhou Lin had endless energy, effortlessly climbing to the 5th floor, breathing steadily. He carried her by the bend of her legs, stopping sideways in front of the door. Lin Yue understood, took out the key, and bent down to unlock it. Fu Nen had moved out, and this old house completely belonged to the two of them, with no need for any reservations. Zhou Lin directly carried the small woman into his room. It had been unoccupied for several days, and the room felt cold and deserted. The smallest second bedroom felt cramped even when occupied. Zhou Lin originally didn't plan to stay here. Standing in front of the desk, he slightly squatted down and asked Lin Yue to pull open the left drawer. Lin Yue approached in confusion, looked inside, and her face flushed red. She took something out and walked away. Zhou Lin urged her. Lin Yue turned her head, refusing to take it. Zhou Lin teased her with a smile. Weren't you fearless when you bought it? Why are you shy now? Lin Yue struggled to get down. Zhou Lin bent over, his upper body at a 90-degree angle to the ground, scaring her into not daring to move. Taking the opportunity, he quickly grabbed the contraceptives from the drawer, then held her legs and strode towards the master bedroom. Just now, it wasn't satisfying enough. This time, he would let her know what a real man is. After closing the door and drawing the curtains, in his own home, he no longer had to worry about soundproofing issues. Zhou Lin held her hands, which were trying to cover her mouth, forcing her to make a sound. At that moment, Lin Yue realized her boyfriend hadn't used his full strength when they were in the dormitory. His strong physique left her overwhelmed, and the rough words he said made her feel both ashamed and furious. Honestly, when I asked you to move in, did you imagine I would be like this? Zhou Lin asked confidently. So you didn't dare to agree right away? Shut up. A window apart, snowflakes fell silently. Other families in the neighborhood gradually turned off their lights. But only the master bedroom of Officer Zhou's house remained lit until after midnight, before finally going dark reluctantly. Chapter 58. Lin Yue seemed to hear someone talking on the phone. She opened her eyes and saw the window opposite her. Through the gap in the curtains, she could see a glimmer of light. Lin Yue was taken aback. What time was it? The phone was on the bedside table. She reached out to grab it. But as soon as she lifted her arm, a soreness shot through her waist, as if she had run 2 kilometers last night. Just as she was recovering, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Yue turned her head and bumped into Zhou Lin's handsome face, his short hair neat and refreshing. Various intimate moments flashed through her mind, and Lin Yue blushed, secretly pulling the blanket. What time is it? 10:30, Zhou Lin said, closing the door and walking towards her. Lin Yue felt nervous. She was too tired last night and had gone to bed without showering, wearing only a pair of panties. Her watery eyes shyly looked at him, then averted, unintentionally glancing at the desk, where his notebook was placed. The screen lit up. Remembering the report he wrote that night when she was sick, Lin Yue temporarily set aside her awkwardness after their first intimacy and worriedly asked him, "Do you have work?" Zhou Lin was almost at the bedside when he heard her question. He suddenly turned around, unplugged the charger, and then walked over with the notebook in his arms. He was already dressed and didn't squeeze into her bed, leaning against the side of the bed. Gesturing for her to look at the screen, old Chow in the bureau wants to buy a house. He has been looking for almost half a year and just settled down recently. I just asked him to recommend some places, and he mentioned 3 developments for us to check out and choose from. Lin Yue had a vague guess, but wasn't it too fast? They had only been dating for 3 months, and now they were going to buy a house. This place is pretty good. Do we really need to buy? She glanced at the master bedroom, sincerely thinking that while the exterior of the community looked a bit dated, the inside of the house was clean and cozy, and she felt very comfortable living there. Zhou Lin looked at her as if she were silly. If we don't buy a house, how can I propose? We look at houses today, go to your place tomorrow, and get the marriage certificate on Monday. Lin Yue was shocked and didn't speak for a while. Last night in the dormitory, without any preparation, when Zhou Lin said they would get the marriage certificate on Monday, she thought he was just expressing his attitude toward marriage, mainly that he was anxious. She didn't expect that less than 24 hours later, he had already planned to buy a house. Zhou Lin rubbed her head and continued searching for the 3 developments recommended by old Chow, his dark eyes focused. Lin Yue finally confirmed that he was serious. Her boyfriend was so reliable, and she felt very satisfied, but did it really have to be so rushed? Take it slow. There's no need to hurry. Lin Yue advised again. Zhou Lin paused, raised his eyebrows, and looked at her. Are you having regrets? Lin Yue glared at him. He knew very well that she didn't mean that. Zhou Lin pretended to be confused and sneered. It's too late for regrets. Get up. First, let's eat. Then we'll go look at houses in the afternoon. Lin Yue was at a loss. They had lunch at a restaurant, and afterward, Zhou Lin took Lin Yue to see the houses. In Jiang City, the snow melted into water upon hitting the ground. Now, apart from some scattered snow on the lawn, the roads were clean. However, it was cold after the snow, and Lin Yue forgot to bring a scarf when she went out. A chilly breeze crept into her collar as she stepped onto the beautiful arch bridge outside the housing development, instinctively hunching her shoulders. A long arm wrapped around her, pulling her into his embrace. Just then, a middle-aged couple who had just finished viewing a house walked by. Lin Yue felt embarrassed and tried to pull away. But Zhou Lin held her tightly, happily saying to her head, "See, they're all couples." Lin Yue looked up at the brand new housing development, with a good environment and beautiful scenery. Thinking that one of the houses inside might become her home with Zhou Lin, Lin Yue suddenly didn't feel cold anymore. The sales guy enthusiastically introduced the advantages of the development to the couple, saying that it was a place carefully selected by old Chow, and the comprehensive conditions were definitely excellent. Moreover, this was one of the 3 highest-priced developments. But Zhou Lin didn't tell Lin Yue the name of the development until they arrived, and she certainly had no idea about the price. But what kind of land price was Jiang City? Although this area wasn't in the city center, based on Lin Yue's hearsay understanding, it would probably be over 40,000. The sales guy asked them what size they wanted. Zhou Lin directly chose a 128 square meter, 3-bedroom, 2-living room layout. As they stepped into the model room, Lin Yue finally understood the difference between a new house and an old house. The bright and spacious living room, the large balcony, the master bedroom, the kitchen, and the 2 secondary bedrooms. After walking around, Lin Yue couldn't take her eyes off it, excited and pleased. But the worry about the house price couldn't escape the sales guy's keen eyes. Zhou Lin, however, just took a quick glance and only focused on the doting attitude toward the little woman, almost wearing a sign that said, "I have money." The sales guy became more and more talkative. This layout is a new key model launched this year, and you won't find a better one in all of Jiang City. Now only the best unit is left unsold. If you like it, I really suggest you secure it as soon as possible. Nearby, many places are being demolished, and those are cash buyers, buying without blinking. After a while, there may not be any houses for sale, even if you want to buy with a loan. Lin Yue couldn't help but show a hint of worry. Zhou Lin held her hand and smiled. "We'll pay in full." After working for 8 years, he had saved some money, but it certainly wasn't enough. In the morning, Zhou Lin had spoken with his father, who had only said 2 sentences. "How much is missing? It will be in the account tomorrow." Efficient and straightforward, he was even more eager for his daughter-in-law to come and then Zhou Lin himself. During college, Zhou Lin had stopped asking his family for money. Buying a house could be done with a mortgage. But compared to the little bit of pride he had in front of his father, Zhou Lin didn't want his woman to be a house slave. Since she liked this one, Zhou Lin didn't look at the other two and directly paid the deposit, with the full payment due next Friday. After leaving the sales center, Zhou Lin held Lin Yue's hand and went to their future apartment. Lin Yue looked up at the 20-plus-story riverside apartment. In half a year, it would be her home. It feels like I've gained something, she said, leaning against Zhou Lin's embrace, feeling complicated. Before dating, he didn't charge her rent. And when she helped take care of Fu Nan, occasionally he treated her to a few meals, and she thought nothing of it. Now, it felt like she had suddenly taken advantage of a house that belonged to him, and Lin Yue felt a bit undeserving. Zhou Lin laughed, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, and leaned down to kiss her ear. Just those 2 dishes last night are worth a house. 2 dishes equated to a wife. Starting today, he was hers, and all the money he earned was hers too, with the house secured. Zhou Lin went to the mall to pick out some gifts before heading to Tongtown. By the time they arrived at this southern town, it was already dark. Grandma had prepared a full table of dishes, smiling widely as she welcomed the young couple. Zhou Lin was a criminal police officer who had handled cases for 8 years, dealing with the public while investigating cases and inevitably having to negotiate with suspects and witnesses. He could be cold when needed and smooth when necessary. Charming the elderly was even easier for him than charming a girlfriend. After a meal, Grandma was completely delighted by him. After dinner, Zhou Lin made Grandma sit on the sofa and told Lin Yue to keep her company while he washed the dishes. Grandma tried to dissuade him, worried that he wouldn't know how to do it. Zhou Lin just glanced at Lin Yue and smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, I'll wash the pots over there." Yeye said she only cooks. Grandma was taken aback. Her gentle granddaughter could command a man like this? Lin Yue secretly glared at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin smiled and went to wash the dishes. Watching the big man enter the kitchen, Grandma couldn't help but pull Lin Yue aside and quietly ask, "Do you two have something going on? The holiday is coming soon. Why are you back today?" That was something Zhou Lin should say. So Lin Yue could only make up an excuse. Last time he left without eating, and he felt bad about it. Today he had time and insisted on bringing me. Grandma immediately felt that this young man was very polite and took the opportunity to advise her granddaughter to be more virtuous and not let the big man wash the dishes. Even before marriage, Grandma was already leaning toward the outside. Lin Yue pouted, silently sitting on the sofa, eating honey tangerines, peeling them for Grandma and for herself. When Zhou Lin returned from washing the dishes, Lin Yue kept the tangerine she had just peeled and handed it to him casually as he sat down beside her. Zhou Lin took half and put it in his mouth, finding it both sour and sweet. After finishing the oranges, Zhou Lin tugged at Lin Yue's arm, asking her to move to his left. Lin Yue's face turned red as she pretended to hold the fruit plate and walked over, hiding behind Zhou Lin to eat. Grandma looked at the 2 children in confusion. Zhou Lin coughed, took out his phone, and showed his grandmother the photos of the house he had taken in the afternoon, scrolling through the screen while introducing it. "The housing prices are rising too fast. Yeye and I discussed it, and we think it's better to buy a place sooner. This is a 3-bedroom apartment. Once it's renovated, I'll come and pick you up. Yeye will need your help when she has the baby." On the other side, Lin Yue choked on a piece of orange, having just gone to sleep last night. He was already thinking about having a baby. He talks so well, why not become a salesman? Grandma had lived in the countryside her whole life, not counting what was shown on TV. It was the first time she saw such a nice house, especially one for her future granddaughter. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Her future grandson-in-law even said he would take her to live there. While she said no, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes squinting into 2 slits, already thinking about how to praise Zhou Lin to her daughter-in-law and neighbors. With the atmosphere set, Zhou Lin naturally said, "Grandma, Yeye and I plan to get our marriage certificate on Monday and buy the house on Friday. The property deed will have both our names." He had just introduced the house, and Grandma had been nodding the whole time. Now she paused and continued to nod. That's good." Lin Yue chuckled to herself, thinking how silly her grandma was, completely unaware that Zhou Lin was playing her. Zhou Lin smiled and further explained, "Grandma, we'll get the certificate first. When do you think the wedding should be held?" Upon hearing about the wedding, Grandma finally turned around, looking at Zhou Lin in surprise. Zhou Lin calmly met her gaze, though his hands resting on his knees tightened slightly. A tall, handsome, considerate, and filial young man who was willing to add his granddaughter's name to the property deed. Grandma looked at him for a while and smiled. You two discuss it, and when you have a plan, just let me know so I can prepare in advance. With that, Zhou Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Grandma and returning to the city, Zhou Lin, following the online requirements for obtaining a marriage certificate, took Lin Yue to have their ID photos taken. He was rarely seen in a sharp suit, and he had even used hair gel. When he came out of the bedroom, Lin Yue couldn't stop laughing. Compared to Zhou Lin's formality, Lin Yue mainly focused on her hair, wearing a white shirt underneath and a warm wool coat on top. In the photo studio, they sat side by side on a bench, one looking dashing and the other delicate, and time seemed to freeze. The next day, they got their certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as they got in the car, Zhou Lin asked Lin Yue to hold the certificate to cover half her face. He did the same and then lifted his phone to take selfies, snapping several shots before selecting the best one to post on social media. Dang su. Even though she covered her face with the red certificate, I can still feel my sister-in-law's stunning beauty. Unfortunately, the guy's a bit ugly. Glasses Lou, right? An ugly soul often reflects on the face. Even if the dog abuser is lucky enough to marry our sister-in-law, he will only get uglier. Tai Chong Li, congratulations. Big guy, will you treat us to drinks? Uncle Zhao, does flattering the big guy do any good? Do you think he'll introduce you to someone just because you're flattering him? Tang shui. Wow. The more I look at this picture, the more handsome the big guy seems. He and sister-in-law look more and more compatible. Big guy, do us a favor and let sister-in-law introduce us to someone. Glasses Lou Uncle Zhao, wishing the big guy a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Please introduce us to someone. Lin Yue held the man's phone, scrolling through with great interest, while Zhou Lin casually glanced over, suddenly pressed down on her shoulder, and kissed her deeply. Introduce someone? Sorry. He was busy spending time with his wife and had no time. Chapter 59. Zhou Lin had already posted on social media, and after returning home, Lin Yue also shared a photo, though not as flamboyant as Zhou Lin's. She only took a picture of their marriage certificate placed together. High school and college friends who kept in touch sent their blessings, including colleagues from school. Cheng Jinyan, congratulations. Sister Wang, congratulations. Remember to send out wedding candies. He Xiaoya, you two are moving at rocket speed. Congratulations. Jiang Siyu, congratulations. There were too many blessings for Lin Yue to reply to, and she just sat on the sofa smiling. The day they got the certificate held special significance. That night, Zhou Lin was especially excited, and despite Lin Yue's flustered protests, he picked her up. Lin Yue began to feel a bit scared as Zhou Lin held her firmly, adjusting the pace until she completely adapted. And only then did he lift her waist, and they moved together. The next day, Lin Yue almost couldn't get out of bed. Zhou Lin drove her to school, and unexpectedly ran into Ling Xiao and Funan. The first-year students had their final exams today, and once they finished, they could go on vacation. Teacher, Uncle Zhou. Funan, carrying a small backpack, ran happily towards Zhou Lin and jumped into his arms. As the opportunities for the elementary school student to meet Uncle Zhou had significantly decreased after moving back home. You've gained weight. Zhou Lin lifted the small child, bouncing him slightly, unsure if it was true. I haven't gained weight. Funan immediately disliked being held by Uncle Zhou, huffing as he jumped down. Zhou Lin ruffled the little boy's hair, his gaze subtly sweeping across Lin Yue's belly, as he had heard that there was a possibility of pregnancy, even without trying. Would it be that accurate? Did he hit the mark with just a guess? Lin Yue didn't notice him, smiling as she greeted Ling Xiao. You managed to win her over so quickly? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yue helplessly, feeling it was too easy for Zhou Lin. She was talking about getting the certificate, but Lin Yue took it the wrong way, her face involuntarily flushing. Zhou Lin felt a strange sense of frustration, as if his wife were being teased by someone else. And he coldly retorted to Ling Xiao. Tingbei hasn't agreed to remarry you yet. Ling Xiao smiled meaningfully, whether she wants to or not. I'm not as foolish as Lin Yue. This woman exuded an aura that suggested she wanted to lead Lin Yue astray. Zhou Lin couldn't be bothered with her and urged Lin Yue to take Fu Nan inside. I'll come pick you up tonight. Lin Yue nodded, bid farewell to the two, and then took Fu Nan away. Outside the school gate, Zhou Lin watched his wife leave and casually asked Ling Xiao, "You went all the way to Beijing for treatment. Did it work?" Ling Xiao looked at his son getting farther away and smiled gently. "It worked. When are you two planning to hold the wedding?" Zhou Lin's gaze fell to the southwest and smiled. "After Ting Bei comes back, before you remarry, collect 2 red envelopes." Ling Xiao thought to himself that as long as he returned quickly, he would even be willing to pay for 3. In the office, Lin Yue received a warm welcome from her colleagues. Even Cheng Jinyan, who usually disliked gossip, put aside his work to smile and listen as Sister Wang and the other 2 women questioned Lin Yue about the details of Zhou Lin's proposal. Lin Yue had details, indescribable ones, so she had to make up a story on the spot. There was nothing special planned, just a meal together. And then he asked me if I was okay with it. Jiang Siyu was surprised. "No ring?" Lin Yue shook her head with a smile, not feeling any regret. Seeing Luo Zhiheng give Jiang Siyu roses, she felt a bit envious. But if Luo Zhiheng were to kneel and propose to Jiang Siyu, Lin Yue would really not feel anything. Compared to a ring, she preferred Zhou Lin's straightforward and strong promise along with his continuous enthusiasm that night. There was no rush for a ring. They would definitely have an engagement. Worried that Lin Yue would be disappointed, Sister Wang busily tried to lighten the mood. However, Jiang Siyu continued to ask questions as if she understood nothing. "So when are you planning to have the wedding? Are you buying a house again?" Cheng Jinyan gave her a look and turned back to work. Jiang Siyu had been competing with Lin Yue in silence, while he Xiaoya, being naive, couldn't see through it. Sister Wang, however, was sharp and couldn't help but sarcastically comment, "Zhou Lin is a criminal police officer, a public servant serving the people. Unlike your little Luo, whose salary is high enough to buy a house in a year. By the way, you two have been dating for about the same time. And Zhou Lin has already proposed. Has little Luo made any moves?" Lin Yue lowered her head to tidy her desk. He Xiaoya looked at Jiang Siyu expectantly. Jiang Siyu tried to keep her smile, but inside she couldn't help but envy Lin Yue. Luo Zhiheng's annual salary was in the 7 figures. Although it was still a bit far from buying a house in Jiang City in a year, he was definitely better off than Zhou Lin. However, as their relationship lengthened, Luo Zhiheng seemed to be growing more indifferent towards her. With the vacation approaching, she tentatively asked Luo Zhiheng if he wanted to go home with her, but he casually refused while watching the news, citing work as an excuse. Yesterday, when she saw Lin Yue flaunting her wedding photo, Jiang Siyu intentionally expressed her envy in front of Luo Zhiheng, who finally showed some interest, but it was just surprise at how quickly Lin Yue got married. One day, without being married, what did it matter to Luo Zhiheng whether he had money or not? Feeling disheartened, Jiang Siyu returned to her desk. No one asked her about the house anymore, and Lin Yue naturally wouldn't show off. The teacher's vacation was 2 days later than the elementary students. And after the final exams, Lin Yue took a half-day off to go with Zhou Lin to handle the house purchase procedures. The full payment was made by Zhou Lin, and Lin Yue didn't want to add her name, which Zhou Lin teased her about, saying it was silly. Whether or not to add her name was still marital property, and having both their names together was what it meant to be a couple. They had the certificate, and now they had a house. Life seemed to settle down all at once. She was marrying the man she loved the most. And although Lin Yue was too shy to express her happiness verbally, she made a big dinner that night, while others were on vacation before the new year. Why did teachers still have winter and summer breaks? No matter how delicious the food was. Zhou Lin couldn't muster an appetite, thinking that his wife would officially go on vacation the day after tomorrow, possibly leaving him behind. He pulled the small woman who had taken off her apron onto his lap, feeling sour. Others have weekends off. Why do criminal police officers have to work overtime all the time? Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Zhou Lin rubbed her waist. Isn't it just adding fuel to the fire? Teachers are on vacation, while criminal police are working overtime. Isn't that the same thing? The man raised his eyebrows, looking handsome no matter how you viewed him. Lin Yue smiled and leaned into his embrace, whispering, "I'll be back on the 5th day." With only a week left until the new year, there really wasn't time to accompany him, but she could return to Jiang City early after the new year. The 5th day was quite early. Zhou Lin was dissatisfied, but had no choice. He gently stroked her belly and whispered, "If there's any news, remember to tell me." Lin Yue wanted to laugh. It's only been a few days. Even if it were true, it would take a month to find out. You can test it in 2 weeks. Zhou Lin raised her chin and said he had searched online. Lin Yue was surprised, and a wave of unfamiliar emotions surged in her heart as she looked into his deep eyes and asked, "Are you that eager?" Zhou Lin lowered his head and kissed her eyes. He wasn't particularly anxious to become a father. He just liked to see her with a child, the way she spoke. Her gentle smile, he loved it all. Lin Yue had just graduated and hadn't planned for children yet. It didn't matter whether they had one or not. But seeing Zhou Lin so eager, she inexplicably began to dream about it. Calculating the time, 2 weeks after that night, Lin Yue nervously used a pregnancy test. The test showed she wasn't pregnant, and the next day, her period came. Lin Yue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry as she messaged Zhou Lin, who replied angrily, "What time is your train on the 5th? I'll come pick you up." Lin Yue's heart raced, knowing he was eager to save face. However, while her hopes were dashed, Lin Yue's career had a small breakthrough after the new year. The editor introduced by her best friend informed her that her manuscript had been accepted. Chapter 60. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Yue returned to the city. The 7th day marked the first day back at work for most office workers, and the editor informed her that her manuscript had been accepted. Zhou Lin had gone to the police station, and Lin Yue found herself grinning at the screen of her notebook. This was her first book about to be published, and it was specifically written for Zhou Lin. The editor mentioned that the chief editor really liked her story and would arrange for publication soon. If everything went smoothly, she would receive the proof copies by mid-next month. After feeling satisfied, Lin Yue was full of motivation and finished writing the other content the editor needed, sending it over that same day. After finishing her work, Lin Yue opened the refrigerator, pondering what to make for dinner. Just then, Zhou Lin called, saying he would be back around 6 to take her out to eat. Lin Yue was a bit surprised. Zhou Lin loved her cooking and, like Funan, didn't enjoy eating out. Was there something special about today? After choosing her outfit, Lin Yue leaned back on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. She noticed a bunch of single friends in her friend circle complaining about Valentine's Day, and it suddenly dawned on her. She had been so busy lately, first resolving issues with Zhou Lin, then getting cozy, and finally focusing on finishing and submitting her manuscript, that she hadn't even realized today was Valentine's Day. It was their first Valentine's Day together since they started dating. Feeling sweet inside, Lin Yue took a shower and then stood in front of the bathroom mirror, carefully applying her makeup, her most elaborate look in over 20 years. With her long hair styled in soft waves, she looked in the mirror and thought she looked beautiful. At 6:10, Zhou Lin arrived downstairs. After hanging up, he leaned against the car door, lazily watching the stairway. After about 3 minutes, a woman walked out wearing a white coat, a black fitted sweater underneath, paired with matching long boots, revealing a glimpse of her bare, white legs above the knees. Zhou Lin first noticed the long, beautiful legs, but since Lin Yue had never worn such alluring winter attire, he quickly shifted his gaze upwards. However, as the woman walked towards him, Zhou Lin looked again. Lin Yue shyly smiled at him, but her effort to dress up was a bit too obvious. Zhou Lin's throat moved as his gaze shifted from her radiant face to her enticing legs. His stare was too direct, causing Lin Yue to lower her head and quicken her pace towards the passenger seat, only to be pulled into his embrace. His large hand slid under her coat and onto her exposed leg, stroking it a couple of times before continuing upwards. Lin Yue quickly pressed her hand against him, nervously glancing around. "Don't mess around." Zhou Lin wasn't messing around. He looked at her unamused. "Aren't you cold?" Being vain now, be careful of getting cold legs in the future. Lin Yue's legs were indeed a bit chilly, but she looked so good. Besides, she didn't wear such outfits every day. Tonight was special. "I'm not cold," she lied. Zhou Lin scoffed, his fingertip brushing over the small bumps on her leg. "Not cold? Don't lie. Change into pants when we get back." Without giving Lin Yue a chance to object, he wrapped his arm around her waist and turned back. Lin Yue bit her lip and muttered softly, "Are you worried I'm cold, or are you just upset that I'm showing my legs?" There are men online who control their girlfriends so much they even dictate their skirt choices. She hoped her officer Zhou wasn't that petty. "Worried about you being cold, not about your legs," Zhou Lin thought with a smile. Lin Yue trusted him. Once inside their home, she headed straight for the master bedroom, asking Zhou Lin to wait in the living room for a moment. However, as soon as Zhou Lin closed the door, he picked her up, drew the curtains, and didn't even head for the master bedroom, directly pressing Lin Yue onto the sofa. He removed her coat pushed her fitted sweater up. And her sleek black boots remained untouched, the shiny black contrasting sharply with her fair skin. Very nice. I just did my makeup. He devoured her lips like a cow chewing on peonies. Lin Yue felt both shy and angry. He claimed he was worried about her being cold, but it was clear he had no self-control. I'll redo it later. Zhou Lin breathed heavily, one arm around her, the other reaching for a belt. His dark eyes meeting hers intensely. Lin Yue was the first to give in, burying her face in his shoulder. Not going to wear it? Zhou Lin kissed her ear, having already claimed her, wanting to have children with her. Lin Yue softly responded, sure, let us have kids, because she liked him, and she also looked forward to their little ones. The bright living room gradually warmed up. An hour later, Zhou Lin took his little Moonlight to shower, and Lin Yue leaned against him, her cheeks flushed. Zhou Lin smiled, touching her face. You look better than with makeup. Lin Yue glared at him, her big, watery apricot eyes clear and beautiful. Zhou Lin leaned in to kiss her. Having a wife on Valentine's Day was just comfortable. After their first time dressing up was ruined, Lin Yue casually changed into another outfit. Her legs still felt a bit sore, so Zhou Lin squatted down and carried her downstairs. It was already past 7, and the community was dark, but they weren't afraid of being seen. After dinner, Zhou Lin drove, and Lin Yue asked where they were going. The man kept the suspense, refusing to say. Lin Yue guessed it was either the cinema or a park, but unexpectedly, after a short drive, they stopped in front of a well-known jewelry store. They had been too rushed before the new year and hadn't had time to prepare. Tonight, they were making up for it. Holding her hand, Zhou Lin pulled her out of the car, laughing softly. Don't worry, your husband remembers. Lin Yue thought to herself that she wouldn't mind if he forgot. But the corners of her mouth lifted like a crescent moon. Hand in hand, they browsed for rings. Zhou Lin insisted on the expensive ones, and after trying on several, only 2 pairs remained. Disagreements arose. Zhou Lin wanted to buy the most expensive one, while Lin Yue preferred a slightly cheaper style. You're silly if you don't believe me. Zhou Lin secretly pinched her hand. Lin Yue decisively took charge and asked the sales associate to wrap it up. Let's pick a necklace too, Zhou Lin said by her ear. Lin Yue shook her head. That's enough. Don't spend recklessly. Zhou Lin replied. It's not reckless. The ring should have been given before the new year, and the necklace is for tonight. He dragged her to the necklace section. Lin Yue could do without a necklace, but the ring had to be worn. Zhou Lin even reminded her once. On her first day back at work, the women in the office noticed the diamond ring on her finger. I told you, Zhou Lin could never forget the ring, Sister Wang said loudly on purpose. He Xiaoya and Jiang Siyu came over to look, with Jiang Siyu wanting to ask about the brand but holding back upon seeing Sister Wang's observant gaze, feeling envious. Overall, the office atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful, and Lin Yue's post-marriage life with Zhou Lin was sweet as honey. With love enriching their lives, Lin Yue's complexion glowed, and even the elementary school students could see their teacher was very happy. In March, the publishing editor asked Lin Yue for her address information, saying the proof copies were ready, and the cover was simple and elegant. Oh, Lin Yue, you wrote a book? He Xiaoya, coming over to get water, glanced at Lin Yue's computer and happened to see the enlarged cover photo. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat, while hesitating whether to admit it. He Xiaoya had already run over, excitedly looking. Lin Yue's conversation with the editor was right there, and it was too late to deny it. So she could only briefly explain, I wrote for a while in college, but gave up after my submissions were rejected. Recently, I tried again. It's about you too, right? He Xiaoya playfully bumped her shoulder. It wasn't that she was clever. It was just that Lin Yue's book title was too easy to guess. Clearly related to a love story involving a criminal police officer. Not bad. We have a talented woman in our office, Sister Wang, who had no classes, also came over to sincerely praise her. Lin Yue humbly deflected a few compliments, then out of courtesy, suggested giving each colleague a copy of the proof. Since they had all seen it, the 2 women were very happy. The delivery arrived quickly with a total of 10 copies. Since there were 5 people in the office, Lin Yue certainly couldn't just give copies to Sister Wang and He Xiaoya. She also gave one to Cheng Jinyan and Jiang Siyu. He Xiaoya, the little trumpet, had already spread the news about her book. After school that afternoon, Lin Yue left 3 copies in her drawer, only taking 3 in her bag so that Zhou Lin wouldn't notice, planning to surprise him when she got home. The 4 women chatted and laughed as they walked to the school gate, where they saw Zhou Lin and Luo Zhiheng standing side by side, seemingly discussing something. Zhou Lin, you're really lucky to have married our math group as talented woman, Sister Wang joked with Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin looked on with a confused expression. Lin Yue exchanged glances with her colleagues, and only then did Sister Wang and He Xiaoya tacitly keep quiet and bid farewell. What were they keeping secret? Once in the car, Zhou Lin stared at his beautiful wife in the passenger seat. There's no doubt she's a beauty. Where did this talented woman come from? He watched her prepare lessons every day and never noticed her showcasing her talents. Lin Yue smiled, feeling a bit shy, as she pulled a book out of her bag and handed it to him. The first thing Zhou Lin saw was the title, and the second was the author's pen name, Lin Yue. Lin Yue. Zhou Lin smiled, wrapped his arms around his wife proudly, and kissed her. All right, our math teacher is also a great talent. Lin Yue loved hearing that and was pleased, but suddenly Zhou Lin let her go, took out his phone, and started taking pictures of the sample book. Lin Yue was not surprised. She took out her own phone in advance. After getting married, she had become WeChat friends with many detectives in Zhou Lin's team. Scrolling through her moments, she saw that Zhou Lin had already posted, with the picture captioned, "My wife selflessly dedicates a guide to dating for police officers. Hurry up and buy if you're still single." Lin Yue's face turned hot. She thought he was just showing off his affection, but who knew he was so quick-witted and even started campaigning for votes. It's not even on the market yet. You should delete it. Lin Yue urged him anxiously, not wanting to sell the book through such connections. Zhou Lin, who had made a rookie mistake, obediently deleted the post and sent out another message explaining, "Ahem, it's just a sample book not yet on the market, so please wait a bit." A group of people below reacted. The black SUV drove away cheerfully, while not far away. In a Mercedes, Luo Zhiheng curiously asked Jiang Xiyu, "What talented woman?" Jiang Xiyu had mixed feelings. Lin Yue published a book. It seems to be about her and Zhou Lin. Luo Zhiheng responded with whom, and after a while, he laughed. "I thought the math teacher wasn't good at language." Jiang Xiyu ignored him, took out the sample book Lin Yue had given her, unwrapped it, and wanted to see what Lin Yue had written. The book was quite thin, only 150,000 words, with the names of the male and female leads changed. But anyone familiar with Lin Yue could basically tell that it was about her and Zhou Lin. The beginning was about the female lead moving into the male lead's house. And Jiang Xiyu chuckled. So Lin Yue was already living with Zhou Lin. No wonder they got married so quickly. Luo Zhiheng focused on driving, seemingly uninterested in the book. That night, Jiang Xiyu stayed at Luo Zhiheng's place, and the next day, she went to work without taking the book with her. After dropping Jiang Xiyu off, Luo Zhiheng returned to get the book and read it in the office. His motive for reading was to understand the beautiful woman's life, but after finishing it, Luo Zhiheng touched the cover and suddenly had a thought. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Manager Liao, my friend wrote a book, and I think it has quite a bit of potential. If Lin Yue loved fame and fortune enough, perhaps he would have a chance to get closer to her." Chapter 61. In the second week after Lin Yue received the sample book, the new book was officially released. Perhaps due to its exquisite cover and enticing copy, sales online were quite good. Of course, this was also due to the publisher's efforts. Ling Xiao took Fu Nan to the bookstore to buy exercise books and found her book displayed on the shelf, even taking a photo to send to her. The editor urged her to prepare for the new book, and Lin Yue actually already had an idea, inspired by Zhou Lin, stemming from a porcelain master from the Zhou family. But whether she could write it or not, Lin Yue decided to ask the old man when she accompanied Zhou Lin home next time. Closing the chat box, Lin Yue returned her thoughts to work. As the bell rang, she picked up her lesson plan and headed to the classroom to teach. When she returned from lunch, Jiang Xiyu, beaming with excitement, announced that Luo Zhiheng would treat everyone to dinner tonight. Sister Wang asked curiously, "Did your little Luo get a promotion?" "Jiang Xiyu smiled modestly. "No. He said we've been together for half a year, and it's about time he treated us. So how about it? Is everyone free tonight?" In Jiang Xiyu's view, this decision by Luo Zhiheng indicated that he was serious about her. Refusing such an invitation would be too embarrassing for Jiang Xiyu. Although Sister Wang sometimes felt dissatisfied with Jiang Xiyu, they were colleagues, and there was no need to make things awkward, so she was the first to agree. He Xiaoya raised her hand second, and Lin Yue smiled and indicated she would join. Jiang Xiyu nervously looked at Cheng Jinyan, team leader, shall we go together? Cheng Jinyan glanced at her and nodded. Jiang Siyu smiled happily and sent a message to Luo Zhiheng, who replied that those with family members could bring them along. Jiang Siyu thought for a moment and then asked Sister Wang if Lin Yue wanted to bring someone. Sister Wang had children at home, so if she came out, her husband would have to stay home. Lin Yue asked Zhou Lin on WeChat. But Zhou Lin wasn't interested and told Lin Yue to let him know when she finished eating and he would come pick her up. Around 5 o'clock, several teachers from a math department left together. Naturally, Jiang Siyu was in the same car as Luo Zhiheng. While Lin Yue and the other 2 girls got into Cheng Jinyan's Land Rover, there was a bit of traffic on the road, and after more than half an hour, the 2 groups arrived in front of a well-known restaurant in Jiang City. Sister Wang sighed meaningfully. Little Luo is different from us ordinary folks. He Xiaoya agreed, and Lin Yue looked ahead. Jiang Siyu, dressed in a long skirt, got out of the car. After dating Luo Zhiheng for half a year, she had changed quite a bit. Luo Zhiheng reserved a private room, and at the dinner table, he spoke elegantly and attentively, making sure to take care of everyone, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Lin Yue took a sip of red wine, and suddenly heard Luo Zhiheng ask her, Lin Yue's book is pretty good. Some people in our company have read it, all young female employees. Lin Yue was surprised and put down her wine glass, smiling. I'm just lucky. The editor-in-chief likes it and promotes it more. Lin Yue knows how to be modest. What kind of vision does the editor-in-chief of the publishing house have? If they push you, it means you write well, Sister Wang said proudly, as if Lin Yue were their child. Lin Yue lowered her head, realizing she couldn't be too modest. Otherwise, it would seem like she was intentionally seeking compliments. A young and beautiful woman, with dark hair and fair skin. From Luo Zhiheng's perspective, just happened to see Lin Yue's long neck exposed when she lowered her head, looking alluring under the light. Noticing Jiang Siyu looking over, Luo Zhiheng withdrew his gaze, took a sip of wine, and continued the previous topic, looking at Lin Yue and saying, the sample book you sent to Siyu is on my side. I read it. It's a more romantic and realistic style. It could be tried for a movie adaptation. Lin Yue was shocked and put down her chopsticks. The others at the table also turned their attention to Luo Zhiheng. Luo Zhiheng smiled and spoke eloquently recently. Police-related themes are quite popular, and our company is in contact regarding the copyrights in this area. On Monday, I can help you recommend it, but it's just a matter of luck. Lin Yue, don't get your hopes up. I really can't guarantee anything. Lin Yue was already very grateful for his willingness to help recommend it and thanked him repeatedly. Just as they were getting started, Sister Wang and he Xiaoya began to fantasize about Lin Yue's book actually being adapted into a movie, discussing who should play the male lead and who would be suitable for the female lead, chatting enthusiastically. Lin Yue couldn't persuade them or join in, her face reddening. Luo Zhiheng and Cheng Jinyan listened with faint smiles, while only Jiang Siyu stared at Lin Yue for a while, secretly clenching her fist. Before this, Luo Zhiheng had never mentioned wanting to help Lin Yue with recommendations, and now he was being so attentive to her. Why did she feel that this dinner was actually all for Lin Yue? For the next hour or so, Jiang Siyu's smile was stiff, her appetite non-existent. No longer feeling the pride she had when she walked into the restaurant with her boyfriend's arm around her. As dinner approached its end, Lin Yue sent a message to Zhou Lin in advance. Around 8 o'clock, the group left the private room and went downstairs, where Zhou Lin was already waiting in the lobby. A tall man at 9 meters, dressed in black clothes and pants, was lazily leaning on the sofa, playing with his phone. Hearing footsteps, he casually glanced over and saw Lin Yue, smiling as he put away his phone and came over. Lin Yue took the initiative to walk to his side. Thank you. Zhou Lin wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders and smiled at Luo Zhiheng. Let's get together next time. Luo Zhiheng generously invited him. Zhou Lin readily agreed, nodding to Sister Wang and the others, then took Lin Yue's hand and walked away. In the splendid lobby, the tall man and the petite woman walked closely together, resembling the lead actors leaving hand in hand from an idol drama, destined to become the focus of all passers-by. Luo Zhiheng watched for a few seconds, then turned and wrapped his arm around Jiang Siyu's waist, smiling at Cheng Jinyan. Sister Wang and Xiaoya, I'll leave them to you. In the Mercedes, Luo Zhiheng glanced at Jiang Siyu again and jokingly asked, Why are you so serious as soon as we get out? Was the meal not to your taste? Jiang Siyu turned her head, her red lips pressed tightly together. The woman was sulking, but Luo Zhiheng had no mood to coax her, turning on the music and driving on his own. Jiang Siyu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Not bothering to hide her jealousy. Why are you suddenly so nice to Lin Yue? Luo Zhiheng looked ahead and replied matter-of-factly, she's your friend. Anyway, her book is suitable, and I'm helping her promote it. Later, she will owe you a favor. Jiang Siyu thought to herself that she would rather not have that favor. But she couldn't say that out loud, lest a man think she was selfish. After calming the frustration in her chest, Jiang Siyu complicatedly asked, what if it really works out? How much can Lin Yue's books sell for? Luo Zhiheng casually replied, at least 7 figures. Jiang Siyu's eyes widened in surprise. But Luo Zhiheng seemed to see Lin Yue's surprised face on his girlfriend. 7 figures was an astronomical amount for Lin Yue, Jiang Siyu, and their small family backgrounds, just starting out in society as college graduates. In the opposite direction, in the black SUV, Lin Yue was also discussing this matter with Zhou Lin. Luo Zhiheng was from a film and television company, and it was normal for him to have connections in this area. Although Zhou Lin was puzzled by Luo Zhiheng's overly friendly demeanor, seeing Lin Yue's excited and hopeful face, he refrained from pouring cold water on her. His wife was a talented woman. Maybe she really could make a movie? Money was not the point. It was about honor and achievement. Let me know if there are any developments, Zhou Lin said as the car stopped, leaning over to give her a gentle kiss. After all, this was the entertainment industry, and the relationships were complex. He had to help his wife keep an eye on things. Anyone who dared to have designs on his little moon would find themselves in trouble. Chapter 62062, Tianyu Film and Television. Luo Zhiheng reviewed a financial report and was about to smoke a cigarette when he suddenly received a call from General Manager Liao, asking him to come over. Luo Zhiheng thought it was a company matter, so he put away his lighter and went over. He knocked on a glass door and pushed it open. Behind a wide desk, Liao Ping put down his pen and looked up. The man, nearing 40, was dressed in a black custom suit, with deep, dark eyes that were calm as water. When he saw Luo Zhiheng, he smiled, refined and knowledgeable, with an air of elegance. His features were not particularly outstanding, but his demeanor and charm completely overshadowed the younger Luo Zhiheng, who felt a twinge of envy. Liao Ping was a typical rich second generation. His father was one of the founders of Tianyu. After the elder passed away, Liao Ping inherited his father's fortune at a young age and became a well-known bachelor in the diamond business. Liao Ping's wife was an American supermodel, and they had a pair of mixed-race children who lived abroad with their mother most of the time. Wealth, status, and a supermodel wife, Liao Ping had everything a man could dream of. Compared to the women Liao Ping had dated, the one Luo Zhiheng had secured, Jiang Siyu, seemed insignificant. If he could win over Lin Yue, that would be worth bragging about. While thinking about Lin Yue, Luo Zhiheng was surprised to notice that Liao Ping had actually taken out Lin Yue's newly released book from his drawer. Luo Zhiheng was taken aback. He had greeted Liao Ping with the intention of asking him to mention Lin Yue's book to increase its chances of approval, but Liao Ping, who was in charge of various major businesses, had personally read this romance novel. Is this the book you mentioned last time? Liao Ping placed the book on the table. Seeing Luo Zhiheng nod, he smiled somewhat helplessly. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but the other day my dad's partner promoted this book on social media. It looked familiar, and that's when I remembered. Luo Zhiheng understood. Liao Ping's mother had died early, and his father later remarried someone named Gao Lei, who was a few years younger than Liao Ping. So, Liao Ping referred to her as my dad's partner and never called her mom. At various banquets, Luo Zhiheng had seen Gao Lei once. She was a woman who seemed much younger than her actual age, petite and particularly innocent, which made her stand out among the wealthy wives in their circle, leaving a deep impression on him. Thinking about it, Lin Yue's temperament was somewhat similar to Gao Lei's. After all, Lin Yue's book was based on her and Zhou Lin, and he had a strong sense of immersion while reading it. It made sense that someone like Gao Lei would be attracted to such a female protagonist. So, do you think this book is worth investing in? Luo Zhiheng asked with a smile while sitting on the sofa. Liao Ping didn't beat around the bush. His status didn't require it. He replied directly, it could be worth it, but there are some details I want to discuss with her in person. Arrange a time for us to have dinner together. Oh, your girlfriend is her colleague? Have her come along too. The more, the merrier. Luo Zhiheng's heart sank immediately. They were both men. What was there not to understand? Liao Ping was already interested in Lin Yue just from reading the book. Once he saw Lin Yue's pretty face, how could he resist? Luo Zhiheng felt very frustrated. Clearly, he was the one who had his eyes on the prize. But no matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare to refuse Liao Ping. As he watched the fish he was about to catch slip away, Luo Zhiheng was filled with anger. That night, when he was with Jiang Siyu, he only focused on himself, moving quickly and roughly, showing little respect. Jiang Siyu felt uncomfortable and turned her head to complain. Luo Zhiheng pressed his lips tightly, suddenly hugging Jiang Siyu's arm and venting his frustrations despite her protests. Are you sick or something? Finally finished, Jiang Siyu struggled to sit up, her eyes red with grievance as she glared at her boyfriend. I'm sorry, I encountered some trouble at work. After being ravaged, Jiang Siyu's long hair was messy, and her face pale, which stirred a man's desire to protect her. Luo Zhiheng actually liked Jiang Siyu like this. He moved closer and hugged her, sincerely apologizing. Women get angry quickly, but they can be soothed easily. Jiang Siyu leaned against him and asked with concern, "What trouble?" Luo Zhiheng casually made up some old stories. Jiang Siyu had no idea about the workings of a big company and listened in a daze. As Luo Zhiheng stroked her smooth arm, he recalled Jiang Siyu's attitude toward Lin Yue. He smiled and said, "Do you remember General Manager Liao? He asked us to bring Lin Yue to dinner with him. He must be interested in her." Jiang Siyu sat up straight in disbelief, staring at Luo Zhiheng. General Manager Liao, one of the major shareholders of Tianyu Film and Television, is interested in Lin Yue? Jealousy and envy washed over her, and Jiang Siyu frowned. Lin Yue is married. Didn't you tell him? Luo Zhiheng leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette, saying meaningfully, just because General Manager Liao is interested in Lin Yue doesn't mean he wants to marry her. He could just bring her to the villa for a few nights, give her some money, and that's it. What does it matter if Lin Yue is married or not? Jiang Siyu was dumbfounded, looking at Luo Zhiheng's playful attitude, and finally believed him. General Manager Liao wants to have a one-night stand with Lin Yue? This was certainly an opportunity for Lin Yue to cozy up to a wealthy man and make a big fortune. But if Lin Yue really agreed, her relationship with Zhou Lin would be over. If Lin Yue couldn't let go and refused, then her film opportunities